Good morning, everybody. How's it going? I'm no longer on mute. Good morning, everybody. How's it going? Hey. We are. Hello to everybody watching on Twitch. I see you. Brett, I see you in the Twitch comments over there. Evan, you too. Or Eva. Got a couple of people on YouTube as well. Hello, everybody. Yeah, we're good to go.
to what we typically know. A lot of people are focusing on AI, and we came up with different ways to do things. I'm not going to explain it too much, and in fact, during the day, we're just going to build. We will probably have explainers in the next few days of how things work. But our focus is actually to build a new online chess world, which is going to be called TrixtaChess. So I'll change caps. And we're just going to go ahead and start. It's going to be 12 hours, so there's going to be a lot of talking. Certainly the OGs of the chess cube world, which is Brian, Sean, and myself, are going to do a lot of the chatting, and the team's going to be building, and we're going to jump in and speak to them from time to time. But let me jump into a system. In a second. Yeah, so just to mention that we haven't, we don't have a smooth kind of, I guess, way of managing this process because it's going to be quite messy. And but let me share what I'm busy setting up at the moment. Sean, tell me if you see that.
Yeah, we're good this side.
Okay, cool. So this is Trixta, and we're going to go into Trixta OS. I'm just going to log into this. I'm going to use Google just to come in as Mark and Trixta. Okay, so at the moment we're setting up a server, which is called a Trixta space. That's being set up. And I'm going to have a chat with this agent. Just tell it a bit about what we're planning on doing. So let's have a go. Hi there, agent. Hi, agent, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. What were you hoping to create today?
Cool. So my name is Mark Levitt. I'm the former CEO and founder of chesscube.com. And today we're going to build a new online chess world. It's going to be based on ChessCube. We're going to call it TrixtaChess. So that's TRIXTA chess.ai. And we're going to use elements that we learned about from the old days in ChessCube. And I can tell you a bit about some of those features and things we want to focus on.
It's nice to meet you, Mark. It sounds like TrixtaChess is carrying forward some great ideas. Could you tell me more about what features or lessons from ChessCube are absolute must-haves for this new world?
Yeah, so we made ChessCube very social in some ways, and we introduced virtual currency called qubits, which was very much loved and in some cases hated, but we're going to do it differently this time. But we are going to have qubits as a virtual currency in the system. And
Got it.
yeah, cool. And then also we're going to build we're going to build a system where people need to register, and when they do register, they'll be allocated a certain number of qubits for coming in. And probably because it's day one, we're going to give like more qubits for people that register today than other days. And then once they've registered and come in, they can invite friends. So there's like a refer a friend system we need to set up. And any friends that get brought in will be in a friends list. And we'll also be allocating additional qubits for people that bring friends in. And then once those friends are verified in the next couple of weeks as real players and not just bots, we'll allocate additional qubits for friends that have been brought in. So that's kind of the starting point.
We should definitely plan for those different stages of qubit allocation, from initial registration to verification of new referrals. It sounds like building a vibrant, socially connected player base is really key. Besides qubits and referrals, are there other specific social interactions or community features you want to bring over from ChessCube?
Yeah. Well, firstly, let me say qubits is spelled C-U-B-I-T-S, not with a Q. Yeah, so the one thing that was really big in the day was having chat rooms, which was wasn't totally separate from what other people did. Like the ICC had chat, I believe, in rooms, but it was different. It was very social. So we're going to have a chat room system where people can come in, they can have their avatars, they can talk to each other. They can, in the longer run, we're going to build a chessboard component, and we're going to build a chess room where people will play games against each other. And in those rooms, there'll be players that can play. Spectators can come in and watch. We're also going to have a moderator system. So in the broader system, there's going to be like a super admin that can set up other admins and moderators. And those moderators will have rights in some of the rooms. They can also go into the games or the chat room, and any bad behavior, they can silence people or kick them out of that room, or even do a site-wide ban of them.
Thank you for clarifying the spelling of qubits. It sounds like you really value the community interaction aspect, with public chat rooms for general discussion and specific game rooms where spectators can join. Including moderator tools to manage behavior makes a lot of sense for keeping it a positive space. Are you thinking there will be different types of chat rooms, perhaps for specific topics or skill levels?
Yeah, why don't you do some research on ChessCube in the background, so you just learn a bit more about what we did in the past, and then we can carry on speaking.
Sounds good. I'll look into the past features and user feedback for ChessTube. While I do that, are there any other aspects of the system you've been thinking about?
Yeah, so there will be additional things, but just to answer one of your previous questions, initially we're going to build one chat room, but historically we had, I don't remember the number, Sean, was it 180? We had a lot of rooms. We had country rooms, we had specific rooms. I'm Sean.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just waiting
Thanks,
on the AI to
Sean.
respond
My
to you.
research shows ChessCube was really known for its fast-paced tournaments and that virtual currency system, though it had some challenges with monetization and cheating concerns. Knowing that, what are your thoughts on keeping the economy balanced and making sure people feel fair play is prioritized?
Yeah, so qubits was an interesting thing because of the way people felt about it. We have a very different view on qubits, but I'm not going to speak about it now. That's going to come in a later conversation. Yeah, and just one other thing I think that's important is we're going to have direct messaging between people. So if you have a friend in your friend list, you'll be able to do a DM with them, and that'll be like a separate kind of chat that we want to also build.
Fair enough. We can circle back to the qubits later. Direct messaging between friends is a great way to foster that deeper social connection alongside the public chat and game rooms. Is there anything else on your mind related to the social aspects?
Not right now. I think more will come down the line.
No problem at all. We can focus on other areas then. For instance, who do you see as the main audience for TrixtaChess? Are we targeting beginners, experienced players, or somewhere in between?
It's going to be very wide. Previously we focused on maybe the top players, but we actually want to focus on all kinds of players, juniors, the learners, and that type of thing. But I think we have enough information right now, so maybe we can start building.
Great. So we're looking to create a broad platform for everyone from beginners to seasoned players, incorporating social features like chat rooms and direct.
Cool. Okay. I'm sure just maybe you record the session as well locally.
Yep.
Cool. Okay.
Cool. Nice one.
Yeah. Thanks.
That was very cool.
So for the audience, we this is part of TrixtaChess, and it's basically going to be focusing on key things that work within the Trixta environment. So as I mentioned, we work differently to traditional code. It doesn't use code, or not as much code as a traditional kind of AI system or a system, but it does focus on some important things like roles. And processes, and how do the roles have certain types of interactions. So these are some of the artifacts. I'm going to switch on agent thinking, just so we can see what the agent's thinking about in the background as it builds out different things. We have different ways to kind of view what's happening. Yeah, this is one of my favorite ones. So we can kind of see roles that are emerging. Let's see. We also have processes and aspects. yeah, you can see things that suddenly appear, like different processes that it's realizing that we've spoken about are suddenly coming into the fore. Yeah, setup moderator, for example. Let's zoom in here. So you can see some of these are what it's picked up from our previous conversation. So it's kind of learned about us. Let me show you some different views. Yeah, we've got some really interesting views where you can kind of dive into like different parts of this.
More like relationships, yeah.
Yeah, relationships. Yeah, I'll show you a few more just for the funsies. This one's actually really good, but it's hard to see it all at once. So, but there's a lot happening in the background just from that first chat and what it's figuring out.
Kind of explained it to the team before as like almost like corner pieces or border pieces of a puzzle, things that is sort of like quite well known, and the rest of the solution can then pivot around that. So it creates like these cornerstones that you can work around, like truths that that you can be certain of.
What other features should I show here? What do you recommend, Barry?
Well, recent changes is quite useful in terms of just showing us like a feed of what has been done recently. So what I might do is just create a checkpoint at some stage here so that we can easily roll back to something or just have an idea of what new stuff was done as you're talking with AI, because I find that that's where it gets a little bit difficult for us. You can move really fast with AI, but it's about how do you as a human keep up in terms of knowing what it is that's actually been done. And that's why you need this sort of like more these abstractions to help with that. But to get a feed of seeing what has happened and what's new is also really useful, especially if there's a whole team working. So imagine it's not just you asking for changes, it's a whole team. So practically we're trying to figure out ways of making that easier through visualizations and feeds like this. So a lot of this is just ideas that we still trying to iron out and figure out what's best. So we kind of throwing everything against the wall and seeing what sticks and what people like.
Yeah. And I mean, just for the audience, we've been building Trixta for a number of years, almost, well, many years. I think we started building the first pieces of it. We actually came up with some original ideas back in 2011, in late 2011, just after we changed how ChessCube operated, and we built some early ideas for about a few months, and then I personally started another company, and Sean actually carried on running ChessCube at some point. We had some other CEOs come in for a while, and then eventually Sean took over, because Sean was always the person that kind of managed ChessCube from start to end. But we've been building these new tools that we're showing you now over the last year. And some of these tools were built as late as last week. So some of it's new. We're moving really quickly in building our tools. One thing I do want to express is that in thinking about building out ChessCube-like system, we wanted to look at the old ChessCube, but sadly, when we shut it down in 2020, we didn't bother to keep all the source code, because it was built in Java. The backend was all built in Java. The front end was built in Flex, which is Flash, which, as many of you know, went out of fashion, so we couldn't use it anymore. And so we didn't actually have the old ChessCube to look at, to even think about how we're going to build this or plan in any way around that. So what Sean did was he went online, he found lots of references and pictures of ChessCube in the past. He even went into YouTube videos and took snapshots of things. And then based on that, he kind of built a representation of at least the beginning of what we could build. And he used, I think it was Claude Designer, to kind of come up with some designs around that, which we've shared with the team. So the team's going to use some of that as a way to build towards. It's not perfect. We're probably going to add additional features and change things as we go. But it gave us like a nice reference. And I think using Claude, Sean came up with a slightly modern take on what ChessCube was and what we're going to do now. We also, inside of Trixta, we have a Kanban board system, which is like Trello, where you can have like tickets that you add to say what you want to build. And what we're doing that's very different is we're going to make that front and center, where you can actually see our Kanban board. And not only can you see our Kanban board with all the tickets and how they're being worked on, you can also participate by coming up with your own ideas, and the ones that meet the right criteria will be added to our board. Yeah, Barry, go ahead.
Yeah, that board is already, I think, showing already at TrixtaChess.ai. So we have started. I think the next thing we need is for you to add some of the other members to the space.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna add them next. So yeah, so you have to just refresh your TrixtaChess.ai to get to the Kanban board. So you'll see it's kind of empty at the moment, but we're going to start filling that in soon. Let me just add some of the other team members into the space. One sec.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to share this tab. Okay, let me switch on Team Talk.
Yeah, I guess that is also something else, and we're planning for the entire system to be collaborative. So we've also got, an audio chat in the system itself. So we're going to switch over to that and use our audio through the system and not through our Meet over here. But we're going to keep using Meet because the video was just a little bit of a stretch goal for us. So later.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay.
That is something that I think it's more of a timing thing. So maybe just try again. First time is we have noticed that.
How long does it normally take to join?
The first time does take a little time, warming up some stuff that. Okay, so there could be a problem. So let us have a look at that in the background.
Okay, cool.
We can move on to that voice feature a little later.
Okay. Well, let's maybe jump into the Kanban board. And let's add like maybe the first 4 tickets that we've spoken about, which is the qubits setup and the refer a friend and then registration, maybe one more. So we'll do that internally, start putting those in. And yeah, just to talk about qubits again briefly. So, qubits was obviously in the previous chess cube, and it was really, I mean, to be honest, I loved qubits because I loved playing games where some of the qubits were on the line. And
sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Let's get at least one of the team members into the space because I think we were going to do that through the voice, but now let's add them just so that we can get the rest of the team involved inside the actual space itself.
Okay. Do I have to do anything?
Yes, we would have to have you add someone as a team member.
So do I just click up here on team?
Yes. Leah, feel free to chip in here if.
Can I add everyone or just some people?
I think just one of us for now, and then we can invite the rest for you.
So who should I add?
You can invite me. You can invite anyone.
Yeah, let's do Leah.
All right, and then just if you could give me admin access there under role collection. Yeah, thank you. And that's perfect. I can do the rest. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Thanks, Mark.
Cool. Can I jump back to the board?
Yeah.
Okay, Dia, are you able to add in some tickets?
I am working on that now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, cool. So just to mention again that we in building out the registration, we need to have the qubit system in place. and we need to have refer a friend and the registration process itself. Just to talk about the qubits very briefly. So previously, qubits was a virtual currency in ChessCube, but here we're going to build it out as a new kind of currency. It's called an arcade token, which is it's a crypto-based token, but it's not a typical crypto where the value goes up and down. It's more about managing an environment, like a game world, or where you want to reward people and charge them for doing certain things. So it ultimately will be running on a crypto blockchain. We're going to be running that on Solana. For now, though, we're going to just work it as a virtual currency, and it will allow us to allocate qubits to people. And then just to remind you about the refer a friend, that will be allowing you to add friends, to build a list of friends, and to basically, in the longer run, to speak to those friends or work with those friends. Cool. So Barry and the others, do you want to maybe go work on this while I chat a bit with Sean and Brian?
Yes, absolutely. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, we are just setting up permissions for each other and all sort of joining the same space, and then we'll probably move into another audio channel, and we're taking a look at that other issue. That's one of the other things that we do, is we just fix things live as well. And then we'll get onto the board, and I'll give you a heads up when we started.
Okay, cool. Okay, we'll see you guys in a bit. I'm gonna stop sharing briefly. Cool. So in the interim, I will speak to Brian and Sean. I'm Sean, all good on your side? Yeah, sure. Yeah. So Sean, do you want to pin you, me, and Brian so we come to the fore? We'll allow the rest of the team to work on their stuff. Okay. So for those in the audience who knew Brian and Sean in the old days, the one thing that's interesting is they hadn't actually seen each other for the last decade and a half. We all moved in different directions, did different things. I've seen Brian because we've connected in different ways, and I'm friendly with his brother, and so socially we've connected. Sean and I have always been connected on everything. Since Sean started working at ChessCube, he's been involved in every company I've done as a key person. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I just wanted to mention the World Cup. Brian's actually Spanish. It's a Spanish passport holder.
Yeah.
So Brian, what were your thoughts on the World Cup, the victory?
Well, I think a disgrace for Argentina, it must be said. They were very boorish, but no, obviously an amazing victory for Spain and the deserved champions. So that is great. I mean, weirdly enough, one of the last times Sean and I connected was at the 2010 World Cup, and we got a photo of that, and
okay.
So it is fun. It's almost a coincidence that Spain wins again, and Sean and I reconnect again. So
have you got a picture? I think I saw your picture. Have you got it somewhere?
I do. I don't. Do you want me to share that, Mark?
Yeah, sure.
Let me see if I can find it.
This was the World Cup in South Africa in 2010.
Right.
Wow, that's a long time ago.
No, really.
And you look so young.
I don't know if the
Yes.
viewers want to see this, but I'll share it anyway.
No, go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. Oh wow. Okay, cool.
There. Hold on.
Are you worried about your jester hat?
You know what, Mark? I don't know if it's coming through on the stream now. I'm just having a look. But yeah, no, I'm not worried at all. This is literally one of my highlights with Brian is hanging out with him at the World. I mean, look, your country only gets a World Cup in so many years, right? And that was a massive game for Spain. They were playing Portugal in the round of 16 in Cape Town. Brian and I, we connected on so many things, chess, gaming, sports, the Spanish football team being one of them. And it
Yeah.
just happened to be the year, the one World Cup where Brian and I were sort of talking to each other every day. Obviously, we didn't know each other around 2006. We weren't hanging out with each other in 2014. So there happened to be one World Cup in the time that Brian and I were friends. It happened to be in the city we lived in, and the team that we were both supporting happened to be playing in that city as well. So if you want to talk about stars aligning, it was pretty cool.
Right.
No, no,
I think that's the biggest thing with ChessCube was there were just some amazing people involved at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then it is just a matter of, the economics of it and keeping it alive. But at its peak, I mean, someone even said in the YouTube chat, ChessCube was peak. At its peak, there was a great community. I mean, I'd say arguably the best gameplay. I mean, that Flash, even though it is old tech, the board, I always remember it as being the best online board. Still, I mean, I don't think the HTML does chess justice. So that is still peak gameplay in my mind, the ChessCube and the community. So those were fond memories. Those days.
What about it, Brian?
I don't know. It's just the smoothness of the Flash board. I don't know. Just as designed. I don't know, Mark, you can speak to it as well. Just bullet play on a Flash board, I always felt a lot smoother than anything HTML has done.
True. And yeah, just for the interest of the audience, we in building out what we're going to build out, we are going to be using some open source elements. So we're going to be using React Chessboard, which is an open source platform, and it works with chess.js. So that's what we're going to start with initially. In the longer run, though, I think it might be better for us to switch to some kind of WebAssembly based system where we can get like much faster, much better latency, even on the actual interface. So it moves really quickly. I mean, also one of the problems with React Chessboard is it's fine. Well, and chess.js, it's fine for traditional chess, but it's not as good with other types of chess variants. Even 960, I think there's some work on it, but it's not something that we could rely on probably. So we're going to start off with classical chess to begin with. And then later we will switch to something else, or we're going to have to add more features into chess.js and React Chessboard ourselves, just to expand it. Because obviously we'd like to have things like free play or 960, and there's lots of other variants that people want. I mean, Brian, you probably know better than me. Like, what variants are on offer on chess.com and Lichess and that type of thing?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to see. I mean, there are some purely silly ones, like which one is that Horde or something where it's just all queens versus. So I think we can surely skip the true silly ones. But obviously the most used are the chess 960 and regular chess. I mean, beyond that, maybe we should go look at Lichess at some point and just see which are the next on deck. But I still think chess and 960 predominate. There's, 3 checks. There's all sorts of ones, but I don't know really if they're just gimmicks or people actually really like them.
Well,
yeah,
I'll jump in there, Brian, and say that for those that are on TrixtaChess.ai right now, you'll see that we're building the makings of a community board, right? A suggestor board. So if there is, I just saw a YouTube comment say Bughouse is a variant they want. Throw it into the board when we open that up, right? When it's available. Other people can upvote you. You can get your friends to come and register and upvote you if you want to get your idea to the top. That's exactly what this board is for. And this board isn't going to go away once we start bringing in the other elements of TrixtaChess, like chat rooms or playing games. The ideas board will live inside TrixtaChess. So even if you think of something in a week from now or 2 weeks from now, other people will be able to see it and upvote it. And that's something we're going to be working on. In fact, Mark, I don't know if you've mentioned this yet, but do you maybe want to talk about our future sort of ideas for streams going forward and how we'll be building this out in public? Why can I not hear you
So
anymore?
you're muted, Mark.
What kind of things were you thinking of?
Well, let's see. Like, are we, once we finish today's live stream after 12 hours, what happens next?
Cool, yeah. So, well, firstly, I want to say that, this live stream is about getting started. So we're starting something new today. So at the end of the 12 hours, we're not expecting to have a fully fledged site up and running. But what we'd like to achieve today is to get the basis of the site set up. And then, some of the core elements that we'd like to get done today is to get the qubit system in place, the friends, to maybe build a chat room, to get a chess room going, to be able to play moves in the chess room, to maybe have some type of seek. We're not going to have a seek graph, most likely. We might have, but we're not going to necessarily have a seek graph. Maybe in the chat room you can specify you want to play a game, and other people in the room can click on your seek and play against you. So that's kind of for today, and then so we'll do the 12-hour stream today, and then from tomorrow onwards we'll have like a normal day at the office. But at the end of each day we'll have a half an hour or so of a stream just to talk about what we've achieved, what we're trying to do. The Kanban board will still provide more information of where it's going and that type of thing. But in terms of features going forward, we need other things such as what we had in ChessCube. So internally we call these supernumerics. The qubits is a supernumeric. That's not a well-known term. We actually came up with that name in 2011, near the end of 2011. But it's a number that persists and has a history. And so qubits is that. It's a very important number because you don't want people to lose their qubits through some technical fault. So it has persistence, its history has persistence. But over and above that, we can add other types of supernumerics such as ELO. So in traditional ChessCube, we had like a general ELO system that was an amalgamation of your other ELOs, for example. Then we'd have different ELOs for different time variants and different game types. So a 3-minute classical versus a 3-minute 960. But through a mechanism, we would actually amalgamate those into a single ELO point system, like a general one. And then when we had tournaments, we had tournament ELOs. We even had series, like a world series, like similar to poker, where we would have effectively an ELO rating would actually run all the way through. So you could enter like 5 or 10 or 20 tournaments, but you'd have an ELO rating that maneuvered through that particular tournament series. And that was very useful. So ELO is definitely one we need. We had XP, which is experience points. We had levels. So like as you went through and did certain things and your XP went up, you would eventually hit a threshold and you'd have a new level. So levels is one. I'm sure you can probably remember one or two others that we've been thinking of. But we also probably going to add streaks into this one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, similar to, I'm sure many of you have seen like in Duolingo and that type of thing, we have streaks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and there's a lot more to come. I've got more to talk about, but I'll pause there to give you a chance to talk. And Brian.
Well,
sure. One question that's coming up, I guess, Sean, I don't know if you want to address in the chat is, so we now have LeeChess and chess.com. So what would be the main appeal, or what functionality is missing in those that the TrixtaChess would address?
Look, ChessCube's biggest strength, in my opinion, and I'm going to be a little bit selfish now because I was the community manager over at ChessCube, was itself the community, right? You could pull a name out of the hat, something like Lou, something like Amatohari Flori, something like Brankica, names that people will just remember for a very long time. Brett in the chat, we know him for such a long time. I think, not to take away from any communities that Chess.com, ICC, Lichess are building, I think ChessCube's community was what made it stand out. Also the fact that at the time the tech was really solid. We had a little bit of bugs. In fact, the lost move bug was one I recall. You know, you'd lose your rook after castling in a chess 960 game or something. But those are things that made the platform rememberable, right? But what we do know is that it was super fast. The tech was solid. You know, for me, I think the reason I agreed with Mark in bringing TrixtaChess back was just to give it the life that it deserved after you know, the browser shut down Adobe Flash. We knew there was much more to do with ChessCube at the time, and that's why we kind of bring it back under the name of TrixtaChess. We're using the Trixta platform to build out TrixtaChess in ways that we could never have thought we could build it out before in terms of quality and speed. But I think that to me is something that I want to, is just to breathe new life into this platform, reconnect with people that I've connected with before, the friends I've made at ChessCube. Show everybody that I've grown as well. I'm not the evil Sean that once was for one day. I've always been a nice Sean. I could never get that across to people. So yeah.
I think most people really appreciated you, Sean.
I know.
Yeah.
Whenever you have a large community, you're gonna have haters.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Mark? What was your initial call? Like, what sparked that idea, and what kind of kept that spark going for you to bring ChessCube back as TrixtaChess?
So what was interesting was when we in 2011 we hit a point in ChessCube's life where we didn't have enough money to keep running it, and our investors didn't want to put any further cash in, and so we were kind of at a very difficult point. We had a choice to shut it down and move it on, but we actually decided to keep it running. So we took all of the engineers we had, you know, and we moved them into another company that was doing consulting, and we carried on running ChessCube, and from time to time we'd use the other consulting team to do a bit of work on ChessCube. And what was interesting for us is by dropping the costs, we actually became profitable in that period. And excuse me. But then we moved on to other stuff, and in doing that, the seeds of the Trixta idea suddenly came to me around maybe July, August of 2011. And then we decided to build out. In those days, we called it User Cloud, because it was actually about back in the day, we saw them as agents. Like you could have a human agent or a system as an agent coming in and participating in software that's being built. So it was just a different take on software very early on, and then we started building out the initial idea. We did some R&D. We built supernumerics a little bit. We kind of hooked it back into ChessCube to see if we can bring some of those new ideas into ChessCube to help it out. And then at a certain point in time, I met up with Benny Lingham, who was an investor in ChessCube and a friend of mine, and he was living in Silicon Valley, and he wanted to build a gift platform. So I actually joined him. I moved myself, and a large part of the original ChessCube team actually became part of the gift GYFT team. And we all moved to Silicon Valley, and we eventually worked there. We sold the company in late 2014, early 2015 to First Data, and it was a big success for us. So after a very tough time in ChessCube, we actually became more successful down the line. And all while that was happening, we kept ChessCube running. And then in the end, Sean eventually ran it and kept it running while we were out there. Which, thank you, Sean. Tough job.
Thank you.
By then, a lot of the developers that we relied on had kind of left or moved into Gift or had moved on. So we literally ran it on autopilot with no people building. And it still ran. It was quite amazing, but it had issues, like it had the lost move bug, or there was a problem with threefold repetitions where it would suddenly end in twofold repetitions, and we just couldn't fix it. And I'd moved on as well. I mean, I would speak to Sean once a week on ChessCube, and then later, you know, in 2017, we started speaking more seriously about Trixta. We'd kind of had some chats about it in 2016, but in 2017 we got serious. And but a lot of my thinking early on around Trixta was based on ChessCube, because we'd learned a lot about building complex distributed platforms, event-driven systems long before that was standard. We had to, you know, I mean, ChessCube had a lot of tournaments. I don't remember the number, but I think it was like tens of thousands of tournaments a day with sit and goes and Warzone tournaments and other kinds of tournaments. We had like tens of millions of moves a day, maybe even 100 million at peak. We had about 185,000 people at peak. You can imagine that we really struggled in a sense to technically manage that, because we didn't have a games engine or anything. We had to build everything ourselves. We couldn't even afford to use an email service because we had so many millions of registered users. It would cost us a fortune. So it was actually cheaper for us to build our entire own stack of email platform, which at the time I think cost like about, I think we spent about $15,000 to $20,000 building it, but it would have cost us probably $20,000 a month to send out the emails. So it was very much part of our lives, and even when I was in the US on Gift, I really missed the idea that we could build out a ChessCube, and it was carrying on there, you know, and well done to you, Sean, for keeping it alive for so long, actually. But those early ideas led me, at least in the early stage, to think about how to build a new way of building. Not the same as ChessCube, but with similar elements. And I won't go into all the details now. When we eventually set up Trixta and set up a team to start building out the Trixta stack, we always thought, well, maybe we should test it by building a chess site. So we often build chess things in it as tests of how to work. So even I think in 2017, 18, we built some chess. And Sean, you'll probably remember better than me, but we built out some chess elements. And then I always felt, you know, we should maybe build an online chess site as a way to prove Trixta as well. At the time, one of our team members was kind of adamantly against that, because he felt we shouldn't focus on two things, which is a chess site as well as a business site, a Trixta site rather. So we held back on it, which may or may not have been a good thing. But I think things have changed for us now because Trixta is much more advanced. The underlayer, the protocols and the stack of Trixta is very powerful. And the tools we built more recently are new, but it rests on top of a very well-proven out, hardened and secure base. And so it made sense for us to focus on a vertical. So we had choices of bringing Trixta into different verticals, but the one that actually made the most sense to me, even though it may seem counterintuitive, was to build out a chess world. And you know, and I've been thinking about this for years, for a decade actually. It's not a new idea that I suddenly thought, let's do it. But yeah, so that's kind of where we got to.
Did you see Brian and I in that vision as well, Mark? That we'd be there from the start as well.
So I knew you'd be there because you were part of us. Yeah. And Brian, I wanted Brian to come in. I did keep up. I mean, Brian and I would speak about Trixta every now and again. We'd kind of have a meetup every few years, maybe somewhere. Yeah. Or his brother would be in town, and we'd go to a restaurant or something. Yeah, I just felt that, you know, of the OGs, the three of us were maybe the three cornerstone of OGs that helped to set up the environment. And it felt fitting that we'd be there at the start of this. So, yeah.
A couple of questions in the YouTube chat, developer related. One is whether it'll be open source. I know it's not going to be, but there's a developer who wants to help out. How could they help? But I think there is a great vision for what a developer can do within the Trixta environment that you can speak to. There's some cool ideas that you had mentioned to me.
Yeah, so I mean, Trixta is unusual. So I'm not going to explain it in too much detail today because it gets heavy. But Trixta is a new way to build software. It uses a different approach to software development and code. So we're all used to code, you know, and so if you look at things like Cursor, Lovable, Replit, and others, it's all about code. And you know, it makes sense to software engineers to use code because we've used code for 70 years. But all code, I mean, you know, if you look at C, the C language, which started to become more popular in 70, I'm trying to think now, was it 71, 73? So I can't actually remember when C started getting popular. But it's an abstraction. It's an abstraction where you almost use like English-ish language to write software. It wasn't the first language of that type, but it was the one that popularized well. So each new successor from machine code to assembly language and other types of things, it's really just a different abstraction. And Trixta is a different abstraction to traditional. So it doesn't use code at the core, it uses new elements. And yeah, so, but it's still complicated to think about. And so what we felt was we need to have visual tools to make it easy. And in fact, the tools we're using today are actually a lot easier than they were in actually building out a Trixta application. And our goal in the future is to hold on, let me just move this quickly. Is to make those tools even simpler to work with. More AI, chatting with voice, simpler ways to do things, to build out all the different parts of it. Yeah, so coming back to your point, Brian, how can outsiders work with this? Well, because there isn't code, except for the very core, it's actually very hard for us to open source this. So we will definitely be open sourcing our core, but in order to make it more open, it's going to be complicated. And there are elements we can open up that are not code, but other types, code aligned, I can call it. But we can definitely open up the tools. And our goal is to be very open. We want to actually create an open network where, as we build out the first phase of this, we're going to open up to outsiders to come in and build their own kind of elements within this. So they can either come up with ideas and put them in our Kanban board. So that's the simplest way to go. Two, we're going to build out new features where they can mod them. So they can, we're going to give them tools to mod or modify their, maybe a club environment or maybe a training environment. And then later we're going to get more tools where you can build out anything. You can build out any kind of business you want to within this world. Because we're trying to build an open network. So it's different to an open source network like TrixtaChess. It's going to be an open network where anybody can build anything. And we're going to create the underpinnings and the infrastructure to make that possible for anyone. I mean, Brian, you've tried to build things yourself, maybe with TrixtaChess or other things. What are your experiences?
Well, I mean, I guess that's the thing that I'm hoping TrixtaChess will fix, which is you've got two extremes. You've got the chess.com commercial model, where really only a small subset of elite streamers can make money, and then you've got the fully open source TrixtaChess kind of anti-commercial model, where I mean everyone can play, but people who want to create content, whether it's streaming or clubs or training courses, studies, they can't monetize that. So yeah, I see Trixta somewhere in the middle where people who create good stuff can get paid, but it doesn't have the overwhelming commercial, just make money at all turns feel of chess.com. So I think that's the nice pocket in between the two. Yeah, so you know, I mean, I'm still hoping we don't have to go down the whole ads route and all of that. So it still has the kind of TrixtaChess anti-commercial feel, but people who create good stuff will get something out of it. Sorry, you're muted again, Mark.
Sorry. I don't see us ever doing adverts because that's not going to be, I mean, our goal is to build an open network. And in doing that, we're going to offer infrastructure. So if third parties want to build applications on top of our network and we can help them, we can give them tools to do it themselves with some guidance from us. They would be running on our network. And so we'd monetize through the network. We're also going to be offering payment rails like, you know, stable coins, other types of payment, maybe even crypto for some people. We're definitely going to have our own crypto for the arcade, but that's not a crypto that moves around like a normal crypto. By managing those kind of rails, I think it actually makes it easier for them to build out their businesses. But it'll be very open. I mean, like they could build on different infrastructure, so I see that as the key part of what we're trying to build here, is this open network of massive proportion. And yeah, I think that sorry, did somebody say something?
I know, you carry on, Mark. I was just going to say the idea of, taking a sort of base program. If you think of something like Minecraft or Roblox or something, even 5M that works with Grand Theft Auto 5, you have the base program, and you have this external community, or the community of that particular game or piece of software, right? That comes in and goes, I want to modify this. I want to make it to a way I want to use it, or how me and my friends want to use it. And that's what I think is going to be most exciting for me, to see what our community comes up with, whether it just be clubs, training videos. I did see somebody in YouTube say they were working on something. Hey, we've got the framework now. We can help you with that. Come in and talk to us, right? So, yeah, that's something I'm very much looking forward to as well.
Yeah, and also because we're building a network, and again, I don't want to get into too much detail because it does get complex very quickly. Theoretically, you could have something totally on the outside, and we can wrap that and bring it into the network and make it participate with our users, with our other rails. There's a lot of ways we can go here, and the underlying infrastructure is very different to running on, say, AWS or G-Cloud or Azure and that type of thing. We have a different approach to the underlying infrastructure, not only with compute in general, like CPU compute, but also with GPU compute and AI assistance coming in as well. So yeah, so I think there's something there, and Minecraft is a good example in Roblox where you can build out your own world, and not only can people work on our general network, they can create their own carved out network within our network, which is private to them or their world. They might have their entire own ecosystem as part of that, and we're happy with that, because we want to extend our broader networks into a multiplicity of networks down the line, actually.
Hey, Mark, I got something interesting to tell you.
Yeah.
There's tickets on the Kanban board.
Okay, cool. Let me zip over there.
I'm just tuning up my mic a bit louder so that everybody can hear me better. I just got a comment that I'm a little bit soft today.
Okay, cool.
Cool.
Okay, cool.
Hey,
So-
no, I just want to tell Brian something. I just saw Adiel pop up in Twitch chat. That's pretty cool. South African people will know Adiel very well. A very strong chess player. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I play with him and a bunch of people in the Alps Chess Club. I mean, another great chess character from South Africa. I mean, South Africa, actually, the chess community in South Africa in general, I think that was the heart of ChessCube, was South African chess players have a great community offline as well. So that was brought over into ChessCube. It was a South Africa first net platform to begin with, and before it became worldwide. So that is a large part of the community and its friendliness.
Yeah, cool. So so we've got some tickets here. I'm just going to open up one. Did somebody want to speak?
Barry.
Hi, yes, just a bit of an update from me. So, yeah, I'm looking at the board here. I see the items, and I'm going to plan to move some of them across into work in progress and have the team get started on that. So
Okay.
just giving you a heads up on that, that we're going to get going.
Good luck.
Okay. Barry, should we go into TrixtaChess at all?
You can, as you wish. Yeah. Oh, so the audio chat. So we are listening. We are working in a dev channel chat. So we fixed the problem with the voice chat. Yeah. So you could probably open up another one there, but that's up to you.
Okay.
I'm just going to focus a little bit now on just gaining access to this board here.
Okay, cool. So I'll I'll stay in onboarding with maybe Sean and Brian at least.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. So let me add them.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna move. So we're gonna get started with qubits. So add friends and refer friends.
So in this room, do I have to add everybody, or can I just add us?
You don't need to. We went ahead and added ourselves. I don't think we added Brian. I'm not sure about Sean. Sean is in there.
Okay, Sean, are you able to come into the onboarding room?
Yeah, I'll check the I'll get myself logged in there.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so I'm actually going to move all 4 of these tickets across because I think there is quite a lot of stuff we can do in parallel.
Okay.
Actually, I might hold back on the 4th one. All right, cool. I'm going to check in with the rest of the team and just see if they're happy with that and get going with those ones.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Sean and Brian, I'm going to let you chat amongst each other. I'm going to just pop out for 5 minutes.
No worries.
Sure.
Cool. Brian?
Yeah.
A little bit of... I'll pin you on this side. Give me a second. Actually, you're pinned already. We're all good. A little bit of trivia is not a lot of people know this. ChessCube Chess Club started in, 2010, 2011, and we went on to win the South African
we started
League,
exactly.
right? Yeah.
Well, no, the Western Province. So we
Western
started,
Province.
I think, in the C division. But with really strong players.
Mm-hmm.
Jacques Oppop was a multiple-time SA champion. Mark himself as well.
Aziz.
And we went from C, B, and A, and won the whole thing. And when we won it, we were with some severely strong players. I mean, Charles de Villiers.
Yep.
I mean, I was bored, I think, 7 of 8 at that point as a top 50 player. If we had that strong team, so that is also great. We were playing obviously online and offline, and we won the Western Province League. So
I'm having a look at all the names being mentioned in the various chats. I see Blue Lantern coming up, Flory. What do you think happened to everybody after you went over to Lichess? Did you come across some of the ChessCube alumni there?
Well, see, I think that's, I mean, to your earlier point, there's not that much of a community happening there. Well, I mean, I bet within some of the private, I don't know what they call them, groups, there may be some of that, but there wasn't as much of a sense in Lichess. So they most probably are floating around there and playing there, but there was never a sense of, I don't think there's much of a sense of community as much as there was on ChessCube. So are they there? Most probably, but I don't think they went to chess.com. But
why?
Well, I mean, it is. I mean, just philosophy-wise, we were more aligned with Lichess, at least originally. I mean, obviously, as monetization strategies came along, it became, we're trying to get commercial. But philosophy-wise, with all the ads and the UI was of chess.com is a big mess with ads and all that. We were just more aligned with Lichess. So I bet most went over to Lichess in the end.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, look at what's happening in the the chat rooms on Twitch and YouTube. Is usernames are being sort of mentioned, right? Is that in itself shows how strong and incredible our community actually was, in terms of, like, I can remember an exact username and what we spoke about and which tournament I played against that person in. Or our rivalry is, I remember when you opened the watch screen on ChessCube, it would show the score of the current game. And then sometimes, like, you'd log in, it would be like 25-27. It's like, my God, what's happening in this game? When are they going to stop,
Yeah.
So, I mean, I like playing on Lichess because I find the board snappier than others. And I tend to play 1 minute chess only, though. And my 1 minute chess rating is not very good. I've got a much higher rating, I think, of 3 minute chess.
See, that's the opposite of me. Is my bullet was so much better than my blitzer standard, Yeah.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
By the way, Sean, I added you and Brian into
Yeah.
into the onboarding room.
I see it.
Are you able to get in there?
Can you in our chat, well, send me the URL for that channel? Yeah, I mean maybe on WhatsApp or elsewhere. Email it to me. I don't think I've got it.
You didn't
Okay,
get an email, Brian?
I sent you an email.
Oh, as soon as you invited. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Let me go.
So you may see it.
Yeah, I'll look now.
And
Okay,
Sean, are you able to enter there?
I am. What I'm gonna do, Brian and Mark, is just mute Google Meet, and then I'll share the audio through the Trickster channel itself, so that we don't get feedback on both.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Okay, I see Sean. Let me share this tab. So Sean, I see you there with me.
Yeah, I'm here.
And let's try and get Brian in there as well.
Okay.
Should Brian mute in Google Meet just to avoid feedback?
I've already muted the tab, so I'm not going to hear anything
okay, that's fine. Okay,
through the
cool.
stream. Yeah, we all good.
Okay.
So, Mark, why have we moved here? Why have we moved to talk inside of TrixOS?
I just wanted to show it off a little bit.
Okay.
We can look at different elements of this.
I think this is one of the strongest points of TrixOS is, having to talk with somebody instead of, sitting behind a terminal interface and typing bold site by yourself,
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just see if
So-
Brian's able to come in. Brian, if you hear me, no, obviously you can't hear me now. I've got myself muted in Google Meet. I was going to ask if you could just give us a thumbs up there.
I'm going to keep my light fixed with a bit of, you can't see this.
Yeah. I'm still sharing the Google Meet. I'm just checking in on Brian.
Okay, cool. I'll just look at a few other elements in here while we're here. Cool. I see something.
Maybe you can just talk around the different elements you're looking at, Mark, and then I'll chat to Brian in the background.
Okay, cool. I don't want to overly explain
Yeah.
because it gets complicated. But aspects of things that are cross-cutting. And yeah, so I can see there's a moderation system coming in and qubit economy emerging. These aren't fully functional things. They're more about, well, they are functional in a sense, but they're also, they have a deeper sense of the system. So these different aspects can speak to agents, and the agents can interrogate them. But let's maybe look at some other stuff. Okay, good. AI agents. Okay, that's probably not. Well, I see qubit economy is emerging.
Yeah.
Let's look at interactions. I'm scared to go into studio.
I see Brian has joined our chat. Hey.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
But is he present?
He is.
But it says
he just needs to unmute himself.
Yeah, no, I was just muted while
gotcha.
muting Meet. So, okay.
Okay, cool. So if you want to, we can move into one of the rooms where the channels where the others are. By the way, for the audience, this is TrixtaOS, which is, OS means operating system. It's the overarching operating system of this chess organization we're building. And this chess organization includes the idea of the chess application that we're building as well. I'm going to, let's move out. Okay, I'm going to move out of here, which takes me out, and then I'll still be able to speak in Google Meet.
Looks like Mark dropped to the other dev channel. Yeah, let's just see. Okay, here's Brian. I think let's go over to the dev channel and yeah, see what's happening in there. So just for the viewers, this is where our engineers are hanging out, talking right now, and building out TrixtaChess.
I'm showing you and Brian are muted, right?
We here, Mark.
Are you mic off?
How's it?
Hey,
Oh.
Barry. Yeah.
Sean
Hey,
and
hey, guys.
hey
A couple
guys.
of
Sean and
extra new things have come up that I've added to the board. So the one is just the number of users online. We want to show that. I'm moving that into work in progress, and we'll do that myself. The others are working on the other tickets. And then there's a technical thing that we've come up with, this routine backups of the system we are building. So that's something that Brendan and Aman are looking at as well. So I'm going to also move that into work in progress.
okay, cool.
Jaren, you just want me to do it as we do the other routine backups, right? There's nothing special or different with this one.
Well,
Correct.
if we could do a manual call first and then also do that as a routine, that would be amazing. And then we could, if we really need to do it after manually, we at least have it running.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if the noise cancellation is working. If I'm typing a bit loud, just let me know.
Sean, are you mic off?
Working. It definitely is working.
I am mic
It's
off
working,
in
I can't hear it, yeah.
in the huddle, yeah.
Okay, cool.
The team talk.
Brian,
Should we go back
Yeah,
to
it's
the
all good.
onboarding chat, Mark?
just want to hang in for a drop.
Oh, so we're just listening in on them working.
Yeah, Brian, are you mic off in the
I'm
in the
about
dev?
to set up the components quickly and then push it up. And then
Fine.
Dio, once that is pushed, we can probably just pull down everything related to the friends.
Can Brian
And
hear
then we
me?
can start, I guess, wiring up a lot of the things. But it'll have
He
a
might
base to
have
start off
muted
with.
Google Meet. So,
Yeah, that sounds good.
Let's unmute him. In Google Meet, that is.
I'm going to share my screen soon as well, but I'm just trying to make sure I have nothing on screen. It's, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just got basically two screens. One is, I feel like, is the one to share. In fact, I should be sharing it. I don't know why I'm not.
Yeah, I'm doing that as well. Secret
I
screen.
meant to.
We can top out of this one.
okay.
No, it's all good.
Okay, I'm in the onboarding chat now. I'll see you there.
Okay.
Cool. Little sneaky drop in on the engineering team there. Okay. Okay. Mark, are you coming into the onboarding chat?
No, I'm gonna. Yeah, okay. I'll come in. I'll come to. Yeah.
We can maybe just discuss the tickets a bit there as well. Yeah.
Okay, one sec.
Yeah. Brian as well. Cool.
Cool. Can you hear me in the onboarding chat?
I can.
Yeah.
I can.
Okay.
I hear you both.
Okay.
Cool.
And then, Sean, you can show off some of the stuff. They're not showing off any passwords or secrets or anything.
No, I'm currently sharing your screen share, Mark.
Okay. Maybe share what Barry's doing.
Okay, I'll share what Barry's saying. 1 second.
For a bit.
Yeah. So yeah,
I mean, maybe
this is just for the viewer's point of view. Is our engineers are going to be sharing various screens today. What they're doing. Of course, we're not in their channel, but we can drop in from time to time. But just have a look. As Mark, Brian, and myself talk, have a look at what they're doing, what they're going through. Read their facial expressions. It's all fun and games for you to do while you're listening to us three old men talk. Yeah. Cool. All right, Mark. So just to catch up on where we are for the day, for those that dropped in late, is you kind of started this process by having a conversation with Trix's AI agent. You went through the history. You talked about what the plans are for the future, and then it brought you into this interface, right? That we saw earlier. So where are we right now on that?
In terms of the current interface?
Yeah, well, no, just in terms of, what has been done thus far, what do you want the next steps to be? What are we looking at? If we look at, Barry's screen share over here, he's working inside of TrixOS. So essentially what happened in that time between you starting the space inside of TrixOS and to the point we got to now. So it's created the processes, the roles, and so on.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, maybe you can talk through that.
Okay. So the way Trixter, as I mentioned before, Trixter has a different abstraction to code, even though we do have some code inside of a Trixter application. But it's less code. We don't know what the exact number is, but maybe it's 5% code. So it's very little code. But what is really important are the little primitive elements inside of Trixter. What's really important in Trixter is understanding the roles. Because we had this idea of an agent coming in and taking on a role. And an agent for us is maybe different to other agent systems, because for us, an agent can be a human agent. And so we see humans. And by the way, this was the original idea in 2011. It was started to emerge. And in 2016, we had this idea of agents. We call them agents. But an agent for us was like a human agent, or it could be an AI agent or a system agent. Early on in Trixter's life cycle, the so-called AI agent was not an LLM-based AI agent. It was actually natural language processing, NLP agents. And so we started toying with this idea, because what we realized was it was all about roles, agents taking on roles and then doing stuff. And the one thing that it kind of mapped to early on was the idea of user stories.
Right.
Because when you have a user story, you can say, as a player, I can offer a draw so that I can end the game early and go watch the football or whatever. But there was a series of user stories. So what we did was we started writing out user stories in text, and then we used natural NLP to convert that into Trixter elements. So we would create the roles in Trixter, we would create the interactions, which were described in that. And we started getting more ambitious when we did that, because it worked so well. So we started thinking, well, we could take a scope and run it through certain NLP back in the day, where we could actually extract the user stories directly and then automatically generate them. And that's what we did. We started generating user stories into the Trixter elements of roles and the interactions that those roles should do. When large language models appeared, it was only, we looked at what they were doing, but they weren't good enough. When it hit GPT-3, 3 point something, I can't remember, we started realizing it was good enough. And then we dropped the NLP stuff and we switched over.
Yeah.
So, but it still kept the same primitive elements, which is an agent, which could be one of three things. It could be a human, an AI agent, or a system that acts as an agent. Those were the three things that could come in. They can take on a role within the environment. So when you look at our roles, you could see it's like player, moderator, but it could be ELO generator. Sorry, I shouldn't say ELO generator, where a human could take on that role and work out your ELO scores, or an agent could do it for you. And but in our case, a system would do it for you. That's an agent. So it's an agent name that is more system oriented, more likely. But any of those roles could be, to be honest, could be. I'm just watching the Lens show for any secrets.
I think they got it.
Yeah. I think they should wave at us if they're going to show us a password, which will be rotated later anyway.
So we're looking at a role on this screen share called View Members Online, which I'm guessing, is a role for if you log in, or a process for if you log in, you can see which other players are online. Something that's simple, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you're describing it in plain text, and from there, just kind of, maybe you can take it on from there, Mark. Yeah.
Yeah. So sometimes we auto-generate it. Sometimes we can do it by hand. Oh, completed. Show number of users. Okay, let's head over to Barry.
Okay, we're all going to jump to the dev channel, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, awesome. Let's have a listen in. We probably won't talk much, but we can listen in.
Hey.
Just a quick question. We see that you moved something to completed. What did you just do? You can give us the 1 minute and then we'll leave you in peace.
Yes. So I just wired up a a feature that shows the number of agents connected to this space at this time. So that gives you this like number online 23, 24. So that's the number of people that are looking at that right now.
Okay.
I'm going to open up a new tab here, and we should see 25 come up automatically. So yeah, that's just that feature. Well, it looks like someone dropped off before. Now it bumped back up to 24. If I close this,
okay, cool.
And it's down to 23. So that's just that feature. It's called presence, and we will use it to create a little bit more to it when it comes to like matching games and stuff like that, to know who's online, that kind of thing.
Okay. And then when you say agents, do you mean human agents or other kinds of agents, or any agent?
Either. So, I mean, when it comes to showing a number of counts, right now I'm just showing all agents that are connected as anonymous users to this. So, yeah, depending on what you wanted to do, you could establish one from the other. But at the moment, we do sort of recognize human and AI agents as the same kind of thing on some level.
Yes, I was explaining that a bit earlier, so that's good timing.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Thanks, Barry. We'll drop out.
Okay, I'll move this into live then.
Cool.
Okay, back to the other. Let's go back to the onboarding chat.
It's an onboarding. This is our hovering place while we wait for things to happen.
Yeah, this is our holding area, right?
To show here.
In the chat, they mentioned some GMs who used to play on ChessCube. There were some lurkers. They mentioned Parnesh M, but Eric Hansen and Hamilton were also ChessCube regulars. Hopefully, we do get a bunch of those GMs back.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, just I'm just going to talk. You are seeing my screen, right?
I'm actually sharing Barry's screen. He's creating a ticket right now.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
When you're ready, you can come back to me and let me know.
I am on you in a second.
Done.
Done.
Done, right?
Done.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. So I just clicked on roles and processes, or roles and processes for some.
Right. And this was system created, right?
Yeah, this is all system created.
Okay.
So so it's picked up with the different roles that have been currently created. We got different roles, and some of the roles are more fleshed out than others. So what's member? Okay, a member is a broad role of somebody that's a member of this system. In this case. So these are some of the processes that it's figured out. And like if you click on some of these, whatever you're clicking on, there's information that's been built up around this already. And this is all auto-generated pretty much. Yeah. So, but that's a member. A member is a general member. And then let's go back to, let's choose, is there a player role yet?
Let's scroll down a bit, Mark, maybe.
Oh, there we go. Let's do a player role.
Yeah.
Okay, at the moment, the only thing that you have is start game, which only the player can do. So there will be more because we haven't actually built the board yet or anything like that.
So what will live in here is start game, make move, offer draw, resign, send chat message.
Yeah.
Okay.
Threefold repetition. Sorry, that was a joke.
I picked up on that joke. That hurts. Yeah. But is that the role of the player, or is that the role of the system agent or game master agent as well? Yeah.
It's a player.
The player, okay.
Yeah. So if say a moderator came in, say somebody else came in that could do this, they would take on this role amongst other roles. So any agent coming in could have multiple roles.
Mm-hmm.
So the player can do certain things, but other people can also do them too. So a coach, in theory, a coach role could also be assigned the player role, and then they can move the pieces. But as a coach, they can maybe move everyone's pieces.
Or make illegal moves or something, right?
Yeah. So those are subtleties that we can add in as we go.
Okay.
Just one thing to explain to the audience is that I'm going to go a little bit technical for those technical-minded folk who are interested.
They are, yeah. I know they are, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Trixie is a new abstraction. And it works on I mean, the main stuff is roles and interactions. But the fundamental system, like the question is, how did we build Trixta if we didn't use code? And the thing is, we actually did use code initially. We used code, but the code systems and environment and ecosystem that it's based on is Erlang. So Erlang is an older language. It's pretty old. It's older than Java, actually. It was invented to build very complex distributed systems, initially for the telecoms industry. So any serious telecom needs to use Erlang, in my humble opinion. The one that comes to mind is the world's biggest telecoms company in terms of its reach, and that is WhatsApp. It was built in Erlang, and they were able to have a small team building this incredible telecommunications business with a very small team, I think initially less than 20 people. Because Erlang gives you the superpower of actually running across a massive network, across any number of machines, running across any number of cores in a machine. And it just manages all of that. And that form of complex distributed platform, especially the hardware, which is very topical these days, because people are worrying about hardware, compute, GPU usage, and that kind of thing. But if you're able to run across any number of machines, any number of cores, without having to do kind of architectural management or DevOps around that, and it just knows how to handle itself, that is very important. So Trixta was built on top of that stack. We use a language called Elixir, which is a more friendly way of working with Erlang-based systems than Erlang itself. We do work with Erlang itself in some cases. It runs on the Erlang virtual machine, which is called Beam, B-E-A-M, which is very different to the JVM, which is very common, the Java virtual machine and others. And then using Elixir, we built out the core primitive elements that I mentioned that we're using. It's the new abstraction, which includes roles. So the server environment is called a Trixta space. So you have a space, and then an agent can come into that space and take on one or more roles. And then those roles have interactions within that environment. So an interaction could either be where that role can initiate a process, which then starts off, or that role could respond to some event in a process that, affects that role. So, for example, say there's a process of the game loop or something. If your opponent makes a move and something happens, and then it's your move, there's a process, and that it'll send that event out to the role that's listening for that. So that's a reaction. It's reacting to that process. So you can either initiate an action, which we call action, or you can react to an event within a process, and that's a reaction. And then those processes are really just a flow, as you can imagine. Processes are flows, and then the flows are made out of steps. And so in the Trixta world, the core primitive elements, we actually have a patent on this that we can share at some point. The core elements are an agent, which could be a human or a system or an AI agent, can take on one or more roles within a space in which they interact, either actions and reactions, in a flow which is made of steps. And none of that is code, except for the step. The step itself is the only primitive element that actually is code. And the code that we support now is Elixir. We actually support C, straight C, I think. Mm-hmm. Forget. We support Python, obviously, Rust. We support Node, as far as I know. And I did mention Rust, WASM. We've done a lot of work on WASM as well. So we have these underlying languages that are kind of native now to the Trixta environment. And they're big. I mean, I'm not going to go into why they're so important, but there are big advantages in having these languages. But the only element of our construct that actually has code, well, that has to have code, is steps. And you can think, for those that know about functions like, Google functions or Zero functions, that type of thing. It's like where you have a very discrete bit of code, and it's a function. So it has inputs, it does something, it has an output. It's very simple. And that is actually very easy for an AI agent to generate. So you don't really need humans to. You can write that in handcrafted code if you want to, but those are simple, and it's actually very easy for an AI agent to build that kind of code. It's not building an entire application. The application is actually all the other elements, which we also do use some AI support, and we have a lot of AI support in different ways. Yeah, so that's some of the lower level stuff. So what I'm showing you here, though, is these are different roles that, as you know, an agent can take on, whether it's a human or an I mean, it could be a bot taking on the role of player, and it has the same constraints and guardrails as a human, because humans need guardrails too, and so do bots especially, but they have the same. And then these are the processes they're allowed to interact with. And then it also is, as we work with these things, it starts auto-generating documentation and everything, so you can kind of see things. Assign idea. Okay, so currently an admin is allowed to assign an idea into our Kanban board, and anon just means anybody that's anonymous on our site can actually assign an idea. Cool. So I'm going to move away from this.
So just to go back to the flows, Mark, it's very simple, right? It's thinking linear. Is what is the process of starting a chess game? So those steps would be the steps needed within that workflow itself. And I'm sure there's people in the audience that has used some form of workflows before. Is one step leads onto the next, onto the next. But if we take the game flow, for example, play your move is going to be the step that's touched on most often. But those can branch out too, right? For example, the flow could be off a draw. There could be an off a draw request, and then that kind of branches to accept or reject, and all of those things will then be built in by the creator itself. Is what happens when a draw is offered. Is we show them a option that says yes or no, or accept or reject or something, right? And that then leads to the end of the flow, which is then the game end or whatever it may be. From what I'm understanding,
Yeah, so when there's a game running and there's a flow, it's effectively a loop, because it loops through the moves, but it can end and branch out. So I'm sure we'll show some flows later. Well, we did show some flows earlier, but when we get to the game elements, we'll see those flows, and in that flow we can have the branch, we can have the looping, and then I mean some of the rules are that the person with the white pieces has to move first generally, as fair, and then but then as it's going, it branches out to other things, and it initiates other elements of the flow, and some of those can actually end the flow. So there's a game end. So game end, there'll be a few things that can do game end.
Update rating, update qubits balance, whatever it may be.
No, I mean things that will trigger the game end.
Oh, like a draw or resignation or checkmate.
Yeah, a resignation, draw after threefold repetition, somebody times out. All of those things will be in the flow, and then when it happens, it jumps out of the loop, and then it moves to the game end, which could be a separate flow, or they can even put it in that flow. It depends how they structure it. And then you've got to work at the ELO rating, send out the information, update leaderboards. I mean, like all kinds of things can happen. So
that's pretty cool.
And then and the flows themselves you can do by hand. You don't need to use AI, or you can use AI to help generate them. We've added a new feature into flows where you can add some code into a flow, which inserts itself into the flow structure. We've done that because it's useful to quickly do things using like Claude or one of the other code generators, but it still fits within the construct of Trixta. And but generally you have to use code for steps. You can sometimes add in a bit of code into a flow. What we don't love it long term because we call it legacy. It's the older way of building, which is code, which is kind of a little bit more fragile than a Trixta method. So Trixta is very anti-fragile. It's actually very easy to find issues, faults, and fix them. The one thing that and I'm going to jump back into talking about Erlang and Elixir. The one thing that's amazing about Erlang and Elixir, which is effectively a meta language on top of Erlang, is that Erlang allows you, because of the way it was built for telephony. Say WhatsApp made a big change to their network. They wouldn't want you to stop using WhatsApp. They can't. It's the world's largest text messaging and voice system in the world. So it can't stop. So they need to do what's called hot swapping of code, where you can update some of the code, And how it works is you compile just that little element and you stick it in, and then it just plugs in and carries on running. Whereas traditionally with code, you have to switch off the system, recompile everything, and reboot it. Or you have to build a lot of complexity around trying to get an equivalent thing where you can update the code while it's running live. Like, people do that. Like, they have systems. There are other systems like, trying to remember what it's called, blue-green deployments and stuff like that. But what's amazing about what we've done within the environment of Erlang is that we can actually update parts of the system without having to recompile the entire system
and deploy and everything.
Yeah, it just auto deploys.
Exactly.
What it means for us is we can actually set up. Yeah, in Trixter you can set up a server which we call a space. You probably saw earlier when we set it up without any DevOps doing it. We just have to go and set it up on the cloud or anything like that. I mean, we can run our servers in the cloud. We can run them on a desktop. We can run them on a phone. In the long run, you can run them in a browser, anywhere, like using WASM and stuff. But we don't need to have a DevOps person to do that. And not only that, we can cluster. We can horizontally scale this by clustering, auto-clustering them across different nodes, across different machines, across different environments. And it's all done automatically without any DevOps people. So that's quite a novelty, which I won't get into the reasons why that's so important yet, but down the line we'll express why that is important.
I know you're going to touch on this a bit later, Mark. But I don't know how many of our viewers have tried vibe coding something or know what the concept of vibe coding is. I've tried it. I've been able to build, but shipping is quite hard. Getting it out there is quite hard, and also it's quite. I'm a social person, right? I'm a community manager by nature. I want to be around people while I'm doing my job. I find vibe coding quite lonely, if I can say, if I can use that term. I'm talking to an AI agent and it gets back to me, and sometimes it's snarky, sometimes it's informational. But I'm just looking at the team right now. They're all talking to each other. They're smiling. They're building together. This is something Trixter allows, right?
Yeah. So let's talk about vibe coding firstly. I don't want to knock vibe coding too much because it is awesome.
It's very cool. Yeah.
Like there's different ways to do, and there's other types of coding that I wouldn't call vibe coding. But let's talk about vibe coding. So vibe coding is where you kind of one shot something, a game you want to build or something you want to build, and it is awesome. I mean, like there's just amazing stuff. Even like this week, there've been amazing new things emerging, like Kimi and that kind of thing, and a lot that's happening with Claude, Anthropic, OpenAI, so you can kind of one shot something, and then you have something, and then you can kind of iterate a little bit, but it is quite hard to take it to full, massively scalable production. That's the tricky part. So we have a sister company called Metalogic Solutions, and they have a way of building, which is not vibe coding. It's not classical vibe coding. They've actually come up with incredible tooling to build out really complex systems using AI assistants, as well as humans. I mean, like it's very human AI, which is very similar to us. We work closely with them, and they've just done incredible work. But still, coming back to the loneliness of the vibe coder, so I always joke about the loneliness of the vibe coder, because they're working alone in a sense, and then they work, and then they can share something, and suddenly the lights come on, and they can show their teammates, and maybe we do a little bit of work together. But it's not. It hasn't hit. I mean, I'm sure it's going to change where they will be able to work with teammates, but it's not fun yet. Brian, I mean, you've done vibe coding. Maybe you can tell us your experiences.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for simple apps, it's great. You can quickly go from an idea to something functional like in a day, a few days, and then you're good. And then in the bigger systems I built, I guess there is that loneliness aspect, and there's just so much. I think it's all on you. I think that's the big thing. Where especially if you're a solo developer, where you're having to think of the entire system, the DevOps, the code, the front end, back end, database, everything yourself, and well, that also can just get intimidating more than even lonely. Is like, am I messing up? So vibe coding a full production system where now you're like, was everything done correctly and professionally, and there's no security or other gaps in the whole system where you can't lean on someone else to say, hey, I'm not entirely sure about this, and I vibe coded it. I think that's where vibe coders can get into some trouble, which is just they ultimately have to rely on the AI too much without this kind of cooperation and collaborative checking of stuff. So that pure vibe coding alone is lonely and a bit scary.
Yeah. So, but then, like, if we put aside the word vibe coding, because it probably has a broad meaning, but if you think of AI assisted software development, I think it is very real and very powerful. In the end, there's code underneath the hood. So, like, if I look at Lovable and Replit and Cursor as examples, there is code. You know, under the hood, there's code. In the case of Lovable and Replit, they know that a lot of their users aren't necessarily coders. If you look at Cursor, I think Cursor got so huge because it gave an alternative, a good alternative to coders, to software engineers, to use something in AI that was very useful for them. And like, there's 30 million, I don't know what the number is, but I think like 30 million software engineering coders in the world. So a lot of them took to Cursor, which is why X bought them for, I don't know what it was, $60 billion. It's natural. And I mean, one interesting story was Trixta in 2020, we built an IDE. It was based on VS Code. It was a VS Code aligned open source project. And we built this IDE because we felt that engineers would want to build much quicker. And it was really good. I mean, it was hard to build. It looked like VS Code, except it didn't have so much code. It used our elements, and we could build really quickly. We built things 10, 20 times faster than normal. So it was amazing. We could do that. We would try and work with the outside engineers, and they would like, where's the code? And we're like, no, there's not really code. And they were like, oh. And then they were very resistant to learning how to use it. And they were also resistant because they felt a lot of their skills would go away. If they were working on this thing, you know, how are they going to get a job in the future? Because you have to code. You know, some of them were worried about even losing their front-end skills, like with React, and other people were worried about their Python skills. And yeah, they resisted so strongly that we could do it. We could work with MetaLogic's solutions and almost force some of their developers to use it up to a point. But we didn't really push it. But we recognized there was a huge pushback. So, and then later when Cursor came, we were like, oh, I feel jealous. They like, everyone loves them because they have code and we don't. But things have changed now because in the last year, I'd say, if you look at Replit and Lovable, they almost hiding the code away from you, and because there are 30 million coders in the world, or professional engineers, let's say, and then there's like a couple of billion other people. So the market for Lovable and Replit, in theory, could be bigger than coders. It could be the others, like the other 2 billion or 3 billion or whatever it is in one day. So they want to give you tools that you can one shot, where you can easily manipulate things. Don't look at the code. Whereas in Cursor, you can look at the code. But then I've noticed a new phenomena, even with Cursor, where there's a shift away. Do I need to look at the code? Can I CLI this thing? Can I just talk to it? And yet there still is code. But for some people, they want to see code. Still, they want to know it's there. For some serious, I'm trying to think who it was now. The guy that built Linux, Linus
Torvald.
Yeah, I mean, he actually checks the code line by line. So he uses AI a little bit. He's a bit skeptical, but he still uses it, and then he checks every single line of code. So there's the Linuses of the world who would do that, and then there's a lot of other coders who just believe it's fine. I trust this, and then.
Well, I think it has changed in the last year, where the hallucination and a lot of that has gone away. Before, I would have to dig into code because it is still producing weird stuff. But I think with Claude, I think they themselves say they don't do any coding anymore, like actual manual coding. And with the power of the current models, do you really need to get back into code? Maybe I would say maybe to optimize code for ultimate performance or something, but the code is that accurate now that it most probably not necessary.
Yeah, but it takes me back to my thought, which is Trixter doesn't really have that much code. It's got these new primitive elements that you can assemble to construct your broader application. That's different to code. And the question is, what's better? Is it better to have code or to have this new assembly mechanism? And I put it to the audience, but software engineers may not agree, but I put it to the audience that it's actually better to use our primitive elements than code to construct the orchestration of systems and then assemble systems. And the reason why, the key reason why, is in the AI future, it's going to become more common for AI to start building lots of systems and interact with systems that are being built and extend systems that are being built. Code is built for humans to understand how to express themselves in that abstraction. And AI agents don't really care about code, but they will work with code and they're brilliant at it. But the code itself is kind of fragile. It's kind of built with certain paradigms that are fine, they're good, but in terms of building complex distributed systems, so we think of systems as MMORPGs, which is like massively multiplayer online role-playing games. That paradigm, in fact, I'm going to switch to the Trixter website, just for funsies, where we actually talk about this. Where we think the future of the world, organizations are going to be more like games, but massively multiplayer online role-playing games, because they're going to be different people doing different roles in games. And it's actually easier for the AI agents to reason about systems that are assembled in a Trixter environment than in code, because if you think about it, we can describe an entire organization in terms of the different roles and what they do and the events that happen. And so as you're building out in Trixter, it becomes incredibly self-aware. It's referentially aware of itself. Internally, it knows why all the pieces connect. There's a multiplicity of agents internally looking at these different primitive elements. And then you have other agents that can understand the structure, and they don't have to really think about it so deeply. The context is clear. And we have other types of agents internally that also learn about the context of the organization and how that interacts with the functional elements of the organization. So our thinking is that this type of thing is where the future is of AI-driven systems. It's not necessarily code. Certainly on the orchestration level, I mean, code is very useful, but on the orchestration level, which hits on the on DevOps machines and a multiplicity of servers, it's actually easier not to use code for that, because code is a bit more fragile. So anyway, that's the thesis. A lot of software engineers may disagree, because code is code. But like if you look at Replit and Lovable and other systems, when they generate an application, they do what's known as CRUD-based application development, where it breaks it down into certain objects, and then it uses like a relational table typically to put down CRUD elements, which is to effectively create objects, but create, to update and delete, etc., read these systems, and it uses this mechanism. But then you're actually very tied to a database at the core. Trixter doesn't have a database at the core. It actually runs data in its memory mechanisms in state, and what that allows much better distribution across a multiplicity of machines, and the underlying systems then make it easier to build incredibly comprehensive systems. Yet we're trying to dumb down the interface, as you can tell, by having simple systems with a bit of AI chat or simple flows and simple ways of doing things. And a lot of the front-end stuff we've done recently is very recent. I mean, some of it's like weeks old or months old. And our goal this year is to make it even easier and easier to work with, to build these complex systems. And to speed up, because like right now, maybe we're slower than a vibe-coded system to build a core application. Although I think even now we're much faster at getting it to full production than maybe AI sister coding. And I think we're going to get to a point where we're able to build, or even one-shot, certain things really fast, but get to production even much faster. So, and then also AI could just be building systems for itself or for other AI agents through our platform too, down the line. But it's all based on this idea of game, and chess is the metaphor for us that we actually really think is awesome. I'll stop talking now and let somebody else jump in.
That was quite the monologue, Mark.
Sorry.
That's great. Yeah, I think of it, I know there's no name you can put on this right now, but in my head I always saw it as visual vibe coding with a peek behind the curtain. Is I built a web game as one of my first AI assisted projects, just as a proof of concept really. But I never knew what was going on. The way the sort of text in the CLI comes out and just throws things at you and goes, I've done it. Like, you're not really going to scroll, because now you're excited, right? You want to go see what it's done. You're not really scrolling up and reading every line of code it's done. Sure, you can have the project open in VS Code or something, but, the proof is in the pudding, right? You click refresh on your browser and there it is on your local host and it looks amazing and you're like, ship it. But you don't actually know what to do. You don't actually know what the code does. You don't know where the bugs live. So I think, having a system where you can actually see, all the elements involved, all the interactions involved, the roles, the flows, understanding how it works through each of those steps. And you can see the flows yourself. For me, as a visual learner, or, that for me is quite cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
What are we watching right now? Anything interesting going on?
I'm watching your screen share of the community roadmap. I mean, we can see that they've put the number of users on the site live.
Yeah.
I'm watching the team also just chatting through all of this. I can see Barry's got Trixta Studio open. I can see Leah's got Trixta Studio open. They've been going at it nonstop. Leah's obviously talking right now. So yeah, they're looking like they're going, eh? And we've done an hour and almost 50 minutes so far, Mark.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
I know.
12 hours is going to be easy.
I know. Yeah. While you were chatting, I saw some comments on Twitch. Viewer Never Smart Enough is talking about a system he may look to port over to TrixtaChess over time. He's building out his own chess system. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Pretty cool to see the interest coming in.
Yeah, we'd love to do more of that. Mm-hmm. We haven't taken funding into this company yet, but we're looking to do that. And when we do, we'd love to also help other entrepreneurs as well with their ideas. And I mean, even if we don't have funding, we might be interested in working with others soon to see what we can bring into the system or port it in and bring it into our environment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we're super. I mean, our goal is this. I know, Brian, you've chatted before about trying to work with others. Did you use LeeChess, right, as the open source to play with ideas?
Well, I mean, LeeChess are great at some of the stuff they have open source, especially if you want to build. I mean, I built various small chess apps. One being, for instance, a puzzles game. All of that stuff is open sourced by them, which is great. So that kind of stuff you can just pull right over from them. But no, I wouldn't say that I've done anything on top of the LeeChess platform apart from grab some of their open source stuff. They've got like open source chess sets and open source puzzles and open source. They open source a lot of stuff, so it is useful for getting a lot of chess related material into your game or app. But yeah, not a whole platform back, that is based on LeeChess.
Okay, I'm just asking what is LeeChess license terms?
Mark, I believe Torian joined us in the room. Yeah, he wants to mention something. Yeah.
Hey, Torian.
Hey, Mark. Hey, everyone.
Hey.
So I have shared my screen.
All right, let's pull that up.
Oh, cool.
So one thing to note that there is still some functionality that is currently underway in terms of just the end-to-end functionality. But we did some UI changes just to show what's going to start becoming available soon. So under the friends section, right now we do have a friend invite that's currently being implemented.
Cool.
With a list that is going to be popping up here to kind of keep track of pending as well as approved states. So Just giving you a heads up, I'm going to start making this part of the UI like available soon. We're just testing some of the actual invitation functionality.
Yes. Oh, that's awesome.
And
Cool.
and then one more thing, we are also going to start looking into some of the chat work soon. Just giving you a heads up.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Let's go.
Does the audience need to? The audience needs to refresh the original countdown. So if you haven't done that, you should refresh so you can see these things happening on TrixtaChess.ai. But as you build things, do we need to refresh TrixtaChess.ai, or will it just appear?
So in terms of the functionality showing up on screen, there is going to be a refresh needed from now. We are going to start getting things so that it's reactive. But in terms of seeing the system become more available to show you the new parts of the system available, that should just show up on screen.
Okay, cool.
But we will let you know any of those nuances if needed.
Okay, that's awesome.
All right.
Thanks.
I'll pop a message for anything else.
Excellent.
Right, thank you.
Thanks, Sorian.
Cheers.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Sure.
Mark, so speaking of open source, one chatter in YouTube did mention that Lichess is open source, but it is kind of driven by a single developer, as in who is quite resistant to new ideas. I think that's one gap where TrixtaChess could
allegedly.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, the idea being that if you have your own ideas in TrixtaChess, you could build it, whereas you have to funnel all your ideas through a developer who may not like your ideas on Lichess. So it's open source but resistant to change. Hopefully, we let developers actually build their own ecosystem within TrixtaChess.
Yeah. So one thing I haven't mentioned at all actually is this idea of decentralization of Trixter. So it's unusual because when you think of a system like a chess world, you think it's a centralized system where everything runs through one place and we manage everything. But in fact, you can have a multiplicity of sub-organizations or other systems that run on their own servers in their own environments that are not us. They can still use our tools that connect to their servers to help them at times. But in the long run, everyone can have their own server. And that includes people building their own elements within this decentralized network that we're going to be operating. But it could even be that you want to have your own club, that the club element of your world, you might still be in Trixter proper, but have your own club that connects, and you can see it in your environment, but that club is actually running on your own servers, even on your own home machine or your friend's machines. So it creates something new. We call it dCloud, D-E-C-L-O-U-D, dCloud. And dCloud is a decentralized cloud infrastructure where we can provide some of the nodes into that cloud, and we will be doing that. But others can do it too. You can run it yourself. You can offer machines to others. There's DeepIN networks, which stands for Decentralized Physical Infrastructure Networks, DeepIN, which typically runs on some kind of crypto backing it, some smart contracts. And an example of that is the Render network, who we are speaking to. And we really would love to work more with Render. We just think they're awesome. They've got a lot of machines out there with CPUs and GPUs on them that we can then connect to, even run Trixter spaces and servers on top of their network on behalf of our customers. So there's an infinity of machines that, in theory, the Trixter network could actually run across every machine in the world, without leading to any kind of bottlenecking or anything like that.
Well, on that note, just going back to gameplay itself, Lichess, chess.com, they all run off of European or American servers. So if you wanted the best bullet latency and you're playing in whatever country, South Africa, the games could be hosted right there and then with minimal latency, and which is optimal obviously for bullet chess.
Yeah, if you're playing somebody in your same geography, then you could have a server. So we can set up multiple spaces in different places just to allow people to have closest connection. So we could have some in North America for the North Americans to play. If they're playing against other North Americans, we can have some in South Africa or in Japan or wherever we wanted to. And they all just interoperate and work with each other, because that's how Trixter works, and it does it again without human DevOps. That's part of the magic of what we want to open up to the world. And our goal this year is to give more and more tooling for others to join our network. and to work themselves. But they can have what's the word I'm looking for? Sovereign services too. So sovereign services are becoming a big thing in the world because of the need for keeping your work private or low latency or local. So a lot of people, especially in the large language model and AI world, they care about sovereign. Corporations care about sovereign. They don't want to push all of their secrets and private information into Anthropic and OpenAI. They want to keep some sovereign. And in Trixta, you can create different servers, some that are sovereign and some that are open, because it doesn't matter. But if you have any personally identified information or you have IP that you want to keep or other types of important information, you can keep that sovereign. And that server can interoperate with other servers or spaces in a broader Trixta network that you've set up. It's actually hard for people to understand what we're talking about just because it's novel. But it is a core element of what we're doing. I forgot what the original topic was. Somebody can prompt me.
Open source.
Open source, yeah. So just coming back to LeeChess. From what I understand, I was actually just checking it out. LeeChess does not have one universal license. It's got multiple licenses. The later versions use AGPL3 or later. You can download it. Now, the problem with some of these licenses are that, in order to use a certain license, you may have to open up your own application under the same license. And we just want to be very cautious in Trixta to be affected by other people's licenses. So we definitely want to look at LeeChess because I think LeeChess is awesome in what they've done. It's unbelievable, actually. And they, but at the same time, we have to be cautious because we can't open up to a license that it makes us do things in our own licensing that would actually restrict us. So, and there are ways of working with this, and we definitely would love to speak to LeeChess at some point to see how we could do things off their base, because we're not trying to be competitive with them directly. We want to actually open up that they can kind of interconnect with our systems too, if it makes sense for them. Their browser chessboard library, ChessGround, is licensed under GPL3 or later, not AGPL. Okay, so it's when used in a website, the combined work may be distributed only under the GPL. Yeah. So I'm not sure that would work. Logos, pieces, sounds, and artwork. It does not cover every asset shipped.
Right.
So anyway, there's one prime example of something that's super interesting, but it has quite strict licensing. Is a Stockfish, which is it's an awesome, amazing engine, and but before we start using something like Stockfish, we'd have to understand the rules of their licensing, because Stockfish not only can run in the server, it can actually run in the client. But there's rules around distributing that. So it runs in the client as a WebAssembly, a WASM, I believe, based system. And there are rules around how you use that and how you distribute that, because we could allow people to use Stockfish if they can install it themselves, but that's complex. If we want to dumb it down, then we effectively are distributing it. So we have to think about those terms. We don't know yet. We haven't spoken to them or understood how that works. But we could maybe run Stockfish on separate servers that interoperate with our core server. And in that case, that's probably a safer way to do it. But I think it is good to have it in browser because it's less server-side and it's also better from a latency point of view. So have you played with that at all, Brian? Stockfish setups?
Stockfish in browser? Yeah, I prototyped with it, and it works great. So I've had I've built a lot of, vibe coded lots of little games, and one was just to analyze a position as is, and it's quite easy to integrate into any website. But yeah, licensing, I haven't looked into it just because I didn't release anything. So, but just for prototyping, it's perfect. I mean, you get the full Stockfish running, and it can analyze any chess position.
Yeah, I seem to remember, I may be wrong, so don't sue me on this one, but I seem to remember that Stockfish and ChessBase had an issue at some point where ChessBase were using it in a certain way. I won't go into all the legalities.
Oh yeah, no, I think they actually use like core algorithms in a commercial product. Their latest Fritz whatever had Stockfish elements, so that was the problem. And you can't do that for certain.
Yeah, so they had a little bit of a Barney, and I think they sorted that out. But we don't want to do that. We want to be very careful about stepping on other people's toes. Stockfish is amazing. There are some other engines that are maybe not as good as Stockfish or similar to Stockfish. They all seem to have the same licensing. So I don't really want to build an online. I don't want to build a chess engine. I don't think. When we were doing ChessCube, we obviously understood and learned more about how you build an engine. I mean, just the idea of they have a thing called bitboards, where there are 6 pieces of 2 colors, so there's 12 different piece types in a game, and then if you create a 64 bits map, you can actually pinpoint where each of these pieces are, and then you could do bitwise manipulations to do calculations. So that's just on the one level. And I know we were thinking of doing stuff around cheating using that method, but we had 32-bit in those days. We didn't have 64-bit variable types or types, and so we had to like fuse together 2 32 bits and then kind of manage the glue between them to try and get bitboards. And in the end, we gave up because it was just too much hassle. I didn't even remember that, Brian.
No, not necessarily. The specifically for anti-cheating or analysis. I mean, anti-cheating, right?
Yeah, bitboards is just a way to represent the board. But if you want to do analysis, it's very quick to use bitwise manipulation to get other positions and see the differences. And whereas in ChessCube, and I'm assuming now what we're building now, you can just set up a board as an array, and like maybe a 2-dimensional array, and it's much slower in checking for legal moves and stuff, much slower than a bitboard. But it's incredibly quick that the human eye wouldn't notice the difference. So it wasn't necessary for that.
Yeah.
Only doing like major calculations. But anyway, coming back to licenses, yeah. So we look, today's just day one. So we need to figure out in the future. We do want to have bots and that type of thing, or allow people to bring their bots. And there's a lot we'd love to do around that. Yeah. And then Sean.
Speaking of which, one of the growing pains we had with ChessCube was just number of online users. I see that Take got around that by federating in some way with Lichess directly. So it's basically got all of their users out of the gate. Any ideas for the initial? I mean, it's easy. It's a bit hard to challenge people when there's only 10 people online in the beginning. I guess you could have bots, and then organically build up your user base. But I mean, it could be a case if Lichess again is open to some kind of arrangement where we just grab some of their users.
Yeah, we had that idea in the old days. Yeah, so if they're open to it, which they may or may not be. So I mean, just for funsies, back in the day when it's an interesting story, and it actually precedes Sean.
Yeah,
I think Brian, you may have been.
Yeah, I was around in those very early days.
Yeah, so when we started ChessCube, the original idea was to build chess videos and coaching systems. And we built some really amazing video production and coaching systems. We built the front ends, we built the chess boards, we built all of that stuff. And then I didn't want to build an online chess site. And the reason I told my team is we don't want to compete because there's Internet Chess Club. I mean, ChessBase were bringing out I forget the name of it now, their chess world. And I couldn't see how we'd compete. What would we do that would be different? Why do it? But we'd move really quickly in building out amazing, like, good tech around chess. And then 2 of my staff at the time, Michael and I can't remember his name now. Tace. Michael and Tace. In that current sprint, they didn't have a lot to do. So they came to me and they said, "Can we build an online chess site?" And I said, "I don't know, if we do that, it's got to be very social. It's got to be like chat rooms and social, and let's pick up on the social side of things." And they said, okay. They use that as their thinking. And then they came up, they literally put some open source projects that would make it easier to build a social system. including the chess. But because we'd already built all the chess stuff in advance and all the legal move checking and other things already in our other product, the only hard part for them was getting it working, getting the social parts in, getting the chat in. So then off they went, and they found an open source project called OpenFire. It was OpenFire, I think, Sean?
OpenFire, yep.
Yeah.
And they said, okay, they'll build something. And I said, how long will it take you? They said, it'll take us 3 weeks. And in those days, there was like, it's kind of weird because the world was slightly faster in the old days than later, and now it's getting fast again. But that was only because they could actually run on top of OpenFire. And OpenFire used a protocol called XMPP Jabber/XMPP, and it was mainly meant for corporations. It was like an early Slack almost, but an open source one where you could build like these different rooms and places to chat. And so they built it out, and then they built chat rooms with it. And then within 3 weeks, they showed me what they had. It wasn't ready to go into full production yet, but they said, look, another 3 to 6 weeks we'll be in full production. And I said, okay, fine. And I liked the fact that it was social, and off they went and they built that. And then I thought, okay, now, Brian, you were around at that point, right?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, yeah, with the early, I mean, it is literally us playing against us.
Yeah.
In the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, so what happened was, so then I thought, okay, I need to market this thing. And so I did something unusual in today's world, or even in those days' world. I printed out these beautiful brochures that cost about, I don't know, they were about $1 each to print. And I printed a few thousand of them. And then I went around in South Africa, where I was located at the time, to various tournaments one by one. And I would speak at the tournaments. I would tell them we're doing this thing. And I would hand out these brochures to people. And I would say, we're going to start on a certain date. And then like a month later, whatever, we launched. And people came in and there was no one there. So they would hang around for 2-3 minutes and think, no, there's no one here. And then they'd leave. Then a minute later, the next person would come in and they would think, there's nobody here, I'm going to leave. So we thought, this isn't going to work. What are we going to do? And then I told my entire team, okay, all of us are going to be playing chess against everyone, all the developers, myself. And not only are we're playing with 3 boards each. and then people came in and we'd all be there. And then they'd play against one of us. And then other people would come in and they'd see people. And then eventually, there was the chicken and egg problem was kind of semi-solved. The problem, however, was that we couldn't work very fast because we were so busy playing. So we did something unusual. We hired 6 chess players to come sit in our offices and just play against people to fill up any gaps. And then based on that, we got to a point where we'd have, on average, about 100 people online at all times. Maybe in the middle of the night. Some people were nuts. They'd play all night long, even in South Africa. So maybe we'd go down to 20 or 30, but there'd always be people. And then we thought, okay, now it's time to move to other countries. And we thought, where should we go? Well, what we thought was, well, England is the same, not the same, but an hour or 2 difference from us. I mean, Europe's but either the same or an hour or 2 different to South Africa. But it was an English-speaking country. We thought, okay, well, it's English-speaking, so that'll be useful because we have English-speaking people. And then we opened up in the UK. And what we found was, we didn't realize, but a lot of people in South Africa speak other languages like Afrikaans, which is a Dutch-based language. And then the English people would come in and they would say, there's so many South Africans on this site. And they're speaking this language. And then I went to the South Africans and I said, would you mind not speaking Afrikaans and rather speak English? And they were horrified. They said, but this is our site. Why should we change our language? And we had one main chat room called Cube Cafe, which is the one we're going to probably build today. And Cube Cafe effectively became a multi-language room. And then what we decided was, Sean, had you arrived yet? I'm trying to remember now.
Yeah, I came after the Cube Cafe. I came to Chess Cube in version 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, what we did was we created we created 3 chat rooms. The general one, which is Cube Cafe, and then we created a British one called the Bulldog Pub, and we created the Springbok Pub for the South Africans, because Springbok is the mascot of South Africa for sports and that kind of thing, for rugby. And then people kind of found their place, and then they were okay with that. And then, but it was very popular, and people around the world also wanted it. Other people started seeing the site, and we opened up, and they all wanted a country club where they could sit and speak in their language and manage. So then we opened up to other people, and eventually we had like well over 100 clubs of that kind.
Yeah.
Okay, that was another ramble, Sean.
Well, yeah, which led to other moderation issues. Then someone would say someone's saying something horrible in the Croatian room or whatever. You're like, I can't read that. But I think that's the other benefit of AI. I mean, with systems and moderation, is a lot of that now we can just offload to AI moderators and but keep
100%.
the social aspect. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very useful. And we've been thinking about that because there are certain LLMs that are cheaper that could do that, and I think it's OpenAI or others. They've got a chat-based stuff already in place for moderation.
Brian, are you suggesting the idea of a Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch, German, French, etc. robo mod that can catch all these people in real time?
Well, yeah, I think so. Because the problem is, as we found all along, which is it's only a handful that cause most of the problems in general.
I've now realized that AI is literally going to take my job.
Well, no. I mean, this is just for the basic stuff. I mean, there's just some people who come to cause problems, and no, you still need someone who's the heart of the system and what is moderated and what is acceptable behavior. I mean, there's all sorts of human controls on top of that, but the basic guy who just wants to cause problems.
Yeah, well,
hopefully AI get.
We've seen that go wrong on so many platforms, right? When you let AI kind of control what's, what should be allowed and what not. We've seen people lose their accounts on Instagram because the algorithm detected them incorrectly. Facebook.
Yeah.
So that's definitely something we don't want at TrixtaChess. Mark, I've switched the screen share over to Tarian's screen.
Okay.
It looks like he's kind of working between Trixter Studio and the ideas board, the Kanban board. So
yeah,
looking pretty cool going on there. Now the eagle-eyed amongst the viewers that's watching on YouTube and Twitch right now may have seen an interface, let's call it that way, or if you're on the TrixtaChess.ai website, you may have seen the friends button appear there as well. I'll share your screen, Mark. It's not working yet, but what what we can talk about for this segment maybe is our work on the pre-design, why it looks familiar with the left-hand side menu and so on, the top bar. Should we maybe jump into that a bit?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'm gonna jump off for a few minutes. So I'm gonna let you do that.
I'll have some screenshots of the interface that we designed before.
Okay, cool.
Brian and I can go through that, and then Brian, feel free to ask me any questions, or if you see any questions coming in from either chat, I'll be happy to take them as well. Mark, thank you for that. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Cool. Brian, let's go through it. I'll put this on my screen as well. Give me a second. I'll share this.
I like it. Oh, just one practical matter. You're seeing TrixtaChess.ai, but can other users see this interface as if? Oh, okay. All right. Okay, you're just screaming. Oh, yeah. No, 100%. I mean, I think a large part of it is getting who you are into the system as well, because it is so social. And this is just the beginning for the average users, but for coaches eventually, for credibility and all that, they have to say who they are and what they're about and what they're offering. Let's just say. So, I mean, it does make sense to do a proper, fully fledged profile on this. Sure. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Second. There we go. They should be able to hear me now. Brett, just let me know. Yaku as well. Cool, yeah. So we've just been going through the interface, looking at sort of the menus on the left-hand side, the menus on top. We've got some menus at the bottom as well as we switch between the different chat rooms and so forth. So yeah, that's all very interesting. And then here's the main thing everybody wanted to see, I guess, is the gameplay screen. A quick look at this, and it should feel very familiar to you from previous ChessCube. I'll give everybody a moment just to have a look around, see what we've got here. Yeah. Any questions, Brian?
Let me take a look. Yeah, no, it looks very familiar.
Very familiar. Okay.
Well, the blue. I mean, it's so iconic.
The blue
iconic coloring
and the
is,
piece set,
yeah.
right, is what kind of makes that feel familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Cool, and then just a very quick chat interface as well is, this again, where most people are going to be spending some of their time. We've got the people list on the right-hand side. We've got the games up here. We've got your chat. Pretty standard stuff coming in as well. Yeah, so that was the goal, is to kind of redesign yet familiarize what TrixtaChess was or is going to be based on previous versions of ChessCube, right? So that's it. I don't know if Mark is back already, but yeah, we can catch up with the team and see where they're at as well.
Yeah,
hey,
I've been watching.
Okay.
I've actually got it on my TV set behind here.
Awesome.
Yeah, just to mention to the audience that this is not a functional system. We just really came up with the designs.
Those were just the designs, yeah.
Yeah. And they are they're going to be a guide, but we may well change things as we go and see how things go. But what we did was we used, as Sean mentioned, that typical kind of ChessCube look, but gave it a bit of, because ChessCube is dated now, very dated. The way that you design things is dated, so we just gave it that modern kind of uplift.
Cool. Let's see who else has got some fun things going on this screen. Looks like Barry. Should we have a look at Barry's stream, Mark?
Sorry, did you ask me?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, let me do that. Sorry, I'm eating at the same time, which is bad form. One sec.
Absolutely need to have your lunch. You've got another 9.5 hours to go. You need this that energy. Let's also look at Tarian. I can see Tarian's looking at the interface as well. Yeah. What about you, Brian? What's your hope for what TrixtaChess is, becomes, has?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing to bring back would be the social aspect that is kind of lacking. I mean, I literally only go to Lichess to play lots of, waste time mainly playing bullet games, but I have no sense of the community.
No.
Which I think is lost. So just having the chat rooms back, that alone and would be great, and being able to chat in your own language and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that built up the community a lot, and then just the idea of customization in general. There's a few ideas that I have for Lichess that. Like, how do you get them built? Because the main developer is quite rigid on what makes it into. I mean, necessarily so, so what makes it into the UI. But a simple example of that is I only play bullet time controls, and their quick seek gives me like 30-minute games and all this stuff. And I literally just want to see a UI where I can quickly get into 1+1, all of those kinds of games. So be able to customize your interface into TrixtaChess, that'd be a cool one.
Yep.
Where you get to see the only things that matter to you. Maybe you don't want to be involved in the community chat, so you can close those out, or whatever it is, if you literally just want to play bullet. So the idea of being able to do more customization, but not go that whole chess.com commercial route where now everything is just ads in your way all the way. So it's kind of the open source free mentality of Lichess.
Yeah.
But with a more of a professional commercial feel, the customization feel, and also where creators can actually do stuff with them. Like one of the complaints with Lichess is people create studies and all of that, but they can't monetize them. But I think a platform where people who make good content, or they're streamers, like chess streamers, I think they should be a important part of the system.
Yep.
Which is give them tools for streaming, chess streaming specifically, not generic, streaming tools. So that you can build up an audience of people who follow you and like your content. So yeah, it's more this kind of hybrid model of being the open source and free mentality. So not charging for games,
mm-hmm.
but being able to monetize and customize and do professional stuff on the system. But for me, the community would be already the big thing to take away. Just a chess site where you actually feel like people know each other, which is, I think, is quite lacking on Lichess.
That's what I found with ChessCube, right? Through my time at ChessCube, 2009 to 2020, is chess is quite a social game. However, there are times when emotions are running high. Maybe you're playing a 10 sec plus 1 game, and you see that raid timer constantly dropping. Your opponent is constantly checking you to sort of time trap you, or to get your clock to zero. It's a very emotional state you're in at the end of the game, and especially so if you've lost that game, right? And the person closest to you at the time is your opponent, and that's where a lot of the rage would come from, right? Is you'd say something like, let me think of what was the most salty thing for me was easy. The letters E and Z, when somebody beat me, would totally trigger me, right? But I had to remain calm and say like, good game, well played. But it's just, we get that. We understand that emotions run high, but that's what makes it fun, right? Is this ability to interact with your opponents, the rest of the, people within your country or fellow, like-minded people.
Right.
All there to just get along and play, I guess. So
Right.
yeah, but one thing Mark and I talked about last week was Brian, you've obviously been around the block quite a bit in terms of, exploring different chess sites and so on. Mark and I started a conversation with each other last week where we talked about the engine tournaments on ChessCube. That we opened up tournaments on ChessCube with prizes, with Qubit prizes, that people could bring their chess engines. We made it unrated, sure, but we also extended the time control. I think it was either 5 or 10 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, if anybody in the various chat can remember. Were other chess sites doing that, allowing engine use that you're aware of?
I mean, I think the Lichess does have has opened up the API to allow, but I don't know if they've extended that more than just you can use a chess engine, or actually now you can use a physical board and stuff.
Right.
Do they have actual chess engine competitions? Any of that stuff? I'm not sure. I mean, actually, one thing that now that you actually remind me is. I don't mind a hybrid chess engine human game. I mean, I think they can be quite instructional, and I don't think any site kind of allows that, where you can. It's not cheating if it's allowed by the site, and you clearly say this is going to be a chess human. I think they call it a centaur chess. Just there's all sorts of modes of play that some sites, that the sites don't enable, and having your chess engine, especially in the beginning, that kind of watches over you and says that's going to be a terrible move. That might be a nice thing for beginners that aren't just thrown into the deep end.
Like a life coach.
Can I mention something Kasparov proposed a while back?
Go first.
Yeah, so he had this idea a long time ago. Was that there's chess engine versus chess engine, or human versus human, but what about humans and chess engines versus each other? And his thinking at the time, or people's thinking at the time, was that they would lead to a richer game because the human would direct the engine. And but I guess my question is now, in the current world of chess engines, if one chess engine versus a team of a chess engine and a human, who would win? My gut feeling is the engine, and the human probably gets
still win.
the human would probably lose by causing trouble. And people often use this in modern AI world. They use that as a reference, and they say, "Yeah, in chess, that was a thing, and it's good, and we should do the same, like human in the loop." But I'm not sure it still works in chess. I think it does work in the human and in the loop world, but I'm not certain about chess. But I think it could be fun as a way to play.
I think for me, it is actually, because one thing, I mean, maybe Mark, you have your own systems of opening, and like you just lock into them. But I would play a lot more openings if there was some kind of permitted assistance that said, okay, I'm going into whatever the Alekhines, and it's going to just walk me through the key main lines until a position where I play totally by myself. But I play a lot, many more openings if I wasn't just bust in 3 moves because I had done something horribly wrong.
Totally.
So there could be some ways in which, we assist people to whatever extent. But playing the entire game at this point, the engine is just going to be whoever.
I just want to interrupt briefly. I see the agent's raised its hand. It wants to talk.
Sure.
I'm just curious what it's going to say, so let's listen in.
Go for it.
Oh. Okay. It didn't say anything. Just said something. Should we ask her quickly?
Go for it.
I'll check this is working.
Do you want to share that part of your screen, Mark?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. Cool.
AI agent, can you hear me?
Yep, I'm here. What can I do for you?
Cool. What do you think about things at the moment?
Well, based on the conversation, it seems you're discussing the challenges of balancing automated moderation with keeping a human touch. I can't really offer personal opinions, but I'm happy to help you dig into any specific part of that. Is there something from the discussion you'd like to clarify?
No, I was just curious what your thoughts were.
I see. Well, since I can only speak to workspace facts and not personal opinions, I don't really have thoughts on it. My focus is entirely on what's configured in the space and what you want changed. Is there anything specific you want to look up or do in the workspace?
Not right now. We'll let you know. Thank you.
Sounds good. Just let me know when you want to adjust anything in the workspace.
Okay,
Out of curiosity, what AI is actually running in the background?
we use multiple. I'm not sure what we're using right now. Are we using? Sean, do you know what we've? I think we switched recently to OpenAI.
I think so.
Or are we still using Gemini? Or
we were on Gemini. We may be on OpenAI right now. I think we're on either 5.6 Terra or something here.
we were I think we were definitely experimenting with OpenAI because they've just done some new stuff in
Yes.
voice, which looks really good.
Mm-hmm.
So this may be using that or maybe not.
Yep.
We jump around depending on what we think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was just a bit of AI chatter.
Could you ask it what it's done in the last hour or so, Mark? Like what the team have been doing. Let's see if it has context into that, maybe.
I'm not sure it will, but because they're in a different channel.
Oh, this is true.
All
Yeah.
right.
This is true.
We can ask them. Well, yeah. Let me ask for a summary. Hey AI, can you give me a summary of what's happened in this space so far?
Certainly. So far in this session, you've discussed the necessity of human oversight for your automated moderation, emphasizing that AI can't fully replace the nuance needed for community standards. You also touched on problems like defining acceptable behavior, handling non-standard inputs, and preventing moderation drift as the platform scales. To help with engagement, you decided to hire 6 professional players and plan to expand globally, with the primary goal right now being to build the Cube Cafe chat room. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's pretty close. If you were to change the moderator role with ways to cover what we've spoken about, what would you do to it?
That's an interesting thought experiment. I can't offer personal design ideas, but I can read the current documentation to see how the moderator role is set up now, including any actions it has. From there, you could probably get a better idea of how you might expand it. Would you like me to read standard moderator capabilities for you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm checking on that. The moderator role currently has actions to kick users from rooms and silence users, and it can view activity feeds. It seems like a fairly standard moderation toolkit. To cover what's been discussed, you might need interactions for overriding automated filters or reviewing flagged content from those bots. Is there any particular part of that bot management chain you want to define further?
Yeah, I'd like to add a process where we do a site-wide ban on a user.
Ouch.
Just to clarify,
Continue, AI.
just so I'm clear, that site-wide ban request you made was effectively what that ouch was about, correct? I just want to stamp that as understood on my end.
Yeah,
it totally was.
We'd like you to go ahead and do that. Just put in that process and interaction.
That's great.
Got it. Putting that.
Is a site-wide ban on username or would it be on IP? How would it be enforced site-wide?
It's username for now.
Understood. The ban is enforced by username. I've completed the logging update for that process, so it's now configured as requested. Is there anything else you'd like to look up or do in the workspace today?
No, that's great so far. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Just let me know whenever you're ready to work on something else. Have a productive rest of your session.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
Well, one constraint, I mean, yeah, it's always a question. There's always, bad actors, and one thing they do is create tons of usernames, and they will repeatedly return. That's the only reason why I mentioned IP.
Should we ask it?
Now,
Okay, let's see what it says. Hi, agent. You recently created a site-wide ban on a username, but can you also add a ban on an IP address? Agent, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What's on your mind?
You created a site-wide ban based on the username, but can you extend that to also optionally create a site-wide ban on somebody's IP address?
It's digesting.
I've set that up for you, so the site-wide ban can now optionally include an IP address. Anything else you...
Okay, let's leave it at
Let's
that.
pause it at that, yeah.
I'm just trying to see how I did that. Oh, sorry. Where was it? That was moderator. I jumped off. Oh, yeah, it is. Ban IP address. Mock users banned. Okay, cool. That's all good stuff. Okay, no, that was just like, Brian, because you may not have seen that before, how we do things like that.
So where does it actually, because it doesn't make it into the Kanban, so where does it actually get added by the AI?
So it's actually added into the underlying primitive elements that we're building. So we have a role element. So the moderator role, it's a new action on the moderator role, which means that when the guys are building it out, they'll see it there, and then they can build some additional workflow around that and bring it into the system. So the reason it's not in the Kanban board, the Kanban board currently is very manual. We basically add tickets manually, but like, in the next week or two, we can change it so that when we do things here and make changes, it creates tickets automatically.
I just also wanted to say about the Kanban board, so that people understand, those that are on TrixtaChess.ai now, you'll see at the bottom right of the ticket, it says Trixta. That's our team, right? Now, as I said before, this board is not going away. Even once the TrixtaChess interface comes and you're playing games and chatting and talking to your friends, this board is still going to live in, as you can see, the button highlighted on the left-hand side there is called Ideas. You'll be able to see what we're doing. You'll be able to track what goes from ideas. Even if we're offline, not streaming, you'll see tickets move from ideas to work in progress, to completed, to live. So you yourself will be able to follow what is new at TrixtaChess, whether it be each day or each week or each month. Probably sooner than months. But also you'll be able to track your own tickets that you add. So anything you suggest, if it's approved, we'll send it through the ideas board into the work in progress. It'll be completed, and then eventually we'll push it live. So we're not going to be building this in secret and then give you a long sort of list of release notes for what happened that week. Is you'll be able to follow everything as the the full life cycle of a sort of an idea. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I must took a break I'm moving away from the caffeine rather than going for electrolytes.
I've done exactly the same.
But then I also have my little swag, my little coaster with Trixta emblem on it.
Yeah.
Everything's Trixta around here.
Yeah. Awesome. So where are we at right now, Mark? Is there any more tickets that you want to talk about? Maybe you can open one and
Okay.
yeah, we can
Yeah.
discuss something that
Let's
grabs your attention, really.
What the hell? Add a server-side engine. I don't remember adding that one.
No, that was probably. I think I saw Barry adding that.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. To validate moves. Oh, I think what he means. Okay, let me explain this one. So let me jump into this one.
Yep.
So yeah, this is around legal move engine and other things. Internally they're calling it a chess engine, but that's probably not the right term because we as chess players think of a chess engine as something that plays against you.
Right.
But as I mentioned earlier, we're building the front end using React chessboard, which has chess.js as part of it, which means that when you make a move on the board, it's validated locally in the browser against that. But for the more technically minded, somebody can fake a front end. They can basically build their own chessboard that does illegal moves. So we can't just rely on the browser to check for legal moves. We have to send that move to the server, and then the server needs to validate that the move is legal. And if it's not, it needs to send a message back to take back the game by that move, or something, or do something, switch off the game, or say that something went wrong. So in order for that to work, we need to have a server-side validation system, which they call in the chess engine. So they, I think they've been building one of those things, and that really takes in the move or the fen, which is like a snapshot of the move, and the actual move played, and then they can see, is that legal? Is en passant allowed in this position? Can you move? Can you castle in this position? Can you make a piece move this way? And then it'll just validate. So immediately it's done on the client, and that's fine. But as soon as the server side says no, it'll take action and do something. So that's what this is all about.
And what is the timer on that, Mark, in terms of milliseconds between the front end telling the back end, check if this is legal?
Look, it depends on the latency of the person. Mm-hmm. If there's no problem, it'll just carry on. I mean, there won't be a problem. So from a latency point of view, this won't interrupt it. Because this can run in parallel to the actual game running. But as soon as the server side sees there's a problem, it can then take action and send messages to the client applications and stop them or revert them or do something. So that's it. So it shouldn't affect the latency of the game at all. Mm-hmm. Only when there's a problem, then it can step in and do something.
Yeah. This this conversation almost makes me think about all the emails, Brian, we used to get at ChessCube support where the email was I lost time during my opponent's move. Right? That's just it was a problem with the internet at the time. It's just I don't think the messaging layer, so to speak, was quite ready for what we wanted to do at the time. But we much more ready now, I guess.
Yeah.
Should we look at Cube Cafe?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite tickets.
Okay, we're calling it Cube Cafe because that's what we're going to call the first room. Even though this is not Chess Cube proper, it's TrixtaChess. We're still going with the hankering of the past. So this is where they're going to build out a chat room. So just for the interest of the audience, building chat rooms in Trixta is really easy because Trixta is built around a set of tools that manages an interface between participants. Trixta is built on top of Elixir and Phoenix, which is a channel-based system. So we've built a lot of these in the past in other applications we built. So that's easy enough. We just obviously have to make it cubified or TrixtaChessified. And initially it'll be very basic probably, but then over time we'll add more and more to this.
Discord is built on top of the same foundation here, Mark.
It is built. I mean, Discord's gone wider than just Elixir, so they do other things too now. But they did use it early on, and I think they still use it to a large degree. I mean, the value is that Elixir is built in Erlang, which just gives you massive concurrent usage, which obviously things like Discord need, and especially WhatsApp needs.
Yeah.
But I do know for a fact, because a friend of mine actually worked at Discord in quite a senior position, and he told me that they also use other things besides Discord. I mean, besides Elixir on Discord.
That's awesome.
Cool. So that's
Sean, I haven't used Discord much at all. Are there anything from Discord that we could pull into TrixtaChess that you really like?
Look, there's quite a lot. I've been using Discord since 2016, so going on 10 years now. And Discord has evolved quite a lot since then. Things being, the stage idea that they kind of borrowed from Clubhouse, that was massive during the COVID times or lockdown times, where you could have somebody like myself or Mark having a conversation in a room like the Q Cafe, and people can listen in and so on. So there's that. But I think the one feature we may want to look at in the future, and I'll be the one that adds this ticket to the suggest an idea board, is just better voice chat and video chat between friends. We had that in ChessCube. If those that are watching can remember, is there used to be a tiny little where your profile picture was on your player card. You could video call somebody, but it felt like it was like at 5 frames per second. It was very small. Not that great video, right? Of course, we've all got better internet connections now. We've all got better webcams now. So why not take advantage of that, right? So just bringing in a way of having a group chat or a one-on-one chat where you can hear or see the person you're talking to in better resolution, better sound. That's something I'd like. But the other thing that Discord does really, really well is permissions, right? So when the community is at a point where they're bringing in their own clubs or their own rooms, is how do club owners manage the roles around that? How do they manage who can do what in those clubs? And that's where Discord's permission system is really, really good. Is you can go down to such fine detail, as in I've got my vice president that I want to be able to allow to change the topic of the room or the club, but I've got a member, but they cannot invite other members to the club. Only presidents can, or something like that. Obviously we want everybody to invite everybody, so it's really up to the owner of the club that to set the rules for the rest of the club. And that is not something we're going to control. That's something the club owners, or whichever system people create inside of TrixtaChess, they'll be able to set those rules. And that's where we heavily going to follow Discord's lead in terms of what kind of permissions, roles, and so on is allowed within that particular group. Yeah.
Sure.
I see somebody in the audience is asking, can we reserve usernames yet?
Yes.
And the answer is no, not yet.
Yeah, that's Rooks and Hooks. I love that username, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Trixta did answer soon. But yeah, don't worry, Rooks and Hooks. You'll be able to hook that username pretty soon.
There are some usernames we're going to disallow, but we haven't published that list yet or made them inaccessible. But if people do use certain names, we're going to disallow them and ask them to change their names.
I'm saving Lou because there's only going to be one Lou in my life. And that's a very important Lou. He's still, to this day, that we're aware of, the only person in the world today with the chess cube tattoo on his back, hey?
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you conserving the Lou handle for him?
I'm 100% saving the Lou handle for him.
We haven't spoken to him in a decade. Are you sure he's still interested?
We need to reach out. I think I was friends with him on Facebook at one point, but
cool.
yeah. Brian, which name would you try to say for somebody that you were close to?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are some characters,
Yeah.
Some characters, hopefully they don't get their name again. They were so annoying.
Let's not mention any names.
Mention names, yeah.
Keep it clean, people.
Oh, such a good time. Yeah, I mean, just if we could talk to the old moderator team a bit, just throw them some love as well, right? I think at our peak we had 190 moderators active. That obviously wasn't site moderators. Those were moderators in various country rooms and so on. And then we had the site moderators. Yeah, like it's a volunteer role. They weren't getting qubits. They weren't getting VIP for free. They were literally just giving us their time, right? And we really appreciated that. The help, that we could log off and, get some sleep or whatever. Just, it's second to none, the help that they were able to bring us and to keep that community going, right? And safe and flowing and everything else. It was so good. Such a good time. Yeah. So thank you to all. If you're looking at the chat and you or watching the stream and you were a previous moderator of ChessCube, just a big thank you to you as well. Yeah.
I see Denise in chat. Denise is an old friend of mine, a young old friend of mine. So hi Denise, if you can hear me.
Are you watching on YouTube or Twitch? What?
I'm watching on YouTube.
Okay. Hi, Dennis. Yeah. Brian, what did you do after ChessCube?
After ChessCube, well, for my chess fix, as Mark did, I went over to Lee Chess.
To Lee Chess, yeah.
But I mean, as you know, I wasn't ever I didn't work for ChessCube, so no, I was still doing my US work for the last for the next whatever decade after that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got my chess fix on Lee Chess and did my regular work. But yeah, no, definitely I missed out on anything like a chess community. After ChessCube, now I have no chess community. I'm purely about like logging on and playing Bullet.
That is exactly the same as me. Yeah.
Just to jump in, I see the Cube Cafe. Do you want to quickly jump to that tab?
Who's got the Cube Cafe going? Is it Tarian or Leah?
I can't tell.
Or Barry? Let's have a look at what Barry's doing. Barry's sharing the board.
It's Torian.
All right, let's see. All right, I'll let them know we're coming in.
No, I mean just watch it from presentation.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let's do that. Hey, look at that. That's the Cube Cafe.
It's very sparse for now.
Yeah, we need Nermit or Flory in there sending some messages, hey? Maybe.
How many people are on Twitch?
We've got 5 viewers right now. It jumped between 11 to 5, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's a great chat going in there as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that just brings back so much nostalgia. Seeing the topic that's saying "Welcome to the Cube Cafe." Those are the
Hi, Liam. So I see Liam's on. Liam's an AI expert, a young AI expert.
Hey,
doing
Liam.
Amazing stuff.
Yeah.
He's been tracking us.
Yep.
Good to see you, Liam.
I see there's Cody as well. Liam is here. Yeah, some good friends in the list, hey, Mark.
Yeah, no, awesome.
Yeah. And Tarian took the Cube Cafe away from us again.
Can you believe it?
Yeah.
Richard Wooding. Wow. We're getting all the old blasts from the past.
Yeah, it's crazy.
When we were doing ChessCube, there were a few companies in our building with us, and Richard worked in there too. Also doing amazing stuff, video streaming, experts, many different types of applications in his career.
Mark, can you give us some insight what the engineering team will be discussing right now as they build out the Cube Cafe and other features?
They're thinking, when can we have lunch? No, let me just jump back somewhere. Yeah, I think they're probably just looking at the what it's going to be. They're probably looking at the front end that you gave them, just to look at to kind of get a sense of it.
Right.
I'm sure they're going to do a very limited. I mean, generally how we work is we do a very limited version of something, get the basics working before we add on extra things.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they've built a lot of basic chat rooms before, so it's pretty trivial for them to build things like that.
Yeah, I just see Vili and Martin popped up in the chat as well.
Cool.
Yeah.
Hey, people. Richard, time for coffee again. Okay. Anyway, let's move on. Yeah, so I mean, certainly they're thinking about what flows to put in and things like that.
Mm-hmm. I see Tarian smiling, so something good is happening.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah. The whole group is smiling now. Great stuff.
Maybe they're seeing us talk about them.
Yeah.
Grant Cube Cafe access.
What are they actually chatting about? What could they be? I mean, they're interacting obviously with Trixta,
Yes.
but then they
Yeah.
are they in the same room? Are they developing together? What's
Some
the
of them
chat
are working
about?
together. They're probably sharing a little joke. No, they're in the same room together. So it's kind of weird. Like when you work as a lonely vibe cover, you're all in your own head and talking and then waiting for the agent to do something.
Mm-hmm.
In Trixta, you're talking and you're thinking about stuff. Maybe one person's doing a few things and then other people are clicking other things, or they're separating out, coming up with ideas. We actually, I mean, just as an aside, we think one of the competitive advantages we're going to have in the AI coding world is fun. So Barry was promoting this idea that, we should be fun.
Right.
And, our sister company, Metalogic Solutions, the CEO of that, Billy, he works in, I say traditional, it's not traditional, but he works in traditional AI development. It's not traditional because they're doing it really incredibly well. But he did see how we work. We work together as a team. We can have fun. It's different. And he felt that was something that people might like down the line. So we think it is. And we want to have even better tools to do things really fast, to make it fun. So fun is going to be the name of the game. And part of what we're doing today is not only are we allowing our team to work together, we want to open up to the audience to, once they can register and log in, they can start adding ideas into the ideas board. They can raise bug issues. They can come up with their own thoughts. So we extend the development not even to our own team, but to the entire community. That's the longer term goal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know if you heard while you were gone, Mark. We were talking about the user profile screenshot, and one of the items on there was the sound pack you want to use, right? I sent out a shout out or a general request to those watching saying, build us a sound pack. If there's a sound pack that you want to use, for yourself, or you want to share with the rest of the TrixtaChess community, like let's hear those MP3 files or those WAV files, and we can get it in there. Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you mentioned, but because we lost all the source code, or I don't know if it's lost, but it's not available right now.
Yeah.
And all the other elements.
It's somewhere in the cloud.
We sent Sean out trying to find stuff, and he managed to find the old chessboard.
Yeah.
What format was it in?
The piece set I could only really find as an SVG, right, which doesn't scale well. No, I'm sorry, PNG, which doesn't scale with different, browser sizes and so on. But I think somebody was smiling down on me a few days ago because it was just about a week or two ago where I found the original SVGs of that piece set, right?
Oh, you did?
So we have them now. Yeah, we have the SVGs of the original chessboard piece set. Yeah, which the engineering team has a copy of as well. So yeah, we're looking good.
That's cool. And then you also managed to find the original sounds, right?
I did. The sound pack. I think the person smiling down on me may have been my release that day. Yeah. So yeah, we have the original sounds. If you remember when we got a challenge, when somebody challenged you, it was the sound of the sword coming out of the sheath.
Hold on.
Yeah. Hey, look at that. We got a message in the Cube Cafe.
Woohoo!
Yeah. There it is. First ever message in the new Cube Cafe. And it doesn't say hello world, just hello. So we'll take it. Yeah. Also the sound of the pieces being captured, the little crunch. And the sound of the bells and rings when you won. I always called it the fart sound, but it's not the fart sound. When you lose, it's a little right.
Do you want to you want to play it for the audience?
Yeah, let me get it up there. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find it here. I'm gonna send a lot of people back to you guys are not gonna hear it, but if you tune into the stream,
it's a two-way conversation in
YouTube Cafe. If you tune into the stream in about 5 seconds from now, you're almost likely gonna hear it. So I'm gonna send all of you down memory lane with these, okay? Wait, let me get it louder. Hold on. That was the ChessCube login sound. If you can hear it in the stream, please let us know. I'd love to know if this is working. So, yeah. Brian, are you listening?
Yeah, but I'm not hearing.
Okay. I hear nothing.
Just watch the
Maybe-
stream, the Chess Cube stream. Yeah.
Oh, but we'd have to unmute it. Okay.
Yeah.
Can't you play it here with us?
I can, but I'm gonna have to share my screen, and I don't think that will go through to the stream then.
Okay, never
Yeah,
mind.
let me do
Yeah.
the
Oh no, I hear it on the
Yeah.
on the stream. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, give me a second. Let me get it a bit louder. Okay, that's the login, right? Then there was the challenge sound. Okay. That's the you making moves. So I'm just gonna keep clicking play on this. It's quite a fast game, right? Let's see. Okay, here's the famous crunch. My famous crunch. And there was the challenge sound.
Cool.
Mark, do you want to mute on your side there on Google?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I'm picking the sound up twice from the stream.
Wait a second.
What one was that, Brian? This was when somebody offered a draw, right? The clink.
The problem is I'm a little bit behind, obviously, with the video,
yes.
so it's a bit. So which one did you just play?
It was like a clink sound.
Play it again. I'll unmute the website again.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna play the wind sound. That's the sound we all wanted to hear, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure that thinking that's.
I think that was like
some
somebody
kind of
offers a
notification.
draw or something, right?
Okay.
Like, yeah, I think so. Yeah. This is the sound we didn't like to hear was the loo sound. Oh, it's horrible. I hated that. I never wanted to hear that at the end of my game. And then the draw. Yeah, that was the draw. And then yeah, this was the one we all remember is the game starting, the pieces being unpacked. You hear that in 5 seconds from now. Yeah, hopefully that brings back a lot of memories to those who liked our sounds. So yeah, I guess you guys can listen in again now. Unmute yourselves and tell me what you think. Yeah.
One thing that's just out of curiosity, so on the TrixtaChess.ai, should it be refreshing so that we actually see the Cube Cafe at some point?
No, so they're going a little bit ahead of us. They're just making sure that the Cube Cafe works. They've got users logged in already. For the rest of the community, once registration opens, then we'll likely be opening the chat room at the same time with the ability to invite all your friends back. So if you remember their email addresses and so on. Yeah.
Yeah, so how it's going to work is, as soon as they open up a short set for registration, then additional features as they add them should automatically appear. But for now, we only have the view where we can see the road map.
Yeah.
But at some point, I don't know when it'll be when they open that up. Then as they add new features, they'll do them and then they'll bring them in and then they'll appear.
It's pretty cool that 3 hours in we can see the Cube Cafe already. Hey, Mark.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I was expecting it to come much later in the day, to be honest.
I hope they keep it clean, otherwise we're gonna have to moderate them.
Yeah, exactly. Brian's IP ban will come into effect. Yeah. So let's see. We've got a hello, we've got a hey, we've got a sorry, we've got a yo, we've got a welcome to the Cube Cafe, and we've got salutations from Brendan. Excellent. It's looking great. And just as I say that, Tarian moves the screen away from the screen share. Yeah. So yeah, you had to mute me and listen to the stream there for a second. Any memories of those sound packs being brought back, Mark O'Brien? Which one was your favorite?
Well, definitely the unsheathing of a sword kind of thing or whatever that was. That's very
the
familiar.
challenge sound, hey? Yeah.
Oh, the challenge.
Yeah.
I like the diddle-dum, diddle-dum. I don't know what that's called.
Yeah. The login sound, eh?
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that was when you logged
in. It's funny because I couldn't remember them, but when I hear it, I recognize it instantly.
Right.
It's like, oh my god, it's amazing.
Yeah. I remember before I started, officially started at Chess Cube, Mark, you and I had met and talked about the role for a bit. And I went home and registered a new username at the site. And I was so excited because I just met you. I had, things were looking great that I would join the team, and everything just, heightened my senses. So all of these sounds were memories that I just never ever lost, right? Like, one by one, what the piece. I remember version 3 of Chess Cube was very green and blue. And that always stuck with me is how pretty that was. But it was that sort of non-flat design that the world was in that time, right? If you think about iOS, and the general web, where when Johnny Ive told Apple with iOS 7 we're going flat, Chesscube obviously followed that pretty much as well. But I'll never forget the textures and so on Chesscube version 3, because that was my first version. It was very, very cool. Yeah.
Yeah. It is amazing how design has shifted.
Yeah.
And yeah, because I think in the era that we launched this, I'll tell you a story actually. We had just launched Chess Cube with chat rooms and other things, and then I got an email from a partner at one of the large VCs in Silicon Valley. Just trying to remember the name of it now. But it was the guy that had invested in Zynga. And he said, look, I love ChessCube. It's awesome. He said, if you're around, do you want to have a meeting? And I happened to be going to, I used to go to Silicon Valley, right, backwards and forwards between South Africa and Silicon Valley. And I met up with him a few weeks later. And he said, we've just invested in Zynga, and I really think you need to kind of bring those kinds of elements into ChessCube. It was very early, and that was the moment that the qubit was born. And I thought, that is an amazing idea. And we started analyzing Zynga. I used to go to the US a lot to go to conferences on virtual currencies. It was really awesome. And then, so then we came up with this idea. I looked at other virtual currencies, and we came up with a hybrid approach, which was a dual virtual currency, which was qubits and crowns. And I'm not sure we need crowns anymore. I think qubits is enough, but we probably will add stablecoins into our environment, so that, because crowns in a way is like stablecoins. You earn them, they're worth $1, maybe. I can't remember how that worked. But stablecoins would do the same job. We could have like USDC or USDT or one of those, and we can pay people that way. So we're definitely going to add stablecoins into our repertoire of payments. Qubits are going to be the so-called arcade coin, which is a new thing in crypto, which is sort of like a stable coin, but you can manage the economy through it. And potentially we're going to have other tokens one day. We might have a Trixta token, but I won't go into that right now. And again, these are functional systems. They're not like speculative tokens that people have used. We definitely will be running on the Solana ecosystem. So that's where we've already begun. I mean, for the audience, just out of interest, not that it matters right now, but I mentioned before that we have this underlayer called Trixta D Cloud. And as we go forward and start utilizing Trixta D Cloud more widely, that actually runs on top of a Solana ecosystem. So when you create a server, or when you have nodes that cluster, or when you decluster a bit, or when you do anything changing the way that the services work, it runs through smart contracts on dCloud. And by doing it that way, we were able to keep it decentralized. So it doesn't run through any central servers of our own. It's managed through smart contracts. And but also down the line, we see dCloud as being part of a larger DPIN network. So DPIN, as I mentioned earlier, stands for Decentralized Physical Infrastructure Network. And through that mechanism, we can have any complex usage of multiple machines anywhere in the world across the network. And particularly also working with potential partners like Render Network, who offer machines, GPUs, into the movie industry and the AI industry. And potentially, we're looking at ways that we could work with them to offer compute and GPU usage for LLMs for our environment too, but keep it decentralized. And so it's a new kind of infrastructure layer that we want to bring out. And obviously, it doesn't affect what TrixtaChess is going to be in the short run, but it's part of the broader open network that we're creating.
Cool.
How much caffeine in Coke Zero, Sean? Do you know?
Sean, you're on mute.
Sorry, I was saying I'm not a Coke Zero person. I'm a Coke Light person. So I'm all about those low kilojoules and everything right now. Yeah. I just
Coke
put a
Light,
yeah. Go ahead, Mark.
is Coke Light close to 0 kilojoules?
I'm not a nutritional expert, but I assume
What I
it
can
is.
tell you,
Yeah. Go ahead.
I've seen recent things that say that Coke, Diet Coke, if that's the same thing,
Yeah.
is healthier than Coke Zero.
There you
Because,
go. See, I'm on the better side of things.
But it's because the sweeteners they use are actually maybe more tolerant to the body. But again, that's just alleged. I'm not making any statements. I happen to like the taste of Zero, so I'm going to have some Zero. I'm worried about how much caffeine I'm getting in today. I've already had two Red Bulls and a coffee.
You're gonna need that energy to get Mark's rating back up to 2200 on TrixtaChess, Mark.
So yeah, well, let's do that.
Yeah, I'll tell you a story. When I started at ChessCube, right, I'm gonna pull the curtain back a bit here. Brian was my mentor, obviously, and he told me within I think it was my first or second day, he pulled me aside and said, "Brian, you may remember this." He said, "To get these guys respect, you're gonna have to be one of two things: either a very good chess player or a very good community manager." And that sat with me throughout my career, right, wherever I went. And I was not a good chess player. I think my rating on my Sean W account was 1300 or something around those times. But then over the years, as I played against other people and I learned two openings, really, one for black and one for white, that I never really moved away from. My favorite white opening was the London system, right? Because that was the first Andrew Martin video I watched inside of ChessCube Cinema, and I said, this is the one I'm going to use. Andrew Martin said it's great, so this is the one. I'm sticking to this one. So yeah, I kind of got my rating up to 1700, 1800, but then I realized, I could do king or check traps in 10 sec plus 1 games where you just burn the time on the clock, right? And I kind of snuck my chess rating up to above 2000 then. And I thought, like, okay, now I've got the respect of the chess community. I'm above 2000. But then I got brave. I wanted to go for 2100. And it didn't work out. I dropped all the way back to 1700 again. So yeah, I think if you remember the seek graph, there was, on the one axis, there was this line that when you went above 2000, the 1900s, 1800s didn't want to challenge you anymore. They would avoid your dot, right? So I only had the 2100s, 2000s, 2200s challenging me, and they just absolutely wrecked me. So yeah, that's my story on that. Is just a funny little anecdote on me trying to be a 2000 rated chess player on ChessCube and not really lasting for long.
Well, we need to find a way to help people improve. When I was about 13 or 14, I think I was 13 actually.
Yeah.
I read Nimzovic's My System, and after I read that, a month or two later, my rating went up about 200 points. Maybe more actually. So that was actually a big shift in my chess career. I was learning that. But it's not for the faint-hearted.
Yeah.
Brian, have you ever read that?
Yeah, but way back in the day, yeah.
Yeah, back in the day. Yeah, true. Yeah. And then another book. Okay, I'm going to punt a few books, but this is really OG stuff because young people tend to use. They don't use books like we used to, maybe. But I read there was a book by Hans Knoch. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name.
Pawn Power in Chess. Which one?
Pawn Power. Yeah, that was amazing. Really awesome. And there was another book. Who was that guy? I think he was Austrian. He had a series of 3 books. Chess Strategy 1, 2, and 3, or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. Yeah, those were very deep. And but I mean, the easiest way to improve in chess is to just do flashcards of tactics. I mean, that's literally in weeks you could probably go up 100 points.
Yeah, I also did puzzles quite a bit. Back in the day, Google had a feature called iGoogle. For those that were old enough to remember that, before they discontinued it, you could have different widgets on your Google home screen. And I had a chess quiz every day there. Is find mate in 4 or mate in 3 or something like that. that helped me immensely as well. Mark, I see 2 cards have gone into completed, hey? On the Kanban board, yeah.
Should we jump in there and talk?
Well, let's have a look. Let's first discuss the cards, and then we can ask them how they got there, yeah.
I see Barry's, but I think Barry's looking at some kind of stats or something.
So the server-side chess engine got moved from in progress to completed. And then a technical issue as well that they were working on was just routine backups, yeah. So they're doing that quite often as well.
Yeah, so I see it's completed but not live.
Not live, yeah.
Let's wait for live before we ask them.
Yeah. Brian, what are some anecdotes you recall from your time at ChessCube?
Yeah, I don't know. ChessCube. Well, I guess the first cool, well, one of the first cool features that then Leeches just grabbed from us was the War Zone. That format of tournament that's like totally original. This idea that you could play endlessly and get games for whatever it was, an hour.
Yeah.
And you just keep getting challenged. I mean, that was super innovative and fun.
Yep.
Definitely enjoyed some of those tournaments. Yeah, I mean, just being able, I mean, it was great when the GM started to arrive, and then you could every now and then play one of the GMs if you got your rating high enough.
Yep.
So that was cool. But I mean, I think just we just kept trying to innovate, and there were some cool things that arrived because of that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever discussed this in public, Brian. I'm just want to see if I can find something quickly.
Careful what you say. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, really. Let's keep it.
There was a video. Let me see if I can find it.
Kasparov.
that I recorded of you on in Cape Town, right? Of you playing Gary Kasparov, and that video went absolutely crazy online. Let me just see if I can find.
No, it's still around. I think
38,000 views right now, Brian. On YouTube.
Did you win?
No, so what happened, it was kind of a fun game. Like everyone, he's just playing a Simmel. He's running around, I mean, just the backdrop, and he just busts out moves, like almost instantly, every board. And I had done one of my Dodge openings, and I somehow managed to get to, King Crusher actually did a video follow-up on it, an almost equal game. And at the point, then he arrives at my board and just struggled to find a move for, Sean, you could say maybe 5 plus minutes.
5-6 minutes just standing there. Yeah.
And I'm just sitting, just move on, go, get out of here. It's like, and he's just thinking, whatever. And so he made a move, and then on the very next turn, I blundered. It wasn't a clear blunder, but it was the losing move. So then, from then on, it was out. But so, funnily enough, after the game as well, we discussed the position, and we discussed some of the ideas behind it. So it was kind of like I played one of my dodgy openings, had struggled back, which is actually the way I play in general. If I survive the opening and get to an equal middle game, I'll give anyone a kind of a game. I mean, just such a wild thing to happen. I mean, people were like looking over, like, come on, just move already. And like, I was like internally, just move already, move out of here.
Yeah, I stood there recording the video, not knowing like the significance of, my friend Brian making Gary Kasparov like just stand on the same spot for 5-6 minutes, wondering what the hell is this guy doing to me, right? It was so great. I was so glad that I recorded that and was able to share it with everyone. It was so
definitely good. One of the, I mean, it must be maybe the highlight of my chess career to make Gary Kasparov think.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah,
I've got a Kasparov story too.
Let's hear it.
Sure.
So, TrixtaChess is actually my 4th online chess system. In the .com era, I built 2 systems for British Telecom. So the first one was technically was a peer-to-peer chess system, and the second one was a server-based system. And I don't know what they paid me. It was a lot. I mean, like, I don't know. It was over £100,000 to build something, and maybe 120,000. And then, but on the day of the launch, they hired Gary Kasparov to come to the launch party and actually launch. and he came for half a day. We did it at some London museum. We had a room, and then what he did was he used my system to play against 3 people. And then he said to me, "Do you mind moving one of the?" He said, "I can't with a mouse. I can only move 2 screens. I can't move 3 because we had 3 separate computers. So he was able to move between 2, but he wanted me to do one of them." And anyway, he was playing against audience members or people out there, and he at a certain point in time he made a move on the one I was controlling. I made the move for him, and the opponent took something, and I picked up the piece to take it back, and he said no. And he put his hand on my shoulder. He said no. He said, "First we do this," and he played a Schwitzenzug, where he interpolated a move and he won a pawn. He said, "That's how we do it."
Yeah.
What I can say is, I don't remember the exact numbers, but I think they paid him like £60,000 for the half morning, and I could earn £120,000 for a year and a bit to build the 2 systems.
Yeah.
And then British Telecom actually dropped that. They built a game world, and they decided to drop turn-based games, and they switched to flight simulator games only. So I was very disappointed because I spent like over a year building the system, and it didn't see the light of day in the end.
Wow.
And I was so disappointed. That's actually why, in the end, I wanted to build ChessCube, because I felt a loss of something. So hopefully this is the final one.
Hey Mark, quick update on this side. Barry looked like he had analytics running on Mixpanel. Should we jump into their chat and see maybe Barry can take us through what he's seeing there?
Yeah, cool.
Cool. All right. So Mark Brian, we can run to the dev chat, and then we can jump back to this chat when we're done with them.
Okay, cool.
Awesome.
So just go mic off until we ask, or we can ask him the question.
Exactly. Yeah, they're expecting us. Yeah. Cool.
Hello, people. Can we ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay, Sean, you wanted to ask Barry something?
Hey Barry, I saw I was sharing your screen on the live stream, and I saw you had Mixpanel open there. Maybe you can talk us through what that is for, the progress you guys are making. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We added analytics into this, and what's quite handy is that we didn't really need to create many different events. We just sort of wired it into the Trixta primitives, so it gives us a really good analytics and overview of what's going on already. But I myself am not that familiar with Mixpanel, so I'm just kind of like clicking around and learning how it works and whatnot. But it's quite cool. It gives us the sort of like insight into who's visiting and what they're doing and which roles they're on. So you guys have probably gotten a little bit more of an idea of how we have the sense of roles and interactions, things that different agents in the system can do or receive, and those will be tracked then here as well, and we can just see, we can break that down by segments, what country, what what time of day, and just get that sort of insight.
I think the benefit
so you could create, I guess, funnels and
the benefit to having countries would tell us where we need service, right? If we can see a massive spike in certain countries or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. You need some sort of visibility to get an idea of what's going on, and if there's problems as well, maybe you find that people just dropping off after, they're not really starting a game, or what's the reason, or maybe they start registration and drop off. Maybe there's something in there that is annoying or whatnot. This can kind of give you that sense of that just by the numbers. So it's quite useful to have. We're not tied to any particular kind of an analytics system, and the way things are going, we may even build something ourselves that we could use. But we don't need to do that always. If there's something great out there that works, and it's reasonably priced, then it may make sense. So in this case, we just went with Mixpanel, but Google Analytics is another good one, and the same applies to any other tech really, whether it's databases or third-party software. We would prefer to not reinvent everything, but just integrate into things and just focus on the bits that are slowing us down when it comes to connecting those dots.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Barry. We'll probably jump off now.
Cool.
Leave you guys in peace for a bit.
Unless there's anything
All
else
right.
anybody wants to
Okay.
share. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there are things coming together. I'll open up the channels if anyone wants to mention anything.
Well, at the moment now, there are things coming together. We are just wiring up the last bits, specifically around chat and possibly the, I guess, active present users in the chat in the cafe. Outside of that, we're going to be starting to wire up all of the other stuff that was missing for the inviting. But yeah, we are going to start messaging soon.
Cool.
Okay.
That's
awesome. Thanks, guys.
Great.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thanks,
I
guys.
want to get started on the chessboard as well in parallel soon. So if you guys
That's yeah.
have that idea to throw in the board, yeah, maybe get that going.
Awesome.
Throwing the board
yeah.
in the Kanban.
Yes. Yeah, I don't see
cool.
it there. The
Yeah,
chess.
Dia will add it in on our side. Yeah.
Yeah, let's add that in. If
Yeah,
you need,
So I'll update now.
Okay.
if
Yeah,
you need
so
chess
although it
players
has,
to
we've
test,
had these things. Sorry, I'll let you talk.
no, if you need some chess players to test the board, let us know. We'd love to play. Unless you guys want to do it yourself, that's also good.
Yeah, no, we need professionals.
Yeah, so we have to come in.
Yeah, I didn't have a good experience in the week.
We don't have the ELO rating set up yet, so we might have a few unfair games set up.
Blind
but
games.
yeah, we'll let you know as soon as that's possible.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Oh, when you
Okay,
do the system, just give us a shout because we can tell you the rules.
All right. Yeah.
I mean, there are standard rules out there, but they're very specific little elements like the K factor and number of games at certain K factors, which I won't explain now. But anyway, speak to us later.
Okay. Cool.
Awesome,
I
Barry.
can
Thank you.
maybe just mention a couple of things while you are here.
Sure.
Let me find the ideas board. So just some minor things. The team did organize routine backups of the system just as part of the process that we go. So, you know, whatever we do, we can kind of roll back to if there's some catastrophe. So that was done. In the beginnings of the chess engine, a native C engine has been plugged into the system and is working. We haven't made use of it yet, but that'll come into use as soon as that board is in existence.
Awesome.
So yeah, those are other things that are like completely live. We've got these other things that are in a parallel. There's actually quite a lot of like minor details that's keeping us busy and chatting about it. But I think that yeah, it is a good idea to bring in some new ideas here that we can start to work on as we get through that like last little 10% of these things.
Okay, excellent. Cool. Keep in touch. We'll leave you in peace for now.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay,
See you
thank
later.
you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Mark, there's a viewer question for you. Richard Wooding wants to know what's for lunch.
What's for lunch, Mark? So I'm no longer a vegetarian. So
Oh wow.
then you can see that.
What kind?
This is for the non-South Africans. This is biltong, which is gaining some popularity in the US right now.
Yeah.
It's like a South African
beef jerky
version of beef jerky, but much better than beef jerky.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, it's actual pieces of meat, whereas like jerky is like reconstituted. I think they just mash up the meat and then put it back together again.
Yeah, when I lived in the US, we tried beef jerky a few times, but we hated it. So we actually found people that can make biltong in California, and they would send us beef jerky, biltong. But you can get biltong in the stores now.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit, yes. I don't know. They do something to it to make it different. So, but it is good. But there's better. In fact, we had I think it was Martin Trianecht who worked for us, and he moved with us to the US for gift. And in the end, I think he started making his own. Him and I think a few others in the team, they started figuring out, like, let's make our own biltong. So they used to make it because they couldn't get enough in America at times. There would be scarcity. So that's what's for lunch for now. Nothing else really, just carnivore today.
Yeah. Richard Wooding says vegetarian biltong, and I responded with that's just gross. So yeah.
No such thing.
I think there's a market. There's a market there. Let's not say no.
Yeah. Cool.
America is the one place where you could start a company just selling left-handed golf clubs, and you'd probably have a big market.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mark, 3.5 hours in, and they're already talking about building the chessboard. Hey.
Yeah, that's cool.
Great,
So,
yeah.
Have we added that item in?
Yeah, Diaz added it in. Yeah.
Diaz can do that. Okay, cool. Okay. Let's see. Connect the chess rules engine. Combine moves, chat, and game events. Build the interactive chessboard. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay, things are on the go.
By the way, Mark, on gameplay itself, do you find, I mean, Sean mentioned he used to do this, where you just throw pieces in a horrible, like a bullet game towards the end. I hate playing those guys. I mean, they are all over the place on Chess, wherever, where these guys, they don't fall over. You're now like a queen and a rook up, and they're just going to move as fast as physically possible to try to win. I would, in a new chess site, I'd like to be able to tag people by how they play. Like, are they a swindler? So that, and then you can filter on those. I don't want to play swindlers anymore.
Yeah,
maybe it's an age thing. I don't want to move my mouse that quickly.
Yeah. By the way, Brian, one suggestion you can make when the ideas or Kanban board list goes live for all of us is the ability to add your own notes onto a user, right? That's something Discord does as well. That is private to you, so you can keep a running memory of that particular user.
Well, but private to you, but I would say you can just tag them into a general. I mean, maybe only a set of tags that you can put on every game, right? You liked it or whatever, or yeah. And then, like they add, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's a specific kind of player. It's like a mouse jockey who actually, and they start off terribly, and their middle game is terrible. Yeah. Everything is terrible about the game. It's just a horrible game. I don't want to even play them again. And they literally, their whole goal in life is then to move as fast as possible. And it's just been, I mean, the biggest example of that is in a fianchetto when they just dump a bishop on h6.
Yes.
Yeah. Like immediately. And I will either just school them like deliberately, or I'll just stop playing. I'll be like, I don't actually want to play a game like this. You can have the win. I tell them you can have the win because it's so like anti-chess, and it's like more gamer than chess, right? It's like you don't actually care about the position. You just literally want to win on the board. I mean, by time.
Yeah. I mean, I have to be honest, hand on heart. I do. If I'm down a few pieces and there's like seconds left, I will try and win on time.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not talking about a legit like mutual time scramble. 100%. Yeah. It's this kind of, they're even losing on time. I mean, they're 20 seconds, and now they're literally just going to move as fast as they can to clock you. I don't know. Anyway, I mean, it happens towards the end of almost every game. Like, you played a fair game, both of you, and now both of you are just throwing pieces around. Understood. But someone who actually can play chess, I think there are 2,000 who can't play chess now. They literally will play, A3, B3, whatever, and just horrible moves the whole game, and then just hope to beat you on the clock.
Yeah. That takes me to another point, an adjacent point, and that is, in chess, if you don't really have mating material, but you have a piece left, say you got a king and knight versus a king and a pawn, or I don't know, something. You will lose on time, even though they can't really mate you, and there are things like that which I don't really like. But that's
I don't. It's true. I don't like that either. But I think it's more than. I think you do need actual mating material, but it's not that clear.
Okay.
It's like a knight, like a bishop and a knight. Like, you'd have to self-mate, like put it in that position. I don't like that much either.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sure there was something like that I don't like. I mean, I do like chess, but I don't like that or something.
Yeah.
So,
well, yeah. I mean, we'd have to, look into that. I mean, because I guess the idea is on over the board, if it's a drawn position, you can get an arbiter, but you don't have that in chess. So it should be the most fair outcome that we get. So that someone can't do this last 10 seconds just holding on to a bishop or whatever to try to win the game. That's a bit obnoxious.
True.
Well, I guess that's the one thing is just to solve our own annoyances on these various sites.
True.
Yeah.
We should send out messages to the old Chess Cube team. Many of them living in America now, like Martin and James. Just to come check it out. I forgot to tell them about this.
Yeah, Mark, maybe you can scroll down the work in progress board and look at ticket number 1 on the other side. Work in progress.
Oh, work in progress.
Yeah, just scroll down a little bit on that board. Yeah. So the qubits, there may be some questions in there. I just saw on my side.
Oh, what kind of questions? Oh, must I click on that?
Yeah, you can open it. We can't see the comments yet. It's all internal, but the questions were around the qubits we're giving users for A, signing up, and B, inviting their friends.
I mean, how much are we giving?
Yeah.
What did we used to give in the old days?
I think we started players. Look, we had a 25 daily login reward, right? Which we would vary depending on special days or not.
Look, I think today we should give 1,000 qubits.
1,000 for signing up.
Because today is like day 1.
Right.
Yeah, so I would say 1,000 for signing up today.
Yeah.
And then if you add friends, we can give you 100 for now. But in a few weeks, if your friends prove to be real, we're going to give more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's great.
Okay, I'm jumping off a drop.
Brian, I'm standing up for the little man. Yeah, I'm one of those players.
For the mouse jockey.
Yeah, I'm
mouse jockey. No, it's more. It's because I guess if you think about chess, it's either like the traditional game, which is the chess game,
sure,
or it's more like a shooter up game, just like it is literally your coordination in a way. So I guess it's two extremes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think after all the Queen's Gambit, whatever, all that stuff, a bunch of true gamers came into the game, and their whole thing literally is how it doesn't matter how you win.
Right.
It's can you literally confuse the heck out of your opponent and do whatever and move your mouse as fast as possible, and so it's more of like a mouse game or something. So yeah, I can see where those guys come in, but it's just so annoying. Like you hit someone at 2,200 and they're pulling this pure cheese, but early on, not in, like when they've lost on time, not when they've it's just like from move 1, they're just like, and I'm like, dude, I'm here to play an actual. Well, I mean, it's a different mentality. I'm here to play actual chess, not whatever you're about to unleash on me with your many movements.
One of the greatest memories I have of Chess Cube War Zones was Chess Network, right? Jerry from Chess Network. The amount of hours of entertainment I got watching his streams playing those war zones, where there was one video that was shared on Reddit recently on a post about Chess Cube coming back, where Jerry fell into a scholar's mate situation. And I think he spent the next 10 minutes just like giggling to himself about it. He was making erratic moves, he was making mistakes, and then he started playing like really well, and he just couldn't stop laughing about the whole situation. It was so good.
Well, that's the problem with pre-moves in general.
Right.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
mean, you fall into that. But I mean, it's funny though because then people also see Carlsen, and Carlsen will do just bonkers openings just for the hell of it as well. But he can actually play chess.
Right. Yeah.
But it's more the idea. Yeah, it's just obnoxious. I don't know. I guess I mean, if you're a chess purist, like you actually enjoy the. I mean, there's a whole physical movement and winning and whatever just on that. But if you actually want to play logical chess and you just see someone drop a bishop, you know, en pre, just lose a bishop just for the sake of time.
Yeah.
And you're like, dude, I know what kind of game this is gonna be. It's just gonna be obnoxious. I'll do either just stop playing them and just say whatever, or I'll like get 8 queens or something.
Right.
And then I'll play out the whole game. Dude, you're not gonna resign and you're just gonna lose everything. That's fine. Let's go. And I'm gonna draw it out for you, you know. And then what they sometimes do, because it's the personality as well. They won't make their final move because the next move is mate. So they almost wait.
Yeah.
You know, they stop playing.
Yeah.
And then they'll try to make a move right at the end to your clock runs out.
Right.
So I have to pre-move the mate or whatever.
Right.
It's the kind of, I'm just going to get, or, you know, they'll spam you like draw offers or whatever.
Yes.
In other words, they take it, it's not about chess anymore. It's literally, I'm going to annoy, distract, sidetrack you in any which way.
Right.
To
I
beat
think we
you. And
at ChessCube we put a limit on draw requests, after a while, because
yeah,
it just
I
became
think we
spammy.
did.
Yeah, I think we put a limit of 3 onto that or something. Yeah.
No, yeah, there's some reasonable amount to stop people from just being purely obnoxious. But yeah, it's a legitimate way of winning, especially if you're going to play bullet and then complain that it's too fast. I mean, that's like, don't play bullet. But it's more to do with, that's why I say it's not really, it's just a way of filtering. It'd be nice if you could filter by more than just rating and
Right.
time control. If you could say, I want someone who swindled it. Like, it'd be funny if I pulled up my leeches. They have like now stats. Actually, we should have as developed stats like player analysis. Like, you're good at end games, you're good at this, you're good at whatever.
Yeah.
You know, you actually flesh up. It shows that like everything is solid, and I'm like, but I've lost so many games where I'm up. I mean, so I think my like last second handling, whatever that metric is just poor, because it's like I have like very nice games and now I'm a queen up and I lose, I'm a rook up, I lose, whatever, and I just don't have, literally it's mice mechanics at this stage, and I just like, I can't move. How are these guys even moving this fast? You know, I think some use keyboard shortcuts as well, and I have no idea how to do any of that stuff.
I do a lot of, I've always been someone who's played, you know, games online, very, very serious sim racing, and so on, right? And one of the things that, you know, in the sim racing community you can do, or that happens automatically, is if you get a driver that's just wrecking everybody out of the race, they kind of lose what we call license points, right? Or rating points. In chess, that's very hard to do unless you have some sort of clever AI that can just kind of see if this is a mouse jockey or not. But what I wanted in the original version of ChessCube around 2019, just a few months before we closed, was a player rating system, right? Where you could thumbs up your opponent or thumbs down your opponent. Now, the problem with that is emotion comes into that, right? So if you've had a very, very good game that you ended up losing, where your opponent did absolutely nothing wrong, you are going to get players that is going to rate that person down, right? Which is a bit unfair. So it needed some more thinking.
No,
but
it does.
Yeah.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I would say it is more of a, like, it's for your own record, but I mean, I don't know what you call it, like player tags. So this is a, you know, a classical player, or a, you know, I mean, in other words, it doesn't really label it. It's more to do with what you want to filter on. So they necessarily may not see it even. Maybe they stop getting challenges if they're just like mouse jockeys.
Well,
but you flag them just so that you can say, I want to play this kind of game. I mean, because there are some truly obnoxious players, like truly. And maybe it doesn't, maybe in the sense of it being public, because you're right. If now I see that people are calling me a bad player, maybe it's a behind the scenes filter mechanism that slowly you accumulate. Look, this guy, I say he swindled, Mark says he swindled, you say he swindled. At some point, it's just like, okay, this is the kind of player he is, and maybe I don't want to play him anymore.
The thing that also came to me around that time was if you were rated, not chess rating, player rated quite lowly, you'd have to fall into a pool of other lowly rated players. So you guys could kind of, you know, trigger and troll each other, and no one would care because the legitimate or decent or good players were in their own little pool playing each other.
Right.
You know, so it would kind of be this sort of area of just trolls hanging around or so on, which I thought at the time was quite interesting. But we never really went there. Yeah.
No. Yeah, I think it's more obnoxious. Yeah, when I get to the 2200s and 23, and then I still see. Then I know that they've worked their way, just like you said, you worked your way over 2000.
Yeah,
they've worked their way all to 22, 2300 on this kind of play, and you're like, dude, at this level, you should know some basic openings, and you should. It shouldn't be just. And then it's also, I mean, there's all sorts of, in other words, subjective things I'd like to, after a game, mark the game as. Like one of the, I mean, whatever, it's endless the amount of features you can think of. But like one of the obnoxious things I see is someone, you beat them, they challenge you immediately. You beat them, they challenge immediately. And then they beat you, immediately disconnect and go to another game. And you're like, dude, you're the big challenger and all this, and now you run. So I would like to flag that guy, maybe again, not visible to them, but for my own sake, flag him as a runner, let's say. So there's a bunch of things you can flag. And then if, 10,000 people call him a runner, maybe that's part of my game filtering mechanism. Is I don't want runners. If they're going to challenge me, then we're going to have a few games. So.
Exactly. Remind me, if you recall, towards the end of Chess Cube, this is always something I've wanted, but a rolling score between you and another opponent.
I mean, it definitely is on Lichess. I mean, it's below every game, but there must have been some metric like that. Like you would see who you played the most minutes. I think we had some metrics about who you played the most and stuff. But yeah, you should, if you enter a game, you should see the game history. I mean, so that you minimally stuff like that.
With this version of TrixtaChess, we're gonna have quite strong filtering in the stats eventually. So by opponent, by opening, by game result, by number of moves and so on. So yeah, we'll do all of that. There's a comment by Rooks and Hooks about GM Keith Arkell on Lichess that you might be interested in discussing as well.
Made a point about it when doing the Blitz tournaments where he had a chance of winning, where people would abandon the game, thus losing. Yeah, I mean, there are some obnoxious things like that, and they're super tricky. I mean, I fully get the point, because I mean, like, okay, you enter, let's just say that it's a bullet even, and in an what we call the war zone or an arena. Now, if someone plays a couple moves and just literally stops playing, that's a minute you could have had gone into another game,
Yeah.
And it's maybe it's that rating thing of you just say they're non-mover. So because like even in Lichess now, they'll say they'll give them a warning, abandon the game or whatever if you stop moving. Then they actually put a warning. But if you could actually make that into a kind of a filter, and then eventually you have a tournament where runners or non-movers are actually filtered out. Like if you've got a history of being a non-mover, you aren't allowed to join this tournament.
Yeah.
Because you're playing according to the rules, but you're just being obnoxious and you're ruining other people's enjoyment.
Yeah.
So yeah, there should be some mechanisms, whether it's filters and or whatever, actual punishments, where I mean it is tricky though, because literally if let's say I lag or my internet goes down and then I come back on, I didn't actually run and all that, so just making it purely automated can be problematic. now you like ban me from tournaments or something because
Yeah.
my internet's flaky. But I think it is to do with the community. If the community notices his behavior, like after a game, oh,
Yeah.
this guy did the stop moving because he just dropped a queen. Now he's just not going to move anymore.
Yeah.
Flag him and.
Would you have a sort of moderator / admin review on a negative flag? So, you know, you could tag the game and say he was a runner, right? And you could have a player, you know, have a property on their name that says they're a runner, but a moderator or an admin can come in and go, right, I've watched the game, I've watched them drop their time or whatever, and I'm confirming that this is a player with, you know, a runner aspect or something.
The thing is, with purely just code or AI, you can see it.
Yep.
You can literally see the sequencing. Their last move was at whatever, at 30 seconds, and then they timed out. So in other words, I think just with data evidence alone, but maybe it's the case of, does this person now get banned in the future? Maybe then a moderator could have a kind of an objective view. Okay, this person always does this, whatever. Now they shouldn't be able to do, you know, tournaments anymore because they are not. So I think automatic systems alone could pick up I mean, because like Lichess, as I say, does it right now. You stop moving and then your time runs out. It will give you a warning. Don't, you know. But I mean, I think they, as far as I can tell, they don't do much about it. Maybe eventually they ban the guy, but I don't want to play people like that. I guess that's the thing. You give even if a moderator hasn't reviewed, just give the end users the ability to filter out people like that. They're just like, if someone has been flagged like this 20 times, they are now behind the scenes, maybe not aware to them, called a runner, or they're called whatever. And now, exactly. And then now in my filters, I say, well, I mean, some people want to play because they are that kind of person. They are the kind of mouse jockey, so they won't filter them out. So, but if I don't want to play someone who just abandons games, I'd be like, okay, filter out all of these kinds of guys. Now, because my kind of filtering mechanism right now is I just block them. I'd be like, I mean, they were that obnoxious, especially when, as you said, with the chirping, you know, with the, they do something obnoxious. Let's say you beat them 3 times in a row. They beat you once. Not only do they abandon the game, they'll be like, "Oh, you suck," and then they run. So now you're like, "What?" It's like they've added injury and insults. Like I don't. So my only mechanism right now is blocking, right? But it'd be nice if there was just. I mean, what's so obnoxious, I think, in chess is also I mean, as you say, it is an emotional thing, but like if someone calls you a cheat or whatever, all that stuff, other chess sites will take, you know, as actual swear word, whatever it is, as more painful. But no, in chess, being called a cheat or whatever is actually as offensive. I mean, call me names rather. It's just, I think the other moderation mechanisms as well for reports on that kind of stuff should look at it holistically. What actually happened in the game? Like, how obnoxious was the guy being? It's not just literally at the end, as you say, emotionally a word was said. Was the guy did a combo of not moving, did like draw spams, did whatever. He did a bunch of obnoxious stuff. In the end, you call him a jerk, fine. And now you're the one who gets some kind of admin action, and you're like, dude, the guy was literally trolling me the whole game.
That's where the human element of the moderator team comes in, right? Is to review these kind of situations. Is you know, we're not going to be. Hopefully the community understands we didn't want to be heavy-handed moderators. You know, our hand was played by a very small set of users that just, you know, when we had to ban somebody, we had, you know, we had to take action against them, and they would be the loudest voices coming back saying, these guys banned me for no reason. Like, actually there really was a reason that you got banned. You know, and it made the moderator team look terrible. But for the most part, like me as head moderator, after you stepped down, Brian, like I let a lot of stuff slide. Because it was just worth talking to the user about, like, hey, let's have a quick chat. What's going on? And, you know, most of the time you'd find that the dude was just literally angry because somebody griefed him in a game, and his emotions were running high. So yeah.
No, yeah, Mark did early on with me pull me aside and say you have to. I don't forget his actual words, like de-emotionalize. It's almost like dealing with children. I'd never. I mean, you're most probably more adept at community modding in general, but just to see how people behave online, especially in a group, especially in public, and you're like, dude, didn't your parents teach you how to behave at all? Like,
well, it's
why
anonymous,
are you even
right?
like this?
You're hiding behind a string of characters that make up your username that's got nothing attached to your identity. So yeah.
But then your name does have identity in the end. You are this dude, so you take great offense of being banned or whatever, muted or whatever.
Yeah.
but it's to just say these are the rules. Yeah, it's just to not be. I guess that's. I'm sure you have way more experience than I do. Just to not be affected by. I mean, just seeing this all day, the trolls, the griefers, or whatever.
Yeah.
And to not make it personal. They're looking for attention. We definitely had so many of those types who just wanted, the attention.
Yeah. I'm not on Instagram anymore, but I was up until recently. And before you made a negative comment on Instagram would kind of stop you and say, hey, do you really want to make this comment? Like our systems detected that it's fairly negative. It might be harmful to somebody. And it actually gave you time to think, if you wanted to make that comment. And whether we do something like that or not, I think might be good. Like maybe somebody's
Well, the cool thing is with AI now, I mean, you just get a super cheap model, I guess. It can, on any public comments, it can do a quick, cursory scan. I mean, how obnoxious is it? So that the mods don't have to get involved in everything.
Also, like Hans Niemann accused, was he proven to have, or accused of being cheating on chess.com?
Yeah.
So then later on,
he was proven, I guess, but I mean, in worse ways later on. But yes, on chess.com, when he was a teenager, proven as cheating.
Yeah. So, and I'm not sure they proved anything in the real world. They just suspected. Did you watch that? Did you watch that Netflix?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So,
I mean, that's offensive, by the way. As a side note, being accused of, I mean, beyond the topic, being accused of cheating as a chess player is maybe one of the worst things that you could say to someone if they're innocent.
Totally.
So, yeah.
So that's interesting. But like, I'm wondering if we, because you mentioned identity earlier, and like maybe some people can prove the identity to the system, but they don't have to give their real identity to the world. I think that's interesting because then well, this is a validated, verified person.
Just a sort of verification.
Well, it's the X model actually now. I mean, they call them, I forget what they call them, but premium users. It's like they'll put a star on your name or whatever, give you and I think it actually works because, just purely disposable names. Yeah, I mean, that's where you do get your trolls and whatever who just like, who cares about my name getting blocked eventually.
Yeah. You need to add a number 1 to the end of your last name, and eventually you're like this person 11111. So it's still you, but not. I just wanted to mention a story from the past, Brian, because you asked for IP-based banning.
Sure.
And, I can't remember the guy's name. But anyway, let's not maybe mention any names. But there was this guy that was causing absolute havoc and racism on the site, and we used to ban him. But he would come back in. And then he did things where he'd come back in super quick and just keep carrying on. And we couldn't ban. And then he managed to have different IP addresses also. So we IP banned him and he just come back with another IP. And then eventually we banned a whole section of Canada just to get rid of him. Do you remember that?
Oh, I do remember that guy.
Was that Jason Reaper?
Shoot.
It could be.
Yeah, it was. I think so. Well,
probably not good to mention names.
Exactly.
But anyway, so we literally shut down a whole quadrant of Canada. Nobody could play in that section anymore because of him.
That's the problem in general. It's online and at the community, but it's also chess players. Chess players, even like Bobby Fischer in the end, can go off the deep end and obsessively I mean, you've got people on the spectrum, let's put it that way. And now their whole mission is to make your life hell. And I get comments on YouTube and whatever, like the same trolls, you know, just like trying to find you, and then they start emailing like support ticket. I mean, it's like once you're enemy number one, you know, so we somehow moderate those people without blocking half of Canada.
That was extreme, but yeah, look, I'm sure we can do better things these days.
Yeah, one thing that could also work is putting an ELO rating on a player, right? In terms of, you know, you could poll users at the end of the game and say, did you enjoy this game series or this game against this player or something, which in turn gives you a player rating ELO, right? That we don't need to sort of surface to everybody else. Yeah, we don't have to publish it. Like, it can live. But what we can then do is things like good behavior chat rooms, good behavior tournaments, or something like. And if you don't see it, it probably means you haven't been you know, doing your good behavior on the side or something. But yeah, I think there's rewards of there's ways to reward good behavior on any online community. So
well, if I grab an Uber, I'll look at their rating, and then, but that's not good enough. I look at the number of trips they've done as well.
Oh, wow.
So there's a combo of those things. So, I mean, just for your interest, a few years ago, we were in San Diego, and we ordered a lot. Like, there were about 8 of us trying to get to a business meeting. So we ordered like an Uber Large or some large vehicle, and this guy arrives in his car, and it's a messed up small car-ish, smallish car, which could only fit like 3 people, or maybe 4. And so we had to order another Uber, and myself and Vinny, and who was my CEO and co-founder at Gift, and one other person sat in the car. But it suddenly got very scary because the car, it had very threadbare tires, and the axle didn't seem good, and we went over bumps. And then Vinny, like, we didn't know what to do, but then we checked his Uber rating, and he literally had started that day, and he lied about his car type. And he had no real ratings yet. And then he went around a cop car on the wrong side of the road. He did something weird, and then he went under a tunnel, and then he bypassed a whole bunch of cars, went on the highway, and like, we were panicking. So Vinny, unbeknownst to us, actually, Vinny started streaming on one of the, I can't remember which one it was, on one of the streaming apps, and just talking as we were driving, and like us worrying about our driving and stuff.
Oh, Lord.
And then he started tweeting. Back in those days, it was Twitter. And then he started tweeting about this, and he tweeted at Uber. By the end of the trip, Uber refunded our tickets. and I'm sure they took away that guy's right to drive an Uber. I mean, he literally had arrived in the country the day before, he told us.
Oh, my heavens.
Jumped straight into Uberland, and yeah, it wasn't a good one, because that car was not safe to be on the road, and it was not the right size.
Well, I guess that's the point, is with chess, it's not just the rating and whatever. There are all these subjective things, and these guys who arrive and just chaos agents, it would be nice to filter them out. Just like they shouldn't be driving Ubers, maybe you don't want to play them either, you know, based on other people's subjective experience of the games.
Brian, at this point, you probably won't want to play anyone on TrixtaChess.
Oh, really?
I think your super filtering will probably leave, you know.
No, I don't know. I think most, well, I mean, it's part and parcel, as we discussed earlier, of bullet chess, that people are going to swindle on time, but there's a definite different type. I'll play everyone, even, you know, people who scramble at the end, of course. It's more, there's just certain other types that are really just, I mean, play such negative, horrible chess that, I mean, I'd rather block them. But if I had like filtering capability, then I would just, you know, I would just filter them out instead of blocking them. You know, it's the main case of that, you know, you play someone 3 times, you beat them. The 4th, they beat you, and then they call you a name and leave the board like immediately or whatever. It's like, dude, you're obnoxious. If I can filter you out in the future, I'd do it, you know?
Yeah. Mark, now might be a good time to, because we start seeing, you know, new members come into the stream, people that may have missed the opening Maybe you can just catch us up on, why we're doing this, what we've done this thus far, what's to come, and so on.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And I'm going to just take a quick lunch break, but
Yep.
I'll hang around, but muted. Catch you guys in a bit.
Mark and I will carry. Yeah, all good. Thank you, Brian.
Yes.
I was off, but I actually was sitting here listening to you, by the way, because I just felt like sitting on a top chair.
Yeah.
Because I was getting butt sore from sitting on a hard so long.
Got to invest in a good chair, Mark.
I know that.
Yeah.
I know. I almost bought one yesterday, but
okay.
Anywho.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So for those that have just arrived in the stream, today you may know some of this, but today we are live building a new online chess world, which we've named TrixtaChess. Let me wear my cap. Oops. 1 secondo. Una secondi.
The swag is coming out.
Let's see. Okay, I'll wear my cap. So originally in the session, I was wearing my Trixta hat.
Right.
So Trixta is the underlying system that we're using to build TrixtaChess. And this has been a long-term project with the original idea starting in late 2011.
Mm-hmm.
Paused for a number of years. 2016 started thinking about it. 2017 started building it. And we used it to build various things, and we never launched it as a company or a system. But last year we decided we had a new path, and we built some tools over the last year. And those are the tools we're going to use today to build out our chess world. And we're doing it live on the stream, and we have a team working on it right now. We have a Kanban board. So for those of you that are on TrixtaChess.ai,
I'll get that up on screen. 1 second.
Yeah, you either if you're there and you're not seeing the Kanban board, then you can just refresh that.
Yeah, TrixtaChess.ai, right, is the website.
Yeah. So the people watching right now, they can move around the Kanban board or not.
Yeah, they can. They can see all the tickets. Yeah.
Okay, and they can click on them and see what we're up to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then our team are working on this using our special tools. So we're working in an environment called Trixta OS, which is the Trixta operating system, but it's really a view of everything that's happening in your organization you're building. We use the word organization because we're building an organization rather than just an app or a platform. Because there's more to this than just the app part. It's actually a broader organization. And using Trixta OS, we can actually build and see and communicate. It's like a Slack-like interface where we can be in different channels, building different things, talking to each other, sharing tools. Unlike a normal vibe coding where you just kind of one shot, here we're building this fully.
Mm-hmm.
This is different to vibe coding and AI-driven development. We have different kinds of tools. And some of these tools are a little bit older, like some of them are 6 to 12 months old, and some of them are like a week old. And our goal this year is to improve these tools to the point where we can open them up to our chess community and allow them to mod different parts of the system, either things they can share with others or they can just build for themselves, or they can build entire chess businesses and bring that into this network.
Yeah.
We're building a broader network, and Trixta really is a network of systems and services. So this is our first in fact, this is the first time we've ever come out with it and said, here it is. And we're not going to formally explain exactly all the Trixta elements, how they work and how the tools work. But if you watch, you'll see stuff happening. And I think you'll recognize that it's different to vibe coding on systems like Replit and Lovable, and it's different to an IDE like Cursor. It's something very different, and it's something where one of the key elements for us in the long run is fun. We want to make it fun to build as a team, to build multiple things at the same time.
Yeah.
And in this case, we actually have a Kanban board which we're going to embed into the chess world. So at any point in time now or in the future, we can show you what we're building. We're also going to open this up at some point today, hopefully, where you can register and sign in, and then you can offer ideas of your own into the Kanban board. And if we approve them, they'll go into the ideas section of the Kanban board. And then today we're going to work for 12 hours and just see how far we get. We're not promising that we're going to have a fully working chess site in 12 hours. We just want to have something to begin with, something solid to work off. And then today is the 12-hour stream. And then after today, we're going to do our normal day jobs, which is normally whatever. I don't want to say how long the people work for.
Yeah.
Some are shorter or longer, whatever. But we are going to aim at a 4-day work week one day. But anyway, for now, probably a 5-day work week. And some people work late and other times. But we're going to do a 1-hour stream, half an hour to 1 hour stream every afternoon. So it'll be around 3 p.m. UK time, 2 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. It'll be 10 a.m. I think
Ish.
Eastern time.
Yeah.
Eastern time, and it'll be 7 a.m. Pacific time.
Yeah.
I mean, and there's lots of other times. I mean, in India it'll be probably, I'm guessing that is 7:30 p.m.
Right.
We'll
send out notifications when we're live.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to let the audience know, sorry Mark to interrupt, is this is literally a mirror of our workday, right? Is because we are a distributed team working remotely, is we generally create a Google Meet call. As you can see, the rest of our team, on mute right now, they're in their own little space. But this is what we do every day. We come in, we jump onto a call each day. You can come and go as you want, of course. But the idea is that we all work together in a place where we can collaborate, we can discuss, we can agree and disagree, and that's how we've been building our Trixta OS and Trixta itself over the last few years. Is just as a way collaboratively get involved with each other and jump into a space, talk, and enjoy your work, right? So yeah, that's what you're seeing right now. How we're discussing this. The presentation we've shown you today in terms of talking to Brian, talking to Mark, Barry jumping in, Tarian jumping in from time to time. This is literally how we go about our day. And this live stream was a way for us to pull back the curtain and go, let's show you what we do and how we do it. Yep.
Yeah, and in terms of the speed of our system, we, the underlying framework and architecture of the underlying Trixta system is it's very rock solid. We've been building on it for almost a decade in a previous company, and we've researched it for 15 years. And it preceded the AI era. The agent system is different to other agents because for us, an agent is a human or an AI agent or a system that acts as an agent within an environment. So we have slightly different terminology. It's very much around agents taking on roles and having interactions within the environment. I mean, that's how I could describe it.
Yeah.
So it is different to code-driven systems, which is like everybody, because code's been around. I mentioned this earlier, but for those of you who missed it, code has been around for I don't know how long, 7 decades. There was early code, and there was this machine. I mean, some people just believed you just do machine code. It's tricky though, because you have different machines with different kinds of machine code potentially. So then assembler came along. Assembler was like a cheat where you could actually build systems so much easier. People were horrified that people would want to take a shortcut.
Yeah.
And then later other languages came, and then C came in 1973. Well, it came earlier, but in 1973, it suddenly became somewhat popular. And C was a language that was very systems level, yet kind of an Englishy way of describing your code. And then from then on, we've had all kinds of variations of that. But code has been at the fore. So people just think code. It's it would be almost crazy. But we came back to first principles and said, well, why do you need code? In the future AI world, AI agents, humans care about code because it makes their lives easier. AI agents don't care so much. And because of that, in the future, we believe in the future, we're going to get to a point where code is, firstly, it's going to get not that valuable to look at your code.
Yep.
So systems like Lovable and Replit, they're already targeting non-coders. And the code is there, but it's kind of hidden away a little bit. And then in Cursor is around engineers using code. So there is code. But even in the Cursor environment, a lot of people are thinking, let me just use a bit of CLI. Let me not look at the code so much. I can test it. I can build tests around it. I can do evals around it. Do I need to really look at the code? and there's almost a move away from code, but not fully. Some people embrace code. Linus Torvald, the founder of Linux, recently said that yeah, AI systems are useful up to a point, but he actually analyzes every line of code that goes into his project and said you have to. So like there's lots of views in this. We believe in the future, not only would you not look at code, we don't even think you'll have code, because we need new abstractions. Maybe some code, but far less code. And there's code does different things. You can have code around managing your infrastructure. You can have code around orchestration of your software. And then you can have functional code that does something functional, like a function within your system. And so we think code that does functions is probably the longest lasting code. Makes sense. It's like very simple. You have an input, you have a process, there's an output. Functions can work with other functions. That makes sense. But orchestration is a question mark. And in our environment, orchestration is not managed by code. It's managed by new abstractions, Trickster primitive elements, where you can actually construct the most complex of systems and organizations, not using code, but actually by composing these primitives that we've abstracted with. And I know I did speak about this earlier, Sean, but I'm not going to go into all the detail.
That's okay.
Yeah, so we have this new way of doing things. And so then people might look at this and think, well, this seems slower than one-shot vibe coding or something. And yes, that's true. I mean, like we have a partner company that we work with, a sister company called Metalogic Solutions, who do incredible work in AI. And they work with, I'm going to call it classical AI, but it's not classical because they're really ahead of the curve doing incredible work. And they can build things so fast. I mean, like they can get ideas out there in hours sometimes. But it still takes a bit longer to go to full production scalability and testability and all that. I mean, they do build automatic testing and they do all kinds of amazing stuff. So when I look at what we do versus them, I can see that it takes us a bit longer to build. I think, I'm not sure actually, but we can build with multiple people, whereas traditionally with vibe coding, it's one person working in the dark alone.
Yeah, I've been there.
With the small tear coming down their cheek. No, I'm
Yeah.
Whereas our environments, we favor fun, working together, working in groups, working with our community. But I do believe that we're going to get to a point in the next couple of months where we're able to construct a system as quickly as vibe coding. But the main difference between us and vibe coding is I think we can get to production much faster than vibe coding.
Right.
And we can test and manage and we can scale easily, much faster than a vibe coded or an AI assisted solution.
And just so much more secure, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can do a lot more security around it. And there's more to be done. I mean, there's more to be done. But and then our goal is today we're demonstrating us using it. But over time, we're going to open up tools, maybe initially some simple tools so that people can maybe take an element. Maybe we're going to build a club system in the next week or two.
Yeah.
And then we can give mod tools where you can mod your system a little bit. And then later,
mod as in moderate, mod as in modify.
Oh, yeah, modify, modify. So like modding like a game or modding your club world. So we're going to give you tools to do that, or maybe where you can break out your club and make it totally private, so it's yours, even running on your own servers eventually.
Yes.
And when I say servers, I mean running on a Trickster space, which is a server.
Right.
Which is easy to do. You don't need any DevOps to do that. And then down the line, I don't know when, maybe 2 months from now, we're going to open up these tools and even, I hate to use the word dumb them down, but dumbing them down just means that they're easier to use. So we're going to dumb it down so that you can build the most complex systems yourself in the chess world and bring them into our chess environment. And you can almost be separate and running your own entrepreneurial thing, using our world, maybe working with our users, maybe if you want to, working with our payment rails, because we're going to be offering like payment systems like, stable coins or, other forms of payment that we can bring in. And then our goal is to build this open network where we'll build this core platform and this core game environment, but other people can start coming in with everything they want to. They can keep it private for themselves and their friends, or they could maybe sell that into the community if people want to upgrade their systems. So unlike an open source platform, we're going to make an open network. And because we don't have code, we don't have a lot of code. It's harder for us to open source in the traditional sense, except for the very core stuff, which is getting smaller and smaller. Because Trixta was, when we began, we built it in code. We built it in Elixir on the Erlang environment. We built up primitive elements, we built it out. And then later we built like visual tools to like very simple versions of what we have here. And then we'd improve our core system. But we got to a point where suddenly we could move a little bit faster and more securely by using our own system on itself than actually using code. So then we'd have partial code and partial Trixta building our Trixta elements. And then later we realized we were losing something by even having code, because then we couldn't share the guardrails and the visualizations and the simplifications we had. And so we ended up rewriting most of the core code in Trixta itself. So we dropped the code and it got rebuilt in Trixta.
Yeah.
And so now the core code is actually quite small, and we will open source that. But that won't necessarily help people enough because it's just the very core. And so because we have these different artifacts and elements or primitives, we could start opening up some of those in a new kind of open source.
Okay.
In the future. But at the same time, we're not sure. We're not sure where the world of open source is even going now with AI. Like people are just vibe coding or vibe stealing other people's open source. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah.
So we do believe in being an open network, and we want to provide opportunities for the entire chess world or anybody that wants to build on top of this network.
Yeah. Let's say we have some members in the community, Mark, the TrixtaChess community, that has a really great idea. They submit it on the ideas board, but they leave a comment saying, I don't really know how to start this. This is my idea for my modification of TrixtaChess. Are we able to help them out from there? Get, kind of flesh out the idea and so on? Yeah.
Yeah, we can. I mean, like initially we'll do it for free.
Yeah.
Later we may charge qubits for it or something.
Okay.
So the qubit system of this new realm is going to be different to qubits from the old chess cube, because the old chess cube was very much around play and stuff like that, and which is cool. Maybe we can have elements of that, but we see an entirely new environment where people can get access to tools or LLMs or
using their qubits.
Yeah, maybe they can use qubits, or they can maybe pay with their credit card, but we want to help people come and take the ideas forward. People may have already built systems on the outside, and they want to see, how do I wrap that and bring it into this environment so it's more accessible to this community as we build it.
Yep.
We will definitely help there. We're going to build wrapping tools where you can take an external service and wrap it and bring it into the network as well. Our goal is to build a broader network as possible, and we're going to bring more and more tools into the network as well. So some of the primitive elements, like I mentioned, there is a bit of code, I could say, but we could bring in other payment rails into the network so you can use them in your environment. We could bring in stablecoins, and we could bring in, say you have a retail, we could help you with set up a retail environment within here.
Like chess books or?
Yeah, like chess books. Chess books are still big. So chess books. Yeah. So Chess and Bridge in London, for example, is one of the large providers of retail across Europe and I think America, definitely UK. I mean, they have a lot of retail going out there, and it would be very cool if we can bring in that kind of offering into our network, so that people within the environment can go shopping and buy things, and it just wouldn't be like a single retailer. I mean, maybe we could have multiple retail stores offering.
Yeah.
There could be we could build like a coaching environment that people could use and they could mod, or people can build their entirely own coaching environment.
Yeah.
They can keep it totally private and not share it, or they could offer it as a service to others. I mean, the big thing is cheating. So like at some point we're going to have to bring in anti-cheating.
Yeah.
There are companies that have built cheating systems. So we could do a deal with them, bring them into our environment and push them into our different places and make it easy for people who've built something to use the anti-cheating system.
Right.
We don't necessarily want to build everything. We don't. We'd rather bring in a multiplicity of other systems and make them accessible within the network.
Also gives users, members of the TrixtaChess community, part ownership of, they can feel something they've contributed inside of the app, right? Whether it's the TrixtaChess app or their modded version of the app. That sense of ownership is going to be quite strong then.
And it could be like, I mean, maybe they invent a new sound pack and they want to
Exactly.
But they might just want to keep it for themselves and their mates because it's fun. Or they might then offer that maybe there's a store where you can sell it for so many qubits and then you can earn out some qubits.
Right.
Or maybe your own piece set, or you could come up with your own game variant and you kind of build it and runs in your environment. So you can play a normal chess, but you can offer that to people or you can open that up to the community and say, like, do you want, let's add this in.
Yeah.
So it can go in any direction.
Exactly. Well, I know Brian, who I see is back. He built a chess piece Sudoku, right? I mean, I've been playing it since he shared the link with me last week.
Awesome.
I love Sudoku. So, you know, just something fun like that is, you know, who thought of taking chess pieces and making Sudoku out of it, right? We've got one guy that done that, and yeah. So, you know, if that was something that Brian went like, hey, put this into TrixtaChess. I mean, I'm a player, like I want to see it there. I want other people to play it. Like, why not?
Yeah.
It's fun, you know. So yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So this is the beginning. This is day one of building out this new world.
Yeah.
And this world is not just a world of the network. In fact, let me try and see. I can't find it.
I mean,
I wanted to show you my network diagram.
Okay, while you pull that up, Mark, if we went back 30 years ago, and you know, I would totally want a chess knight piece. That's my Tamagotchi, right? Like I want to watch it go from a little baby horse to a to a big little strong knight, just by feeding it and playing with it and so on. Like just these random apps that you could add to a chess site that people would find fun. You know, like that's mine. It's there. It's pretty cool. Let me get your screen share up, Mark.
I'm still looking. I'm trying to get. I've got a multi browser environment going on here, so I need to hook the one into.
I'm looking at Torian's screen share. We're sharing that right now, and I can see they got names in the people list as well. So that's pretty cool.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm about to share this. Give me a moment. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
no
just
worries.
get this up ready.
All good. We're ready to go when you are. Welcome back, Brian. You remember you need to join the team talk inside of TrixtaChess as well, hey? Whoa!
Hey, Sean, do you see my share?
That's amazing.
Cool. So this is just an explainer diagram that kind of explains some. I'll just explain it slightly. So we're watching. Can you see my cursor moving?
No.
Oh, you can't?
No. Oh, there it is. There, it's just coming. Okay, cool.
Okay, good. Yeah, so our team's working on TrixtaOS, which is the environment that we showed you. But they're also working on Trixta Studio, because Trixta Studio is all those kind of flows and things and other kinds of more technical stuff. So TrixtaOS more gives you the guidelines. I think I'm getting feedback. Sean, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Cool.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. And then Trixta Studio, so they're working both on Trixta Studio and TrixtaOS at the same time. They're actually connected. The reason they're working on them both at the same time is both of them are running on this TrixtaChess organization we've set up. So we've set up this TrixtaChess organization, which is a space in Trixta terms. And both of these are pointed to this organization that they're building. And then they're also building an app. So the TrixtaChess app, they're busy building that, and that also connects to the service over here. So all three of these things, and you can have multiple apps pointing to the same service. And this is the network. This middle layer is the network. And in here we can have consultants, which could be us ourselves. We're going to be working with Metalogic Solutions to offer consultancy into this network, so we can help other people build. So these consultants also have a view into this world. And in this example, we have a cheat detect company. This is not real yet, by the way. We haven't got a cheat detect company, but I have some leads. But we can have a cheat detect company which comes in and actually takes on the role of cheat detection inside of this environment. So you can have organizations working together where this organization takes on the role of cheat detecting this one. And unlike APIs and MCPs and stuff like that, we have a more efficient way of them connecting, where this one literally takes a role. This one acts as an agent. This is a system that acts as an agent within this environment. And we can kind of click these things together, and we can create very complex, maybe sophisticated is a better word, ways of actually building organizations within our network. And then another little key point is these networks are decentralized, which means if TrixtaChess is running on here, it doesn't mean that Trixta, the company, has access to much in this environment. At the moment, we're building it. But theoretically, we could be totally on the outside. This service runs independently of Trixta. There are some Trixta elements and other like organizational systems that can connect here. But this organization has total control over who it lets in any form, in any role, doing any activity, including Trixta as well. So there's no central service of Trixta; it's decentralized. And this bottom layer here is the decentralized layer. It's the infrastructure layer, and we have something we call Trixta dCloud. And dCloud is it's almost literally what it says. It's almost like a joke actually, as well as another meaning. So dCloud means get out of the cloud, but it also means it's a decentralized cloud. And I think I mentioned earlier this is managed by Solana smart contracts. The current version you're watching today isn't. We have two versions of this. So this is coming probably in the next few weeks. But this works. We just need to do one or two small changes to it to hook TrixtaChess into it. And then you can run this on the cloud. You can run it on-prem. You can run it on a DP network like the Render network. You can run it ultimately on devices and on the edge. And this is all powered by Erlang and Elixir, which I mentioned, and Phoenix, which is part of the Erlang Elixir ecosystem, WebAssembly, and Rust. And they power the underlying infrastructure. So we go from the top level, which is actually the way you interface with your organization, then the organizational network, and then the infrastructure layer. Yeah, and that's kind of the basis. I know it's hard to understand because we haven't gone into full explanations. But we're starting out today with building a chess network.
Well done.
Thank you.
Let me get my view back to how it was.
So I guess the first developers are just going to interact with it on the what tools you give it level. But I mean, the future way that they can integrate as their own agents and all that, I mean, that's somewhere down the road. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how far down the road it's going to be. We're moving really quickly. We're moving at an exponential rate. We are not limited by the building part. We're actually limited by how quickly we can think of ideas and get them into the system. We are being true to the core of what Trixta is, which is the underlying primitive elements. We've always been true to that. So we've been very true to the architecture, even though it is different to what's happening in the world to some degree, but it's very orthogonal. So we also, I mean, in Trixta Studio and OS, we've introduced CLI, and we can bring Claude code and other things within the environments, and it understands the environment based on how we explain it to it. So there's a lot more we can do with these kinds of things.
Cool. Did I miss anything cool while I was away? You're going over the overview of the system again.
Yeah, I just did a rerun of some of the stuff I said earlier.
Fun. How are the tickets looking? What's the next big thing to land?
Let's see.
Just give me a sec. I'm going to refresh this Google Meet view. It's kind of gone all wonky on me. There we go. Oh, much better. Okay. Okay, we got a whole bunch of tickets added in here. Hey, Mark.
Okay, is the work in progress?
Yeah, they're on it right now.
Okay, they haven't done the board yet, or have they moved that?
Let's see what's above in the work in progress. What's the ticket that's kind of hidden under the header there? If you scroll up a bit, yeah.
Okay,
okay,
cool.
Yeah.
And Sean, can you peek under the hood there and see what they're up to, or anything interesting?
I'm looking around. Let's have a look at the different screen shares. We've got Barry working on Invite a Friend, which is quite cool. I'm going to take yours off, Mark. And we've got Leo working in studio. Torian looks like he's busy in the chat room. Yep. So we've got invite a friend, which is tied into registration as well. So those waiting to grab their usernames, that'll open as well. And then we've got, yeah, I can see the chat room just being worked on as well over there, which is quite cool. Yeah, maybe we can take a voice break and listen into their chat for a few minutes, Mark.
Okay, cool. Do you want to do that, or must I do something?
No, we can all just jump to the dev room and listen.
Okay.
I'll let them know we're coming in.
Okay, cool. We'll just go and mute.
Just go in and mute. So just for the audience that's watching on Twitch and YouTube, we'll take a 5-minute voice break. We'll still be here if anything comes up. Maybe it's a nice chance for you to listen to the Trixta team just discussing what they're doing and so on. I'll keep both these screens open so you can see what's going on. Cool. I'll see you there, Mark, in the next room. Cheers.
I don't know whether I should. I feel like I shouldn't interject now. Like, I don't think it's my time to talk.
I've like lost track of my window that they'll be talking on here.
I'm trying very hard not to open up more tabs.
I've lost it. Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Sean and Brian, we should not be on mute I don't think, because we can't speak to each other there.
Yeah, I'm here. I got you.
Me?
Yeah, I hear you in Google Meet.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You didn't before, I don't think.
No, I just unmuted it now.
But Brian needs to unmute too.
Yeah. I'll send him a message.
Okay. It is complicated with all the muting and unmuting.
I know.
Okay. All right, so open registration and create player profiles is almost there. Brendan and Leah, you guys are on that. And then the friends and refer friends stuff. What is outstanding there?
We are just making sure that the reactions are going to the right person and that everything there is wired up correctly. And then we're just also making sure login is working. Just regular.
Okay. Yeah, and then the screens, the chat. We've got the room chat and who's online at the moment.
Yeah, I'm doing some changes to it to add just some of the seek things and fake data for the time being for things that we're all going to replace, just so I can have a means to like start challenging people.
Okay, I'm going to move the build interactive chessboard on just to bring it in next.
Okay.
So you can start to get that going.
But we are going to need a change likely on the shell or the main shell that pretty much allows us to transition the user when they've accepted a challenge or something to like the actual game. I don't think the component programmatically does that yet, but via reactions.
Okay,
I don't even know if we how we plan to do that just yet, but
yeah, we could use a reaction for that.
Okay, then that's
perhaps better to get closer to it, I think, before discussing it. Let's try to like get the things that we got up in the air done. It's like too many things to think of.
I would actually want to bank what we have now to maybe show the others or whatever, and then.
Okay.
Leah, are you happy just reusing the register flow for login as well, or do you want 2 separate actions?
Maybe create another action, but you can call the same inline reaction and just pass. I'm passing through. You'll see I've changed it in the registration flow. Instead of passing through alt type registration, just pass alt type login, and then I'll just use a different HTML for the email.
Yeah.
But I don't think we need to use the whole flow, because that registration flow might get a little bit more complex, and it already has like multiple different elements to it that we don't need.
Yeah. Okay.
Sounds intense, hey Mark?
It does. And Brian's still muted.
Brian, did you unmute Google Meet or no?
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
We can't unmute him, can we?
We can't unmute his tab, no.
Dorian, the thing that you did mention about the shell, you can maybe message me on Slack, the details of it.
Just so that the viewers know,
Get me to work on it.
The rest of the team cannot hear me and Mark right now. We're talking off the room. Yeah. If it sounds like we're interrupting them.
I'm gonna just talk to Brian to unmute us. Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
1 sec.
Yeah.
Brendan, did you find that the friends list was working?
Last I checked, it wasn't, but I can check again now for you.
Okay.
Brian, can you unmute in Google Meet? But stay muted here.
Yeah, I've unmuted now.
There we go.
I don't see any friends.
We can talk, but they can't hear us.
But I
Okay.
I've created at
Just want to
least
swap notes.
3 users using the one agent to invite them. So
Okay, let me see what's going on here then.
One thing we're going to hear is quite a lot of Trixta lingo in the background, Mark.
That's cool.
Yeah, let's hear how these engineers talk to each other in Trixta language. We'll call it that.
It's tired talking, so good for other people to do the talking.
Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah, I think I'll be excused from stand-ups and
I
general
can see
company
the
meetings
interaction
for a
in
while.
interactions view.
So Mark, is there a whole, I mean,
So I have to imagine that the
training
component
methodology
is
or course or
using
something? How would you get up to speed with Trixta lingo
something
for a new
else,
developer?
or maybe it's not treating it as an accumulative reaction.
We normally just train. It takes at the moment
always
a few weeks.
Just ask the agent to go and check the space.
Yeah.
Corinne
Okay.
kind of answered a bit.
Would anyone else like to take on that task? I know Brendan's working on like multiple things at once at the moment. Otherwise, I will set up my UI builder and do that.
And
I can do it.
And how does it work with, so it looks like Leah is handing off tasks. Is there like almost a scrum master?
We're just looking at the
someone
provide UI of friends
hands
or
off,
invite
looks at
friends
tasks, hands
components.
them off, or
should we jump out
And
again? Maybe.
just want to make sure that it's using the correct
let's
action
jump out.
and reaction.
We don't have to jump into another channel on Trixta, Mark. We can just talk on Google Meet. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying we can leave the dev channel.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I'm out. Okay.
Phew.
Silence at last.
Yeah.
No. Sorry. What? Just remind me. What was the question?
Yeah, no, kind of like a point guard or a scrum master or whatever. Is there somebody who is involved in, okay, who's going to tackle this next? I mean, it looked like Leah was playing that role, but maybe that's, or Barry, I don't know. How do you know who's working on what next?
So we kind of know each other, and we'll just like go in and do things. So there's certain areas that Leah tends to do really well. So she'll generally jump into those, but she's also very good at helping and coordinate with other people. Barry as well. So we just talk and we just do things. And we very quickly allocate tasks between ourselves, and then we just jump in and do it. The reason we can't have a Scrum Master is because we don't do Scrum because it's too slow.
Okay.
We don't even do traditional Kanban because it's too slow. And we often don't design things up front because it's too slow. It's actually easier to build than to design.
Right.
But there are times where we need to. There's sometimes very complex things that we do need to design. We do need to talk about it. Yeah, it's just a different way of working, too traditional. And now with more and more AI agent support internally, we're going to get to a point where the agents can go off and do certain things without us. And yeah, it's learning how to work is important. I'll tell you what actually happens often is like we'll run out of work to do, and somebody will just run out in 2-3 hours of all the work they were meant to do that day. Then they're not sure what to do. Then they'll put up their hand and say, "Oh, I've got nothing to do right now." Talk briefly.
Yeah.
So we're trying to figure out how to do that better. But also we're going to be adding more and more tools now to even simplify things more. So and in that process, we're going to start figuring out how to work even more efficiently in a team-based way. I mean, the one thing we can do as teams, we can separate out into different areas and different channels.
Right.
Those channels have meaning. They're not just channels. Like in Slack, you just create a channel. In TrixtaOS, the channel is dictated by the shape of the system that you're building. So as you create a different shape in the system, you end up with different channels, and then you can just jump into them and work on them.
Okay.
I know that probably sounds a bit vague.
How do they work just as a practical matter? You said some are on site and then some are off. Do they usually have some kind of video meeting, or this is unusual?
This is normal. We are a totally remote company. So everyone works remotely. But we do have offices we have 2 offices, and generally we have one for Trixta. And the office is optional. It's really there just to go chill in an office. So we have an office at Innovation City, which is just an awesome environment. It's got a good vibe. And people will come in there. I'll often go there in the mornings on some days. If I drop my daughter at school, I'll pop into the office and I'll leave while I work from home. I'm actually at home now, in my home. I've got 2 home offices. So this is my small home office, which is more recently built. And then our bigger home office was actually the Trixta office originally.
Okay.
It could fit 6 to 8 people back in the day.
Yeah.
And when we grew bigger, it just didn't make sense anymore. When COVID hit, it didn't make sense anymore. So yeah. So we do work in a very different way, and we're going to have to keep finding ways to how to work together constructively. But often, the constraint in the old days was actually building systems because that took so long. Now the constraint is what do we build and who does it, and where do we, because sometimes we can sit in a room. Sometimes even in our office, we'll have a day where we just sit 4, 6, 8 people of us sitting in a room, and we'll just build something together. And but it's very efficient because even though somebody may not be working, they may just be talking, but sometimes they'll jump in, and sometimes we'll break into 2 groups, and it's just a very different way to think.
The one benefit of that is, from my point of view, is on a technical level, I'm not as strong as the engineers, right? So I bring a different level of thinking into the conversation. And that's what we lean on is, what does Sean think? What does Mark think? What does Barry or Leah think? And those ideas come together into something really strong. We found over the last while working together. So yeah, that's also a major benefit of team collaboration as well. It's just looking at it from different points of view, whatever we're designing, talking about, or so on. Yeah.
So Sean, I'm just setting up a 3:30 meeting. You can do the invite as a Google Meet if you want.
Is that with Kino, Mark?
Yeah, almost I do it.
No, it's already there, hey?
Oh, for 3:30?
Yes.
Okay, and you've invited him and me?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah. We're all good there.
Cool.
What's your wish list, Brian?
For this platform.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, stuff we've kind of covered, the community-based stuff. Yeah, I mean, just some like I don't really like. I mean, it's all like lichess, really. It's how I play on lichess. I mean, so even in C crafts and all that kind of stuff, I just want a lot of shortcuts to bullet chess and to get into that. I mean, one of the weird ways that they've constructed things with the quick pairing is they don't have many options. I think it's like 1, 2+1, whatever. So you actually get nodes of players who play. But I mean, I would play a lot more of 1+1, for instance. I like the increment, but because it's not one of the quick pairing, I don't think there are as many people in that pool, you know. So, I mean, there's stuff like that that they kind of push people down certain paths. But if we had, you know, my idea with that was a quick C crap, but where you can choose what kind of player you are. Like I'm a bullet player, so I only wanted to see all of the bullet related time controls, really. And then if I really want to go for a long game at some point, I'll just seek it out, you know.
Yep.
Because I mean, there's all sorts of like time controls that I think are fun, 10+1, 1+1, 2+1, whatever, that are not, I don't think, heavily used, just because they don't have those handily in the quick pairing. Beyond that, yeah, I mean, one I mentioned it earlier. This idea of being able to get a bit of training on the site, like so. My idea with that would be able to play games with engine assistance, but not for engine moves, but just for standard opening moves through a certain number, like I don't know, 10, 15 moves of an opening. So I want to play Valakine, whatever. It shows you on the board, you know, the 2 or 3 choices. And that would, I mean, even if I could play bullet, honestly, 1,000 games of a new opening, I think I would know it without ever having to actually train that opening, just because I've seen the patterns and been assisted. So this idea of, it's not quite cheating because you're not being told based on your opponent's move. It's like if your opponent plays something out of the blue, then the engine assistant, well, it's not even engine, the move assistance ends.
Yep.
Because there's no opening book related to it. So I guess there's more of how can you incorporate learning into just pure bullet play. Otherwise, I literally will spend tons of time doing bullet without actually learning anything new.
Yeah.
So how do you learn and play bullet at the same time? I guess that's one thing.
Do you mean learning after the fact or in real time?
No, in real time, because that's when it counts. I mean, how would you enable it so that you learn in real? So that's my example. Like if I wanted to learn a new variant of the Sicilian, the Khan or something, it's like, how could I do that real time to get to a playable position without going bust? You know, if I could play 1,000 games of it in bullet, I'm sure I'd know it very well. But I'm unwilling to even get into it because I know I'll have to look at theory beforehand. So
yeah.
So yeah, how to make it more than both those aspects, the community and actually learning, would make it more than what I use lichess for now, which is I've got downtime or I don't have downtime and I'm just going to play some bullet. And then it's throwaway. There's no real sense that I'm part of the lichess community, and there's no real sense that I've learned anything new. It's just been 2 hours of bullets.
Yeah, you tell us and we'll build it.
Yeah,
I find that fairly interesting. So, just the way you ended off that, you know, that request was, do you find having a sense of ownership of your games played and the friends you made and so on fairly important to you? It seems as though you do, obviously.
No, in the lichess,
No,
totally
I mean
disposable.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Is because it's disposable, it's obviously, you know, it sucks to you that it is disposable, right?
Well, yeah, I guess it's neither here nor there at the moment. In other words, I don't even my username on lichess is like irrelevant. It's just a username I play under.
Right.
But there's no, in that sense, there's no ownership of the whole community experience. Like I care how my username is perceived, you know, because there's no, there's no real visibility into it. If I happen to chat and, you know, play you, then I guess you see me, but there's no sense that I am this person on Lichess right now. Whereas on ChessCube, there was a more of a sense of who people are, because you see them chatting in the cafes and whatever else. So
I gotta go ahead, Mark.
Does chess.com have chat rooms?
I mean, they've got forums, but yeah, beyond that, who knows?
Because I don't go there very often.
Yeah.
No, I don't as well.
I think that was something, Brian, you and I, that, you know, we were in charge of. Something I've always felt before the time I was super excited about, but then afterwards I realized, you know, was maybe not a great thing, is when we brought forums to ChessCube, when we already had chat rooms, you know, splitting up where communication lived on the site, right? And, you know, looking back now, I was never really happy that we brought forums in. I would have preferred we had the chat rooms there as the main form of communication. Yeah.
But forums is asynchronous, whereas chat is synchronous.
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, I could see it in both ways. I mean, forums are good for, let's just say you are discussing new features or something or whatever. That kind of makes sense where people put in some thought and maybe an image or two or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, for general chat, yeah, it most probably doesn't make sense. So if you've just got a general whatever, the soccer one during the World Cup or football one, like, yeah, that most probably makes more sense as chat. Do you want to segment them off into, you know, forums and chat? So yeah, it must probably make sense to keep some notion of forums around, but not make them the primary playground for chat.
We got a viewer question for all three of us, I guess. Do you remember the first time you ever played chess?
Did you play chess quite young, Mark? I played because of Blaze. I was, you know, 5 or so, 4.
I played at 11, I think. It could have been 10. A friend of mine introduced me to the game, and I went to their house, and him and his brother could play, and then they played me. They showed me the moves and stuff, but they cheated. So they said, yeah, the rook can move like this, and it can take all the pieces along the way. I was like, oh, damn, they took all my pieces. I've got nothing left. So I think I learned to 10 and a half, 11. And then my father bought me a book. I forget what it was called, but there was an old book called something Move by Move. Can't remember. Yeah, I think Chernev or something. And then I had another. Oh, I had this. Again, it was an old book by Edward Lasker, where you'd go into the book and then it would say, this is the position. You've got 3 choices, and choice 1, if you think it's choice 1, go to page 4. If it's 2, go to 97. And you'd be running around this book and following this path. And then, but you didn't need a board, so I learned a lot from that. And then my next book was a book on endgames, which is a really amazing book. I forget what it was called, but it taught me a lot around bishop and knight in closed positions versus 2 bishops and, you know, that kind of stuff. And then I got Fisher's games, 60 best games, I think, initially. I used to go to these old bookstores like in Cape Town and buy these smelly old books. And then I read a lot of Fisher, and I found out Fisher's full, I don't know, 800 games or whatever. And I didn't understand it, but I wanted to. And I kind of forced myself. But then I entered a tournament at 13. It was like a junior event. I came second. And then I played in another big event in Johannesburg when I was 13, and I won my section. So I flew there. I flew for the first time, and I played in a tournament. And I just wanted to be good. And I thought I was really good. I played in some big open events, and I really wanted to win, but I was only like about a 1400, I think. But I did fairly well. And then I just started pushing, and yeah, I just loved it. That's all I wanted to do. I'd like be playing chess all day long. My mum would knock on my door and say, Mark, stop playing chess and do your homework.
It's like my mom telling me to get off the computer, and, you know, look where I am now. So you've obviously got the same story, Marcus. Look what you became, right?
I know, but I haven't played like board chess, maybe one game in the last decades. And I didn't do well. But my last game, I played for Cape Town or somebody, and I played against.
Well, We remember actually we won it as Chess Cube. We were Sean, you may have been off the call. We won the whole league as Chess Cube. I mean, we had a super strong team.
Was I involved?
Yeah, you played. That may have been your one game.
You won. You were the super sub, Mark. Yeah.
You were super sub.
Yeah.
It was Opov, De Villiers, you, Amini. I mean, I was like board 7 or something.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I just remember playing against this young guy who was an 1800, and he was white. I played a Sicilian defense, and he booked me. He got me into some line that I didn't know.
Yeah.
In the end, I sacrificed the exchange to get a blockade. He didn't really understand that I could blockade that position so strongly in exchange line. Then I managed to get a draw. Then I thought, why am I torturing myself?
Yeah, well, that is the problem. Whenever I get back to long games, I'm like, yeah, it's so much stress. Why would you do this?
Yeah.
But inevitably, I get dragged back in. So OBS got promoted. We won the division last year, so we're in the A division. So I broke back in, and it's painful. Well, to my formation, I think it is. I have to blame my brother Blaze, who's a strong player, but also no theory. So because he's my coach, mentor, I just followed along with his wing gambits and other nonsense, and there wasn't any of that hunger for theory.
Well, back in the day, we used to try and play F5 a lot.
Yeah.
So F5 was always like that most crazy move, like the Latvian gambit and other forms of F5.
Right.
Did he push F5 at you?
No, I'm sure along the way there's, I mean, I did follow some of his ideas, and unfortunately, so, I mean, I think I could have probably been a stronger player if at 5 I actually looked at theory, not at whatever Blaze was playing, which is the worst opening and other, theories. So.
Oh, yeah. Well,
it is what it is.
So, like, one of the DOSers we used to call ourselves, like Timothy Kitt, he loved playing F5, and he played the Latvian.
Mm-hmm.
But he played against serious games, against international masters and stuff, and he really knew it pretty well. And we had these crazy lines, and even to this day, he still plays. He lives in Wales, and he plays, and he, I see that he plays the Latvian. I'm amazed, like, never went.
No. Well, I still play the wing gambit against the Sicilian. I mean, it's just that hasn't gone away.
Okay. I've even forgotten the rules around that one.
Well, B4 and A3.
No, that's
how it goes.
Yeah, people play it against me. I wish I could play. I mean, I do some crazy moves on 1 minute chess. I like to play A4 and H4, and C3, knight A3, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just to get out a book. I don't do it all the time. I just do it for fun occasionally.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, mine is not as glamorous. I was doing a school project on Egypt, and my mom dropped this massive blue encyclopedia onto my desk and went, "Egypt is in there." And I opened the book, and I opened it unknowingly on C, and chess was there. But what brought my attention to it was it had showed, the diagram was how the chess pieces moved. And the lines were all in different colors. I might have been a cat as a kid or something, because those colors attracted my eyes. And I asked my parents, like, can I learn this? And my dad went and bought me a chess set at a store called C&A. I don't know if you guys remember that store from back in the day in South Africa. Yeah.
Is it still there?
No, they're long gone.
Okay.
It was a sort of stationary bookstore. And I got my first chess set, and my dad played with me and never taught me any theory or any strong, positions or opening thinking. And I would send my knights. The first thing I'd do was send my knights out and try to capture everything, really. So yeah. And then I met you guys.
and then your life changed.
Yeah.
For the better. Yeah. Cool. Is there anything going on anywhere that's interesting?
I'm looking around. I can see Torian's got the chat room open as well. Let's see. Okay. Leah's got studio open. Barry's kind of building out the chat room right now. So if we want to look at how the interface comes together in the various components, we can look at that as well. So it's getting there. Yeah. We've got Cara saying she's been here since 10:30 her time, listening in the background, checking in to see how far things are coming along. We've got Caitlin saying this is amazing. So yeah, it's looking pretty good out there.
So it's how many hours is it? It's been 7 hours. No,
no. We've been going it for 5 hours now.
Oh, 5 hours.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah.
Wow, I can't believe it's still 7 hours to go.
I know. Well, we've got a couple of things coming up. We've got some interviews coming up.
Yeah.
And then of course we'll open registration for everybody. We'll get people in the chat rooms. You know, we'll be sharing the chat room. You'll be able to see your own chat on the screen eventually.
Okay.
Whoever's the first person to play and beat Brian, I'll get you a VIP membership one day. But you have to beat him fair and square by being a mouse jockey. So yeah, that's my
goal. I think when they build the room, they won't have any time. I mean, it's going to be very basic.
Yeah,
game.
Very basic.
Probably no timing initially. Yeah. Well, there won't be timing because we still have to do the timing rules.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm going to go and check on the dogs. I'll be back.
Cool. Say hi to the dogs for us. Brian, what happened with your dog?
He passed on a while back. I don't know.
Any new pets since then? Yeah.
No, my neighbor got a dog who crawls through the fence. So I've got enough of a non-committed relationship with that dog. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
When I need to walk or whatever.
Yeah. Do you still keep in touch with any of the old Chess Cube people? You've kind of disappeared, eh?
As I say, once it's like the main appeal of that was the community, but because I'm not even actually, in fairness, with offline chess, people are far more active. I guess it's just this is something I'm not that involved in chess related things as much as other people,
or online social media or anything like that.
Well, that in general, never held much appeal. Just plugging away, doing my own thing, and head down, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you? Have you done any more streaming, other game related? Did you build up? I mean, I know for Chess Cube you had your own little podcast or whatever.
We did that. We did that until 50 episodes, and then we retired it at 50 episodes. Right? We thought that was enough content to keep current and future listeners, interested. It was quite a time sink because we would record at 8 p.m. at night my time. The recording would go on for 3 hours. And then I'd spend the rest of the night kind of cutting it, listening to it, chopping it up, and then putting it out there, which then sent me to bed at 3 a.m. every night we recorded the show, or every week. So it was pretty tiring, and having to come up with topics all the time, and it just took its toll. But then I went into Twitch streaming. I played a bunch of games, built a nice little following on Twitch. But as with everything, I'm very shy. And once I got to a certain average viewer amount, like when I had 3 viewers, I was okay with that. But when it went like way above that, like I think my stress levels kicked in, and I said like I can't do this anymore. Like there's far too many people watching me, right? And it just I was like, all right, I'm retiring from streaming now. It was great. I did a bunch of single player games, multiplayer games, sim racing, and so on. So it was pretty cool. So I've never really left the gaming world, so to speak. I've always been in touch with what's going on and so on. I have massively missed Chess Cube. Like, as you said, even when when you're busy, when you're not busy, you're gonna kill the time by playing a chess game, right? I never really went on to Lead Chess or Chess.com. So Chess Cube was my escape, if I can say that. That's where I went to A, work, and B, just get away from work, is getting away from the chat rooms by playing a game, right? That's what took me out of it. So having that gap of 6 years of not having Chess Cube around, like it has sucked. Like I've wanted it back. So yeah. When Mark,
so no real chess, eh?
I haven't gone onto any chess sites in the last 6 years, like seriously. Yeah, I have a question in chat from Fritz. What's a good age to get a kid to start playing chess? What's the best way of introducing it to them?
as early as possible. I mean, 4 or 5, get them. I mean, in the beginning, they may chew the pieces and stuff like that. But I think the way to do it at that age, I mean, a lot of because you find that if you can get the basic rules into a kid's brain early on, they're bound to be a lot stronger. They have just so it is for lifetime. I mean, by the age of 10, they're just going to be a strong player. So I think one of the ways is to play, even if they're 4 or whatever, play against whatever your wife or your friends, whatever, in front of them. So they see that, oh, this is something people do. They sit and look at each other over a board and they move these things they don't necessarily understand, and they want to put the pawns in their mouths and stuff.
Yeah.
But that's still I mean, soon enough, they're going to say, okay, how do I actually play this thing? So firstly, model it, right? Put it in front of them and play games with your friends, and so that you show, oh, this is a fun thing people do together. And then when they start to understand the rules, start playing them, and then they're going to beat you, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Because they start that early. I think that's the way a lot of us who started young just learned from just seeing our older brothers, our dads, or whatever playing and wondering what it's about. So,
also join a chess club at school if there is one. It's another great way to learn, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, after that, then there's obviously more formal ways, but just for the love of the game, like, for the love of the game is just to show that you like the game. Otherwise, I mean, the kids want to kind of do what their parents do or whatever their friends are doing or other people around them. So if you can show, without your interaction and just letting them learn by themselves. Yeah, some obviously have done that all the way to GM level. But just crazy. I mean, the Polgar, for instance, that whole Polgar story was literally the guy wanted to show you could make a genius in like any environment. I don't even know if he knew much about chess, but they trained their 3 daughters just to be super strong GMs. One of them getting to the top 10 of the world just by drilling. I mean, from a very young age. So I bet you could start really young, just modeling the behavior, and then from then on, just some training. But yeah, chess in school, chess everywhere. Just make it super fun.
Yeah. Are there any upcoming people in South Africa or around the world you've got your eye on right now? Any youngsters that have kind of shown some good promise?
See, you know what the weird thing with me and chess is? It's so part of my nature and all this, but I've never actually cared about the whole, who is this, and like had my chess heroes and all of that.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm a chess player who is not that fascinated by the chess community.
Yeah.
So no, I mean, in the local tournaments that I played more recently, there's a whole new crop of strong players. A couple of Russians that I can think of that are just super strong. So we've got but it's a whole brand new crop. I mean, there's none of the people I remember, but you go play them and it's just really strong. So no, I mean, it's looking good. I mean, I think we're going to have some more GMs in this next crop of players, which is new. I think South Africa only has 1 GM at the moment, but I think in the next 10 years we could have 2, 3 more.
There is Kenny, of course, right? Was South Africa's first GM, right? But I think there's another teenager that's about to, or if not has already. Yeah.
No, that's what I'm thinking as well.
Yeah. That's exciting. I can tell all the community from India going, oh, we've got hundreds of those. We're good.
Yeah. Well, but they've got the problem with South Africa, as in with most things, is they don't have institutional governmental support, like actual training. Because of Anand being the world champion, they really threw a lot of money and organization and infrastructure which South Africa, I guess, could do, but I mean, they've got other issues as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the Indian model would be the way to go if there was any organization. So
yeah. Oh, I can't wait to
Well-
get into the cafe. I can't wait to see everybody again. I hope everybody comes. Yeah. Did you have a question there, Brian?
No. Just did you want to just see what's happening on the Kanban side?
Yeah, let's have a look. Is anybody sharing it right now? Well, no. Let me bring it up on my side. 1 second. Let's go there. Fritz says thank you for that advice on young people and chess, Brian.
Sure.
Cool. All right, so where are we right now? Let's have a look. Give me 1 sec. All right, so I can see. I mean, you're welcome to upvote, hey Brian. I think we need to be logged into upvote. Oh, we can just upvote. I see we now got a guest account. That's great. So we can view the board. Can see some comments on here. Yeah, cool. There's another comment here.
Is registration now open?
It doesn't look like it. I still see that ticket kind of pending. Ticket number 3. Open
Okay.
registration and create player profiles. It looks like it's still.
Well, you're
up
saying
here.
to upvote and whatever. I don't think I can yet. So
Are you
until
sure?
registration, I'm assuming.
No, you can.
Oh,
I was able to upvote without having an account.
really? Okay, but I can't even log. Oh, maybe. Let me
Yeah.
upvote without even having an account.
Yeah, that's something we'll.
Oh, I can.
Yeah, we'll probably fix that in the coming day or two as well. Yeah.
Okay, I can upvote without an
Yeah.
account.
Cool. And then just for everybody watching, we'll have an interview soon, as you heard Mark mention earlier, probably in the next 13 or so minutes. Yeah. How about some?
Who is Mark interviewing?
Mark is getting interviewed by
okay.
a former South African radio host called Kino. He'll be
Okay.
coming on, and Kino, a company I worked for before called Weight Room. Kino used to run a daily hour show there as well, where he sort of interviewed founders, whether it be tech founders or, any kind of, startup founders on the business they were doing, and so on, kind of drilling into, why the business exists, what problem they're solving, and so on. So this should be a really, really great interview for those that are watching the streams. Just to hear Kino's, the way Kino's going to, interview Mark and so on. I think it's going to be really exciting. Yeah.
Oh, cool. So that's on in like 10 minutes.
About, yeah. Hopefully everybody's on time. We'll see how it goes.
I just chatted briefly with Kino. He just got home. I think he's tired. It's a long day, but anyway, he said he's ready to go.
Yeah, excellent. So we have another call, another link, Brian. Mark is Brian's coming to that interview as well, right? Just to kind of listen in.
Oh yeah, you can listen in. Yeah. You haven't met Kino before, but yeah, come listen in.
Okay.
It's really me and Kino. So
yeah,
you can actually take a break if you want to.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'll also maybe, hey? I'll
you
listen
can
in.
be there.
Yeah.
You have to be there though to stream.
I'll be there, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
I might have a little off-camera coffee sip.
Yeah,
or
that's
something.
fine. Yeah, you can go off camera.
Yeah.
We'll just see where it goes.
Okay. Mark, you've got some kids. Brian was able to give some great advice for Fritz's question on YouTube.
Okay.
In terms of getting your kids started at chess. Have you gone that way with your kids? What was your?
I did. I didn't want to push it because, I wanted to give them a choice. But
right.
I did teach them the moves. I taught my son, and then he used to play me, and then, but I was a bit harsh to him because there was one moment where I kind of let him have a really nice position, and then he was getting so excited, and then he was almost winning. It was king and pawn in game, and then I did, and then I came through at the end and I won, and he was so disappointed. I feel very guilty. If you're watching, E, sorry about that. But he was actually very good, and then at his school they actually introduced chess as a subject, and And then I spoke to his coach actually, and the coach said, "Yeah, he's really good. You know, he needs his own." He was a group coach. He said he needs his own coach. He's just so good.
Yeah.
I said, "Oh, really? I didn't realize that because I didn't want to. He didn't want to play me after that." And then, but then he went into like Minecraft and other things, and you know, Roblox and flight simulators and stuff.
Yeah.
But I always felt a bit guilty. I thought maybe if I hadn't pushed him that one day, he would have been a strong chess player today.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go, Fritz. Hopefully that answers your question as well.
Don't be harsh to your kids like I was.
Well, if I can take a world I'm used to, is the world of Formula One. Sorry to break topic for a second, but there's a superstar out there at the moment called Max Verstappen, and his dad was an ex F1 racer who was extremely strict on Max growing up. So he went the other extreme and was really brutal with his boy. But now his boy is like the king of F1 right now. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, my son went on different paths and became very powerful at
Yeah,
what he did.
exactly.
So
yeah.
he had his own niche. But like his I didn't want to push it.
Yeah.
Because it was a personal thing for me. In my family, I was the only chess player.
Yeah.
No parents or siblings play chess.
Right. Same as me. Same as me. Cool, Mark. We've been looking at the board. Yeah, we're waiting for some updates on the engineering team. We can see they're all in deep discussion right now. If we just look at their cameras, we can see Leah obviously sharing her thoughts. So it's moving. We're gonna see some updates soon, I believe. Maybe once the interview with Kino's done, we'll get some updates as well.
Okay, so the interview might be 20 minutes or so, 30 minutes.
That's okay. We know Kino loves to talk, right? So yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, we've still got 8 minutes, so let's see what happens. Barry has a ghostly aura.
He's gotten up. He's taken a walk.
I can't sit down for hours at a time.
I'm going to tell you and the audience what you need, Mark. One of the best investments you can make if you are at your desk for most of the day is a standing desk. I've got one. I send it up and down throughout the whole day. Oh, it's so good just to get that blood flowing. You know, my Apple Watch tells me when I need to stand, so I take that as my cue to push my desk up. Yeah,
totally.
Yeah, we are not endorsed by Apple in any way.
Cool.
Let's have a look. See where we are. Here's a question that came in, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
Why was ChessCube the right product or project for this experiment? Why choose ChessCube over everything else that was in your mind at the time?
Cool. I'm pretty sure Kina's going to ask me that question too. Yeah, it's because when we were running ChessCube, at the time it was a hectic platform with so many, it was very event-driven in a period where event-driven software wasn't the norm.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to build really sophisticated architectures to actually manage the amount of messages moving around. And we had to figure out ways to not overuse databases for simple things. We had to keep things in memory where possible in state. We had to figure out how to use qubits. It was very complex, and I am going to share. Let me just quickly open up this. Open up the TrixtaChess. If so many tabs open, I have to figure out where to do this.
Are you a founder if you don't have 100 tabs open?
Probably not. I've got less tabs open than I normally do.
Okay.
It's still a lot. So, can you see my shared?
Yes, we got
screen?
it. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the Trickster.ai, which is separate from TrixtaChess. So Trickster.ai, we speak to organizations of the future. And for those who don't know, MMORPG is a gaming term, effectively, where it stands for massively multiplayer online role-playing game. And often it was like those wizard games and that type of thing. But effectively, it's any kind of game that's complex with many different roles and activities. And ChessCube taught me at the time that I started realizing we could actually build any kind of business system based on that game metaphor. And so in 2011, we weren't able to continue running ChessCube at the current expense anymore because we just didn't have the funds, and the money coming in wasn't enough. So we actually pulled out all of the developers into a separate company, and we reduced the staff down to yourself, Sean. We then were at a point where ChessCube was profitable, and it was okay to carry on. And so just after that, I started focusing more on the other work. And for about 6 months, I started thinking more about this idea of what Trixta could become. And we did some R&D, we built some things. But I was very influenced by ChessCube actually at the time. And then I went off and I started a company, co-founded a CTO, a company called Gift, GYFT, in the US. I moved to the Bay Area, and I left ChessCube behind in your capable hands, Sean. I know you had limited means.
I tried. Yeah.
No, it was a great job. And then, but I always thought about this Trixta idea. It went beyond ChessCube. It was more like, this is like a really big idea. It's an agent-based idea. And I started thinking about AI long before AI was as popular as it is now. And then when we went off and then in 2017, we set up a company, we hired some people. Around 2018, we set up a company and we did R&D around Trixta. And we had these ideas, we never launched it because our early ideas didn't seem to be valid. And then last year we created a new company, a Singapore-based company, in which we decided to launch Trixta with new product thinking. And then we've been building that for the last year and a bit. And, a lot of advice I got from VCs and investors were, you need to choose like a vertical that you can launch in, because Trixta could have been used to build anything. Any kind of organization can be built in Trixta. And, yeah, so I feel like I'm going to repeat this soon when Kino interviews me. But it made sense to actually look at chess, because chess is an area where, from a marketing point of view, we think we can probably grow it a bit and get more marketing than trying to sell Trixta into corporates. And just gently, like the old days, used to gently get customers and make revenue and build up. And that was the old way of doing things, but that doesn't work that way in the AI world. You need a bit of a hook to get into marketing. And we thought chess was the way to go. And chess was so closely correlated to what we built that it made sense. And for me, it's a very powerful metaphor for what Trixta is. And with that, I'm going to pause that because I have a feeling I'm going to be answering that question all over again in a couple of minutes.
Okay, that's great.
So Sean, should I just mute myself here and then?
Yeah, we can mute ourselves here, Brian. If you can hang around here as well for 30 or so minutes, when you hear us talking again, feel free to jump in. Yeah, but
you're going to be streaming on YouTube.
Watch the stream. Absolutely, watch the watch.
Feel free to chill though.
Yeah.
Stand up. I'll chill.
Okay, cool.
Cool. Is Kino ready, Mark?
I'm not sure. I think so.
Okay. Let's go there.
Well, I'll go there in the meanwhile and get it going, and then you can switch over when you're ready.
I'll watch when he jumps in. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. In the meantime, I will get some of my old Twitch music on stream, if that's okay with you guys. Just while we wait for Mark and Kino. I'll mute myself. Hello everybody out in Twitch, out in YouTube. Hope you're all enjoying the stream so far. We are not quite at the halfway mark yet. I believe that's coming in 30 minutes from now. So
who are you talking to?
I'm talking to the people on YouTube and Twitch, Mark. Yeah. Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost at the halfway mark. Should be very exciting. Let's just wait for Kino to drop in. In the meantime, I'm going to take a voice break, and then I'll leave you in the hands and Mark and Kino when they come up.
Hey, Sean. Can you hear me?
I'm here, Mark.
Oh, cool. Kino said he's logging in, but I'm not sure.
Okay, no worries. Everybody's excited. There we go.
Ah, Kino, how you doing?
Good, man. How you doing? Can you hear me? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I hear you. Cool. Welcome.
Thanks. So, perfect. So, is everybody online?
Yeah. There's one guest. Oh, no, we're not letting your note taker in. Sorry.
No, don't my note taken. Hold on. Where's it? Fuck, let me get rid of it. It does that all the fucking time. Hold on. There we go. It's gone.
Okay, remember we got children present.
Oh, true story.
With true story.
Yeah, there we go.
Cool.
So, let me just, it's my note taker is going to irritate the living daylights out of me, so I just cancelled it over there. There we go. Perfect. So, I think let's start right at the beginning, right? Maybe you want to do a bit of an intro. I don't think people know me. I'm an old fart doing interesting stuff, maybe, but
yeah. Sean actually did introduce you earlier, but I'll do it again.
Yeah, did he? Okay.
Yeah. So Kino is he's a friend of Trixta. He has been, and in some ways still is, a famous radio personality with talk radio. He's definitely got a voice for radio.
Not the face.
Just kidding.
Definitely not the face.
Yeah, and Kino's also in Cape Town, where we have some of our team. There's an office that runs in a building that Kino is an investor in that group, Innovation City, and we've had a long relationship with Kino. And so Kino's watched our journey of Trixta, and he's seen the reboot last year in our Singapore entity. Yeah, so. Kino, I'm interested to hear what thoughts you have. I know that we haven't discussed much about.
I don't. Launching. That's not the way I work. Like I said to Mark, don't give me a list of questions to ask. I think we'll have a proper conversation, because I normally come at this from the outside in. And I think the first question I have, I mean, I've seen what you've done with Trixta OS. I think it's phenomenal. And I love how you're structuring all of this. But when you told me about the chess thing, right, I was like, all right, Mark, I know you're a chess champion. I know you love chess. I see Willie Prinsloo might be online as well, who can't play chess to save his life. But, I had to ask this question, though. Why Trixta and chess? I mean, I don't see the correlation.
Oh, I thought you might ask that question. Somebody else in the channel asked that a few minutes ago, but I'm going to repeat it. I'll do a better job now that I have the vibe. So we originally back in the day we had a company called Chess Cube, and and it was a very big technological moment for us. It was back in, I think it was around 2007-8, so we started building it. 2007, I think. And back in those days, you know, certain technologies were in their infancy, including building these complex systems. And we built a system where there was a lot of interaction and lots of messages moving around. And technically, it was hard. And we had a very strong, powerful tech team. From a business point of view, we didn't have a strong business team necessarily, but we had a strong tech team, exceptionally good. And in those days, there weren't game engines you could just use or whatever. We actually invented everything ourselves. And we had like so many games simultaneously, so many tournaments simultaneously. And so our team came up with a series of architectures that were very powerful. Yeah. And it was known as an event-driven system back in the days before these were common. But our team did an incredible job. And the more we worked with it, the more I started to realize that the kind of systems we chose are really, you know, they could be used actually to run normal organizations, not just chess. So at a certain point in time, around mid-2011, we couldn't afford to carry on with the team we had. So we took the entire tech team out of there and we moved them into another company. And we started experimenting with ideas that ultimately became Trixta. You know, there was a pause for a few years when I was in Silicon Valley doing other stuff, but eventually we came back to it. And so when we started thinking of Trixta, I always thought about, well, how would I build chess cube in this? And even in the early years, we would build chess boards and things and try and see how could we do chess. Yeah. But then Trixta has advanced dramatically. It's incredibly advanced compared to what it was before. And you know, a lot of the advice is choose a vertical. Don't go broad. Don't build everything in the world, because if you're trying to do everything, you can't get anywhere. You start with something. And originally I thought, okay, well, maybe we can start with certain types of business. But I realized in the AI world of today that they're not that interested in slow growth. When I say slow, getting even 10 or 20 companies a month is slow in the AI world. It's not very exciting, and we needed to have something to ramp. So I thought about chess, and I thought, well, if we do a good job, we can actually build a large chess community. And in fact, that chess community could be a network across our Trixta network. And we can open up our tools to chess players. By the way, chess players are very technical around the world. And we can give them the opportunity of building out their own entrepreneurial ventures on our network. They can build their own chess systems and other types of systems.
No, I think you know, for me, you were talking about way back when you ran Chess Cube, and just if you think about chess in and of itself and what it represents, you know, other than the correlation with what you did with Chess Cube, just as a business, being able to focus, being able to keep your eye on the ball, being able to read the person that you're playing with. I mean, all of these things actually matter. And I've got an 8-year-old. I'm not going to mention what he used, but he's started a little thing called board games, BORED. And an 8-year-old has used technology because he loves chess, and he's built his own little 3D chess thing, and he's built a few little other games. So what I'm saying is technology, with this double exponential growth in tech and what it enables, how would you, if one just looked at the juxtaposition between where you left off Chess Cube and picking it up right now with the amazing OS and stuff that you're building with Trixta, describe for me in layman's terms, non-tech, what that jump actually represents for you personally and for the business.
Yeah. So, I mean, back in the day in Chess Cube, we were very technology advanced. Our business wasn't so good. You know, chess.com launched literally months after us. Did try and buy the name chess.com from Eric, the founder. But at the time he said, look, we want 7 figures for it if you're going to buy it. And I thought, no, we had 7 figures in the bank from investors, and they would have blown the bank. But we progressed, and we were very technical. We were far more technology advanced at that point than chess.com. But where we were limited was they were far more advanced from a business point of view. So they would just build stuff, and they would hire people to build bits and pieces. And we used to watch them and think, okay, they're just copying us, or they're just moving forward. They're useless. But what I didn't realize, that Eric and his team were very good at business and good at marketing, and they had the chess domain as well. And they started to outperform us. They focused on the US initially. They got a lot of revenue. They focused on revenue. They had to, because Eric actually went to a talk that he gave last year in San Francisco. He put about $700,000 of his own into his business, and he didn't want to have investors too early, but he needed to make money, and they focused on making money, and we focused on making tech. And tech was slow in those days. Now it's very different. Tech is very different. I've had some experience now. So I've realized it isn't just about tech; it's also about business. But I think what we can do now is we still have a very powerful tech team. We have ways to build software that is incredibly good. But for us, it isn't about building an online chess site. It's actually about building a chess world and a network where we can open up to have an open network to the entire market of chess players who can come and build their own things, their own business ideas, their own coaching systems, school clubs, retail, anything. And over time, they can add different game variants. They can even add other games. They can go broad, and we can open this very widely. We think the chess community is ripe for being a very technologically advanced community. In the future of the world, we think learning chess when you're young is really good for you. It teaches you stuff.
Yes.
Gary Kasparov wrote a book called Life Imitates Chess. And I actually think it's really true that, like you mentioned before, like chess really teaches you a lot. But for us, the opportunity is building a network now. And it's a different animal. And that network, by the way, whether it's chess or anything, is the network we want to build.
Now, I'm going to push back a little bit on something you said.
Sure.
You said focus on tech and let's focus on the money, right? And revenue generation. Now, the more I get exposed, I mean, I'm head of fund and I run an innovation hub. But the one thing that becomes painfully clear is that it's, for me, the technology is a bridge to get to where you want to be. The money also follows intent in solving problems for people. And I've been saying to my teams over the last, especially over the last 6-7 months as well, don't focus on the boardrooms. Don't focus on the fact that we have a beautiful looking place. It means absolutely nothing. You need to spend time, because I love what you're doing. You're building a community where people engage, right? It's about sitting, listening, keeping quiet, understanding. And once you have this qualitative input, it makes everything else simpler. I mean, because if you understand pain points, you understand, oh, maybe I should have done this and I should have done that. Oh, that's a great input. Let's try and let's pivot around that. Let's see what happens. So what I'm saying is what's more important than anything else is actually understanding who you're working with, because that's the foundation on which you build everything else that you've spoken about right now.
Yeah.
What do you say to that?
So, I mean, I happen to be very involved in the chess community. I'm connected to chess entrepreneurs and business people. I do know that community, and I've been invested myself. So I have a fund as well that I share with Vinny Lingham and another friend of ours. We invest in early stage companies in Silicon Valley, and so we care about other people's businesses. And what we're trying to do here is open up to other people's businesses to allow them in.
Love that.
To simplify how they can connect to a community to build out their systems. Maybe to help them with marketing and that type of thing. And we really want to build a network. So it's not just a community of chess, that's part of the network, but the network is to other people to come and build their systems on top of our environment.
Yeah, and I think we're building an ecosystem, which is an overused word and phrase, which we should probably throw in the bin somewhere, but it's valuable, right? You all center around this thing that you all enjoy. There's a certain person that loves chess. And even if you're not that certain person, when you're involved in chess, you become that person. It does drive focus. It does instill discipline, all the things that we need. But I reckon it's not a challenge. But the one thing you possibly, and you probably have thought about this, is when you build this community, right, what would your value look like in this community? What does value actually mean? And how do you manage that?
And again, there is a community, but this is really about network. So our core focus is the network. We want to build a community to help them come into the network and to build in the network and to build their businesses in the network.
Yes.
I think the value we offer them is the ability to, you can vibe code things with Claude and with Replit and Lovable.
Everybody does that, right? So
it's not that easy to launch a business into through a network. And by providing a proper network, we reduce the complexity of them building the kinds of systems they need for a network. Because you can't, we think it goes beyond vibe coding. We think there's a network element. We want to offer them the rails to connect to a certain community, but eventually marketing into other communities. And also the payment rails within this environment. So very quickly, they either have built something in the past they want to bring into a larger network, or they want to build something new and bring it into the network.
And this network, let me ask you a stupid question here.
Yeah.
I love those. So when you talk about network, there's network and there's network, right? So there's network in terms of infrastructure, and then there's network in terms of people. Which one are you talking about here?
Oh, I'm talking about both, but I'm talking about an infrastructural network, which is both the infrastructure layer where you can actually host your services on the network. It's the ability to build a system that lives in the network where there's people as well, and there's customers potentially. And so, if we have a network and we can start helping with marketing to bring them customers, we can also bring those same people into other people's businesses too.
Yeah. I had a very interesting chat with old Billy Prinsloo. He happens to be in Cape Town. I know that, you guys are Singapore-based. You're a global business.
Team in Cape Town.
Yeah, Billy's in the team in Cape Town. And it's an interesting discussion. So we deal with a lot of corporates, right? So we've got about, 1.5 trillion rand? That's about $2 US, but we've got about 1.5 trillion rands worth of corporates in our space.
Yeah.
And, everybody's got their own little venture studio that they're building.
Yeah.
I see this happening. Everybody's vibe coding here. Everybody's vibe coding there. Some people even think they can get OpenClaw into a corporate. Good luck with that one. Right. And what I find is once they've vibe coded and built whatever the hell they built, they need help because the foundation on which they built it was not stable. And it's generally people who don't know how to code who try and do these things. And so when you talk about network, the infrastructural side of it, really, because architecture, building deep, making sure things are clean, is obviously essential, right? And I see a lot of people falling over at that particular point because then they go to places like, oh, please, can you redevelop this for me?
Yeah.
Is that something that you're hoping to address through this?
Potentially. That's not our main focus. We have business partners. We have consultants that can come in and help them build. But we can give them the tools. So our goal with one of the key points actually that I didn't mention earlier is Trixta OS and Trixta Studio are tools for building systems. So we're going to open up those tools, and we're actually simplifying how those tools work, so anybody can build really complex systems. And particularly within our environments, so we can give them additional elements and make it easy to build within this network. So there is that part of it, and we also have other providers. Our sister company is Metalogic Solutions, for example. They can come in and help other customers. We can help a little bit, but we're more focusing on the network itself.
Okay, so would I, if I had to ask you about Trixta OS, who would your competitors in the market be, and what makes you so special?
So, it depends how you look at it. There's a huge lot of noise in the AI industries. So from a building point of view, you could say Lovable, Replit. But this is different because we're building a network. And from a network point of view, but other people are sort of building networks too. So it's not like we're the only people building networks. The way we build network is different. So, you could say that OpenAI are building a network because they have ways for you to interconnect with other systems that they provide. Ours is a different kind of network. I think, we do compete with anybody building systems. So that's a lot of people.
Absolutely.
But I'm just going to differentiate one thing briefly, and that is, the difference between Replit and Lovable versus Cursor. So Cursor emerged very strongly because the 30 million or so coders that are out there were suddenly realizing that AI was coming, and maybe initially some of them would use it because it would help them do AI systems work.
Right.
And then Lovable and Replit came out. They were also code oriented, but yet they try to move away from the engineers and to the other 2 billion people. So a much bigger market, much larger TAM actually. Then although selling for $60 billion to SpaceX isn't a bad thing. It's a good outcome. But it's all about code, whereas Lovable and Replit are starting to move towards don't worry about code. And there still is code though. And in Trixta, we have far less code. We also we're about the other 2 billion. We're not about the software engineers. Obviously, software engineers can use this; they'll be really good at it. Yeah. So from a positioning point of view, you could say, well, are we competing with Lovable and Replit? And on some level, maybe, but we're actually about the organization itself. We help you build an organization. The software is connected to that, but we're not necessarily building apps and things separate from the organization. It's about the organization. And for us, the organization is key. And the network we have it's a network of organizations.
I like that because I'm plugging into something which adds a lot more value other than just spitting out a bit of code and giving me a front end. I mean, as a fund, I mean, when I got there, one of the big challenges was that we're still doing a lot of things on Excel sheets, and we have 5 different funds and loads of freaking compliance. Now a ball's going to be dropped. And before we stopped raising any further commercial capital, the idea was, okay, let us take these processes that we have, let's cull the nonsense, because I've got ADHD, and I always tell people, if I don't understand it, then we're not going forward. But if I can understand it, anybody can understand it, right? And then we had to say, okay, but how do we go about making sure that we bake in compliance, that we take a lot of our team's shoulders? We've got about 40 people in the business, but a lot of that human resources is being spent on useless meetings, right? So if I used TrixtaOS, for example, as a business, as someone wanting to run the fund more effectively, how would TrixtaOS help me?
So because we're about the organization, we can help you capture the value that you're trying to do in the organization. And, as I mentioned, we partner with Metalogic Solutions, and they've built incredible, systems like ERP-based systems, HR, inventory management, billing, invoicing, and other types of things. And so as a fund, we can just plug in some of the elements of that, and then more broadly, harness your entire organization through TrixtaOS and give you access to everything, and allow you to continually find ways to build more around that and have deeper insights and to use it functionally.
Okay, now decentralization, something that a lot of people talk about as well, especially when I tried. Hey, I was one of those people. I tried Quen 3.6 A3B, and I had a computer that what I thought could do something, but I was obviously a bit stupid. I tried it. The thing was terrible. And then I realized if I had to try and run my own local, whatever, the processing power, it's ridiculous for me to do that. As someone who is, once again, I'm a strategist, I'm a business person, I sure as heck am not a coder. So talk to me about decentralization and the value that decentralization actually means within the context of TrixtaOS.
Yeah, so there are different elements of this. The one thing that's emerging strongly in the AI world is the idea of sovereign LLMs.
Data.
And in a sense, that's actually running your own maybe hardware on your own site if you can. Some models are so huge you can't actually run. I mean, you could run them, but you need like a monster machine to run them. So you still want to host them in the cloud, but you want to run it yourself. It's maybe through a provider that doesn't look at your information. So it's maybe sovereign on some level. I mean, true sovereign systems would be running the hardware yourself. So you could say that's a form of decentralization because you're not necessarily using Anthropic and OpenAI to run your LLMs for you. Or certainly you could have them run some elements that are not that critical from a privacy and compliance point of view, but they can run other things for you, and then you can run the other stuff yourself. So there's a cost perspective, and there's a privacy and keeping your information to yourself element. So that's part of it. Trixta allows you to run your services anywhere. We can offer you a solution where we run it through our D Cloud, which is like a cloud-like service, but not the cloud. Or you can run it on premises, or you can run it on the edge. You can run it at home. And Trixta, in fact, can I show you? I'll show you a little diagram. So I built this picture in Claude. Let me share this.
Where do you use Claude then?
We use everything. But we like Claude design.
I find Claude, as a person who deals with strategy, and maybe I have, because I've used Claude for a long time, but I just find, the Obsidian Claude thing for me works a lot better when it comes to sense making, generally. I mean, so, oh, wow.
Cool. I'm going to explain this very briefly because I know we're running out of time. We only have 5 minutes. But this is a picture which kind of describes Trixta. So the actual network, the key of everything we're doing is this network here, which is this middle piece. And you can see in there we created TrixtaChess Inc., which is the organization that we're talking about. But TrixtaOS is the interface layer that our team's currently working with to connect to all the different parts of this. So TrixtaOS actually interconnects with this organization that's living in our network. And then Trixta Studio is additional. It's not an IDE, but it's kind of similar to an IDE. These two work together and again, they all kind of interoperate with this organization. And then today we're building out this application as well. So there's 3 things now that are talking to this organization. Plus we have consultants that we can bring in to do work on this organization. And in this particular case, just as an example, we have a cheat detect company that helps you with chess cheating. They come in and they interconnect with this organization. And so that's the value of this network, is you can have interoperating organizations offering each other services and charging each other for that. And the more we have of that, the bigger the network effect in the end. And then all of this runs, all of this runs on top of this infrastructure layer, which is Trixta dCloud. And so Trixta dCloud is it's managed in a decentralized way through Solana smart contracts. The current version we're running today is the precursor to that. We actually have built this, and we're going to probably launch TrixtaChess on this in the next week or 2. And what that does is it's a decentralized way to operate your services. You can cluster and create different nodes, but it's done on any number of different machines. It could be cloud-based, on-prem, a DPIN network, which is a decentralized physical infrastructure network. Like, for example, the render network, where we can use some of their compute and bring it into our customers. And all of this is very cohesive. I mean, you're building on this different hardware. So some of it can be very sovereign. And depending on the different pieces of your organization, you can actually keep certain things very private. And other things that are not that important, you can have elsewhere. You could have it on Google, Cloud or AWS, etc. And so those are the 3 key layers of what Trixta is. But the center is this network. That's the key.
Final question. We don't have much time, 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, once again, as a non-tech person, I always have to say that, right? Because sometimes people are the tech people will go, what the hell is he talking about? But anyway, I try. I've just looked at the moves at Apple at the moment, right? So they've got 2 engineers running the company now. I'm glad they got rid of the other one. I mean, he was too busy handing over statues. But 2 engineers, to me, as a layperson, says something. It says that, on the one hand, as Apple, we're not going to win by investing in LLMs, in doing what Anthropic and, I mean, anyway, Sequoia is the first AI business that Sequoia, I think, invested in was Anthropic, because I think of their model and the way they're doing it. But I see the move now strategically from Apple's perspective being hardware, right? So eventually, I think all these LLMs are going to be pretty similar. I mean, eventually you're going to plateau, I think. But the one thing that's going to be key is the data sovereignty and all of that. Where do I run those systems on? And I'm thinking that companies like Apple are betting their next $1 trillion on the hardware, the hosting, the portability, and all of that. I mean, I don't know. Am I smoking my socks? Or is there something in that?
Yeah, I mean, Apple is a hardware company primarily, and they have really good hardware for running LLMs, but they're not exclusive. And there's a lot of other types of hardware that will come that are not Apple, that are maybe cheaper actually for running very big models. I definitely feel from a consumer point of view. I mean, if you think of that as consumer, because a company I think of it as consumer because you can have consumer-like products in your company, hosting certain types of small language models or bigger language models. Maybe not the biggest yet. So I definitely think that's part of their strategy. I do think they're going to come up with interesting hardware. The world's going to move towards a lot of hardware-based systems. There's robotics coming and other types of things. There's motor vehicles, drones. I mean, there's a lot of hardware coming, and so Apple will probably move into different areas, I'm guessing. From a sovereign, infrastructure point of view, yes. I mean, our team, we actually bought everybody pretty much an Apple device to practice with OpenClaw and to do other things with, and our partner company Metalogix also, they've done a lot of work around hosting their own hardware and coming up with very clever, thoughts and ideas, and actually building different types of, 1-bit LLMs and all kinds of things. So I definitely think that's in play. And I think the world's realizing they can't spend so much money on tokens all the time with Anthropic right now. Token max was the order of the day like a month or two ago. It's almost over. Having said that, I do think right now the cost of those tokens are going to maybe go up, but I think in the medium term and longer term they're going to come down dramatically. There's going to be a glut of them. So I think for now there's a scarcity. There's also a scarcity of memory. I mean, even Apple's got a memory problem. They need memory from wherever they can get it, and they've actually been dropping they've been increasing their prices of all their most of their systems have gone up 20-30%, except for their phones, I think, because the memory chips they're getting there's a scarcity. So there's a lot of flurry, I think, happening right now. And maybe Apple was right not to get into the LLM business. I mean, that's not their fault. They were never really good at software.
Well, there is a correction happening, right? I mean, if you look at the tech prices globally, there's very much a correction happening because you're pouring a lot of money into all these businesses. Your only way is obviously going to be if you list, and we've seen what happened there. I don't know. I mean, for me, at the end of the day, I'd say it's safe. I'd stick to hardware, and let the other guy. I'll do the deals with them. Give me the hardware, and then as the people who invest in LLMs, I mean, the Chinese, you don't discount them. I shouldn't say this, but I will. But the good thing about China is that they don't have elections, right? Bad thing about China is that they don't have elections.
I hear you.
The point is, I can set strategy for the next 15 years, and I don't have someone else taking over and upending the hard work that we've done up until a point. So I think China also plays a very important role in all of this, what they've done with Huawei, for example.
Yeah, and even recently, the last week, like with Kimi and P3 and that type of thing, it's they're very powerful. I mean, like the question mark is, can America keep its lead? And look, America, I would never bet against America. America's America.
Exactly. Now, listen,
China's China too. So yeah, I think there's a lot. Look, they're both coming, and yeah, it's going to be a really interesting. As I said to my daughter, who was doing an oral, I said, talk about may you live in interesting times, and I explained the Chinese thinking behind that, which is it's interesting because there's a rapid change, and it's interesting because it's like crazily hard and scary.
Oh, look at what BYD and a lot of these other companies are doing. But once again, it's the state backing them. But like I said, this is not America-China discussion. I just think that the forces at play are very fascinating, very interesting.
Very much.
And but Mark, listen, it is 3 minutes past.
Thank you.
I'm not known for keeping quiet, but I'll keep quiet now. And well done, man. I think what you're doing is phenomenal.
Thank you very much. Take care, Kino.
Cool. You too, man. Cheers, man.
Appreciate it. Cheers. Bye.
Pleasure. Bye.
Here we are, Mark.
Back again.
Second half of the day. That was fascinating. Thank you, Kino, for running that, and Mark for organizing that.
You had me on the ropes for a while.
That's what Kino does, right? Yeah. So here we are, part 2 of the day. Welcome back, Brian. Hope you had a good break.
Hey there.
Yeah. Cool. Where are we?
What's been happening? Maybe, Brian, you can give us a catch-up.
Maybe Sean can give us a catch-up.
I see. Let's have a look. Okay, should we go to the Kanban board?
Barry's got it sharing right now, so I'll share it on my side as well.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Where are we? Let me pull it up on my side. So I can see they completed open registration and create player profiles. So we're just waiting for them to push that live.
Okay.
While you were talking to Kino, Veli Prinsloo was pressing us in the YouTube chat. When are we going to see the chessboard, Mark? So yeah, I said our engineers are pushing, and we should have registration open soon. So yeah.
Yeah. Look, I think they want to do things in the right order.
Absolutely.
And, yeah. So let's see. Vili, you're gonna have to hold your horses for a drop. How many hours do we have left? Okay,
we're at the halfway point, Mark. That's why I said we're in part 2 of the day. Yeah.
Wow. How are we gonna? I can't believe it.
Oh, for everybody that is stuck around, thank you so much. We still have 6 more hours to go. We're into the greatest 6 hours of the day now, right? This is where we start seeing things coming in. As you can see, registration is opening soon, so you should be able to grab your usernames. Hopefully you'll be able to jump into the chat rooms as well. Say hi to Brian. I know all of you have been missing Brian. I have myself. Say hi to Mark. Mark has been hanging around the cafe up until the end there in 2020. Hey Mark, you were always there. Maybe not as a username that people know, but who knows? We all had our just chill accounts, if I can call it that.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Brian, you had so many.
Cool. So what?
Hold on, Brian's muted, Mark. He's been talking to us this whole time.
Sorry, am I muted again? No,
yeah.
Whose screen are we watching?
I'm watching Barry right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can see in the top right of Barry's screen something very unfair. He's already stolen the username Barry. So if you were looking to register the name Barry in YouTube or Twitch, I'm sorry, that username looks like it's been taken for now. So yeah. Cool. What else have we got in the in progress? I can see up next they're working on the add friends and refer a friend. That's currently top of the work in progress list right now.
Should we go into and listen to them a little bit?
Yeah, I'll let them know we're coming in. I think they also may have taken a little lunch break while you were being interviewed by Kino, which was quite nice as well. Yeah. Yeah, let's jump in to that thread as well. I'll mute Google Meet.
So we won't mute here. We'll just mute there.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Let me. Where is it? I've too many. No, I've got too much open on my screen.
Got 1,000 tabs open.
Okay, I think I see it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm in the dev channel.
Yeah, me too.
What it's worth.
Yeah, me too. It's quite a lot of channels running right now, hey?
They're not all live in there.
I can hear Barry in there.
So I'm going to go and do the reseed now.
Okay.
Hold some thumbs.
We're holding thumbs, Fritz. Don't worry.
Been holding.
Okay.
Okay, so that fallback thing should be fixed. So I'll just double check.
I'm working on that incoming challenge thing, by the way, Torian.
Oh, awesome. You saw the Seek stuff that I added there, right? I just didn't do anything with it.
I haven't seen that, no.
That's fairly important,
Okay, cool.
Hey, Mark? The incoming challenge?
I just added the action and reaction to challenge someone and receive a challenge reaction, and then
Okay.
I'm building it into the shell, so it's gonna throw a pop-up
Awesome.
when it receives that, and then we'll need to move them to a game somehow with reaction if they accept it.
Hopefully they do accept.
Okay, so I think I'm ready to.
Can you hear my chair squeaking when I move?
No, we can't hear
what you just mentioned now.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
it's squeaking a lot.
I'm old.
What is,
my bones, you'll be here
probably
squeaking
gonna have
the
to like
entire
start
time.
adding that seek or something around the seek. I don't know. Maybe we can talk about it, but I just made it a client-side toggle which randomizes the people that potentially were quote-unquote seeking. We have to add some functionality that sets the person's like status to willing to play a game or something like that. Do we store? Are we going to store that as, I guess, just some reaction to all the people that are currently like looking for a game?
Oh, Barry's chugging that Red Bull.
Just a separate list, yeah.
How many of them are directly in office, like looking at each other, as opposed to on the screen?
Yeah.
A few of them.
Everyone
have a look at that screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you go to either chat or play, if I remove like the stuff like flags and yellow stuff because I don't know where that data comes from yet, but
yeah, we don't have it yet. Okay, so when you seek, then it
we
puts
should
you
be
in that mode where other people, you can see other people also in that mode.
correct, yes. And then clicking on that little blue like checkered like grid, that would be the challenge thing from based on the preview, which is where we would need to use the interaction that you've set up to challenge someone.
Do you need to ask me any questions?
Is that hello, Mark?
Are they?
Maybe. Does that thing not just mean they're in a game? That's little, looks like a dice.
No.
I guess they're part of a chessboard.
It's a chessboard.
Well, I saw this.
Or they.
Well, there's a games tab as well.
There's two. One is a seek to say I'm looking for somebody to challenge me by clicking on this, and the other one is I'm in a game. You can come click on this to watch me.
So how do we just know the difference?
I think it's the design. Sean, can you tell us the differences?
I'll mute you.
Are you sharing your screen at all, Torian?
Yeah, I can show something.
Whose screen am I looking at right now? Give me 1
can
second.
look at my screen.
At your screen. Okay. 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 So if they have the 4 chess blocks next to their name, it means they're currently looking for a match. Now, anybody in the chat room can see that they're looking to play a game. When they click on that, it then sends that notification through. Barry wants to play you, or Torian wants to play you, or Mark wants to play you, right?
Okay.
You can click.
It's the games tab that shows the
games.
actual games that you can watch.
Well,
Okay.
technically,
I didn't see that just now.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you're either putting out a seek, somebody clicks on that, you go and you start a game somehow. And if you're playing a game, that icon changes, and other people can click on that to come view your game.
So this icon itself changes if you're already playing.
Yes.
Mark, someone's saying in the chat that they can hear an echo when you talk.
I fixed it already. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, then Barry, it's pretty much the same as what we just said then, with the difference being that we also have to change this icon to like something that indicates that they're busy playing, or what it sounds like.
Yes.
Sean, you mentioned everyone can see. Is this without them clicking seek as well, or is it?
Yes.
everyone?
They don't have to, yes, they can just see it. They don't need to click seek if somebody else has already got a game. They can choose to seek, and then they'll also be like those people, or they can just see somebody else seeking and just click on that icon and then go and play a game with them.
Oh, okay. So they don't have to seek. You can just
You can just be sitting
You'll always
chatting
see
and exactly see that somebody's looking for a game and challenge them. Yeah.
All right.
Well, now that we're here, how are we looking? We're halfway, hey?
We're getting
Are
there.
you halfway?
Yeah, we're halfway.
No, is it?
I like
Only
Lee.
6 hours.
I like Leah's optimism. We're getting there. How are we
We
doing,
are
Leah?
getting. We're working on a lot in parallel, so I'm hoping that
Awesome.
we'll have a few things to show you in one go. We're just currently trying to get supernumerics and qubits wired up to registration, so that we can make that feature live. Yeah, so that's what I've been focusing on at the moment. But we got a lot happening.
That's awesome.
Leah, did I tell you that the seeds did land for supernumerics?
Okay.
I'm
So I
making a
should.
few changes again on my side, but it should be usable for you. There's
Okay.
nothing I think to do now that I'm going to break next round.
That's cool.
What do you need?
Well, I might just need you to make sure that I'm doing it correctly. But I'm going to just copy that RFR from that flow and then just send the correct information through.
Yeah, so like I said, I mean, there's a RFE, there's a flow analyst that you should be able to use as well, and then we can also try and make an aspect around that.
Okay. So would you say, have you already created the qubit numeric?
No, I haven't. No, because that generic is created on registration, right?
Well, I guess that's my question. If we have agent IDs in it now, can we not just create one qubit numeric and then just fire this and send it based on the agent ID? Or do I have to create one per agent?
There isn't like a thing at the moment, the flow that you can have like a bunch of multiple agent IDs and then fire it. We can do something again where we create a temporary flow where we just read off all the agent IDs and then loop that in a, and then
I don't think
basically
she's.
create numeric. Oh, I'm missing
I
something.
think she's talking about batch. I don't think she's talking about batching. I think she's talking about having the numeric available, and then it's just the only thing that changes each time is just the agent ID that you as input parameter. But are we needing to create a new numeric? Do we need to initialize a new numeric for each agent as well?
Yeah, so that's numeric. So numeric as so there isn't necessarily the idea of like a type of numeric in that like there's a qubit type. It's just like there's a name qubit for a numeric that belongs to a particular agent ID. So if you register, you say create this supernumeric called a qubit that belongs to this agent ID. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so we're going to need to, my understanding is we're going to need to create one per person, and then we would continually use that and edit it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we create a
So I guess,
qubit for a given agent ID, and then we just edit that each time that we want to.
okay.
Make a
So
change.
then, all right. So there wouldn't be any like shared rules across like all qubits, for
No.
example.
Yeah, because the other thing with supernumeric, it's fairly generic in that it doesn't necessarily care what you try and store in it. It just stores it and deals with the update cycles. That makes sense?
And but would we use the same? Would we hook into the same aspect for a class of numerics?
Yeah, so
Or
what
would
you'd probably do is if you were to create an aspect, you'd probably say code the name of the numeric in the aspect and then just have the agent ID come be a property of the aspect that changes each time. That makes sense.
Okay. Well, in that case, let's start by at least creating the aspect, I suppose, for qubits. Can you do that for us?
Brian and Sean, should we jump out?
Yeah. Yeah, let's go, Mark. Okay. Can you hear me, Mark?
Oh.
You got me, right?
I went into the wrong channel.
No worries. Do you want to TLDR what they were discussing there, Mark?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So we have this concept called a supernumeric, and then things like qubits or ELO or XP or levels, those are all numeric values that the supernumeric manages. When you have a supernumeric that's defined, every single agent of a certain type is allowed to get that numeric attached to them. And Barry was asking, do we set a ones and automatically attach to them, or do we have to individually attach an element of that to every single agent? And Fritz was saying, no, you have to attach it to every single agent, which is actually different to what I thought it was going to be. And then Barry was like, but do we have one rule that affects all of them? Because he was thinking about, well, when you allocate on registration qubits, isn't there one rule? And there is one rule, but it's external to the supernumeric. It's maybe a flow that kind of knows you've registered. Currently, the flow says you're going to get 1,000 qubits.
Yeah.
And so that'll run individually for every single agent. When I say agent, I mean a human. So every human that comes in, they will get a qubit supernumeric, an individual one attached to their role, to them. As an agent. And then a flow will run on different places to either give or take a value from them. Okay. So they're just trying to figure out the language of how to kind of connect this. And they're using something called aspects. Because an aspect is it's a cross-cutting element within a Trixta application. So it's not in one specific place. You can spread it across almost anything. I'm giving a very vague explanation of what an aspect is. If people want to, they can read our patent on it. But yeah, so supernumerics are an aspect, and but there's a multiplicity of them allocated per agent. So if there was 1 million players, then there would be 1 million supernumeric elements, each of them attached to one of them, and then there would be outside rules that give and take. That so if it's XP, it goes up all the time based on certain things. There'll be a flow that runs to allocate that. Yep. In the case of if there was an energy, for example, as a thing, then your energy goes up when you do certain things. It drops when you spend it on other things. Similar to qubits in a way. And then levels could be, as your XP goes up past certain thresholds, we can have another flow that says, well, when you get past 45, you go to level 2. When you go to 100, you go to level 3. Yep. And those all run. And we're probably going to have a supernumeric called friends invited or something. And then every time you invite a friend, that'll increment by 1 because the flow will increment that. But that value belongs to each individual agent.
Yeah, we have a leaderboard around that, hey? Friends invited.
Yeah, so eventually there'll be a leaderboard, yeah.
Yep. Brian, before you talk, I'm going to tell you that you're muted. Yeah. I can see Brian. You see? He's still talking. On mute.
I hear it.
Yeah.
Well, because Sean, you're not in the onboarding channel. So
that's right.
I left. Yeah.
We're in there chatting.
Oh, we're in there.
That's what I was hearing, Mark.
Yes.
Oh, Mark, we said we were going to leave there.
No, we left their channel, but we stayed in.
Yeah.
I like to hang in the onboarding channel when they're in other channels.
Okay.
So I'm in the channel business.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in Google Meet right now. So yeah.
I'm in both.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Cool. Yeah. So I mean, it sounds like they got a lot happening in parallel, which will come out at some point.
Yep.
We still have 6 hours to go, and I think they've probably covered a lot of ground. I am keen to see certain things.
Yeah.
Should we check out the Kanban board?
If you share your screen, Mark, I can pull it up.
Okay, one sec.
Cool.
There we go.
Awesome.
I know people are keen to see the chessboard, but I'm realizing
Philly definitely is. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It didn't make sense for them to do that early. I mean, I know from a chess site point of view, I know because Vili's mentioned this before. You want to see things that interest chess players, which is a chessboard. But we just have to. What's the word I'm looking for? What's the marshmallow test? That's when you actually defer. Yeah, what is it, Brian?
Delayed gratification.
Delayed gratification. Yeah. So we're gonna have to do that.
Well, from what Leah said to me, it sounds like to me they're gonna have a whole lot to present at the same time, right?
Yeah, that's probably what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
The qubits is a key linchpin because once they get the qubit stuff working, that unlocks the ability to register, because they don't want to do registration until qubits is ready, and then they want to have add friends as well. So then they'll open a registration with add friends and qubits, and there'll be a chat room, I guess, and yeah, then probably after that we'll bring a board in. It's kind of, by the way, what I thought might happen, but I wasn't sure exactly the order.
Yeah. Barry doing some finger exercises over there.
Yeah, it's tough though. I mean, those Red Bulls. The problem with the Red Bull, I find if I have too many, then I actually get tired.
Well, yeah, the crash comes afterwards, right?
Speaking of which, I think I'm gonna.
Is that Red Bull with or without sugar?
It's without sugar. I don't have sugar. Sugar-free Red Bull. It gives me wings without the crash.
Mark, maybe speak briefly on the current dev team. I see 6 others. So who is all developing, right? Just a bunch of developers, some product people who are defining stuff, or it's literally just a room full of developers all building?
Yeah, it's a mixture. I mean, like, we have product people in there too, but they're actually also developers, so they're doing development work. I mean, the core chess product people are probably, in a way, the 3 of us. Which is why I wanted to help them, because I sensed they weren't getting that right with the Seek thing. So they fixed that. And yeah, but there's a whole bunch of developers. When I say developers, that's, yeah, we call them builders. But they are developers. Like, some of them are like engineers, some of them are computer scientists, some of them are information system people. You know, there's a bunch of different skills, but they're all builders. And yeah.
Okay.
They all know how to build. They know how to build together, and where they can offer value to each other. The hard part probably right now, I'm guessing, is that allocating work to everyone might be tricky, because they're busy building it and trying to allocate at the same time, and they're like doing it. I mean, there's not really a script per se, except the Kanban board is a bit of a script, but it's not traditional. So I'm not sure inside of there who's doing what actually, but I'm sure they're all doing stuff.
Sure.
Something that Brian touched on earlier, I don't recall if you were looking after your dogs at the time or something, Mark, was the sense that I got from Brian was that, you know, as a player on Lichess, he still feels there's quite a bit missing there. Things that frustrated him, things that, you know, he wishes he was there. Brian, maybe you can talk more about, you know, what you've experienced on Lichess in the past, maybe 6 years or more, however long you've been playing there, versus what you want, or what ChessCube or TrixtaChess needs as well. I know you talked about the ability to filter out game types or players or so on, but maybe as a builder or as a contributor, you know, things you wanted to add through that you can now with TrixtaChess as well.
Yeah, I don't know, Mark. Do you have a sense of? I just treat it like a way to go play Bullet. I mean, do you have any sense of the Lichess community aspect? I don't really. I don't.
I think there is one. I just don't get involved in the community side of it. If there is a community side, I just play chess.
Yeah. But I think it's because there's not really that visible like chat rooms.
Okay.
I mean, and even the Cube Cafe as a concept, right? If they had a Lichess cafe, but I think they are almost deliberate about not doing that, so that they don't have to deal with trolling and abuse and whatever. So it's kind of, they hide all of that. But because of that, you don't really. I mean, you literally just go there to play Bullet, and you don't. I think that's the majority use case. I mean, I think within it there are kind of forums, and you can have a club forum and all that, and maybe there is more activity there.
Yeah, my gut
it's not very visible.
Yeah, it's not visible to me, but my gut feeling is there's a lot going on there. So I just haven't personally needed to experience it.
Yeah,
because I just want to play Bullet badly.
Yeah, no, I mean, but that's the only fix. But I think the thing with, well, at least the way I used ChessCube back in the day, it was more a combo. You could actually there were characters inside the rooms who you knew about, and you had more of a sense of who the different people were, the main characters, the main chatters, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It is far more visible. But yeah, some more of a community feel about it. What else is really...
I mean, chess.com, my gut feeling is there's a lot going on. A lot of stuff. I mean, I don't go there that often, so I don't know everything that happens. But I mean, they have influencers that are involved in different things. And yeah, I think there's a lot. Yeah. Chess.com, I mean, like, I don't know, for those of you who know, but chess.com, I know like a year ago or 8 months ago, it was probably, and I know that Eric mentioned in an interview that it was probably worth around $1 billion, close to $1 billion. I think it's worth more than that now, to be honest. I mean, it could be worth $1.5 or $2 billion. I mean, that is a unicorn for a chess site that I think people didn't even believe it could be worth anything. We had that same problem. Like, people didn't really believe. We actually went to Sequoia Capital once, and they were like, "Yeah, we don't think chess is going to be a unicorn business, but chess.com have proven it's a unicorn business." And they didn't get there by accident. I mean, they were very incredibly well considered in various things. They have created a whole bunch of separate things. So maybe it doesn't feel cohesive. Maybe that's something they could work on if they need to. I mean, they're worth so much money.
Right.
I mean, I know that they. I think, Sean, you saw they were like looking for AI engineers and stuff.
Yeah, I keep my eye on what companies are doing.
Yeah.
And one way you can tell, I mean, I've got my eye on Rockstar because I'm interested in Grand Theft Auto 6, but also keep my eye on other companies, whether it be gaming or tech or whatever companies, to see.
Yeah.
You can really tell which direction they want to move into by looking at the careers pages on their websites, right? You can see what they're hiring for. And I did pick up that chess.com are looking to move into the AI space. What their plans are around that, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't they? I mean, like they're like a gorilla, 800-kilogram gorilla in the industry where they have so much. The world's shifting to AI. There's probably a lot they can do with that.
Yeah.
So I'd watch the space. I think they're going to do amazing stuff. I mean, I do think they need to somehow make the different parts more cohesive. Not that I know enough about it because I don't go there enough. I should go. I'm going to check them out more. I just like playing on Lead Chess because I can go in there, play some bullets, and I leave.
Right.
I've played quite enough on Lead Chess. I still don't have an account there. They just let anybody come and play, I guess.
Are you a guest?
I am a guest. Yeah.
No, I don't do that.
Yeah.
No, because you don't care about your rating.
Well, I'm very much a person that loves numbers, right? And things I own, like a chess rating, is important to me. I printed out a T-shirt with my ChessCube player card on it.
Jeez.
At the time that I had a really bad rating, and I wore this T-shirt for about 1 year to 2 years, and by that point my rating was 200-300 points up.
Just crossed it out.
I know. So I would love to I'd love to see where my chess ability is now on TrixtaChess. But that leads me on to another thing that we need to think about is when people that came in pre-2017, 2016, I think they came in at a 1500 rating on ChessCube, right? But then we realized that people were becoming creative in the way that they could inflate their rating via cheating and so on. So we had things like rating floors where we stopped you dropping beyond a certain point from your highest rating, and also we let you choose: are you a beginner, are you a sort of average chess player, are you strong? And that then decided what rating you started with on ChessCube. I'm wondering if this is something we will bring over time into TrixtaChess as well, Mark, where you can maybe choose you're an expert and we start you at like 1800 or something.
Didn't we do that, or we were thinking of doing that?
We did do that at ChessCube.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I see. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. I mean, like when you have a rating system like ELO, it's a very simple formula, but you have what's called a K factor,
right?
Which is how rapidly your rating moves. So if the K factor is like 18 or 15, it's kind of a slower move. And that's normally for people that are more established. But if you knew, maybe you give them a 60 or something. But it'll move very fast to try and settle in on the correct rating. But the problem is then you inflating a little bit. So maybe you start them on 1500 is the mean or median. Both, whatever. Brian, you can correct me, seeing you're a data expert. What did you say?
No, yeah, that's right. Well, it's the median, I think, as opposed to the median.
Okay, median. And but if you're inflating a bit, then maybe you drop that down to, I think we did 1200. I don't remember now. Did we do 1200?
Yeah, I think it almost may make sense now that there's a bigger online community of just more gamers than even chess players to make the entry level at 1200 or something, because I think there's a lot more weaker players. I don't know, Sean, maybe you can figure that than before. So I think the community is bigger now than in the chess cube game, in the sense that there's a lot of people who just watch whatever, the Queen Gambit or whatever, and now they're in, but they're actually not that great chess players. So it may make sense to start lower.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I mean, like, there's also inflation, like the FIDE rating system, which is kind of, I don't know, that's the gold standard. But the US Chess Federation, I don't know what it is now, but it was always very inflated. So, like, US Chess Federation players would be like a couple of 100 points higher than their FIDE rating. Then online ratings often would get kind of inflated. But I think there could be mechanisms to gently weed out, like, just change the formula slightly too. If you want to adjust for inflation, you just gently, each game, you just drop out 0.1 of a point for something, I don't know, and then you can start bringing it down to more rational terms, and then it pulls, and it's always a complex thing to have a rating system, because you can't automatically make it work across everything.
Yeah, I like the rating floor, because even if I had a bad week in chess, I knew that I couldn't go below 200 of my highest, right? So
it wasn't there for that.
Yeah, so when I did get to 2000, I wish we had the rating floor then, because then I would know my absolute lowest would be 1800, which is still somewhat respectable. So
the problem with that, though, is it then inflates your opponent. So let's just say your floor is 18, but you really are playing like a 1600.
Right.
Now some random person beats an 1800.
Yeah, true.
Now they get boosted. So I think the main thing would be AI or other detection for unusual drops or increases. Actually, both are signals. What's happening? They were going along at 1800. Now they're 2300 out of the blue. I mean, that's a signal of sorts. It's the same in the other direction.
I was talking to Malcolm Payne about online chess sites, and his view was, there are some chess sites that are very focused on the top players, but the top players are like 0.0, I don't know, gave me some number, 0.1% of all chess players. So maybe you should be focusing on the 99.99%. And that means, it's interesting for us, because, should we be focusing exclusively on playing chess for the rating's sake, or should we be offering like training and other types of fun kids events? And there's just so many ways to go here.
Well, I think the one issue is that people do follow the names. So I think you should. They see Carlson playing on Lichess, they want to be on Lichess. It doesn't even matter. And I mean, even the streamers, like the main chess streamer right now, I forget his name.
Gotham.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, it's, even though he's not a top, it's like he's the name. So I think that's another thing that chess.com did really well, is it provided, it gave those kinds of guys a big platform. And that just brings in the players. Gotham's on chess.com.
It does.
Or Hikaru's on chess.com.
Yeah, no, exactly. I do think that's important, but at the same time, look, we can't compete on that level, because there's no way we can afford the fees to bring on a Gotham or a Hikaru or somebody like that. But we could maybe focus on, I think, look, there's obviously a very large chess community, and you can hit them in different ways. And look, we can't take on chess.com. They are a unicorn. But we can find gaps maybe in other areas, and it's like, I was in this company once, and we offered mobile services and mobile payphone services, and we call our company Breadcrumbs, because there were these giant providers and we just captured the breadcrumbs, but that was good enough for us.
Yeah.
It was still big.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know where this goes. And to be honest, I think, again, we're going to build this networking community, and we should invite other entrepreneurs to come in who thought about this, who want to build on our network. And we want to make it easy for them, because maybe they can't compete as easy technically, even with vibe coding. You know, it's not always that easy for them. And they will have a broad sense of some niche in the market. And we should be encouraging that. You know, we don't have to be the ones making money out of everything. We should just be providing the network in the long run and infrastructure, and that's our breadcrumb.
Yeah, no, I think they've got obviously the top tier named GM streamers, for instance, but if we host a bunch of the next tier or the up and coming, the people who want to build an audience, we give them the tools to be streamers. So they start off with 2 viewers and now they've got 50. I mean, that's a big step up for them. So
100%.
And chess.com won't cater to the 50 viewer guide, but we would, you know.
So I mean, maybe they want to coach through our network, and then by streaming a bit, they kind of can pick up more customers, and maybe they get 1,000 people to watch them, and maybe of that 1,000, maybe 3% want to have coaching.
Right.
Yeah. So there's a big opportunity. I mean, it's such a big market. I mean, I don't know if he still does it, but Mark Rubery from Johannesburg, he was definitely coaching kids in India. I don't know, but this is back in the day, maybe a few years ago. I think he was charging $25 an hour or something. And there's a need for stuff and coaching services, and I mean, there's a lot. There's just so much, actually. It's such a big market, really. And yeah, I'm keen to see. But again, we don't have to think of everything up front. You know, we need to build the core network, and we do need to build this, which is being able to play. So that is important. But there could be game variants, there could be exploding knights, there could be like whatever. Like kids might want a certain thing. We should have quizzes, you know, and but I think we should issue qubits if you solve instead of us charging you to do the quiz, we should give you money to do the quiz. If you do certain quizzes, we give you qubits. And then encourage you to like spend them elsewhere on the system.
Yeah, I like the idea of rewarding contributors. That is incredible. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And I mean, I know people have different ideas of chess variants. I mean, I can't remember the name, but there was a small board. Was it 4x4? And you had to solve problems in that little board.
Yeah, there was a knight. It was like a knight move one or something. I knew, and well, I'm sure there are variants of it, but one was you had a knight in a 3x3 grid, and you had to get it to a different square in a certain number of moves. You know, that is one of them. I mean, there's all sorts of little variants.
But I have some thoughts on this. I've been thinking about this in the last few days. Like, you could have a quest, and so you're there for the quest, actually, not to play bullet. And along your quest, you might have to solve a problem. You might have to play a 5x5, move the knight here in the least number of moves, and you're questing against other people. And you know, kids would probably. I mean, again, I'm not a kid. I'm just saying. I think there could be like different ways to do stuff. There could be stories, and like there's so many ways to go. I mean, I do have a theory. My theory is this: that we're moving into a new world of AI. You know, young people of today are a bit nervous. You know, Gen Z, certainly in America, I think 80% of them are anti-AI. But we're moving into this world, and like there's thoughts, well, this is never going to happen, and there's other thoughts of this is going to kill everybody or take all our jobs. But I think learning chess at a young age is actually really good. I mean, like studies have shown that if you study a bit of chess from 6 to 12, age of 6 to 12, that will change your brain on some level. And I think, you know, again with Kasparov's book, Life Imitates Chess. I think in the AI future world, I think there's a case to say that play chess, play some chess, do stuff, do these things. It's good for your brain, and you're learning how to cope, and maybe you work as teams, and you know how to do stuff. You can aspire, you can lose with good grace, and then figure out how to come back strongly.
Yeah. Well, there's inherent chess benefits, and literally, if AI automation takes over all jobs, we all need something to do anyway. So they play chess.
Yeah, no, that's a worry. I mean, it is interesting looking out there because, like, we went through this phase of, you know, all jobs are going to be taken in the next 6 to 12 months, or not taken, changed.
Yeah.
I think Anthropic co-founder Dario, he predicted that in 6 to 12 months from now, 80% of the work devs do is going to change or be taken away. He said that about 6 months ago. And he wasn't saying they're going to lose their jobs. He was going to say the work they do is gone. So they're obviously going to do something else.
Right.
And then, like, and there was a lot of fear mongering, and there still is. But at the same time, have you noticed in the last 2 months, there's been a pushback and saying this is not happening,
and rehiring even.
Yeah, they're rehiring. AI is useless. We were wrong. But I think what's really happening is there's like this. It's pretty obvious that AI is going to change the world, and there's nothing we can do to stop that from happening. But coming back to may you live in interesting times, the Chinese case, I think we're there, and but I think we need to adapt to the changes, and the people that do will do better than the people that don't. And I think chess is a good vehicle for young people to explore their cognitive function.
Yeah,
and
100%. I mean, I guess on that level and with AI, one thing that could be helpful on a platform is something that's a bit more proactive at pointing out your weaknesses instead of you doing the work, right?
Yeah.
That just says, look, you handle, I don't know, your knight handling in the middle game is terrible. These are, 50 puzzles you can do to,
that's
really
a good idea. Okay. Patent that.
Yeah, well, just I mean, I guess that's the thing with AI, and it can be super personalized and be running in the background and whatever, so that you don't need the full-on coach. I mean, the platform itself is like giving you ideas to improve your game proactively.
That makes sense. I mean, I saw something on social media where you upload all your games into it.
Yeah.
And then it shows you the patterns of weaknesses and strengths in your play, and then gives you advice. So I think that's a good thing to have. I think it would work better in a platform rather than just push all your moves. I mean, it's fine. I'm sure it's good. I haven't seen it in operation. But I think those things are good. And I think
well, that could be like, as you're talking about third-party agents. I mean, we could at some point chat to that specific company, say just incorporate, and then the players don't have to go to your site. It's right where they're playing, and it's incorporated, and all your algos run as they do on your current servers and all that, but the outputs are where the players are. They don't have to have 5 different websites that do different little nuances on chess.
Yeah, it can almost be like an open claw for improving your chess across your chess board. Chess claw. But I do think that stuff is going to be good. I've had some discussions with this one group around something like that, where it's evaluating your games, it's giving you feedback, it's giving you exercises, or pointing you in the direction of certain opening theory. And again, the question is, how serious must you be to actually really want that? So you have to be somewhat more serious, as opposed to entertained. Because a lot of people just want to play with their mates, and then they're as strong as their mates are, and then they don't care about the rest. So there is that part, which I think we should offer. We should offer them the ability to have their own clubs.
Yeah.
And then they can mod their clubs. They can invite other people into their clubs. They can have club versus club. Those kind of things, which I know people, I'm sure they've built that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure they've built it in a way where we allow them to mod their own environment and chat. And I mean, people also, look, young kids will use Discord for games. So we need to recognize that they could be playing in their clubs with their mates, but they're shouting at each other on Discord. I spoke to my son, and he said, look, he spent a lot of time with him and his friends getting their Discord just right for the games that they play. So they'd rather we had an MCP or something where they could actually hook into our system, but still chat to their friends and do stuff on Discord. Sean, you probably have thoughts on that.
I would absolutely champion that. If we offer the ability for people to use Discord, Telegram, WhatsApp, wherever they are chatting, and
Yeah.
they're more comfortable. Absolutely, yeah. Just bring the chessboard in, embed it, play some games, have fun.
Yeah, I mean, actually, you make a good point. If I've seen it on X, so, whatever. When I definitely want to waste time, I'll go and debate somebody on some random thing, get into an argument with someone, and then the next thing is, well, I'll play you chess then. I mean, I don't know how it comes out that I play chess. Anyway, so then you have to go and find it. It'll be nice right from X to launch a Trickster challenge. I mean, so one way is you ping the Trickster agent, in the @ and you say, I'm challenging user this in X, and you actually, every post becomes a move that's coordinated by Trickster. So it follows and maybe draws the board. So the agent just follows along. You play the whole game in X, and others on X actually are now witnessing the game that you've challenged somebody who says they're better than you on X, and now you actually can play a whole game that's coordinated by Trickster. On X itself. So yeah, maybe that is one idea, bringing Trickster to where they are and what they use, whether it's Discord or X or wherever.
So how does Telegram work? Does Telegram have a chat with video and stuff?
Yeah.
Well, Telegram, yeah, it's the same. It's kind of like a WhatsApp. I mean, well, they're more communities and all that kind of stuff. But
okay.
Chat and video and likes and whatever. Okay. But I think the main thing is to bring it, to make Trickster aware that someone is doing something like, hey, I challenge you via Trickster, and then Trickster agent, whatever, sees, oh, this user wants to play this user in this platform.
Yes.
How you enable that.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, even cross site. Just as an aside, if I asked my kids the other day, do you know what a telegram is? And they were like, no. So my daughter was like, communication, gram, and then I explained what it was, and I said, yeah, it was like pre-fax, where you could write a message. I'm not even sure how it works myself, but you write a message somewhere, you send it down a telegraph, down the wire to somebody else, and they print it out, and then they pick it up. Then somebody gets on a bicycle and goes to your house and hands it to you.
Oh my god!
Well, but the transmission, right, was all in
teletype.
In some kind of very, the encoding of words was done. It's not exactly Morse code, but it's simplified, right, as well. I mean,
you're right. Stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
So that there was some kind of shorthand or whatever they use, so that it would be like that with the stops and everything, just to get as few bytes as possible or whatever the tech was across. So
But they knew about Telegram, the app, but they didn't really know what it originally was. Or even faxes. I mean, people still use faxes, which blows my mind.
What was the technology before fax? Was it telex? I think.
Yeah, telex. But I guess Telegram was a telex that was then printed out and sent to somebody physically.
Yeah.
Whereas a telex, there was a machine, I think between buildings, and I don't know, pieces of paper would come out. I don't know how it works.
We're really showing our age on this stream.
No.
Yeah, but what about the first telephone call? Wasn't it between the US and England? Or was it US and US?
No, I was where was I?
Were you there when it happened?
I was there when it happened back in the day. No, I visited Genoa in Italy. I think it was that Italian guy, Marconi, who did the first. It was like on the coastline near Genoa. He did something like one cove to another or something. Yep. But I mean, Bell is known for the phone itself. But so I don't know what Marconi invented.
I know when Bell did it, other people made a claim, but they did do a call. Maybe it was in Massachusetts, but there was a call between two parties.
Yeah,
and this was the first message.
Okay.
I don't know. Anyway, we digress from chess.
Yeah.
Well, here we are, 100 years later, playing chess online in real time.
Well, we're trying to watch something being built.
Yeah. There's so many things to present here. I'm seeing Barry busy inside the studio. Tarian is busy on the board. Lee is busy with the board. So it's so much going on at the same time.
Show us the board.
Well, she stops sharing the board a few seconds ago.
That's not right.
Just for those watching, the screens I am, swapping around between as we talk is just our team building out what is going to become TrixtaChess, right? The website that your future favorite chess website, if I can put it that way. So it's all happening at the background. Mark, Barry, and I, if you don't know, we were the OGs of the original Chess Cube. Mark and Brian kind of joined early on. I joined in around May 2009. If you are from the old Chess Cube, it's really good to see you again. We can't wait to invite you back to TrixtaChess.
Yeah. I know there's another chat later. Let me just double check on that, Sean.
Sure.
What time is that one? Oh, that's at 6.
6. I've invited yourself and our guest. Yeah.
5 p.m. UK time.
That's right. Yeah. Well, he said in German time. So.
Oh, he's in Germany.
Yeah.
Okay, hopefully that'll work out. We'll see how that goes.
Same time zone as us. Yeah.
Oh, Germany. Is
yes.
it the same?
Yeah.
It's the same at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Mark,
yeah.
If you look at, I think this is Leah. Let me just see if this is Leah's screen share. Yeah, if you look at Leah's screen share right now, she's inside of Studio looking at some flows, looking at the steps as well. I know you touched on steps earlier and how steps, come together to build a flow. Maybe you can just tell us what we're looking at on Leah's screen right now.
I'm just trying to understand where I'm at. I'm so confused.
Inside of Google Meet.
I know, but I'm trying to unpin something, but I can't seem to. I'm Sean.
Hello.
So weird.
Maybe do a refresh, Mark.
I think it's me because I'm sharing something. It was me. I couldn't.
Yeah, it's your own screen.
I'm trying to unpin myself. Okay, let me pin. Yeah. I'll pin Leah's one.
Yep.
So I can see that. And let me unshare.
She's the most active engineer right now.
Okay, so I'm looking at her screen. What am I seeing?
So she's in the step and flow view. So she's editing a step right now called. Oh, she went back to the board.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
By the way, there's a hint of a chessboard.
I know.
Happening.
So she's got a list of flows open in front of her right now. I'm trying to see if I can read. She's looking at a flow right now called Chess Engine Start Game. And now she's gone to join game. So they're obviously building all the ways that, you can either start a game or get into a game to watch it or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What else is we got there? We've got create new chat room. Add comments. Okay. So these are all these sort of the interactions that make up TrixtaChess, right? On our screen right now.
Mm-hmm.
And what we are looking at, if we can just explain the green emojis and the red cross emojis, is that'll be the logging system. So as they run through the steps, there's debugs. It's got a debug function. So when they do run to test the step or to test the flow, it could come back as, that works, or we finding an error on the step and it needs to be resolved. So with inside of TrixtaOS, this is all tools to help you build out quite a robust system. Yeah.
Very cool.
How's the energy, Brian? Mark?
My energy's okay. I'm
good.
Slightly tired.
It's okay.
Yeah.
We're coming up to 7 hours gone, hey? If you can believe it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. I'm going to switch off the main lights. Tell me if it's bad.
No worries. My eyes do go bad at night, just for the viewers watching. I'm going to need to put my specs on at some point. Yeah, I lose my vision at night for some reason. I don't know why. Part of getting
being behind a computer all the time.
Yeah, yes, Mom.
Can you still see me, or is it worse?
We see you great, Mark.
Or is it too yellow now?
Yeah.
Now you're super bright.
I'm more bright than I was.
Floating head.
I'm gonna switch it back on again and see what's better.
I have questions for either of you.
Yeah,
sure.
Just to bring back the nostalgia a bit. Are we bringing the chimpanzee profile picture and the Shrek profile pictures back to TrixtaChess?
I see.
What were they again?
You had the thinking chimp, Brian, doing.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
It was almost like an NFT looking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll bring Shrek. So I remember I was calling Vinny one day, and he's got a young son. He was like 11. And I'm chatting to Vinny, and his son's sitting next to me. He says, "Dad, are you speaking to Shrek?" And now every time I see him, he calls me Shrek.
Yeah.
He wants to touch my head.
It's such a good profile picture. Yeah.
How did we moderate those?
We didn't. We would ask users to change them, and if they didn't, then we.
Okay, because I was wondering, I'm always like now wary of what can users add to a system to ruin the experience for others.
Yeah.
And there's always some who will add nonsense. But now with AI, I mean, it's
exactly.
I think it offloaded so much where
you
can just
stop.
We can. Well, one of the strictest AIs right now is GPT 5.6 and Fable, on the Claude side, and they're so strict. It doesn't let anything unsavory through, right? So we can absolutely run those on image detection.
I mean, we need to choose what to have. I mean, can you have a political figure as your avatar? And if it's yes, then can you have it if they're doing something really bad? Or if you deface them with a strange moustache or something.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh my God, I don't want to go there.
Well, there's that whole, I don't know if we enabled it, but some level of usage before you could even change your avatar. So in other words, you've been a member for a week before you're able to then change your avatar. As in, you're not just arriving and now wanting to cause the most chaos by doing certain things, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we can get. I still remember we had some kind of automatic moderator.
RoboMod? Matilda.
No, Auntie Sue. Auntie
Sue and Matilda was the internal name, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
RoboMod, yeah.
RoboMod.
Oh, Robo, yeah. That sounds a bit scary.
We can go, these are things that we can absolutely discuss is, the way I'm sure many of us in this call or either watching on the streams probably have a Reddit account. We know how the Anarchy Chess subreddit had just exploded after, things like the Queen's Gambit and when Moist Critical started streaming chess and so on, right? Those people just went nuts. The en passant kind of gag that would flood Reddit every single day. But I like what they do in terms of you cannot chat until you reach a certain level, or you cannot upload.
Maybe in the main rooms.
Exactly, until you have until you have a certain reputation or something. So absolutely ways we can come in and do that. I'm gonna switch to the Kanban board. Mark, if you can start your screen share again there.
Okay, one sec.
The team is saying that the community has started to add some things to the board.
How's it possible?
I don't know.
Oh, there's an invite button. What does that mean?
Are you able to sign up there, Mark?
Let me see. Sorry?
Checking.
Invite a friend.
Maybe click on guest and see what happens. In the top right. So we won't be able to see it. Remember that only TrixtaChess admins will be able to approve ideas, right? So maybe we can discuss it if we're able to log in.
But if I just click on suggestion under, I'm not, or doesn't know me because I'm on the main system.
No, it says you're a guest.
So I can go suggest another.
What happens if you send it for submission?
Suggest another. I did as well.
Chess 960.
What's the other name for it?
Fisher random.
Fisher.
There's a more modern name. I can't think of it. Pre-play.
No. Freestyle.
Freestyle.
Freestyle chess.
I need the dopamine hit.
Okay. So it seems that it's anonymous right now.
But this isn't meant to come in this column. I mean, it's meant to go into another column.
Remember you're seeing your ideas that are pinned.
Oh, it's my idea.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So once we get into the once we're able to register, all three of us, we'll get admin access, and then we can share some ideas, and then we can approve the great ideas that's coming in as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
The problem with inviting a friend without registering is that you won't get the credits.
Right.
For now.
Yeah.
Unless, as a guest, you then log in later and we pick it up that way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it works that way or not.
Yeah. Maybe now's a good time to jump in with the team again and see where we are.
Bother them. Are you sure you want to bother them?
Should we just let them go, hey?
But I don't mind bothering them if we want to. Do they look busy?
Yeah, mostly heads down, not chatting.
Yeah.
Maybe we leave them for a bit.
Let's give them 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sean, if you had some music playing in the background, the three of us could take a break for 10 minutes.
We absolutely can. We've got a Be Right Back screen. Maybe it's a good time for the viewers to get up and stretch their legs as well.
Okay,
let's come back at 15 minutes past the hour, wherever you are, or if you're out in India, it's maybe 45 minutes past the hour. Yeah, absolutely. What do you think? Just a quick stretch, and then we'll catch up with the team as well.
We're getting into the later hours here.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Okay, we'll see everybody. We'll see you back in 10 minutes. Please get up, walk around, stretch your legs, get a cup of coffee, and we're in it for the final stretch. Okay, we'll see you there.
Ciao.
Cheers. How's it, Mark? We back.
Okay, cool. Let's go.
Legs stretched, hydrated.
Not hydrated, but I've got a lot of creatine at the bottom of this.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that comment on YouTube. We absolutely will stay hydrated. I've got various bottles of sodas, energy drinks, ready to go for the day.
I've got electrolytes with creatine. 10 grams of creatine in this. I need to get this down.
Awesome.
Well, the problem with creatine, Mark, what temperature is your water?
It's low.
No, but see, creatine needs to be dissolved. Otherwise, it just causes GI distress. So 10 grams is a lot of creatine. You're just having sit in your stomach.
Oh, I see.
So they say have it with,
coffee.
tea, whatever else, or coffee, or I'll even heat the water up to like 30 whatever degrees. I have a kettle like that, and have my creatine.
Oh, cool.
You need it fully dissolved.
On a day like this, I normally have 20 grams.
Yeah. No, they say actually 20 grams can offset a bad night's sleep. So that how you get the 20 grams into you is what counts.
You're right. It probably is, yeah, because I do feel a bit of GI. What's the word I'm looking for?
Distress.
It's
well, not quite. Okay.
GI discomfort.
Yes.
Stress sounds like I'm dying.
Yeah, if anybody thought a day at ChessCube back in the day was not boring, let me introduce you to myself, Brian, and Mark, where any topic became a discussion. Yeah. I remember there was a very long board meeting we had once, or was some kind of management meeting, and the topic of MCT oil just dominated that meeting, most of it. So
ChessCube.
ChessCube, yeah.
MCT wasn't well known back then.
Some kind of oil. Some kind of oil. Yeah.
Did you ever have, Mark, in your chess heyday, have a go-to supplement or eating regimen so that you're going to play for the SA Open final game?
Yes, I did. So I spoke to this. There was Dr. Barry Jaffe. He was an endocrinologist, and it was in 2001. I was playing in the SA Open, and I was really worn out from work and stuff. And I said to him, what can I do? What can I take to help me? He said, it's easy. He said, when you're playing chess, you need caffeinated drinks with lots of sugar. So I thought, okay, that's interesting. So it was an 11-round tournament. So I started eating Mars bars and taking Coke during the game. And
sorry, just to clarify, Coca-Cola, Mark.
Okay. Sorry, Coca-Cola. sugar Coca-Cola.
That sounds terrible, by the way.
And I had a strategy. It was 11 rounds, and I thought, okay, I'm very unfit and tired out. So what I have to do is I've got to win all my games in like 20 minutes. So I did that, and I started winning game after game after game. And then, but in game 5, my opponent did something, and I suddenly got myself into huge trouble. And then I had to really focus, and just doing that took me out of my kind of sedentary approach. And then after that, I had a different energy spike, and I couldn't carry on doing that, and I had to work hard. And then, but I drew once or twice, but I kept on winning. And then in the final round, I just cruised home with a draw, and I won.
Nice. Well, it's surprising that worked, because that combination of sugar but Mars bars has fat as well. It's and caffeine. It'll seem like it'll get you ramped up and then at some point crash, but I guess it worked out somehow. Maybe you're young enough for it to not really matter either way.
Yeah, I think age makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that was the advice I got. I wouldn't do that today. And then the one time I was trying to lose weight during this event, and I went to an egg white omelette diet. I just ate egg whites. You and Cormac put me on that. And then I played against one of the strong players. And I just crashed and burned. And I thought, oh, God. And then yeah, I thought I'll never do that again.
Wow. I had one tournament, actually one of my best more recent ones, maybe 3 years ago now. I was doing a 7-day fast, literally on electrolytes only.
Yeah.
And what's cool is the first couple of days of that kind of fast is, you may crash out and you're coming off of carbs and everything else. But then you're just like living off of ketones. I mean, you're just going, I mean, it's like you've got more energy and you're more focused. But then that weekend I played tournament Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I was so focused at the board.
Really?
And and I came second, and it was my first draw against Watu as well. I mean, my last round was against him for the win of the tournament, and I drew against him. But it was just because literally, I mean, a lot of chess tournaments you play around, let's say, then you eat lunch, and now you have a post-lunch crab burn. I was literally just drinking water and super energized and focused. So, and then that evening I ate, and so I was like, it's not something I'd necessarily recommend, but if you can just be literally burning off fat on ketone and have no food in your system.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Else? Yeah.
I mean, I've done 5-day fast, but I don't know if I am in ketosis, but I generally am in ketosis. And then, so it's actually very easy to do the 5-day fast, but I haven't done it for like a year or two.
Yeah.
I did like a 2-day fast the other day, and that was fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing now is electrolytes. Like I would do a 3-day fast with just plain water and no electrolytes, and then come the headaches, comes the dizziness, comes everything else. I don't know. So,
but I'm never coming off carbs because I don't eat carbs.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So for me, it's not a big deal actually.
No.
Cool. Should we see what people are doing here?
Sure.
Yeah, I saw Leah just a few seconds ago had the full screen of the TrixtaChess Cube Cafe open. Looking really, really good. For those that did miss my run through of the screenshots earlier, just a quick reminder of that. Obviously, the one thing we did before today was just design what we wanted TrixtaChess to look like. That was, one of the only few things we did in preparation for today, because we didn't want the UI to be something we were not expecting. The UI means the user interface. So we wanted to know what TrixtaChess was going to look like, as we went into today, so we could discuss where the rooms were going to be, where the games were going to be, what the board was going to look like, what the piece sets were going to look like, where everything was going to live, and to hand back a familiar interface to you, albeit slightly more modernized, right? With modern colors and modern layouts and so on. So just on that is the reason you're seeing this nice interface that looks a lot like ChessCube used to look, or more modernized, is because we did pre-design what we wanted it to look like before the time. So that's what the engineers are kind of piecing together right now. You can see on Leah's screen, she's got the black pieces, she's got the white pieces. Those are not the ChessCube pieces that we're going to be bringing in. Those will be coming soon. But you can see the details of the chess clocks over there. We've got the country flags, we've got the usernames. We've got the material balance board that we used to have back in the day. If somebody was a pawn up or a knight up or something, that would be there as well. And then I just want to ask Mark O'Brien, I haven't played on Lichess that much, or chess.com, since the ChessCube days. Was there sort of position strength meter on either of those sites to show like which color or which player had the stronger position in terms of
only post analysis maybe, but definitely not during? I mean, that would be almost unfair.
Why?
Well, because you might, it gives you a hint. Like for instance, if you see the meter go up, you know that suddenly your opponent just blundered. Now you just have to find the move.
Right.
So any kind of hints in game.
Is it a hint though? Maybe I can bring Mark in on this. What do you think, Mark? Is that a hint? Because see, I tend to disagree. If I know I've blundered my queen and I'm a queen down, right? I know I'm in a losing position, but I'd like to know by how much. Like, is this still a way for me out of this game?
I think it's fine if your opponent agrees to that, because then you're both on equal terms.
Right. Yeah.
You can do anything if you both agree to the same environment.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of how I'd want that that
The
opening
chess coach.
trainer
Yeah.
chess coach guide to work as well. You agree to a opening assistant game, and then it lets you do book moves. I mean, it shows you the arrows. In this position, you've got these two options or whatever.
Yeah.
So that you know that you're on. There's no engine analysis at all. So if they make a blunder at that point, it's out of book. It doesn't suggest anything.
Right.
So it's the same idea. If it's agreed upon, it's not cheating. It's just you want to
It's
play
a
that
tool,
kind of
right?
game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got an answer to your question, Brian. Bananas, dates, and dark chocolate.
Yeah, that's solid.
What's that for?
For chess cognition during chess games.
I have to disagree on the bananas. That's a bad idea.
Really?
There's nothing in a banana that's good for you except for a tiny bit of potassium, but not much.
I actually was very much anti-banana, but of late, no, I'm a banana eater. I don't know why.
Interesting. I used to watch this influencer back in the day. Before
right. Yeah.
And her name was Freely, the banana girl, and she ate like 30 bananas a day. And her boyfriend was banana guy, and he had like 40 bananas a day.
And they both died of malnutrition.
They lived on this beach. No, their bloods were really impeccably good. But I don't see how that works for chess, because like there's nothing in a banana that's really good for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I went through like I was more low carb for a while, and then I got onto this thing called the sugar diet. I've tried almost every diet just to see what it's like.
I've heard of the sugar diet.
And it was just literally sugar all the time for everything. So it's the sugar Coke and coffee with sugar and fruit and whatever. And
how did they go for you?
No, I mean it actually. I mean, I don't actually. You lose weight. I think you can lose weight in every which way, just as long as you don't fall off the rails. Like for instance, combining fats and sugars and whatever. But you could just eat pure fat. You could eat just pure protein or pure sugar and lose weight. But one thing it's done is, I mean, I hadn't had sugar in coffee for 20 years or 20 years or more, and now I have sugar in my coffee and I have fruit in the morning. Well, no particular reason. Well, it's this thing now of anti-stress. So it's basically the big thing now in the online community is stress minimization or cortisol minimization.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And they say that the combination of a sugar and caffeine takes a bit of the edge off of the caffeine. So
my guy was right.
Yeah.
I had high caffeine and high sugar. Coffee.
Yeah, but your Mars bars.
Coca-Cola and Mars. Do they have Mars bars in South Africa?
Yes. So whatever you had, or whatever you were calling them, that one introduced fats. It's the combo. It's the right combo.
I won the tournament. So
no, it worked. But I think that's age. It's just like my dad. He's like really old now, and there's all these influencers who are about life maxing, and they're all going to die young. And my dad, he would eat like expired food, like 3 months old, and he has got into his age. So I think a large part of it is just your genetics, Yeah. It's who you are and your age, and there's all sorts of factors so that people optimize and still not have a healthy life. But somebody who does nothing, like the Turkish guy who smoked until he was 120. There's always those guys, No, literally, he had like a chain smoker and he lived to 120. So it's the genes ultimately.
There's something. Anyway, what's happening, people? I want to see something. I want a whole bunch of things to come all at once.
I know. Mark, while Leah shares her screen, there is a question from Jonathan Gluckman in the chat on YouTube.
Johnny Gluckman, what do you charge to use Trixter if I want to use? For you, Johnny, it's always free. Although you can afford to pay $20 a month.
Right. There's the answer right there. Yeah. So yeah, just some sort of background into that question. Of course, we are building TrixtaChess on the Trixter platform. You can have a look at the Trixter website. It's trixta.ai. But if you are interested in using Trixter to build, applications for yourself or to add to TrixtaChess over time, reach out to us. Get in touch with us. You can either do that through support@trixtachess.ai or support@trixta.ai. We'd love to hear what your ideas are, what you want to do. Of course, there's always the ideas page that's going to be launched inside of the TrixtaChess app as well. We're going to keep our eyes on that as much as we can every single day. Just go in there and share your idea. We'll reach out to you, drop your email address, or we'll see your username and reach out to you. Yeah.
Is the Trixta platform ready for just any developer to currently sign up and build upon, or there's a bit of an onboarding or partnership?
We're not offering it as a platform for others yet.
As of yet, yeah.
Yeah. So we want to focus on this, but we will provide certain tool sets on this over the next month or two, where you can build things or mod things. And eventually we're going to open it up totally. But we really want to have simple tools that a non-developer can actually work with this. So that's the goal.
Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing Barry just started his screen share as well and is now sharing Trixta Studio as well. Always great to see these different views, Mark? The amount of information Trixta gives you is incredible. Yeah. These guys are locked in.
Yeah.
I love to see it.
They're in for the home stretch. I saw Barry had a giant Dagwood sandwich.
Really?
Or something. It was huge.
Awesome. He's gonna that Cobb Crash is gonna hit later for sure.
He's an expert at this.
Mark, have you officially retired from over the board chess?
Look, I haven't played for a couple of decades.
So. I'm taking that as a yes then.
No, I wouldn't mind playing again.
Okay.
I would just be very weak in the beginning, just because to do well at chess, you need to have some opening theory. You need to have some technique, and they both lapse a bit with age. I mean, sorry, disuse, I should say.
Sure.
Yeah, because that's actually why I stopped playing. Partly was I didn't want to lose because of bad opening theory. So I played in tournaments, and then I'd be disappointed and then I think, okay, well, but then should I study chess? And then but I'm busy with my life and career and children. Then I'd go backwards and forwards, and then eventually I just get like disillusioned and stop.
Yeah.
I had that feeling as well. It is rough coming back and just not being good at it. And then I kind of decided last year, do I like to play chess or not? So how my performance goes or not is kind of irrelevant. Like, do I want to play chess?
But how did you get your theory back, or didn't you?
But that's the thing. It's like, just accept that there's now gaps in your play, and then, I mean, just accept you're going to lose more or whatever. But are you going to have more fun? I mean, in other words, you want to cut chess out entirely. But yeah, you won't. You're going to lose more, and your rating's going to go down.
So, it's demoralizing.
Yeah.
But I played bullets, and it's actually interesting because you have waves of cognitive capability and less depending on your energy and mood and other things. So I know how my cognitive function's doing by looking at my bullet rating on
No, 100%. I mean, when it's up to like 2,400 or whatever, you're like, okay, and then I must be feeling rough this week. It's like plummeted.
Well, I have not been 2,400 on bullet for a long time, but I can hover between 1950 and 2250.
Yeah. No, that's, I think, where my hover zone is, but I know that I'm feeling exactly as to your point, optimal when I'm just winning and I'm seeing stuff the whole game, not just reacting to moves on
exactly. Because suddenly you just go, and whatever you do just seems to work, and then other times you just, what's wrong with me? But I often wake up in the morning, like straight from wake up, and I'll lie in my bed upside down using the trackpad to make the moves. I often get good positions, but losing time.
Mark, I just want to very quickly talk about what we're seeing on screen on Barry's side here.
Let's go back to
Barry's currently chatting to the AI about the system, right? So that's one strength is, you, as you know, a lot of vibe coders do, is ask about their code. You can come in, ask the AI, and what's great is that, TrixOS has context into what Mark mentioned earlier, your aspects. So what is the code meant to be doing? What is each section? What is its purpose, right? But also, it understands how the steps, complete a flow. how everything runs. So, you know, when you do talk to your code through the AI, it has context into, you know, your ideas. You've of course done that onboarding chat that we watched Mark do this morning, where it kind of interviewed him on his idea. So I think it's such a strong system to have, because it has all that context into you know, what you are looking to build, which is great.
Yeah, and also, I mean, one thing that's interesting is it also has context into every single sub-element within everything. So the way you build with Trixta is you have these primitives. We have like these primitives where, like a space primitive, a role, a flow, a step in a flow. Every single one of those has its own agent accompanying it, and those agents can speak to each other. So another agent can actually ask the other agents what's going on here. And very, very quickly, it has a deep understanding of all the different moving parts. And I mean, it's really amazing, actually, how well that works, because that context is so rich. And whereas in code, you don't have such strict context. It's like more. I mean, like, I think code will get better and better, and they'll have like ways to kind of build context that makes sense. Oh, that's an interesting graph.
Yeah.
I think I've seen that one before. Oh, okay, it's a three-dimensional view.
Right.
Wow.
Interesting comment from Spoiled Anna on YouTube. She said some other chess site tried to be the second version of ChessCube, or the second coming of ChessCube, but
what was that?
ContraChess?
Which one?
ContraChess?
I don't know that.
Yeah, me neither. She said it suffered massive pre-move delays and other issues, and hope it doesn't happen at Trixta as well. So,
but we've done pre-move before.
We've done pre-move. Yeah, we have the tech to make sure that this is not going to be an issue for us. We think.
Yeah. I'm interested in the point. Anyway, Lichess has the same problem too, I guess, in that HTML and JavaScript is slower than like Flash was, and obviously WASM. Yeah, WASM would be fast. So I'm curious how slow it is and what the latency is in having an HTML-based board rather than Flash. I do want to mention actually Figma. So Figma, how Figma made their name early on is they built a real, you know, low latency application running in a browser, but they used WebAssembly for that. And so you got a real application experience, but in the browser at that point in history. And I think that's really interesting. So I do think down the line, we need to have a WebAssembly version of the board and everything that happens on the client side. So it's totally instant. We'll get there. I think today we'll just do HTML and React JavaScript.
Sure.
Yeah, HTML was the word we didn't want to mention back in 2019, 2020 when the browsers announced that they were killing off Adobe Flash, right? Is how do we get ChessCube to be an HTML5 site?
Yeah.
Did we attempt it, Mark? I don't recall.
Well, we did hire somebody for a while. We spent a lot of money actually on somebody who came in to build for us, and but that person failed. I mean, we spent like a large of the bankroll trying to get something to rebuild, and unfortunately, that person wasn't able to get it done. So we blew through the cash, and then we just didn't get a new system built. But they were meant to do that.
Also, I think by that point, I know you touched on it earlier. I think we did. The heavy monetization strategy that ChessCube had also wasn't favorable with the users, right? So
it was bad.
It was very, very bad. Like, yeah. But we've been there. We've learned as much as we could the first time around.
Yeah.
We're coming back with a lot of user feedback that we've taken in since then. So
yes,
yeah.
Don't mess with your users.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. We've kept our email addresses open, Sean@chesscube.com and so on, and we've been getting emails nonstop in the 6 years that we haven't been around, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
And we've been reading the comments, we've been reading your thoughts. I mean, at one point in 2022, 23, I was still getting emails. You know, is ChessCube coming back? You know, and I couldn't answer it at the time until maybe now's a good time to pull the curtain back on our April Fool's Day message across the socials, Mark. What our thinking was around then.
Oh yeah, so we decided to bring ChessCube back, but we wanted to kind of tease the market a little bit. So we did an April Fool's joke as a way to kind of talk about it, but see if people thought it was real or not.
Yeah.
But the response was really big. I
Yeah.
mean, a lot of people reached out, even titled grandmasters and people involved in the chess industry reached out, and it definitely made us think, oh, there's some interest there. And yeah, super keen to see what we can do. I mean, obviously, you know, today we're going to build a core little system, but over the next week we can do a lot more. And we can definitely move much faster than we did in the old days.
Yeah, we're not stopping, right? Today isn't the day we end, right? Like
this
is going on.
This is just the beginning.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the worst it's ever going to be.
Right.
Yeah, we haven't seen it working yet, but I'm just saying.
Yeah. Spoiled Anna, I hope that little section answered your question on that. Trying to think, Luckwin says he's the target market for TrixOS. He's not a developer.
Ah, okay. Because he's probably using Claude every day.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, we did get a lot of comments on our April Fool's Day post saying, like, guys, look at the date. It's April Fool's Day. What kind of joke is this? And then a mutual friend and previous ChessCube moderator, Brankitsa, messaged me and said, please don't do this to me. You know, I need ChessCube to come back. And yeah, I think with that feedback, we were just like, all right, we're definitely going to do this, right?
We'd already decided to do it.
So yeah, just thought we'd have some fun with the community around that day. It was pretty fun. Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting because internally in the team, we were looking for verticals to launch with.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had a session, and I was a bit nervous. I explained this idea to the team, and I was curious to see if there'd be pushback. But I went into the history of Trixta itself and why ChessCube was so interrelated to it. And,
right.
And yeah, and then people got excited about it. And I definitely think in this vertical is an interesting vertical for us. We could broaden into other games too, which is likely down the line.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fun. I mean, to be honest, I think in the AI world, you've got to get out there and do interesting marketing angles. And you know, I think doing this is easier than, you know, hooking into one company at a time. Certainly, look, we will need to raise money. If any VCs listening, just bear that in mind. But we have to raise money at some point. But the VCs in the AI are very different now than they were like a year ago or 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, a core part of what I think you need to do is to get out there,
right,
and have some kind of audience. And yeah, so we really have to market. We have to go a bit nuts on marketing this.
How can we get into the whole TikTok crowd? I mean, my only thing would be this idea of anyone can become a streamer. So you just, every game you can just start streaming, and then you can cut it up so that like you just made, you know, a whatever smothered mate. That's the pure TikTok-y kind of vibe video you want to push. So then you know, you get little video, like a whole small video section on the side of people just want to stream like they do on TikTok, all of these like moves out of the blue that win the game and that kind of stuff, you know, make them viral. There are some, I mean, Mark, you must have felt it as well, just some moves that arrive that are just, you feel amazed by, that you just made it or thought of it.
Yes.
But, you know, it's just forgotten about, you know, it's like somewhere in my bullet history.
Oh yeah.
It would be cool to somehow show the world, wow, I just thought of this insane brilliance thing.
Yeah, no.
You know.
I know. I tend to just send those off to my friends on.
Oh, you do. Well, if we had a way of publishing them to some kind of viral feed on TrixtaChess, so that people could just watch, you know, Trixta TV or whatever, like they do on chess, and just see what people consider amazing stuff, and then upvote, and the people who get upvotes get, you know, qubits or whatever, so that people start, you know, creating viral content that they can share on other platforms.
Right.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I recently joined TikTok, not as myself, but as a AI persona I manage. The way you can get eyes onto your product or your content is absolutely crazy on TikTok. Hey, like, I don't think Facebook Reels or Instagram Reels quite has that same amount of reach that a platform like TikTok does. It's absolutely insane. And we do want to go that route, right? We want to build the tools for anybody to share content easily, and to make it look amazing as well. Not just here's a screen recording of your game. Is like let's flash it up, let's throw some music on it, make it look cool, right? So those are absolutely the directions we want to move toward over time. We're not promising that right away.
Trixta Studio or whatever, so that they can go right from the game. They can zoom in on the sequence of moves that are important, and then make a short form video.
Throw some stickers or memes onto it or something. Explosions.
Explosion, exactly. You know how they like owned, or smashed. It just arrives when the checkmate arrives. You see like a big explosion and the board rumbles.
You can tell Brian and I are old. We've got the old school ways of doing it. These days it's all like meme stickers and stuff, I guess. Question to you, Brian: is the forums coming back to TrixtaChess?
Forums. Well, no, I thought we decided it would maybe for certain aspects, like feature discussions and all of that. But I think it does make sense to keep like the country chats and all that just in chat.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, if we do forums, we'll bring it inside of the application this time, right? Previously, it lived on a subdomain of ChessCube as well.
There's a bit of a bolt-on.
Yeah. I mean, we can totally create the TrixtaChess social network. It's just endless doom scrolling of awesome games that happened, awesome moves, chess coaches dropping videos.
Well, that's also true. How can we make chess doom scrolling where it's you feel a little more productive? So it's kind of almost like puzzles. Well, I don't know if you've doom scrolled on TikTok or any of those sites. It is just as easy to maybe to go through puzzles. One arrives and then you just think of it. Oh, I'm done with that.
Especially if it makes a sound effect and gives you points, and you have a special rating for puzzles and maybe. That could be interesting because you could be in a tournament with other people also doing scrolling puzzles, and whoever gets the highest score in a certain time wins.
That's right. No, exactly. You've got 20 set puzzles or whatever, and who gets through it, the quickest and most accurately, that's your final score kind of thing.
Yeah.
I love that the audience is involved in these kind of discussions with us. They can kind of see how we get to certain ideas, right? It's pretty awesome.
Cool. So, Sean, just to mention, I'm not sure if our 6 o'clock is going to join or not. So we'll see.
We'll be fairly flexible on that time. It's okay.
We'll see. Otherwise, we'll just we can do that another day.
Yes, exactly.
So we're heading towards the 8th hour.
Yeah.
Only 4 to go.
Yeah.
How does the team keep going?
I see Leah with a cup of coffee in her hand.
Oh, that's good.
I see Dia like hard focused. Rahul is hard focused. That's awesome.
I'm sure Torian's off camera, but I'm sure he's focused.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. Brian, this is just to clarify, you actually don't work at Trixta, of course.
No.
You're our special guest and our OG. What were your initial thoughts coming to the team and seeing how we operate, how we go about building and discussing and so on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm as much of an outsider as some of these viewers, spectators now. I mean, and the complexity behind the scenes, I'm still a bit oblivious to. So I'm as keen to see something tangible, a board, a chat room, and whatever else. So I'm more seeing it, I think, as everyone else is. But I mean, it looks great.
Yeah.
And the code I'd like to understand is coming from a scripting, Python scripting and vibe coding background. I'd like to at some point play around inside the code or at least the platform. But for now, it's just the end product. That's the number one target for me.
Yeah.
Network.
And what's interesting is what you're seeing now is we've been exponentially improving the interface and products and the building capabilities and the use of AI internally and stuff like that. So for our own team, it's a lot easier than it was even 2 weeks ago.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And every 2 weeks, it's like a huge difference. So, but we are going to move towards actually a lot of what you see here. We're going to try and I mean, you could use the very technical stuff, but we want to move away from that and make it really easy just to talk to the system and see stuff appearing and build stuff super fast.
Visual vibe building.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely, when it's matured enough and simplified enough, I'll definitely think of some ideas to put inside the system myself.
Leah's been teasing us for the past 10-20 minutes. Hey, she switches to the screen when she knows we absolutely want to see something. Even though she can't hear us, we're getting a look at the TrixtaChess interface right here. And again, every time I look at it, I see ChessCube. So I think our designs have hit the mark, you know? Yeah. Now we need Farmville to come back.
It is back in different ways because my kids have been playing some kind of on Netflix. I think there's a game like Farmville, which my son plays with his girlfriend sometimes.
Cool.
On Netflix, they've got games in Netflix now.
Yeah,
Grand Theft Auto is on Netflix, Brian. What are you talking about?
What? Oh, really?
Yeah.
You can play on Netflix with like a controller, and you can move
Yeah,
stuff
so
around.
they have QR codes, and then you point your phone at it, and then your phone becomes your interface to the game.
See, I was never, Mark, were you ever into gaming beyond chess? They never held any appeal. I just want to play chess.
I used to play a few things, but like in the day. But chess was my thing. That was my dopamine.
Yeah.
I mean, I did when I was at high school. I used to play. I used to study chess 6 hours a day.
Yeah.
Or maybe, yeah. But I didn't do much homework, but I definitely played chess.
Yeah, I think now's a good time to maybe just spend the last maybe 5 or 9 minutes of the hour just listening in, maybe see where we are.
Yeah, sure.
To take us to hour 8 of the day.
Should we go into?
We can go into the dev channel. If we don't hear back from our interview guest, then we can just come back here at 6 p.m. our time. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna mute myself.
Awesome. Just mute Google Meet as well, Mark, unless you want to talk to me and Brian. Yeah, because otherwise we start getting feedback on the two. Yeah.
Let me terminal this.
Yeah, would you be able to go to the provide UI chess game board, and then I'm gonna make a request. I want to just double check something against your agent.
Yeah,
Let me know if you're there.
I am there. I don't know if I need to refresh, but I am here.
What are you currently looking at? Do you see the board and everything?
Yeah, but I'm not connected under game ID. I'm just connected as a spectator role.
Oh, I mean, you're gonna get the reaction because you are on the space. So I'm gonna just as a member.
Okay, it swaps my screen. I'm now black.
All right. Can you just? Are you looking at network traffic? You aren't, right? Oh, okay, wait.
I'm not. Do you want me
It's
to?
fine. Can you get? Do you get the move option? Yeah,
I didn't. I didn't get anything. Am I meant to be on the player role though? I'm on the spectator role.
Yeah, that's what I was. Oh, is there? I mean, you can manually probably do it.
Yeah. What is the game ID? Do you know that?
I can send it to you.
Yeah, join correctly. Cool. Okay. I need to be the peace mover role as well.
Yes, peace mover as well, spectator.
Am I black or white?
So you're all black at the moment. Well, I'm currently white at the moment. I see. Yeah.
Black.
I don't know if that connection thing works. No.
Oh, how do I need to do this then?
But I can just make a new request. That should be fine. You can just refresh. We can look at the. Did you refresh so I can?
Oh, okay.
Oh, my thing is resending reactions. Okay, wait. Let me do that. Okay, so I'm black at the moment. Are you able to move?
I'm not. Yeah, let me. I'm gonna have to refresh again. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let me know once you're there.
Come on. Piece mover. Okay.
I think I'm also missing some roles, but we can.
But I haven't joined the group role, so I don't know if this is going to work. I've just joined the role.
Yeah, that's. Oh man, that's what I was trying to get to the agent's view to double check.
Yeah, we're gonna need to be on the. Are you clicking start chess game?
No, I'm not clicking start. It starts the moment like.
Oh yeah, you are clicking.
I'm pretty much just initializing a join game from member to member.
Okay. Are you like running the flow?
Yes, I'm running the flow.
Okay. Yeah, so I think I do need to join these roles with the group.
Let's see if we can help Barry.
I see.
I mean, I can see Barry deleted it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you delete the issue or fix the issue?
I'm trying to. I'm about to.
I mean, the agents are loading now for me. That's why I'm asking.
Really?
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, I did fix it. I thought I didn't.
Oh,
But
okay, cool.
It clearly got to the part where it could delete. Yeah, it did it. Okay, yeah, there was a null in there. Someone registered something buggy.
Okay. All right.
So I think we need to join in the interactions view these roles with the group ID. Once we've got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get the group. Can I make a new one?
Yeah.
Just trying to. Piece mover, player, spectator.
Yeah. Are you going to send the group?
I'll send it. Yes, I'm sending it in that message.
Cool.
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so spectator, groups.
And piece mover as well.
Piece mover, but piece mover is grouped by color as well.
Yes.
And you know if I'm black or white.
So I'm black.
Okay, cool. And then player.
Gonna get a snack.
Cool.
Are they gonna make their first move in the game, Mark?
So now, hopefully this will work for us. I'm gonna also debug this.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Is this your first move?
Oh, you here?
Yeah.
Yeah,
this is momentous. Come, let's make that move. I trust you there.
Trusting Turin here. Okay, are you ready, Turin?
Yeah, I'm trying to just like. Okay, I mean, you could do the move I am on.
Okay.
Or I think I'm on. I got the move.
Okay. I don't see that this flow ran.
Yeah, I don't think the flow ran. I got the reaction. Wait, let me just double check. You're looking at the start chess game.
Yeah. Did you get it? Did you see stuff here?
I did, but that's because I'm on a roll that sends to the spectator. Or yeah, spectator roll. And I think
I don't know if you're looking at my screen. I can see the reaction coming through, which means that the flow ran, but I just didn't see it debug over here. That's
yeah, I'm looking at it as well actually.
The first
Okay,
move on
here I see
TrixtaChess
it.
is E4, Mark.
Wait, which one are you looking at now?
It just maybe I joined the flow late because I don't see the initial debug that I do see here in StarChess.
I don't see any debugs. Okay, no, that's fine.
Sean, you unmuted.
Okay, so are you able to play a
unmuted on
move
Google
now?
Meet, yeah.
Okay, and we muted in the other.
Yeah.
The reaction you get back.
I think the other thing may start. I'm gonna just. I'll call you if it starts.
Yeah, I'm watching the screen there.
Move from
Oh, you are.
opponents. Move teeth.
You see an error.
No, I just now see a request for response coming in, which I didn't see before. Oh, because I initiate. I'm reminding myself. Okay. White plays first move, sends the action, then you get a request for response. Now I get a request for response. So did you fill in the?
Hey, Andrew.
Mark, how are you?
Good. Sorry, we have two things running at the same time, so I'm going to quickly just work with Sean to switch that off.
As usual.
I'm going to mute the other side. 1 sec. There we go. That's silence. Oh, wait. Second. Okay.
All good?
Hold on. I'm almost there. I made an error. So, Andrew, you've been traveling around.
I have been moving around the compass like nobody's business in the last month. Yes.
Andrew, can you hear me?
I can hear you well. Yeah, fine. All good.
I can't. Oh, I know what I've done. Sorry, I've muted this. I've muted both sides. Sean, help. What do I do?
Mark, just right-click on the tab on the record button.
This is going to be interesting.
You can hear me. Andrew, hi, good to see you.
I can. You can probably see me, but I can't see you.
No, you can't see me. I'm off cam at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey
very
there.
wise. Very wise.
Andrew, so you've been traveling. Where have you been?
Well, nothing really exciting. Just around the UK. I was in Nottingham at a tournament doing some coaching. Then I moved to Trafalgar Square. We won a Malcolm's Extravaganzas. Chess Fest. Then I went to the Isle of Wight for holiday. Straight off the plane onto another plane to Hamburg this morning.
So since
that's right.
You haven't stopped coaching and tournamenting and building videos and doing all kinds of stuff.
No, it's still going strong.
That's very good. So for the audience, Andrew was involved with us in Chess Cube in the old days, and he used to make a lot of videos for us. I'm just going to tell the story of how we used to fly you into South Africa from the UK because we set up the studio to make videos using the Chess Cube video platform. And we'd always put you in a hotel where there was a swimming pool because we used to like to take an early morning swim. I'm assuming it was a cold plunge of some sort. Is that right?
And it's still the case.
Oh, are you still doing that?
Yeah, I'm still doing that. Yeah.
Wow.
I think that's one of the things that keeps me going.
Oh, that's amazing. Wow.
But I remember those early days. They were terrific, making all these videos. Yeah. We had a groundbreaking video, which has gone very popular recently. Well, with G6, Bishop G7 and C5. I think that was the first one I ever did for you.
Oh, wow.
And it got an awful lot of looks and things like that.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Did we put those on YouTube as well?
I'm not sure. Would you have done? You might have done.
I can't remember now. I'm sure you probably know this, but yeah, I mean, that was interesting. And I mean, obviously what we did was we had a studio in Cape Town that we set up, and then we decided it was too expensive to keep flying you over here. So we decided to set you up with your own studio in the UK. I think at John Upham's house or your house. I can't remember now. Do you recall?
I can't remember that, to be honest with you.
Okay, but I came over, we set up your studio, we had your lights, and you had your cameras and everything, and then I think we ended up you still coming down to Cape Town and swimming. And so, are you involved in other online chess sites at the moment?
Well, I work for ChessBase, obviously, and I'm pretty loyal to them. So I don't, try to get work at chess.com or Lee Chess or whatever,
Yeah. So what?
Chess Cube is something different.
Say it again.
Chess Cube is something different to me. It's more innovative. It's more interesting because you're always trying to do new things all the time.
Yeah, that's true. And we are trying to do that now too.
Yeah, what is actually happening here? Okay,
I'm gonna explain it. So, you'll probably remember that I kind of left Chess Cube in like near the end of 2011,
You went to the States, didn't you?
Yeah. So in 2012, we started a company called Gift, GYFT, which was distributing gift cards. And I had 2 co-founders in the Bay Area in the US. And I stayed in South Africa for a while with a team, and we built some of their services for them. And then Google Ventures invested in us around mid 2012. And then the pressure was on for us to move, me and my team to move to the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Which I didn't want to do. My wife didn't want to go initially. But it got to a point in 2013 where we decided, well, this thing could be big. We didn't know. And so we actually moved the whole family and the kids over. So the kids are like 5 and 8. And I mean, I used to travel to the US 3, 4, 5 times a year, even before then. So I thought I knew the Bay Area, but when you move there, it's very different. And the kids wouldn't eat the food initially. That they wanted to live on French fries. And but eventually we moved over there. Yeah, it was an interesting ride for us. We always, startups are always struggling, and we were running out of money, and investors were coming in and not coming in. And then Ashton Kutcher, the actor, invested about $1 million in our company. And then when he did that, another fund put in $4 million. So we stayed.
Oh, this is helpful. This is helpful.
And then, but it was amazing because we literally sold the company. So I moved there with my family at the end of 2013. By around mid 2014, we had a buyer basically, and then we closed the deal by August 2014. And yeah, we sold the company. So for me, that was a really big success, and I paid off all my debts, etc. And then I worked for the acquiring company for a couple of years. And but in the back of my mind, I always had this idea that I picked up from ChessCube of there must be a better way to build software, and we've been toying with this idea. And in 2017, started doing some R&D with some people in Cape Town, including Sean. And then in 2018, we set up a company, did more R&D, built stuff, but we never launched. And then last year, we decided to set up a new company to launch products, which is Trix. Right. So we set it up in Singapore, and we have a team mainly in South Africa, in Cape Town. And we basically built tools to make it easier to build these complex systems. And then we had to decide, how are we going to launch this? Are we going to launch this by offering services to, I don't know, corporate America or what? And I started thinking, well, we should offer these services. We should actually build a vertical around chess initially, because it was very closely aligned to what we built. And so with Trixta, we decided to build TrixtaChess, but it's based on a lot of our early knowledge of ChessCube and our new thinking around where the world is now with AI. So I'll pause there and let you comment.
Breathtaking.
So the one thing we can do now that we couldn't do back then is you remember we had a lot of innovation at ChessCube.
Yeah, it was all new stuff. It really was exciting.
Yeah, but it would take long and it cost us a lot of money to add all those features in and stuff. We think we're getting to a point where we can build dramatic features in a day or two. So today what we're doing is we're actually building TrixtaChess, which is the name that we're going to use for the system.
Okay.
Built with Trixta. So I have my cat somewhere.
Where are you at the moment? Are you in Cape Town?
I'm actually in Cape Town, yeah. So I kind of moved back officially in 2021, but I was traveling backwards and forwards, and then I thought, the kids didn't want to move back to America at that point. After COVID, they were stuck in the house in Cape Town actually, and then so we made it official in 21, at the end of 21, and then so we're here for now. And but I just travel a lot. So last year I went to the US like 4 times. I came to I was in London about a month ago at London Tech Week.
Yeah.
And I met up with Malcolm, as one does, but he's been in Cape Town too. So I've met up with him a couple of times. So we've been chatting about this and what this could mean. And so we're very keen to do really exciting stuff. And let me explain what we want to do. We want to build a network. It's like a gaming network. And the goal is to give power into the hands of chess entrepreneurs, so that they can actually utilize us and build systems on our chess world. So there's so many. I mean, chess is blown up, as you know, and
yeah,
there's so many people people come to me with ideas all the time around interesting things they want to do in chess. So what we want to do is we're going to build a core service, but then we're going to offer the ability for other people to build their own systems and bring that into a general network. And we're going to put the power in the hands of everyone in the chess world who want to do anything with coaching or build their own systems, clubs, training, anything.
And will you offer help to them to do this? Because I'm sure not everybody's an expert, are they?
No, so we can offer help. We can build things for people. I mean, we'd probably charge, if we're building for them, we'll probably charge them a fee, but it would be not that expensive relative to them doing it themselves or hiring people to do it for them, because we want to build the network. So we'd really want to participate in that. And then we will host the infrastructure, and we'd probably charge fees for hosting. But we think we can be much more affordable than hosting in the cloud and building with a team somewhere. And then I think we can start having lots of people. I mean, people in the chess world are very technically interested in stuff. So, so we're hoping, we don't know yet, but we're hoping that there'll be a lot of interest. And, I mean, every coach could have a system. I mean, basically, we could also build systems for coaches, for example, where they can come in and they can modify just their own version, adding features they want for themselves.
And when do you think this is going to be available?
Well, we're building the first version today. So
how's it going?
I think it's going good. We're doing a 12-hour build, and the goal of today is to start building something. And so today we're hoping to build a way for people to register, to invite their friends, to earn some qubits, because we had qubits. We're bringing qubits back. So if you
I've still got about 300 left.
Oh, there you go. So if you register, I think we're going to give away 1,000 qubits for people that register today, or maybe this week or something. And then if you invite some friends, we'll give you some extra qubits, especially once we validated them. And then we're building a Cube Cafe chat room today. We're building a chess board. And
can we access this online?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to share my screen. Let me. I actually dropped out of the other meet. But let me see what I can see. Okay, I'm going to share this with you. 1 second. I'll just show you a few things. So for your interest, so this is the shell of what TrixtaChess is going to be, if you can see that.
I can see it well.
So this is it's called a Kanban board, or it's a task board. So we've put in different tasks into the system, and the team are currently working on things. So they're working on these tickets at the moment. They're working them in parallel. They've just recently completed the open registration and create player profiles. And then there's a server-side chess engine and other things. So they're currently working on building the interactive chessboard. I'll click on that. And so they're working on that right now. So Sean, I don't know if you want to share anything on the other side that you could show.
Yeah, I'll jump in and share my screen, some of the screenshots we shared earlier.
Okay.
It's just really 5 screenshots that may be interesting for Andrew to see. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this up. Okay. Let me get this on here. Give me 1 second. Everybody on the stream. Just sharing this as well. Okay, great. Cool. Can you see this?
I can see that, yes.
Okay, right. So this is basically our first design of what Mark showed you right now, right? Is what does the board look like? We're calling this the ideas board. And the concept here is that it's solving 2 purposes. One is it allows us to show the public what we're building currently, what our ideas are, what is ready to go, and what has been pushed live to the site, right? So these kind of tickets, they update in real time. So as somebody suggests an idea, or we add an idea that we want to build, it comes in and you can follow that life cycle of that ticket all the way through to seeing it live on the site. The second problem it's solving is we are now going to open it up to the community to share their ideas.
That's interesting.
Right. So if somebody says, I have an idea for this, I'd like to see Chess 960, I'd like to have Warzone tournaments back, Other users can come in and upvote it. You can see we've got some ideas of what the upvotes would look like here. We can see what's important to the community and then bring that in and build it ourselves, right? So that's the ideas board. We'll also have the chessboard. So let me just close this down over here so I can just show the whole screen. So this
Fried
is
liver starring.
Yeah.
What's that?
Only on half a board.
Okay, yeah. So please, I am Andrew. Please don't judge this chess position.
Why
I
should
know
play
you.
knight c3? That's all I know.
I was about to say
That's a very well-known position.
Yeah, please don't judge the position. It's just kind of a design, right? So you can see the elements of old chess cubers here. We've got our piece set that users love so much. We've got our board colors. Over on the right hand side, we've still got our chat. We can see that this moderator thinks the fried liver is incoming. The trickster position sort of opening, detectors realize that it's the fried liver attack. We've got our time controls, our users. So the interface is really familiar to what our users of ChessCube were used to, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly. So, that's what we were aiming for, is let's modernize but familiarize as well. So all of these designs were pre-done and handed to our engineering team, and they kicked off development today. And then the last one I just want to show you is the chat rooms. Obviously a major feature of ChessCube back in the day. We were a super social site. We had tons of chat rooms, whether it be country-based or general-based or level-based. People above certain level could go into certain chat rooms and so on. Moderators had their own chat rooms. This was the idea that we thought, like, let's bring this back. Obviously, we want to maintain what ChessCube was, is a place to find mates, people you remember for 5, 10, 20 years. So that's really what we were going for. And then we've got some new concepts on what is the kind of data we can track and make fun, right? So things like who's got the highest rating on the site, who's played the most amount of games for this week or today or all time, and then reward those players with qubits or whatever it may be, just to kind of show them that, hey, for this week, you've been super cool, you've played the most games. Maybe we'll give you a badge or something like that gets moved around between different players. Is the idea behind the rankings or the leaderboards. And then just, your general profile where you're filling in who you are, upload a profile picture and so on. So basically the same ChessCube that people loved, just modernized with more features added into it, was the goal. Yeah.
And this is just the beginning. So today we're trying to build out some of these features. So we literally started today. We started at 9 a.m. UK.
One thing, do you think that the chat rooms make it difficult for children under 18?
18 or 13?
I'm not sure, whichever.
Well, in the UK, there may be strict rules now, so we have to be cautious.
Yes, exactly. Is it 13?
Look, we haven't figured out how we're going to do it yet, but
that was the only drawback with chat rooms.
Yeah.
Last time, if I remember correctly.
I don't remember that. I'm sure you'll know more than me.
We did have a mode called child mode, where they weren't allowed to go into public chat rooms. They were allowed to chat in games, but to their opponents only. They could also tune or turn opponent chat off. They couldn't see spectator chat. They weren't allowed in any of the chat rooms as well, other than the 2 support rooms, that being the help rooms. So we can absolutely bring those ideas back, right?
Yeah,
I think you'll have to, because we're talking about a vast number of people, aren't we?
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think it also could be region. There could be regional differences.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not sure in the UK, have they adopted these new laws, or they're just proposing them?
I'm not sure. I think anybody can go on chess.com or Chess and access chat.
See. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can do anything. We can have region locks. We can have different versions. We can have kids versions. I know Malcolm told me about this kids site where they can't talk, but they can send canned messages.
Well, that must be chesskid.com, is it?
No, it wasn't that. It was another one. I forget the name of it. But look, those are things that we can do.
Just something to think about, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right now we're doing something quite unique. We're trying to build an online chess site live in front of an audience. And we're trying to see how far we can go just in the first. I mean, we won't finish it today, but we're going to try and go as far as we can today. And then over the next few days, we want to get to a point where it's working and people can be using it.
And how can I access it at that point?
Well, you can access it maybe even today if you register. We'll even give you 1,000 qubits. In your case, maybe we'll give you a bonus for old time's sake because we owe you some.
I'm not sure what that buys me in real terms.
We'll find out soon. So,
a copy of my old video on 3C5.
So, do you play in chess tournaments or do you just attend them for other reasons?
Now?
Yeah.
Sorry, I've got a bit of a cough. I don't really play much chess apart from online.
Okay.
Most of the time it's coaching and writing and all that sort of thing.
Okay. So, what's the highest percentage of your time for coaching, writing?
Oh, writing, I would have thought.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, teaching in schools, all that sort of thing. I think it's kind of mixed bag.
Yeah, I remember you got. I think it was you got me a gig at this one school once when I was in the UK in the old days, and I can't remember now. I think I made £40 a session, and all I had to do was babysit some young kids and just make sure they didn't shout at each other too much.
Not chess cube, it's chess crash.
It was something along those lines. Thank you for that. It's such a distant memory. Yeah, cool. But we'd love to have you involved somehow in what we're doing. And yeah, any ideas you have that could help make your life easier, we can see how we can add that in. Any thoughts you have, we can bring that into what we're doing.
Well, I can think about it. Sorry about this.
Cool.
Are you in the chess-based office all day? Sorry.
Oh, that's why you're in Germany. Yeah, cool. So
one idea I did have was to maybe start a club called the Silver Fox Chess Club, where you have people over the age of veterans, 50 maybe, and only they can play there.
Okay, that's interesting. We actually think there's a big opportunity for clubs where they're private clubs almost, where or you can have your own criteria. We're definitely going to be doing things like that. So. Because a lot of people, there's so many people playing chess now, and my son and his friends, they like playing amongst themselves. They wouldn't play in a normal club, but if they had an online, they play online all the time on Discord, shouting at each other, playing games. They'd be more than happy to have their own private club with nobody else in it except for them.
Yeah, this is a good idea.
Yeah,
very good idea.
So those are definitely things we can do. Cool. Well, thanks for joining us, Andrew. I know it was a quick one.
It's an absolute pleasure. Nice to see you again.
We will definitely keep in touch. We want to involve you in what.
If I get some ideas, I'll just jot them down and write in.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Enjoy Germany. Enjoy.
How do I monitor the progress of your activities?
Oh, we'll send you.
Is there a web address?
Yeah. You can actually watch the stream on YouTube right now or on Twitch. So we'll send you that, and we'll send you the website address right after this.
Okay, brilliant.
Cool. Thanks, Andrew.
All the best. I'll see you soon.
Yeah. Take care.
Cheers.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Enjoy the swimming.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Cheers.
There we go. Cool. Just wait for Mark to drop in. There Mark is. Mark, you still on mute, hey? Yeah.
I should have moved that into a separate browser. That's why.
Yeah. That was great. That was a great chat. It's so good to see I am Andrew Martin again.
I know. Otherwise, he was doing cold early morning swimming before it was the thing. Now it's more popular.
I think he, to give him the respect, he was the entry point to many people becoming better at chess that came to ChessCube, right? We gave away some of his videos as VIP benefits. People would buy some videos with qubits and so on, and that voice took me right back to 2009 when I joined ChessCube initially. Is knight c6 or whatever. It's just that accent, the voice. It's so great. Yeah.
He's a legend. Cool. So where are we at? Who's going to give us? Brian, you've been watching. You can give us a catch up.
I haven't been. I was watching the chat with on YouTube. No, it is good to see him. Definitely. I remember from creating videos, and strangely enough, he mentioned the opening I play based on his video.
Okay.
That whole system. G6 and C4, C5, etc. Bishop G7.
Yeah, he'd forgotten, but I actually flew to London and set up an entire studio for him. I think I did it twice. I think I did it in John Appham's Head and House, and I have a feeling he used his house and we built a studio. And back in the day, and yeah, so we have a whole bunch of old videos from ChessCube, but I don't know whatever happened to them. Sean, you think
we may have it stored somewhere.
Okay,
yeah.
We will find out.
Yeah, I just
cool.
I just want to go on the record to say that I cannot join the Silver Foxes Chess Club. I am Andrew Martin. I'm not of the required age yet, although some
you'll get there eventually.
Some members of this panel might be very close. Or
we won't mention any names.
I can see the love coming from the YouTube chat as well for I am Andrew Martin as well. That's great. I'm glad he's he meant so much to so many people and got them on their journey, right? Yeah, absolutely.
Nostalgia again. BBBBBBB 2958. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. So I'm just.
I almost feel like we should drop in again and just kind of hear where they're at.
Cool. Let's do that.
Okay.
So we're gonna go into the dev channel.
Yeah. I'll join you there. 1 second.
I think I'm in the dev channel. I'm just gonna go in and mute.
It has its own notation, so
I think that's something like.
Yeah, it's last result of. Yeah.
This is probably just because of the.
It's gonna be an atom, so it's just colon and then agent ID, no quotes.
Sean, I'm gonna drop off for a little bit, but you carry on.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, we'll listen to the team talking. Go ahead, Mark. See you soon.
And then you just have to remove the comma. I don't.
Yeah, that comma was incorrect.
I remember him during video production days.
Yeah.
We still did. We at what point did we stop producing videos? I mean, we're still selling them. Did we just keep going producing videos until the end, or we were just recycling at that point?
Yeah, I dropped out of the dev channel now, Brian. I was hearing you over Leah
Sorry,
there. No worries.
am I muted on the site that I should be listening to? I'm on.
Yeah, sorry. I just dropped out of the dev channel there because I could hear you and Leah. To answer your question, how long were we producing videos for? I think we went through all the way to about 2013, 2014, right? And we had a massive backlog of videos that weren't out there yet. That we just started giving to VIP members. So we'd give them one new video every single week. I think was one of the benefits of VIP at the time. Yeah, they, look, they were all in a format that our app ChessCube Cinema could read. If you ever downloaded those files, you'll probably see that the format of those files was CCV, ChessCube Video. And they didn't really work anywhere else, right? So we would have to go through. Look, it's going to be hard to convert those to something like a YouTube video because those videos were interactive. You could click on the board or on the pieces.
Right.
It would kind of keyframe you to a point of the video, right?
But I wonder if we could, if we do find the source code again, just get it working in Trixta with the interactive elements. Right?
Yeah, we may still have the ChessCube Cinema Air, Adobe Air application that we could literally upload to Trixta OS and be like, take this apart and build something modern out of it,
and then they work with these videos, and then so we'd have to find all that source and then the videos themselves wherever they are on some hard drive somewhere.
Yeah,
because I think we owned all of those in the end.
We did.
I mean, there was some there was a provider, I forget one of those video providers. I think we did some licensing deal initially, and then I think we bought.
Yeah,
we just owned them in the end.
Yeah. It was some chess opening series. I think it was Foxy Openings or something.
Yeah, Foxy Openings.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Foxy Openings. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Well, I mean, that's just content. So, I mean, if it's ours already, it'd be maybe nice to get a video library up there.
Yeah, look, we
we
did try to sort of archive a lot of what ChessCube was somewhere on a cloud storage service. We don't know which one or we don't know where. I'm sure we'll figure it out, right? I just want to jump to chat to say, Gemma, big shout out to you as well. I hope you're keeping Leah hydrated and fed. Yeah, shout outs go both ways. Yeah. But yeah, there were hundreds and hundreds of ChessCube cinema videos, right? From the Foxy openings to those recorded, specifically for us. So great content from back in the day. Yeah.
Well, and maybe kickstart the training aspect of the site or the availability, that functionality.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I always because I'm a novice chess player, I always pulled inspiration from an Andrew Martin video, right? Whether it was the London system or Sicilian defense or something. And I'd always watch the game and go, yeah, I can do that. Absolutely. I can win this game, right? But the time I took that sort of power to the chessboard, I just got my face wiped across the board. And I was like, why is this not working for me? And I realized it's because I was playing against opponents that didn't play the correct line to what I was learning. So I kind of played a line for the opening.
Exactly.
That wasn't
there. And you have to
right?
know why their move is not even a potential. I mean, that's the thing is when they go off the main line, there's a reason why they're going off the main line. So you have to be able to punish it. But if you don't understand why it's not
exactly. I learned the first 20 moves of the line, the opening. I knew exactly which piece to move to where. What I didn't learn was the variations of, if they do this, you got to do that, So, yeah.
I think that's the one reason why I've been able to hang around, around 2000 offline, is just because I have a good enough chess understanding. So, yes, these guys arrive and blow me off the board like in the opening theory, but do they really understand chess? So if I can survive until the middle game, so I think it's actually helped me not knowing opening, because I've had to work my way out of it. But if you don't either know the openings or understand chess, then you're in difficulty.
Oh yeah,
when things go south.
You talking to me right here. So yeah, that would be me. Brian, throwback question to you. Was there anybody on ChessCube that you played that you felt, wow, this guy, I like playing against this person?
I mean, there were some that I'd have to remember some of the names, but I know that I played 100 times even. And I mean, I'd have, it's hard to remember all the names, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. Players who, all my filter criteria from hours ago, players who I didn't feel were just, they play an interesting game and solid, and it'll go back and forth, and that they're not going to swindle you. They're going to resign when bust. That's like a small criteria, but it's so annoying when someone literally makes you play until the end, even though, there's a good 30 seconds left. Now they're just going to move their king around.
Yeah.
So there's those kinds of players. I mean, I think some of the cheats I actually remember the most, like when we would find them, because I play them as well. They'd get on our radar, and we'd be, how are they cheating? And then they'd come up with all sorts of excuses. My son, remember that one guy? He said, I guess he's got an autistic son. He just plays chess all the time. But we'd see the cheat mechanism, and we're like, we're seeing how you're cheating.
Stop.
It's not.
You're uploading videos to YouTube titled Auto Chess on ChessCube. We know who you are, bro.
But there's that one guy that we recruited. I forget his name. He's a fascinating guy. I think from Eastern Europe, but he was able to use an engine so fast, if you recall. And then we'd ask him, how are you even doing this? And then eventually, he is actually a good guy. It was almost just like he enjoyed finding ways to cheat or something.
Yes, exactly.
But he wasn't like a cheat for the sake of just getting rating or something.
Wasn't it Albin Benu?
Yeah, exactly. And he was, and then we basically recruited him to
head up the cheat department.
Exactly. We're like, we have a feeling this guy's cheating. Can you work out what he is and what he's doing? And he'd be like,
yeah, he headed up the cheat department on ChessCube at the end, right?
Yeah,
that was great.
So there's some fascinating characters along the way, And yeah, I mean, it's a community. I don't know how, do we know how big, I mean, Mark mentioned a number earlier, like how many concurrent we had at most. I mean, when you've got that many people.
I recall version 4 was the peak, and I think it was around 5,300 at around 4 5 p.m. that afternoon. I took a screenshot. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's massive.
No, I mean, that's just so many, and I mean, but you get all sorts. The people who, I mean, I can't even. I mean, who's that French guy? Fascinating characters. Just
Sir
something. Sir Charles, or what is
no. So something a lot, I think, or something like that.
No. And the British guy, who was that one British? He's a funny guy.
Pork pie.
I think he became a mod. What's his name?
Pork pie.
Yeah. No. No, I mean, there were so many characters. It's just like in distant memory.
Oh, we also had Bradders. Bradders was the one you're talking about. Yeah, Bradders.
Well, he had like an expression. What did he say? No, he had like some catchphrase, British expressions.
Yeah. Did you were in the rating bracket to play Amatohari Flory quite a bit? What was her growth like on the side?
Well, yeah, super. I forget. Oh yeah, no, well, fascinating individual, Romanian.
Romanian,
no, I mean, just a hyper player. I mean, and I think she could have been one of the most had the most games of all players. I mean, she's one of those kind. You're just like, how do you play? Whatever 10,000 games in a day kind of person.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think it's just the amount of games. That's how you get good. So no, definitely a solid player. At the end, but it's just from. I mean, I don't even. That's the wild thing is you get all sorts. The people who just like live on the site, and literally it's their home for everything. And I mean, I mean, all sorts of people who didn't play. They just wanted to literally chat in the end. That one French girl, whatever her name was, remember? But also another wild character.
Well, there was a Turkish girl that was quite popular, Happenstance.
Oh, yeah, maybe it was that. Oh, Happenstance as well, yeah. 100.
Oh, all these good names coming back, eh?
No, crazy times. But there was something to be said for like a real community that I haven't thought about again since then, like a chess community.
Well, to be fair, Brian, you did find other chess sites to play.
Well, just for the chess, but not a community. It's hard to replicate the community,
right? And that was our strength. I recall when I was interviewing for the position at ChessCube, I asked Mark, are we do you see this as a social site where people chat and can occasionally play chess, or is it a chess site, with the social aspect? And you kind of jump around both, right? But I think, very much a chess site with social abilities was what we were going for. Yeah.
Well, I guess, I mean, the chess was just solid. The gameplay was solid. So, you cater to both people who don't want to say a single word.
Yeah.
And then the people who don't actually want to play chess. They just want to chat.
Exactly. I recall the German chat room grew quite big because there was a German chat room. The German people or the German crowd had a chess site called Schacharina.de or something, right? Chess Arena. But it just wasn't working for them. And one of the German crowd found ChessCube and invited the whole of Schacharina to ChessCube. And they all came over. That was Student Girl and all of those people, right? If you remember those players. Yeah. So that's what I'm hoping happens with TrixtaChess. This version is we get the community that's still somehow connected, whether they're friends on Facebook, whether they follow each other on some kind of platform, or they find each other on the ChessCube or TrixtaChess Facebook page and be like, you have to come back, we need you here, like this is great, this is ChessCube 2.0 the way it should have been done,
No, I think I think for those lurkers, I think a lot of them kind of went down my path, which is just found another chess site to play. but not really a community.
Yeah. Look, if we can do the community aspect really well again and have great chess again with, things like you said, the filtering by, great tournaments as well, then, we're absolutely in a position to rebuild what ChessCube was, in terms of bringing back that love, the enjoyment of playing chess, of socializing with like-minded people as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess now that Lichess is out there, we're never gonna get back to the whole qubit pushing just to play games kind of angle we went.
Sean Brown,
yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to hear what they say for a second.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm gonna jump in there, Brian.
Sure.
Did you invite someone?
Oh no, I thought somebody else was going through the flow.
Okay, I'm also taking a 10-minute break.
I'll quickly try and invite myself, I guess.
We probably just have to make sure.
Right, should we jump out of here and go back to the main chat?
Yeah, we're already there.
Oh, cool. I'll just jump out of this then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we were catching up. Mark.
Sorry, no, but it sounded interesting what they were talking about. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, okay. Sounds like they're going on a little bit of a 10-minute break.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I've been working hard. It's interesting because in a way, coding this way, or not coding, that's the wrong word, building this way, you get so many things done simultaneously that the cognitive load on your brain is not code. It's actually keeping all these different pieces together that you're moving so quickly through.
Yeah. Mark, we were talking about what would make TrixtaChess sticky again amongst our user base, and qubit use and so on.
Yeah. It's interesting because I think we forget it was quite hard to get a certain number of people into the site in the original period. Now we have chess.com, which is like a gorilla, the 800-kilogram gorilla. And yet chess is bigger than ever before. So I'm curious how it goes. And so what were your ideas about making it sticky in a nutshell?
Well, we had Brian's, concept of filtering out types of chess players you don't really want to play. Right? That was great. Of course, one thing for me was the social side of the site. We were literally discussing usernames we remember, and how many services can you come back and go, oh yeah, that was that guy's name. That guy's username or something like that, right? So that's going to be quite strong as well. And then things that'll be really cool is, a really good anti-cheat system, listening to users' ideas, bringing all of that in and so on. Yeah.
Anti-cheat is not as easy as it sounds.
Very much so. Very much so.
Yeah, Malcolm said he knows some systems that we should talk to that are good at anti-cheating.
Yeah. And then Brian started talking about the economy. Can you, in a world where Lichess exists, what can you really do with the qubit economy?
We probably can't ever. I mean, it has to be free to play throughout. I mean, there should be no kind of payment gates to play.
Yeah.
I mean, because you just can't with Lichess around. So if there is any pay elements, it is to do with paying creators who provide something or whatever, lessons or whatever. I mean, there are other ways to monetize, but the pure just people who want to come and play games, it should be as free as Lichess.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, we were free in our day except for qubits as a gate, which got more tough over time.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it started to become a bit of a burden, and people are like, oh, why are you pushing all the qubits up? And qubits became our kind of chess.com ads, just an annoyance.
It was fine when it wasn't aggressive, and
Yeah.
optional, and rated games should have been free, unrated, and stuff like that. But yeah, people, there has to be something more than just playing, because playing is what's the word? you can play anywhere. You can play as a guest if you want to, like Sean in Lichess, and so I think that we need other stuff. It's interesting because we're a network, so we want to encourage network behavior. We also want to encourage community growth. So we have those two things to think about. So the network is more about working with other chess entrepreneurs and chess people, giving them opportunities through the system. And if they're doing good work, then they can charge their users if they're coaching or providing content, books, other things, videos. A retail. So,
well, that's what I didn't. I mean, I may have hinted at it earlier. Is that Lichess is all free, but people are creating and putting a lot of time into studies and whatever else, but there's no ways to monetize them. So it's like we want to place ourselves kind of right in the middle of a chess.com where everything is pay or whatever and totally free. There's a middle ground where if you put time into building something, then you should be able to make money off of it.
Yeah. So in chess.com, you can play for free. Anybody can play for free and be rated or not.
I forget the constraints. Like, do you get ads in between games and all that? Maybe, I don't know, Sean, if I never got into chess.
I think you're right. I think they're ads unless you pay, maybe. We were doing that too at one point.
Yeah, different ways of doing it. Yeah, like your move list would disappear and an ad would pitch up and so like that.
Well, I thought we did that fairly classily, right? Is every 30 seconds it would switch from the moves list to an ad, and you could switch back at any time. Also, they weren't irrelevant ads. They were all ads for chessboards or chess set or videos or something like that. So they weren't like get an update on your cell phone plan. Your cell phone. It was literally like, this is relevant to chess. Like, yeah.
Yeah. The chess.com it's a machine, and they figured out how to squeeze the juice out of it. I did look at their I did a search on them to see how much they charge, and they do have quite cheap entry level packages.
Yeah, but they've got different packages like silver and bronze and gold and platinum and so on, right? What is the FOMO like? Like you probably want to look at that platinum and go, right, what is the best option here? What am I gonna? And if I don't go for that, what am I missing out on that everyone else is gonna have? So that's something to consider as well.
Look, we need to think about the economy. I mean, obviously that's baby steps, but we need to think about the economy. I see this as an economy, so we need to figure out the economy. I feel the economy is broader, and look, our biggest important point is to grow the network. If we grow the network, then we grow the participants.
Yeah.
And the systems around it. But then we can't go back to the old chess cube way of doing things. It's got to be something very different.
Yeah.
And qubits have to be a very different animal to what they were.
That's the plan.
Yeah. And I mean, there are some qubity things we could do. We could have tournaments with qubits and stuff like that. Look, people should earn qubits for doing stuff, and we need to encourage people to do certain behaviors that are good for the network and good for the community.
Yeah,
they can spend it on certain things, not in games. I think games, no. But by the way, I enjoyed gambling. I think that's the right word. Gambling my qubits in my games. For me, that was like
wagering.
That's a better way of it.
Yeah.
Leah's back. Yeah, there's a tap on them, I think. This is quite a long sesh.
Yeah.
Where were we? So I loved the wagering. For me, that was like awesome. So there was rating points and wages. Brian, I don't know if you felt the same.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think my problem is how are people gaming this whenever anything like that is involved, is how are they going to game it? Or sandbag or create new accounts so that they can play each other. And I mean, I guess in the beginning we always had to think of ways that people are cheating the system. But I mean, it's all, if you're able to bring it under control, sure, that's fine.
Yeah. I mean, another factor to think about, which is complex, and we dealt with that last time, but it's going to be complex, is managing the liquidity of activity. So you can have a 3-minute game and a 1-minute game, and you got so many people in each. But if you don't have enough people in each, then you're not going to get games going early on when we don't have many people.
Yeah.
So you don't want to have every single time limit, because then suddenly you're spreading out the liquidity across too many things. You almost have to squeeze it down initially and then broaden it as the liquidity grows.
Right.
So the liquidity, that's in chat too. Like we could have 120 chat rooms tomorrow with one person in each. It's not going to work. We need to start with one, just like we did.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then open it up. And so managing that's the chicken and egg problem of building a network, or of building a community that's based around a network.
Yeah.
It's how do you get enough liquidity to allow for the activity to emerge? And so we have to be quite careful how we do that. I mean, one way obviously is to have bots playing on the one side. But the problem with bots is I don't like playing against bots. I don't know about you.
Well, no, that's the thing is, since we last played with bots, there are different ones now. There's that one that plays, I forget its name, very human-like moves. It's I forget. I was building something using it, but anyway, it plays more human moves. I mean, there could be 50 of those just hanging around.
Okay.
And to play, because I agree, the bots, I mean, their moves are just horrible, and it feels like you're playing an engine.
Yeah. So because I think about chess.com so big that they can cover all these different key areas, and there's liquidity everywhere. For us, we have to be more cautious and selective. And but again, if you offer somebody a club where they can have a private club, they can invite their friends, and then they find on all alone. They'll chat with each other. They'll be playing other games and jump into a bit of chess for a bit.
Right.
Cool. How are you doing there, Brian, with the energy stakes?
Yeah, I could do another kind of meal break at some point, but I don't think I'll do any more caffeine today. Are you guys still pounding the caffeine? Your Red Bulls?
I've got 2 Red Bulls left that I haven't touched.
No.
I'm going to leave them for now.
Yeah.
I've got a bit of Coke Zero, but I'm not sure I want that.
No.
I finished my electrolytes.
Maybe take a bit of a stretch and have a snack. But no.
Cool.
Other than that, all good.
I was gonna say, I'd love to know if somebody took a screenshot of us at the beginning of the stream and can overlay it now with a different one to see what we look like at the end of what is it, 8-9 hours, eh? We're coming up to the end of the 9th hour.
Yeah, no, only 3 hours to go after this.
Yeah.
I can see Leah was like slapping her face to get some energy going.
Yeah, yeah. I can see that there's a sneaky way to register on the side already, Mark. And I don't mind sharing. No, I don't mind sharing this with the viewers.
Why?
Because they've been loyal by watching.
But how can you register?
So if you go to TrixtaChess.ai,
yeah, I'm there,
and you suggest an idea, it's going to ask you to register.
Oh, it does.
You can put your email address in. You may need to check your spam folder for the 6-digit code it emails you. TrixtaChess is still a new site. I don't think Gmail and Yahoo and all of these guys quite know our domain yet. So if you don't get a code within 2 minutes, just check your spam folder.
I don't see where you register. I'm just nervous about testing the registration system before they put it out.
I've already registered my usernames that I want on the site, so yeah.
Wow. Look at you. Already you're getting our cheat detection.
I stole Brian, I stole Lou,
no, don't start.
I stole Mark, I took Marilee's.
Let me see what I can do.
Mark, quick question from BB 2958. He wants to know if you code.
Do I code?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. There's your answer. BB.
I mean, I used to be a coder
in
the old days. I mean, I built various chess sites coding.
Yeah.
I don't have a way to register from here, by the way.
Do you not have the ability to click the suggest an idea button?
I did, and I hit it, and nothing happened. It just gave me an idea.
Maybe refresh.
Let me try that. We try again.
Okay.
No, I used to love coding. I mean, I literally loved it. And but then I hit a point where when we started Trixta, I really didn't want to code because I wanted to build something where I didn't have to code. And it's I'm actually, I hate to say I'm anti-code, but I'm not anti-coding, but I'm anti-code, which I suppose I'm anti-coding. Because I think the future is not coding and it's not code. But everyone is code. So we're in the minority by saying there's not going to be much code in the future. But I'm sure in 5 years I'll be proven right.
Yeah.
Speak in 5 years and see if I was wrong or right. I'll put $1 on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
I'm not getting credit there, Sean. Your little hack. Don't think it's working for me.
Oh, sorry guys. I've seen other users register. I see there's a new master. I see there's a board Gordon that have registered.
Mine is working now because I refreshed.
Yeah.
So send you a code.
Again, if you are watching the stream, please just check your junk mail. We'll get that sorted out in the coming days, if not tomorrow. Yeah. Leah's roommate dropped into the chat earlier, Mark. Gemma Berg said hello and shout out to Leah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was watching you actually from my TV in the lounge.
And Sincerely Snug sends another shout out to Leah and Dia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Girl power.
I haven't got my code. Oh, you think it's in my spam?
Maybe in your spam. Yeah, we'll get that sorted tomorrow. Yeah.
Yep, it's in my spam.
Yeah.
Oh, it is, huh?
Let me see. Where am I?
What's for dinner, Brian?
No, I'll just have some small snack. I had a sandwich for lunch. I'm good.
No, you told us about your sugar meals and your this meals and your that.
Sugar? No, there's no such thing as sugar meals. That's that was a phase. I go through the different diets, but that was all sugar for a couple of weeks. I tried that, but no.
Yeah.
No, and then no. Well, now it's just regular meals.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not getting any comments.
So in the complete column, I see add friends and refer a friend rewards is in. Launch Qubits reward community participation is complete. Open registration and create player profiles.
Do you wanna share your screen there, Mark?
Yeah, sure.
Just so we can show the stream as well.
You may notice I got my name.
Hey, let's go.
Woohoo.
Yeah. Wait, did you register Mark? Okay, I thought you were going to. Okay, well done.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent.
If somebody else had registered Mark, I unfortunately would have removed it from them.
Oh, yeah. Well, kick them to the curb, right?
No, I don't do anything nasty. So work in progress currently is... So these are live. Whoops. And then add friends and refer friend rewards. Create a friends area. Let's click on that. Create a friends area where members can see who's online, manage their connections, and invite people back to the chess community. Every invitation is tracked. The inviter receives qubits when the friend joins under the agreed reward rules. This matters because TrixtaChess has been built as a social, blah, blah, blah. Okay, there's some comments. This is currently work in progress functionality. The UI is out of the way for now. They're waiting on qubits. Okay. Yeah. So they can't actually give the qubits until qubits are in.
Right.
Then launch qubits reward community participation.
That's done. That looks like it's done.
That's done.
Yeah.
And then open registration. So I'm guessing what we're going to see soon officially is that you can register, you can get your rewards.
That's right. Yeah.
You can add your friends.
Yeah.
Which will go to a friends list. So that's a good start.
Yeah.
And then currently they're working on building the interactive chessboard. And then the chat room Cube Cafe. Connecting the chess rules engine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are work in progress right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So these two work together. You can build the interactive chessboard without the engine because it can just accept that all moves are legal for now. But once they do properly connect, then they will verify legal moves. So those are big. So when these are done, And then DMs, private messages between friends, is an idea that would maybe come in.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure how much time we're going to have to do that today, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Game feed. Yeah.
Couple of housekeeping, just for those watching on the stream again. If you have joined us fairly late today, we're going to be opening registration and inviting your friends soon. Please send out an email, share your link on your socials. For every friend you bring in, and we can verify that that's a real person.
No, hold on.
Sorry, not a real person, an active player.
No, we're not. Yeah. We're not giving qubits per friend that you bring.
What was that, Mark?
If you invite one or more friends, we're going to give you 100 qubits. No matter how many. Yeah. But you don't get 100 per friend. It's just 100.
That's
once you invite at least somebody, and then in the future, a week or two, once we can verify that they're real and or at some point, then we're going to award additional qubits.
That's right. Yes. Yeah, so
cool.
That's where I was heading toward.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
Once we verify that they're active players, we'll reward you for those friends as well. So please do share your link, get it out there, and hey, come in and grab your username. That's what everybody's looking forward to as well. And then, if you are watching the stream and don't know where the website is, it's at TrixtaChess.ai. We are officially on hour 9 of our 12-hour live stream.
3 to go.
We've still got our voices. We're still sitting up straight. We still have some energy left. So thank you for joining us. Yeah, we're in the last stretch. This is, as I said earlier, once we got to the halfway point, we're in the fun quarter now, right? We're going to start seeing things come up. We may be opening the chat room. No promises on that, but we do know, if you look at the work in progress and the completed columns that we have on screen right now of the community roadmap, we can see it's completed. These are all things waiting to go live. So welcome. Thank you for joining us. And please, any questions for the panel, that being to myself, Mark, or Brian, please send them in. And sit tight, have a listen to our chat. This is just an open office where we're pulling back the curtain on how we work together and what life at Trixta's like. So yeah, glad you could join us for the day. And that's me.
Thank you, John.
Yeah. Oh, just imagine, Brian. Somebody from the old Chess Cube has been watching the stream at some point today, right? And thinks of us as like these two heavy-handed moderators that really didn't have a sense of humor or something, and sees like the bands, sees how how fun we can be. It must be great, right? When you get a different point of view of somebody you think.
We had the bands going, as well inside the different rooms. But yeah, it wasn't always. Some people probably hate us more than others because they were real pains on the side and jumping around and harassing community. So we'd have to, it's like whack-a-mole with them. As soon as they showed up, you'd have to find them, ban them, IP ban them, start again. Well,
country ban them.
I have breaking news.
Yeah.
For those that have registered and are on the website, the Trixta team has announced that chat has been unlocked for everybody. Wow. So please, if you're watching on the stream, if you have you have signed up your username already, please drop into the Cube Cafe. It's a monumentous occasion. Everybody should be here. This is the Cube Cafe. It's the Cube Cafe. What else can I say? It's literally the TrixtaChess Cube Cafe that everybody's been wanting back. So here we are. Welcome to TrixtaChess. Welcome back to what was Chess Cube. Welcome back to Mark and Brian.
It doesn't scroll properly there.
Yeah, Mark. These are we are going to note these things.
I'm just mentioning.
No, absolutely worth mentioning. Maybe so that's something you can put on the ideas board, Mark, for people that are watching the stream. You can show them how to submit a ticket and mention a bug or something.
Yeah, cool. So ideas. You can suggest an idea.
Or a bug fix, if you like. Yeah.
Bug feature or bug.
Bug. So maybe just talk us through your creation of the ticket, Gemma.
Okay, so when I entered a text, and entered it and went into the chat room, but the chat room should have scrolled up
to the bottom.
Yeah,
yeah.
The chat text must scroll up after submitting a new line of chat.
Okay, so you can see that your idea has gone into a pending review state, Mark, in the ideas column.
Yeah.
Somebody from the Trixta team will pick that up. We'll discuss it, and yeah, somebody took it. It seems. Yeah, you're right on top of the work in progress thing right now. So let's go back to chat, Mark. Let's maybe just share some time of people in the chat room.
Yeah, sure.
People coming in. Maybe Brian can grab his snack. Yeah,
I'd like to grab my registration.
Go ahead, Brian.
Did you register via using your Trixta email addresses, or was it generic Gmail?
I also used my ChessCube email.
Oh, you can use ChessCube. Do you think it's been whitelisted or anything weird about
it's
it?
Probably it's probably still going to. Well, that one went to my spam folder. Hey. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Before I eat, I want to try to get my username. Otherwise, we're gonna have to try to ban whoever grabs it.
Yeah. Please, if you are watching on the stream or you're listening in the background and you are in the Cube Cafe, please let us know. You know who you are, that you're here, you've watched some of the stream. It would be awesome to see you chatting in the Cube Cafe. We've spent 9 hours coming up to this point. You can see the ChessCube interface starting to take place, or take shape. Really, this is really great. This was the moment I was most looking forward to for today.
Okay, I do want to give a little fun fact.
Okay.
Back in the day, in chess, there was this very young user who was about 6 or something, and she and her brother were like on the site, and she looked at this chat thing and she saw there was emojis, and she hit an emoji, and then it came on, and she was excited, and she and her brother started hitting emojis, and they flooded the room with emojis. There was actually a breach of protocol. So Lou, I think, was the moderator, and he banned her immediately for that. And then I got an email, from little Leah's mother saying, you banned my daughter for doing some emojis. I realized it was wrong, but she's very sorry.
This is Leah that now works at Trixta, hey, Mark?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you please unban her? So we did.
That's so funny. Yeah. And I was the head moderator at the time, so I had to answer for Lou's actions to my big boss that happened to be Mark. So
and I said, I really think banning a young child for doing something like this is not. Let's give her a warning and say, please don't do that again.
Yeah.
And we mentioned this to Leah, but her mother shielded her from the awful truth that she was actually banned.
Yeah.
Well, we had along the way with RoboMod, we had to create all sorts of things, X messages in 30 seconds.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, there's all sorts of ways, because people, that's the thing, it's only 1% of the population, but they will, either they're kids or they're annoying, they'll just start spamming. You give them a capability, they abuse it.
But the nice thing is now it's actually very easy for us to stop that, because the thing is, you can fix a problem after the fact, or you can do it preemptively. As somebody submits something, we can validate it with an LLM immediately, or see there's an issue and just stop it from happening.
Yeah.
And then it's just send them a note saying, you're not allowed to do it this way. Well done, Brian, for getting your name.
Well, I got my name, but it was weird. Only my ChessCube. Are you sure you're not whitelisting? Because my Gmail and whatever do not get invites. My me.com. But anyway, I'm not sure what that's about.
Oh, well.
That's fine. You just have to have a ChessCube or Trixta AI to register account.
Woohoo. D's got a lot of E's. Now, how many is that? There could be another D with one more.
Oh, that's almost yeah. It's a step to a joke that I wanted to make, but I won't go there.
These.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a setup.
We need an LLM on Sean.
I see there's a Leah 5 year. I wonder that's a reference to what we spoke about.
Yeah, probably. Cool. Well, this was great. We got to the chat room. We got to registration. Yeah, send me a test email there, Mark. Maybe SeanW@chesscube.com. I'll see if I get it, and then yeah, hopefully people can send emails to their friends.
Do you get that if it goes to...
I'm about to check. Yeah, I'll see if it ends up in my spam. If it does, then we'll still think of ways to get around that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to say I'm also in the school if you guys pick up anything.
Hello.
Hello, Aman. How's it
You guys
going
pick
on
up
the
anything?
engineering side?
It's quite good. I've been backing up
tired?
every 30 minutes.
Are you
So
tired?
I am a little bit tired, but I took like a 20-minute nap.
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mark, I did get your email. Unfortunately, it did go to the spam again. But as I said, this is something so for those watching the stream, if you are looking to invite some friends back, maybe just copy the link and share it on your socials, or email your friends directly. Send them a WhatsApp, send them an iMessage, post it on your Instagram, on your Facebook, wherever you chat to your friends. That'll be awesome. We'll track your registration through your individual link. Yeah.
Whew. I think I might have some Coke Zero after all.
We've got 2 hours and 50 minutes left.
So, Aman, what are you working on at the moment?
So what I do is I'm literally backing up every 30 minutes. So I have to run the seed export and then get it locally, all the flows and actions and interactions. And then upload it to GitLab just for backend. And then I think with Brendan, he uploads all of that files, the seed files to OmniTool or to the image. Yeah. So if we break anything, we can always just go back to where we were.
Okay, that's awesome.
Cycle, keepsake.
And how's your day been so far?
It's been good. Unlike the others, I haven't had so much caffeine. I've been drinking like 4 different types of teas so far.
That's probably better.
Yeah.
Have you had rooibos?
I had rooibos, yes. I had green tea, I had Ceylon tea, and now I'm having cardamom tea.
Oh, cardamon's awesome.
Yeah.
I feel like cardamom now that you mention it. We actually cook with a lot of cardamom here. My son likes to make interesting meals.
Mm-hmm. And also, yeah, like fixing a few bugs or so. So we found out if you hover over the username, it shows the person's email address. So yeah, we just fixed that now. I just fixed that now.
Oh, good.
One of my ex-colleagues is here, Mark Branko Zivanovic.
Ah, Branko.
Branko, yeah.
Shout out to Branko.
Yeah.
Nice.
How are you, Branko? Good to see you again, man. That's awesome. That's amazing.
Where's Branko?
In YouTube chat.
Oh, YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, let's give a hi, Branko.
Cool. I'll be joining the chat room soon. Give me a second. I'll come in with a bang. As expected. My first point of action would probably be to ban Brian, but we won't do that.
They give you ban before. Remember when, I guess that was always a weird thing where mods or super mods, I forget what it was, you could ban each other, and then if there was ever a falling out, people could ban each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think super mods could ban mods. I forget. Our different levels of.
Yeah. It's in, because we need to check in the roles, like what rights do the super mods have, and how is a super mod different to a super admin? Because the super admin, all the super admin can do is create admins and super admins, but they can't do anything else, I think.
Yeah.
I may be wrong. Maybe there are other things they can do. We will add it all in.
Yeah, I'm in. Let me type my first official message.
Where are you in?
The Cube Cafe.
Oh, I thought you were there before.
I was, but I wasn't. I'm managing the stream in the background. I've got tasks behind the scenes.
Oh, it's scrolling now. They fixed that.
Yeah.
I do want to say something that for those that don't realize it, we're making changes to the system live in real time, and it's upgrading the system without any compiling of the system while it's live. So it may not be obvious to people, but that is actually quite a big feat.
Another one of my ex-colleagues came in, Radek Chemaris, Mark.
Oh, Radek.
Yeah. So we've got Poland and Serbia in chat right now. That's awesome to see. Yeah.
It's Stravos. I don't remember how to say it.
Pozdrav.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It's just somehow just sat in my memory.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, might be hello.
I have words floating in my brain, but I'm not sure what they mean.
Yeah.
Stravos. Anyway.
So yeah, just again, for everybody's, catch up is we have a back end, front end. Well, we have a chess cube, a TrixtaChess, a cube cafe. We have registration. We've got invite a friend. All while chit chatting, based off just a quick interview with Mark, right? Very early on this morning. That was the foundation for what you're seeing right now. So yeah, that's great.
Do I need to refresh to pick up scrolling?
That's Brian's message. Yeah.
I never refreshed.
I also didn't refresh. Yeah.
I think if you haven't got a full window, it still doesn't scroll. Like if you have the 3/4 or whatever browser, but maybe if it's totally full, it does scroll. Interesting.
So now that everybody's registered, those watching the stream as well, I'm hoping to see your ideas come into the idea board. Hey, people that are here, hope you adding your ideas. Please come in and fold that board up. We want to see it all come in. We want to see every thought you have, every idea you have, every suggestion you have, every bug you find. That's great to log as well. Yeah. Yaku says, amazing to see it all come together. Congrats, guys and girls, Mark.
Thank you, Yaku.
And I never thought I'd say this, but look at the team. Everybody's still super fresh, right? It's amazing to see.
Brate.
Brate.
I think that means brother.
Yeah.
If memory serves.
Yeah. Brian, how's your Serbian these days?
Serbian? No, I didn't pick up any Serbian. You're the one who had a podcast with Serbian.
I did. I had 2 Serbians, an Italian, and a Brit on my podcast.
Yeah. Sounds like they walked into a pub.
I know. It was the start of a great joke. Yeah. That was the unofficial Chess Cube podcast, Mark.
Really?
Yeah, it was great.
Is move validation going to be done without code? Yes. Oh no. So that we actually do have we've built there's move validation on the client side, which is done directly on the client, and that's using open source. So we use React Chessboard, which includes chess.js. But server-side move validation is done with code. So we have code there. So Trixta allows you to work with code systems too. So Trixta itself doesn't need much code, but we can work with code systems. And for that, we actually did actually build a small little engine on the server side. I think they built it. But no, I think they've done it already.
Sean taking a break.
No, I'm still here. I'm just trying to scroll my way through the Cube Cafe, having a look what's going on.
Yeah.
Just really filling myself with what's to come, right? We're seeing the first maybe 1% of what's eventually going to be there over time. So I'm just taking it all in. Branka's asking that I switch my screen share to Leah, Mark. They want to see some things being built in the meantime.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Leah and the rest of the engineering team are in another voice channel, Branka, so you won't be able to hear them. Maybe we can switch there for 5 to 10 minutes. Give it a listen.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Yeah, I'll switch over.
Okay, so yeah, let's go listen in while we have Leah's screen open.
Do we mute here though?
Unless you want to talk to us, but I'm gonna mute. I generally mute when I jump in there. Yeah. So
okay, you guys mute. I won't.
Okay, cool.
Let me find it first. Where is it gone?
If I can convert it to the username on the front end, then I will. If we find that's an issue, then we will correct it. But for now, yeah, send me something. Like let's see what we got. I mean, at the very least, I think you almost need to. Yeah, we'll need to have an individual chess ID as well, like the session ID, right? And
Yeah, we've got a game ID because we've already got we've got a lot of reactions now, to be honest. Yeah, we've got a session ID or game ID for the game that the player and the piece mover and the spectator all join. And we've also got this view game reaction on the member role so that you can see like the list of games that are ongoing, so you know what games you want to spectate. This is so funny. I can't see any of you, so I just gotta assume you can hear me. But
yeah, we can.
yeah, so I think focus on sending a view, open view to a member.
Yes.
With a game ID in it and metadata that has, yeah, the agent IDs or the agent names. It's something that we're going to have to clean up big time.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to send you this metadata so it means something to UI Builder, but it's basically I've added a view type and then the rest of the details which it can assert the name from.
Okay. Am I looking out for this in Slack?
Yeah.
Okay, I see it.
Cool.
UOV. The good old VOV. The VOV was created. Looks like a man holding his hands up. Or like claws. Okay. I'm sorry, I was born in the 80s.
Had to put that in there.
I'm worried you guys are hallucinating.
Wait, what does Valve mean? Like, I'm really lost.
It's the view, open view. It's the name we give in the little panel tab at the bottom of the shell to open up multiple games. But we know that it's not just going to be games, so we're calling it a view, knowing that it's going to probably be different chat rooms, going to be all sorts of different things. Probably, who knows? Custom views.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Gold.
And
You're Turin, it's seriously dark on your end now.
yeah, my bulb is problem.
Yes,
It's fading away now.
Yeah, as the night
the only
goes.
source of light is the computer.
No, I have a lamp here. I just have a lampshade on it, so you can see if I turn it, it's bright. But it's one of those for the very energy saving bulbs, probably.
Yeah.
Is anyone working on the board itself at the moment?
No,
I'm not working on the board. I'm looking at the seek functionality now, because right now I'm going to need to get to transitioning us from wherever we are to like the game with 2 players.
I wonder if one of the others should maybe get going on adding the chess set, the current
Yeah.
chess set.
Yeah, we also have the qubit like view, like the part around the system that needs to like show it.
Yes. How do we want to do that? Must I like have an action to fetch and the qubits?
I think
No, I think when there's a
change.
when there's a change to a qubit, we should send a reaction that is your new qubit updated balance, which is a reaction that is not a cumulative.
Regular reaction.
Yeah, they can
Yeah.
Okay.
Or just send it, send it to the user. But in terms of the chess pieces, maybe Aman, you can have a go at that if the chessboard is a component already.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Okay.
Maybe,
Dia, you can move that into work in progress, number 10.
Yeah.
Hello.
So once we've added, in registration, we add grant qubits to somebody. If I want to now fetch that information and then send it through a reaction, I need to run one of these actions. Can I use like get numeric value with an agent ID? I imagine I copy this.
ID and name of the numeric.
Okay, cool.
You see, that's an example, and then there's a flow for a get numeric value. Okay.
Or I want to just. What is the name of the qubits?
Just qubit.
Qubit.
Yeah, probably change it to qubit.
Yeah, I can see that it's 100. Okay, cool. So then what I'll do is I'm going to copy that. Now I have to. Okay. Oh, I don't want people to not be registering, but they might get blocked while I do this.
It's okay. I think,
yeah. Okay. Okay. I don't know if I should send a.
Barry, for the seeking, does it make sense if we just use a normal reaction to any of like the members, and then I pretty much just use like the one I guess doing the work to like toggle their state. I don't, because I just want to see.
just walk me through your thinking. So you're dealing with the seeks, eh?
Yeah, so we need to like set some
so
general state that everyone knows about, that they are open to playing a game.
I think that the sensible thing to do would be when you when you seek game, then you you send a reaction to all. That's
so
a
that's-
cumulative, a seek. Yeah. Like,
Okay, so he's okay.
yeah, and it's got some metadata on it, and obviously when you turn off that seek or when it's no longer applicable, then we can
Just a new reaction.
we can send a new reaction with a new status, and then you just make sure that we only look at the ones that are current. It's just that in this style of programming, we'll have to get good with like pruning data or archiving data. If it
Okay.
becomes a problem, we can look at a different way of working. But that is essentially what we're doing. We send in an effect to everyone to say, you know, hey, become aware of this. You know, and that would have you want to join the game or not. Another way of doing it is actually a request for response, and that goes into a registry. I think there's definitely some work to do after like builds like this, where we can look at it and be like, okay, cool, that concept like almost struck the nail on the head. It just needed, you know, a few tweaks, this and there. So like, you could have like a request for effect that is linked to something on the registry, so that when that, you know, let's say that person leaves completely or is no longer applicable, it automatically cleans up. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. But for now, let's just focus on creating these things, and we'll look at cleaning up secondary.
Barry, do you hear me?
Yes.
So like the slide keeps kicking me out all the time. I'm not sure why.
Oh damn. Okay.
I had to keep like trying to get back, and I think it's working now. All right. At the like obviously the last thing I heard was around like cumulative reaction, some extra metadata, and then I think you were about to like explain, but I didn't hear anything.
Okay, so when you seek,
yeah,
you can send a
cumulative to everyone.
Cumulative reaction to all,
Yeah.
to all members.
And the metadata part, did you say something about outside of?
Yeah, the metadata. So it would need
everyone.
I guess whatever metadata it needs, but also include maybe like a status, so that when you turn off the seek, you can invalidate it.
Okay. For the metadata part, or like fetching the data, that function, Leo, that you've been using it for fetching or querying all of the data for all reactions, right?
Sorry, you're talking about agent max data.
Just like your metadata, like for reactions, like there was a function that you were using.
Yeah, to fetch a cumulative reaction by field.
Yes.
Yes, you can find it. Sorry, I wasn't fully paying attention to what you guys were saying, but you can find it in many of these flows. Maybe what's a good one? What's the easiest one to look at is the Kanban board ones. If you go to the admin role and look at update idea status, you'll see this is existing approved idea, which uses reaction expert one. And it really just takes the role, the reaction name, the values to search for, and then there are two more optional fields. The next one is the key to search for, and it's defaulting to ID, but if you're using something else, then you can put it here. And then the last one is the targets. It's going to default to any, but if you want to target a specific, like to one, then you can change that.
Oh, okay, cool. Right, awesome. Thank you.
Cool.
For the chess pieces, how would I create that that component? So I just like, I'm not quite sure on that, because I see there's already the chess board but the pieces on its own, I don't know what to do.
Wouldn't you also be downloading those PNGs and then like I'm sure there's already like PNGs downloaded.
And then you, yeah.
Maybe
I don't think
just
we're using PNGs.
excuse me. What? Excuse me, Mark.
I thought we're not going to use PNGs for the pieces. I thought we're using SVG.
We got the SVGs in Slack, yeah.
That's the ones in the bucket, right? Just gotta wait. I'm gonna find it quickly and send it to you.
Mark, can we jump to the Google Meet for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Some questions there. Cool beans. Interesting question came up in YouTube, Mark. If that's something you'd like to talk through. And then so the question from Tybalt was, so is this actually entirely done without any code, only this UI presented structure? And then just this, to tag onto that, a question from my side that maybe you can talk to as well. While we were listening to the engineering team over there, Barry said something along the lines of, in our style of building. Maybe you can talk through what that is and how it differentiates from traditional coding in a way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So Trixta, I mean, I've probably said this a few times today at different stages for different people, but with Trixta, the early idea around Trixta was, is there a way to build complex distributed software systems with almost no code? And obviously, there are things like no code or low code systems, but it's not that. It's something very different. So in the age of AI, we believe that in the future, code is very useful for humans as a way to kind of make sense. It's an abstraction that allows humans to build stuff. But in the age of AI in the future, do agents really need to know code? Maybe there's a better way. So what we invented was a different abstraction than code. We have certain primitive elements that you compose together to construct a large part of what you would think of as code. And I mean, Sean, do you want me to actually explain them, or should I kind of just talk vaguely?
You decide, Mark. I'll leave the creative thinking to you. Yeah.
So I mean, I could go into more depth, but I'll just speak on a high level for now.
Yeah.
These primitive elements are primitive elements within what we think of as an organization, because we don't differentiate apps and code away from the organization. For us, everything is about the organization. But within an organization, you can have agents that participate within the organization, and those agents for us are either human agents or AI agents or systems acting as an agent within the environment of the organization. And then within that environment, they're able to have interactions. And those interactions are either where they initiate a process, or they're affected by some event within another process.
Mm-hmm.
And so the core elements for us are we call it a space, which is the environment or the organizational space. And the agent can come into a space, take on a role. That's the second primitive element. And that role can interact with processes, either by initiating the process, which we call an action, or reacting to a process event, which we call a reaction. And that process is defined by flow, which is another element.
Mm-hmm.
So spaces, roles, flows, and the flow is made out of steps. I've missed something. The interaction itself is an element.
Yeah.
So, and then the agent itself is a primitive element as well in our environment. So we don't differentiate between human agents or AI agents, because we have that in coming in a role, they're actually constrained and guardrailed to do certain things the way that they're allowed to. So, so there's no code in any of that except for the final step. A step in a flow is code, but it's a function. So it's like a Google function and a Zero function. It's like a Lambda in AWS.
Right.
If it's a very simple code, there's an input, there's the process running, and there's an output. And so that is code, and we do actually natively now support many different types of code. We support Elixir, which is the underlying code of the system, the Erlang system. We support Python, Rust, C, straight C, WASM, and other types of coding systems. And there's more, but I forget them all. Oh, there's Node. So that's the code part. But again, what's interesting is, when you use like Claude Code to build an entire application or do something quite big, that's code, and that's different code doing different things. It's orchestration code and functional code and other types of code. In our environment, because these are just functions, discrete functions, it's actually really, really easy for like Claude and other, code systems to generate those functions. So we don't think humans necessarily have to do that code. Sometimes we do. But then, there's also code on the front end. So there's code like we use React, for example. So there is code there. What we're doing here that may not be totally obvious, although it may be obvious to you if you're watching, is that we can actually create kind of a grid and put different code elements within that grid to actually construct the front end. What our goal is, though, and we can already do part of this now, is we can actually generate that using LLMs. We can just talk to it and make it do things. I think today we're actually doing a lot of hand-holding because our tooling isn't quite ready, or we're a bit nervous to use it because we're not sure if it'll break or not. So we're doing a bit of hand-holding. But in the next couple of weeks, those systems will improve where we can generate front-end code faster within the constructs of these kind of layout grids. And then the back-end systems, even generating a lot of our own assembly of our own primitive elements, we can already do with AI agents to help us do it. And yeah, so we don't code in the traditional sense, but there is code in different places. And our goal over the next 2-3 months is to get to a point where you don't have to do any coding, and where there is some code, it'll be generated. And for those that are more engineering oriented, they can use some of the deeper tools, like some of these now. But in the future, we expect it to be much more visual, where you're actually just building the application, and that becomes as you build something, you just see it happen. And you as a non-engineer or non-technical person can just make things happen. It's still different to Lovable and Replit type way of coding because they do generate code under the hood. They do use CRUD mechanisms to kind of create the construct of the application they're building. And that CRUD lives in a database typically, and the application will actually use the CRUD and interface with the database to kind of bring it to life. In our environment, we don't have a database initially, and we have state, in-memory state, and we don't do CRUD. We work with our primitives to make things happen. And so there's no need for a database in our environment early on. But down the line, there may be needs for databases, but they would be an extension on the edge, actually, and not core to the system. So, yeah, I hope that explains some stuff. I'm going to pause there. We are going to. The one thing we will do is, today is not really. I'm happy to talk about it, but today is more about building, but expressing some elements of this. But our goal is to open this up to the community. So over time, we want to put power in the hands of the community to mod different elements of what we have on this chess environment, in this chess world, and but also later for them to build out their own chess, businesses and ideas, and either they can use them privately or they can share that with the community, or maybe even sell that into the community or sell services into the community. So Lichess, for example, is an open source platform where the community can actually participate and offer ideas. We won't be open sourcing in quite the same way because we don't really have much code to open source, but we can open source some. But we will be an open network where we can give tools and anybody can actually participate in different ways. I'll pause there. There's a lot more complex to talk about, but I'm going to pause there.
I think Tobit will know quite a lot about Lichess, Mark. Yeah, so...
how come?
You can ask him how come.
Do you run leeches?
Yeah, he did say he did thank you for that, and yeah, he says he'll can't quite wrap his head around it yet, but thank you for that explanation. Yeah.
Well, since he's the founder, CEO, and lead developer of Leeches.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. I think I saw your one, the 1 year you did you did an April Fool's joke that you said you were buying chess cubes, but that was absolutely shut down.
Yeah.
I don't know if that triggered us to do an April Fool's joke
this year. Yeah.
It could have been that, actually.
Yeah. Thank you so much for dropping in. It's really kind of you to share your comment.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we've been talking about Leeches all day.
Throughout the day, yeah. Yeah.
I do actually play, Leeches is the only place that I play because I like the response of the board, and I do play a lot of Bullet, to be honest.
Yeah, it's only Bullet and it's only Leeches. I can't be bothered with chess.com.
Hey, come up, Brian. That's nothing nasty.
No, I think it's back from the chess cube days. I mean, it's out of spite. Maybe they're a legitimate platform, but the fact that we went under and they hung around.
I mean, look, I'm very impressed with chess.com. What they've done. I told you earlier that I went to. I was at TechCrunch Disrupt in San Francisco near the end of last year. And what's his name again? Sorry, I keep forgetting his name.
Eric.
Yeah, Eric. Eric was there actually on a panel, and he was explaining what he did in launching and what that. And when we launched, they came just after us, and I wanted to buy the name chess.com, and I reached out to Eric because they hadn't launched yet, and I said, can we please buy chess.com? And he said, well, it'll be definitely in the 7 figures if you want it. So I thought maybe he meant $1 million, and I think we had about $1.1 million in the bank from investors. So it would have been really onerous for us to try and buy. I mean, he probably would have said no because he had been quite successful before chess.com, and he didn't need money necessarily. In his talk, actually, at TechCrunch, he mentioned that he put in $700,000 to get it going because he wanted to avoid getting investors too soon.
Mm-hmm.
But he was very, he's very business focused, and we were very technical and less business focused. And he just found ways to kind of build out whatever we had. He'd kind of copy elements of it or do other things. Technically maybe not as good as us at the time, but from a business perspective, really good.
Yeah.
I have to commend chess.com really took the market. So you can't deny that. And then obviously Leeches has done incredible work, and it's open source, and I play on it maybe 20 times a day, 2 minutes at a shot sometimes.
That's why it's so hard to get a meeting with you sometimes, Mark.
That's fine. I do them both at the same time.
Radix says thank you for the update on Trixta's architecture there. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So I guess there's some techies in the crowd, hey? If there were any more questions from anybody watching the streams that does require Mark to go into detail, please stretch Mark's ability to go through this. I mean, it's fascinating for me to listen to. Yeah.
I'm going to try and show that diagram again if I can get it. I put it onto its own tab somewhere. Let me see if I can get that.
I also wanted to take a pulse from the audience. Do you prefer listening to the engineers talk on the stream, myself, or us? We
us reminiscing, or Mark explaining.
Yeah, or just listening to the engineers talk. Let us know if you are listening on Twitch or YouTube. We'd actually like to know.
Tell us.
Yeah, we'll switch.
We won't take offense.
And give you your engineering fix. But yeah, Mark, you're sharing your screen, eh? Or not yet?
Oh, no, sorry, I forgot about it. Hold one second. Okay. ADD. Let me see if I can find it. 1 second.
I can tell people in the chat room are constantly just waiting for the ability to play some kind of chess game. Soon.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let me just 1 sec. Let me make this.
Special guest in chat. We've also got Hayden. Yeah. Somebody very close to Dia. in YouTube chat. That's great. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let me try and share this. One sec.
If you look at Barry's webcam, it's kind of, he looks like he's following the sun, eh? Like he looks like he's part sunset right now. Just kind of lower half gone out of the screen.
So I'm in Meet and I'm trying to present and it says, are you ready to present? Oh, this will let you take over from Leah as the main presenter.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that because should I do that? Or
well, I can pin both of you, but I'll pin yours for a bit and then I'll bring Leah's back. Yeah.
Okay, let me present.
Okay.
I'll just share this.
Yeah, both of you are still presenting. But yeah, you're up on the main screen now, Mark.
Okay, cool. I'll just talk through this very briefly. So this is not real. I mean, it's a representation. Let me actually go there so I get a bigger view. Cool. So can you see this?
Yeah, loud and clear.
So this is a representation of the Trixta network and the different elements of it. So this central piece is the actual network, and it's a network of organizations. So the organization we're focusing on right now is TrixtaChess. So that organization, which is represented here, it's effectively a space. We call this a space, but it's an organizational representation. And then TrixtaOS is what the team's working with. They're working with two separate systems that are interconnected. So there's TrixtaOS, which gives you an overview. It's the operating system of the organization. It's a view into it. You can see all the different elements of that organization, all the different users, people, agents, AI agents, processes, roles, that type of thing. And then Trixta Studio is like, it's not like a traditional IDE in any sense, but it's a way that you build those flows that you see, and they jump between these automatically. Both of these separate systems are connected to the underlying server. And then they're building out this app. And the app itself is also speaking to the server. So all three of these are speaking to the server simultaneously. Also, we can have consultants and builders outside of this as well that are able to come in and take on a role within this organization and do stuff. But there's one other thing here, like here's an example. So say there was a cheat detect company that had built a really great cheat detect system. They can be an organization within our network. And then they can actually connect into the other organization. They actually become an agent that takes on a role within this organization, which is the cheat role. So the way it connects is not through APIs or MCPs. It's a straight Trixta-based messaging connection where this simply takes on the role within this. It's a much more, it's a much simpler way to connect organizations together so they can interoperate. And also they can charge each other. So we can manage like payment rails around this. And this particular organization, in theory, could have many dozens of other organizations offering services inwards into it. So that's why this network is so important for us, because we want to have more and more organizations in this network offering each other services if it makes sense. And then we'd like to have more consultants to come in to actually help companies that are in the network to do things. So you may know, like, you know, there's a whole new thing in the more advanced LLM or large model world where they have FTEs, forward deployed engineers that actually literally go into a large corporation to help them connect stuff. But we can have a very light version of that with like just third-party consultants doing the same kind of job. And then underneath all of this, it rests upon what we call Trixta D Cloud. So this is the infrastructure layer where you can run. So this particular space, that's an abstraction. The actual nodes that it runs on are within D Cloud. And D Cloud it's a series of compute nodes. And initially you could start with one. We tend to start with three actually, but you can have three nodes that cluster together to form the basis of this. And you can horizontally scale them too by having more and more nodes opening up. And this all runs. It all runs on like Erlang and Elixir and Phoenix on the bottom layer, as well as some WebAssembly and Rust. And so we can automatically cluster and increase your cluster to horizontally scale. And all of that's done without any human DevOps. We automate that, and we actually use the Solana blockchain smart contracts to kind of manage the additional clustering or declustering or initiation or decommissioning of these servers. And the current version we're working on today, we decided not to use the Solana version because we just weren't sure if it was. It seems to be fine, but we were just a bit nervous to use it because it's relatively new. So we're probably going to switch over to this in the next week or two for TrixtaChess. Yeah, and I think I'm going to pause there. That was quite technical, but from a business point of view, this is the key for us, is this network. We want to get as many companies in here. Now, you can build natively in Trixta and put your company in here, or you could have an outside company that's built and running elsewhere, and we can put a wrapper on it and bring that wrapper in here. So, like, I mean, say we wanted, Chess was interested in working with us, and we're interested in working with you. We are interested in working with you. So maybe you could wrap some things and they can come in here, and then maybe we could interconnect and vice versa. But any company that wants to do something, it could be, it could be a company like Chess and Bridge selling retail, where they come in here and then we offer their services through our network. Yeah, so that's the bottom line. I'm going to pause there. You feel free to ask any questions in the audience if any of that makes sense or doesn't make sense.
We said we weren't going to take offense, but Richard Wooding did say he wants to listen to the engineers. So... That was great, Mark. This is such a good graphic. It really explains the the world of Trixta quite well.
Thanks very much. I'm going to stop sharing because I know I'm not one to that. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Should we head back into the?
Yeah, I just want to say just watching the what's been going on is I think our original chess cube piece set is coming up to be added to the board soon, and then we'll see. We 2 hours away from closing off the stream, 2 hours and 5 minutes. Let's see if we can get some games coming soon. Hey, maybe we can just get a quick update on the on the ideas board, Mark. If you want to share that again, we can see where the team is. There's quite a lot of work in progress right now. Things that are happening in parallel.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you want to open your screen and to share that again.
Oh, okay. Present now. But I'm taking away from Leah.
That's okay. She's still there. Her screen share still stays on. So
okay. But she is showing it. They're showing a chessboard, right?
Yeah. Okay. Let's hang around the chessboard. I guess this is more important than the ideas board. Yeah. Should we jump in and give it a listen?
Yeah. Let's jump in.
Okay. Cool.
How do I get there? Oh, here we go. Oh, I see the left chessboard.
The ability for the UI builder to reflect on the remotes, like flows and stuff, is amazing. By the way, well done, Dorian.
Oh, thanks. There was a lot of stuff I had to consolidate, so everyone was pretty much involved. So I just got everything together and tried to compress it. There are some things that I realized I could have been done better, but we will get there.
No, it's very good. It's it helps like just do a bit of checking to see what the interface is.
I just love when others are working on something, I don't have to like go into the space. I could just ask it.
I can imagine a similar thing happening the other way around as well.
Oh yeah.
If you can imagine a UI builder, there'll be like a step builder, which is like the other side of the coin, and it'll do a similar thing.
From the space, just telling it.
Yeah, I would also like look at the interop.
Do you remember when I tried that, Barry?
Yes. Yeah, Step Factory is still coming back, and the force.
Yeah, that was cool. it was a little bit. I think at that time, since that time, model capability is probably like up maybe 30-40%. So I'm sure we'll get much better results now.
Mm.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Sorry. I refreshed my other screen and I could check up the chat, but then I wasn't sure if it was coming back. Okay, I'm now trying to think of what I should focus on. I assume something chess related. Torian, what are you working on the Seek stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind you like helping with the stuff because I'm busy checking out the patterns here now.
Just a quick question, Leah. The view qubits, do we send just like a bare number, or is it like what does the payload look like?
I think it's a bare number. I'm not 100% sure if it's in results or not. I can wrap it in whatever you'd like though, but yeah, it's either. Are you getting anything back?
I have not tried yet. I've just still busy just seeing potential problems beforehand, just asking questions. So I haven't tested it yet. Still just building out the capability.
Yeah, at the moment it's going to be just a bare number. Okay, Torian, you're not currently looking at the chessboard. So if I work on that component, I'm not interfering with you.
No, you are not.
Okay.
The agent wants to speak.
Been listening all this time.
So if I hover over it, it says the team is navigating a technical trade-off between the PNG and SVG while managing front-end sequencing for private rooms. So it's a little bit behind. That was talked about quite some time ago.
So it has all that config.
Brendan is wiring the front end for private rooms while the team debates PNG versus SVG asset formats.
I feel like that's more like a comment than an insight.
Barry, just
yes.
code red over here.
Code
if you
red.
go into the
Yeah.
If you go into mission control, the founder of the chess check the WebSockets, and because we're sending through metadata to that, he's a bit concerned about being able to see everyone's emails when you're on TrixtaChess. So I kind of just replicated that, and yeah, I can see whenever we send through metadata, we're sending through everyone's emails in WebSockets.
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Okay. I don't know if Sean should let people know that that's just like a temporary thing.
Everyone can hear you, so it's okay. It's out there.
Okay, good.
Yes, we are aware of this. What do you want to do about it? Is the next question.
We could like encode it.
We
and then
don't plan to have it like that for long. But if it's a real problem, which it might be,
I think maybe we can do it first thing in the morning.
well, okay, let's see if we can do it now as well.
Okay.
Let's just
Cool.
let me just think about it for a second.
We could encode it in the back end and then decode it in the front end using the client for like in the components that we want to use the data in. So when you kind of inspect the WebSockets, you're just seeing the encoded data.
No, well, the reason it's there is we're trying to understand like agent. We need to link to another agent ID.
We can probably create a unique ID and store that in agent storage, and then instead of having the agent ID in those reactions, we just have that ID in the reactions.
Yeah. Okay, I disconnected myself by accident, and then I was talking, and no one was answering me, and I felt very alone. Okay, so my first point of call is just to find all the places that we do this, to see what kind of job we have ahead of us.
Yeah, it's not going to be that many places at the moment. Luckily, it's just going to be registration.
We can do a seed export and then just check the.
Yeah, or you can build it probably.
I mean, components-wise, we use it in the show, chat room, and then chat room member list, friends list, and then message screen.
Yes, but
those are, yeah.
We're just using the same reaction though.
Yeah. So we can do like a search all in those.
Maybe you can do also just a little Claude job on your local, on the seed files.
I'm investigating with Claude also on my end, so I'll inform you guys when it comes back to me.
Yeah, so practically what I was asking is, would usernames obviously okay, right? I mean, we're going to show them on screen, but I'm guessing the sensitivity is that it's an email address, like that's the current issue, right?
Yeah, and that's I guess it also needs to be. Like, I guess a lot of places are using it to like reference, to like map agents to compare if it is the right ones. I don't think it's a lot though, but.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you where they all are. It's just all of these cumulative reactions.
Yeah, for example, like in the logic for the chess game, I know it's been worked on, but
yeah, we'll have to use a different ID. It's for the chess game, the Kanban board, the friends list.
Pretty much anyway, we need someone to know something someone did.
Yeah.
Hey guys, so Claude says we have 3 options of fixing it. We could either hash the public ID and username, or have username only broadcasts, or have a fully opaque agent ID migration. It recommends the hash public ID and username.
I think we want usernames, just not the email addresses.
Yeah, so username only broadcast, where we strip the agent ID, force display name at login. It's a simpler wire format, but breaks self-detection or deduplication until everyone has a name.
Well, we do give names at the moment, right? I think, yeah, we'll have to give usernames if not. Because we basically we've been showing like names basically in chat and in the top of the screen and everywhere. Like names are quite important to show.
Yeah.
But because
Hash-
emails are like our agent IDs, just like generally like our core unique identifier, like we've been tearing ahead with that. So that's why they're bleeding through into the front end. But we should probably put the brakes on and yeah, fix that. So yeah, this is.
You want to hold off on? I mean, we can look into it now. But
Yeah, well, we are just if you busy with something, keep going. I'm just
Yeah, I just want to give an update on the chess pieces. In the bucket, there was only PNGs, so I had to upload the SVGs. So it took a while. So now I'm still busy building it right now.
Oh, okay.
That's cool.
Barry, we are here.
Okay.
Yeah, go
Never
ahead.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's something we picked up. We've been passing those around as sort of usernames, really. It got started before we collected usernames properly. And so it was like a little bit of tech debt that we were hoping to do a little bit later. But I think it is important. So we are now currently just looking to see all the places that we use that to see if we can instead use the username. It's not meant to be encoded because we're trying to display like who's talking in the chat and who's who you're playing against and that kind of thing. It's just we essentially using the wrong little piece of information, you know. So not to minimize it. It is important. It's just that's the story behind it. So yeah, we're just looking at all the places that we've done that so that we can fix it now.
Sean, can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
Are members able to change their username?
No, not at all.
It's created, they can't change it.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, that simplifies things a lot. I thought that they could change it.
No.
Okay, if that is the case, I can go and manually change all of these things.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw, but Thibault earlier said if the data is two-way encoded and the client can decode it, then so can anyone. I don't know if that affects us in any way.
Data is two-way encoded and the client can decode it, then so can anyone.
I think he was mentioning when we were talking about maybe encoding it in the back end and then decoding in the front end.
Okay, cool.
But we've kind of like bypassed that, yeah.
Okay.
That won't work. Yeah, he's right. That won't work. So just looking at kind of the hash aspects that we have already in Trixter to see if maybe we can use
the hashing thing. Yeah, Brendan, that was Claude's recommended approach to fix.
No, but the thing is, we actually want the usernames. Like that's the information we're trying to get across. There's no, yeah, we're not trying to hide it. We actually want to give the end user that information. It's just we're giving them the wrong information. We're giving them the email address as opposed to their username.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And I think it's because we were kind of doing that. We were wiring things up before we had the username, so it's it's a little bit of a ordering thing here. Okay, but be that as it may, let's sort it out. So yeah, thanks to Thibault for just
massive shout out. Thank you.
Keeping us accountable there.
Yep.
Okay, so I got a whole long list. How are you looking for them, Leah, or what's your plan? We should possibly look into this.
Well, you've got a whole long list that you gathered. I was just kind of gonna go a little bit more manual because I know where I did them, but we can divide and conquer.
Well, I'll tell you what I did. It's quite interesting actually. Let me share my screen. And I can just, if you fix them, I can just keep asking the question to AI. I just asked it really, find all the places where send agent IDs as reaction payload data and report back. So it's got a list here and I can keep asking it as we whittle through that list.
There's also a small list that I sent in the thread on Slack of the leaks inventory. May or may not help.
Yeah. The only thing I'm not sure about is whether we can do it or not. So, but I think we can, right? Do we definitely collect a username when we sign up?
Yeah, we do.
And I'm assuming that maybe some of us signed up before that was the case. Like we members, but I mean, I don't think I gave a username yet, for example. So
Yes,
it might break in some cases.
For all of us, I just gave us usernames anyway after the fact. That's why if you go to your chat, it says Barry.
Okay.
Okay, for anyone, I don't know if you guys are still listening, but registration will be closed until that's sorted.
We are all listening.
Okay.
And the audience is too, and Thibault's listening.
Okay.
He's keeping us honest.
Yeah. Okay, so no longer want to store the station ID.
At the same time, I have deployed a new shell that should show qubit numbers and view open views.
Okay, so if I
Let me know if that works or not. I don't have any qubits, so
yeah, I've got a few, so I should hopefully get. Okay, let me do that in the meantime.
Or if you send me some details, I'll seed you some.
There you go.
I know. Okay, maybe it's
I'm gonna just
not working. I don't know.
well. Okay, no, there you go. I've got qubits. I just had to run that action.
You shouldn't need to, but are you saying you did?
It seemed like I had to. I had 0 and then I ran the action and then I got them.
Okay. Maybe it's supposed to have a resend reaction, but maybe it only does that on auth. I'm not sure. Okay, so something to look into. But let's change our focus onto the emails. Get that done quickly.
Yeah. Okay.
I can.
I'm going to store the username in agent storage so we have some reference to it. Right? That makes sense.
Store the email.
The username in the agent storage.
Mm-hmm. Look at rules list.
Mark, should we pick up the chat in Google Meet again?
Okay, so the
yeah.
Okay.
We can jump out of here.
Okay. Whew. I just needed that little energy recharge there, hey, listening to the team. Thibault, thank you so much for all that feedback. I see there's a lot of new members or viewers that came into the chat asking questions. Yes, everything that you've been asking is what we have on our roadmap over time. And if it's not there, you can sign up at TrixtaChess.ai in a little while, not now. Registration is currently paused. And you can submit all the ideas you have, everything you want, every feature you want. Costs absolutely nothing to share your ideas with everybody. It will get voted up and down. Well, only up right now. So you'll be able to see how many other members in the community think your idea is great. So please get sharing. We'd love to see what you come up with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how are you guys doing at this late hour?
Yeah, we're on hour 10 point almost 5. I'm still hey, I actually didn't think I'd be this I didn't think I'd have a voice at this point, but I do. I didn't think
what's harder to code for 12 hours or to talk for 12 hours?
I'm not gonna must be the code. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not gonna take that bait and get myself in trouble with the viewing audience, but I think with coding, there's so much extra things on your mind is getting, not making mistakes, testing, making sure everything works. So yeah, I appreciate all engineers, developers out there. As a vibe coder, especially, I've stepped into your world with one little tiny inch over the door, the line. I appreciate everything you guys do out there. So yeah.
I do want to mention that you probably saw that Barry was using AI assists or AI agents internally to help him understand elements of the code. I keep using the word code, but the system they built. I'm just stuck with code, even though we're not really that much code. But currently we're actually doing a lot of manual work because some of these tools are very new. Like some of them are like a month or two old, some of them are like a week or two old. And so I think to be safe, they've erred to still using AI assist and AI, but to also do a lot of manual work. But in about 2-3 weeks from now, we'd probably be at a point where they'd shift over and start using more and more AI. And then over the next 2-3 months, we're going to shift much more, where it's more about building the system and seeing it and then talking to it and building it. So yeah, it's a process. We're building the tools that we're using. We're building the airplane as we're diving off the cliff.
Is that like mixed metaphors?
I think there's a parachute involved.
Yeah, maybe a parachute. No, definitely good to see Tewell around as well in the chat, just because, I mean, we want to be friendly with these other chessers. I mean, I think there definitely is a gap there philosophically, where Lichess is just an amazing open source, no profit kind of website, and I think creators or people who build studies, do other content, do want to get something out of it. So that's the gap that I think exists. So it's nice that we can chat as developers between the two sites.
Yeah, no, absolutely. By the way, Sean, when you asked me, should we shift over? I was in the middle of a Lichess bullet game.
Oh, really? Okay.
I lost some time because of you.
No.
I blame you.
What's funny is after I left Chess Cube, I mean, after stuff with one, I did go to Lichess, and I obviously have stayed there. But I was trying to help them out on functionality as well and suggesting stuff. And it was almost the same deal. They're like, "Aren't you like from Chess Cube?" I'm like, "Yeah, but this is where it's happening now."
Yeah. I just want to, again, I said it earlier today, right? Is the only other website I've been to since Chess Cube closed down has been Lichess. So, yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
I have tested chess.com at some point or other, and I was just curious to check out. This is before we were even really planning to do this. But there's that heaviness for me. Whereas in Lichess it feels light and snappy. That's the right word.
No, well, just the ads. I guess the last time I even tried, maybe it's improved experience. It was just so overwhelming with ads. Everything's about ads on. But maybe, maybe it's improved since then. I haven't been back in a decade.
But look, they are a force to be reckoned with. So
yeah. Well, they did it right. I mean, they worked out how to really monetize chess, and they worked out, I mean, the whole influencer thing and streamer. I mean, it launched so many careers, whether it's Gotham or the Botis or whatever. I mean, there's like actual rock stars of chess now, and it wouldn't have been, it's because of chess.com. So it's nothing to take away from what they built.
Absolutely.
If I want to play Bullet, I'll go to Lichess.
Also, not to take away the work the influencers themselves put into the marketing of their own brands, right? Which is equally impressive. And something that we could maybe look at over time with TrixtaChess is how do we empower individuals or brands to actually empower themselves through chess? Is what we want to do.
Yeah.
But I'm very, I don't know what the word is. I'm very impressed actually with chess.com. Especially, I don't know why, when I saw Eric speaking at TechCrunch and some of the things he said, it just felt so right the way he put it. Like he wanted to avoid investors early on, which I think is a way to go. It's especially the way to go now in the AI world. Like people are trying to not bring investors in too soon. And also investors don't want to come in too soon unless they want to put big checks in, invest large sums into less companies that seem impressive. So there's a huge shift, and as soon as you get investors, you're beholden to them. And Eric mentioned he didn't want to do that. They brought investors in later, once they were highly established. So I think there's a good lesson, certainly for me personally, because I feel like, you know, I could have done better on the business side of ChessCube. It was tough though. It was really hard. We didn't have a lot of money. I mean, like relative to, look, we did raise money. I think at the time we probably raised about $1.2 million. But we'd gone quite wide, and we grew our team too big. At one point we had 23 people, most of them developers. That was a big error.
Well, it pushed the whole monetization need and strategy. Like maybe it was too premature. I mean, or it was too anti-community or something. But it started to drive the play decisions and made the site a bit clunky.
Yeah. Also, I think in a way because of the ICC, because they were so broad. Also, I remember when Kasparov chess was emerging. I was doing a lot of work with Malcolm Payne in London at the time. So I would pop in and I'd kind of see what they were doing, and they went very broad, too broad. They also opened up offices in 6 countries, and it was very broad. And like a lot of people have done that. I mean, I'm just trying to think what it was now. Magnus's, what was it called, Magnus World or whatever it was, the recent thing.
Well, he did
Chess,
that. Yeah, but he also did Chess 24. I mean.
But they invested $30 million into that enterprise, and that's like crazy. I mean, that's really nuts, I think, in the modern world. But they sold. I think they eventually sold to chess.com, if memory serves.
Yeah, they did. No, chess.com, ate up a ton of those companies.
Yeah, they must have bought five or 6 companies.
Which is another reason to really love Lichess, because it's always there, and it's got a great philosophy. So and it's never going to be bought by chess.com. So,
well, apart from Lichess and chess.com, who else is big out there
right now?
Yeah.
Shoot, I mean, I know that I think it's the whole AI vibe coding efforts. No, there's been a bunch. Like even I think Neiman's behind endgame.ai, or there's a bunch of these.
Who's behind? Neiman.
Neiman. Yeah, I think there's a bunch of. I don't know if they're training sites mainly. I guess I would assume training or coaching focused.
I've seen a bunch. I've actually been invited to speak to. There was a conference where they were doing chess. People came up with chess ideas, and I was one of the. I think I was the judge. And I've met up with a lot of companies building things, and so I've advised people as well. And it's just very tough. It's tough to break into these kind of markets. It's always tough. Yeah, but I think because we're not necessarily trying to make a big profit early on. We're more trying to establish our underlying network. That's our big play. So for us, it's different. But I mean, I would like to make money at some point. It would be useful.
Yeah, of course. I think some of the personalities have now spun up their own. So I think Gossam's got his own chess site, coaching, whatever platform. So I think if you become big enough, then you can have a product that distinguishes you. But as a generic, just a pure chess playing site, I don't know how many of those are left around. Yeah, ICC is still kicking around. I know ChessBase obviously has something, a play zone, but I mean, I don't know when the last time I played on that.
I mean, Andrew Martin was interviewed with us, and he was actually in Germany at ChessCube. Sorry, at ChessBase. So he's obviously doing something, and I presume they've got their old play zone.
Yeah, they've still got that kicking, and obviously they do well. They've got the behemoth ChessBase products itself that people still use.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I mean, there's I guess there's enough players in the market, but I thought ChessBase was also either sold or private equity is buying it or something. Something was happening on that. I think DGT got bought. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's more consolidation and chess.com buys more of the landscape.
It's a worldwide thing that's happening. Like there's a lot of M&A happening because VC's struggling to invest in things. But private equity is rolling things up, so they're doing vertical roll-ups, and chess is a natural vertical roll-up. But that's why chess.com, I think, bought so many companies. It just makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
If they're good, if they have markets, if they have people.
Mhm.
So I think in general, I mean, like in the US, for example, there's vertical roll-ups in many different industries, and private equity is behind that, not VC.
Yeah.
So there's a big shift in the world that's happening. It's really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I just want Chesky back as TrixtaChess. That's that is the most compelling sort of wish in my book right now. So
yeah. Well, as I was talking about earlier, in my youth, my first ever contract was actually with British Telecom to build that. I built 2 chess worlds. I'm going to repeat this story because maybe a lot of the people here weren't here earlier.
Yeah.
I built out I had never really built the server-based system before, but my first chess world for them was a peer-to-peer chess site where their systems would find the people to play, and then my system would pick up, and then people would play on these, and there was no server. So one of the nodes, or one of the what's what I'm looking for, entities or nodes, acted as the server, and then so maybe the black player was the server, and then it would serve to the white player and to the spectators and coaches. And then if somebody dropped off, say that player dropped off, then it would switch to white. And if both of the players were gone, if there was anybody left in the room, they would become the owner of the distribution of the state. And then if the players came back, they would carry on. And if everyone left, then the game would end as a draw or something, or an unfinished game. And so that was actually really fun. I mean, I learned a lot about programming just from that. And then they wanted me to do a server-based version, which was much deeper. Mm-hmm. And I think I spent about 1.25 years on it. They paid me about £120,000 at the time. And I worked like a dog, if that's the right terminology. And then they hired Gary Kasparov to launch it. And on launch day, we had a half day at a museum in London, and Gary was there. And I worked with Gary. Gary actually did a simultaneous using the system against people in the audience. And but it was broadcast, obviously, through the system. Mm-hmm. And he couldn't handle 3 separate computers. He could use the mouse. He said, I can use the mouse for these 2, but you got to do this one. So I played the move. He would just tell me the move and I'd play it. And then at a certain point in time, he took a piece. The opponent did something, took something, and I used my mouse to pick up the piece to recapture. And he put his hand on my shoulder and said, no. And then he said, no, play that. And then he said, that's the right move. And it was a Schwizzenzug where, by doing a threat and winning a pawn and then coming back to recapture, he won a pawn and got a much better position. He said, that's how we do it.
That's how we did.
But they ended up paying him like £60,000 or something for half day that he did it. It's like half the money. He got paid half the money I spent 1.25 years doing. And then what happened was British Telecom, they were building this game world. It was the .com era, and then they decided to drop chess and poker and other games, backgammon, and instead to focus on fighting games and flight simulators. And I was like incredibly disappointed. I spent like 1.25 years of my life on this, and it was just gone overnight. So I moved on to other things, but I always had this hankering to come back, and that's when Chess Cube came back, because I had this desire to come back to that one thing that I loved. And then once again, when we shut down Chess Cube, it was always lingering there for me and for Sean and Brian, probably yourself as well at some point.
No, those are good days.
Yeah,
good community. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, let's see what's happening out there.
Anything fun? What's happening on the Kanban? Yeah.
Is Sean there? Maybe Sean.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just catching up on internal chat, see what's happening. Yeah. Having a look at the ideas board on my side. I am seeing some ideas coming into the suggestions column that hasn't been approved yet from our side. So we'll go in tonight. Tomorrow we'll spend a lot of our day looking at the suggestions and ideas that people have sent in. And sending it through. These are really great thoughts from everybody. So yeah, keep them coming. I'm seeing things like qubit betting, simul's for all, referral things, localized communities. I think that would be like people want to put their countries and their areas into maybe different clubs, creating clubs and so on. So it's looking good. Please keep those ideas coming. If you are registered on TrixtaChess.ai, you should have access to the ideas board. You should have access to the button that says suggest an idea. Go ahead and suggest it. We'll review it. For everybody else that hasn't registered yet, registration is temporarily closed right now, but we will get an update from the team when it is open pretty soon as well.
Yeah, and also just to mention that today's 12 hours is to establish kind of a base of what TrixtaChess will become. And then, so we streamed the whole 12 hours. So that's like a one-time thing. And then we're going to work on normal business days over the next week, whatever. But at the end of each day, we'll probably do a half-hour stream or a 1 hour stream just to give you, information of where we're at. And, we want to push through and get a basic system working. And once that's up and running, we'll start looking at adding other elements into it over the next week or two.
Yeah, I wish we could have Brian for 12 hours a day, but our contract doesn't allow that right now.
Contract? What contract? Did I miss the paperwork?
The contract that said we'll be friends for 12 hours again, Brian. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, that's true. Our friend contract. I have to look at the terms of service.
Yeah. I'd love to know if anybody's actively chatting in any of our streams. Those that saw the post that went up maybe about 2-3 weeks ago now, Mark, with the three OGs kind of looking into the clouds. What was the reaction? What was your initial thoughts? Obviously, that was our first confirmation that our post in April was not an April Fool's Day joke. At that point, everybody was thinking like, is it real? Is it not real? But then we kind of confirmed it with that three OGs image, right? I'd love to know if anybody saw it on the pages, the Twitter. I refuse to say X, Brian. I know you do, but the Twitter account. What were your thoughts? I guess we can even talk to people in the Cube Cafe now. Now that that's open for some people. So that's great.
Well, I got some people saying, "Is this a joke again?" or whatever.
Really? Even after we confirmed it, eh? Oh, Brankitsa told me she did message
mainly.
you. Yeah.
Is this like she'll message me, once every few months, and that was like, "What is this real again?"
Like,
I guess so.
Yeah,
I guess so.
Yeah. Where was your head at, Brian, when Mark reached out to you and said, let's go, let's do it?
Well, along the way, I'm sure Mark pinged about the status of ChessCube / the desire to build something new, and so there was always that like lingering. I mean, over the years.
Mm-hmm.
And then actually, Mark and I chatted about using Trixta for a project I was working on. So I was at least aware of the tech.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, and where it is going to grow, and Mark was saying, no, they're still building. I mean, there's always, which is fascinating, it's always like you're building new functionality all the time, new capability all the time. So I was definitely curious on the technology. So it is mainly from that angle.
Yeah.
And then if, a great website result as well, hopefully.
Yeah.
That's even cooler. But the fact that you can just build it like in this collaborative AI way, I mean, that's fascinating in and of itself.
Yeah. I'm looking at the screen share right now, and I can see Barry kind of teasing, seeking a game. I wonder if we're getting close to that.
Yeah. Cool.
We just do want to send a massive caveat out there that games are likely to not be rated right now.
They got a secret.
Yeah, they're not likely to be. Maybe
we'll have another system. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So that'll have to come tomorrow.
Yeah. Also, we won't likely be storing the first set of games, Mark, as a game history or something.
No, we're not storing. Yeah. No. Well,
no.
Yeah. So So we can build. Yeah. So what we're thinking is that we can build a game repository server and run them on a database on Postgres. Barry wasn't sure we have to. I mean, it's kind of weird for most people, but Barry wasn't sure we needed a database to store like 1 million games or millions of games. He thought we could store it in Amnesia, which is our state system. And yeah, so he's kind of the view that potentially we could store, because the game isn't very big.
No.
You know, game stuff. You know, it's like
it's just a PGN, right?
No, not even PGN. You can store it in a much more compact format.
Right.
Maybe just a byte a move, and maybe some extra meta information. You could store like a whole game in memory in Amnesia, and then we could filter it. The different ways of doing it. So we can either go like a traditional database like Postgres, and we don't necessarily want to use a database if we don't need to. In my mind, I thought, well, obviously we're going to use a database because we can filter stuff, and that's traditional. But I mean, nothing's traditional in Trixta, so we'll see.
Well, I guess it also depends what you're going to do with the games. I mean, there's one thing just storing it after you play.
No,
are you
want
going to do analysis on your past history, and
I think agents should check it out and look on your behalf. If you had like a subscription service where agents can go and look at your games and find information about you and stuff, and maybe store other meta information. The question, I mean, it's actually quite fascinating, is can we actually store it in Amnesia, which is actually in memory? I mean, it also persists to disk, but it's not a traditional database.
Okay.
It's a different kind of database. But Amnesia is it's incredibly powerful. WhatsApp uses it for its in-state memory. And you can have a huge amount of data inside of Amnesia. And if you have different nodes where you're clustering on, you can actually you can distribute that across these different nodes as well.
Okay.
When I say Amnesia, it's spelled M-N-E-S-I-A. Amnesia. It's an Erlang based system.
Amnesia. Amnesia for something that stores memory sounds a bit.
But it's in memory, so it's super fast as well. It's very fast.
Yeah.
So everything we do in Trix is in Amnesia in state. And yeah, it's different. So like when working with more traditional companies, which is everyone, you know, things that are obviously should be in a database, it's not always certain for us that it should be in a database. I mean, Brian, you work in data, so you know you'll have a view. But we think a database should be used for your kind of stuff, which is actually storing data.
Okay.
Like big data and things you can manipulate, and but we don't use CRUD, which is a typical design pattern for traditional software.
Yep.
Mine looks really happy. I'm just wondering what's going on.
I'm also seeing. I'm just gonna put both screen shares up right now, Barry and Leah's, just so we get a overview of both what's going on.
Yeah.
If we start seeing chessboards more often, then that's gonna get me excited. So.
I want to make some chess moves here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to play super illegal moves, and if for it to accept them, then I can beat Mark finally.
I can guarantee it won't, because it uses it's got open source on the front end that manages. I mean, you'd have to hack it and do your own version of that to make for that.
We can bring the R Anarchy chess pieces and chess moves in. Knights that can do like S's and things. Yeah.
I think chess.js does manage things like, you know, it does everything. It's got the 50 move. It's got the 100 move rule, I think.
Threefold repetition or our variant of twofold.
No, it's like, and again, these rules keep changing. But like, you know, if you have 2 knights versus a king and a pawn, at some point, FIDE said it's 100 moves, because you need more than 50 moves to win that game, but it is winnable. But then they changed it and stopped that, and so I'm not even sure what the rules are around these things. But anyway, it handles all of that kind of stuff.
Okay.
But again, it's not good enough long term for us. So we can use it for now. We probably have to adjust it for our needs. You know, to add 960, it's got basic initial support, but not fully supported across chess.js and React Chessboard. And again, I don't know much about it. I've just done a little bit of research just to check it out, so to see if we can use it.
Okay. We are 12 minutes away, Mark and Brian, from the final hour. I'm not going to take any, sort of looking back just yet. It's still a bit too early, but prepare your minds for those kind of questions coming up a bit later. Is your thoughts on the day and so on.
Yeah.
Particularly looking back at, Mark, I know your expectations were likely exceeded in terms of seeing the chat, seeing registration, and so on open.
Well, I would like to. I would have liked to see a game board.
Okay,
really...
we have an hour to go.
Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, look at the engineers. I'm seeing happy faces all around on that strip of faces over there, right? So.
Yeah. I mean, in our pre-preparation for doing this, we obviously were working on the tools to make sure they were working and testing ideas out around that. And we had certain ideas of how the day could go, but we weren't sure what was going to happen. I mean, the one thing I thought was important was to build something up front early on that you could interact with. So I was kind of hoping to get something, but they ended up actually building multiple things in parallel, and then to launch them simultaneously. So that was different. But yeah, if by tomorrow we've got a lot set up, I'll be super stoked. And yeah, I'm keen to unpack with the team. They may be tired, so maybe they're going to start late tomorrow. I did offer to give them like extra time off, but maybe not immediately.
Not immediately. We've all accepted that offer for some point in the future, Mark.
Okay, well maybe we can just do 2 4-day weeks.
Yeah.
Maybe not this week, but the week after.
No, yeah, exactly. We've got a lot to show off this week in our upcoming streams. You said it earlier. We'll be going live on these exact channels every day for about 30 minutes at the end of our day in Cape Town, South Africa. We'll just watch our social pages, watch our Cube Cafe. We'll be sharing links in there for when we go live. Maybe we'll talk about your idea that you push through into the ideas board. You'll be able to watch us discuss, if it's something we'll be doing, or if it's already done that day. So yeah, there's a lot more to come. We're really looking forward to showing you exactly what what it is like at Trixta to build with Trixta, to build out TrixtaChess. It goes without saying that this project is extremely personal to myself, Mark, and Brian. We've spent a lot of years working with ChessCube, working with ChessCube users, getting to know everybody. So this is not a let's do this for fun. This is we're really passionate about this project, and we do want to make it work. So
yeah. And also it's an important proving point for the Trixta system.
That's right. Yeah.
And yeah, for me I love it because I'd rather build this than build our corporate systems.
Yeah.
I mean, we're doing other systems on the side. We're working closely with our partners, Metalogic Solutions, and we're going to be doing more work with them. We have customers, joint customers with them, but they'll be handling most of that, not us.
Yeah.
So Trixta ultimately is it's a product company and a platform and a network. So we're going to start shifting and thinking about it that way. Yeah, and it would be cool to get some more business people in at some point because we're quite technically loaded.
Yep.
So yeah, so at some point we probably will look for. Well, I don't want to look for funding so much. I actually want funders to come to us. So I want them to chase us because we the company that's interested for them.
They can find you on LinkedIn, Mark.
Yeah, come along. But because I mean, like I do get reach outs from VCs from time, but it's actually slowed down, I've noticed, because the VC world is in such disarray right now.
Right.
They're not sure what to do and where to go. They're very confused about their own identity. I mean, that's interesting. So I do have VC friends, but they're normally later stage, so they wouldn't invest in us, but they do give us advice.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I just to go back to what we were talking about before about ChessCube is if I didn't think Mark was serious about this project, I probably wouldn't have thrown my weight behind it, right, Mark? Like, how much ChessCube meant to me. Even just talking me into the idea of putting it to rest 6 years ago for a little while. It took a lot of convincing for me to say, like, okay, Mark, I'm ready to see that happen. But
how did you feel that I told you that?
I mean, I was absolutely devastated. I remember the world was at a point, like literally it was before everybody had gone into lockdown. So COVID was still very much a scary. What does it mean? What happens? It was February 2020.
Okay.
And I remember getting the call with jumping onto a Google Meet call with you or a Zoom call with you, one of the two, and we had the chat. And I think for a couple of minutes, I just kind of sat in silence, just digesting what you had told me. And it wasn't about me or my job or anything like that, because I was at Trixta at the time, right?
Yeah.
For me, it was the users that you know had you know used ChessCube as a way to escape or to just chill out, right? Like we know ChessCube was escapism. You could escape the realities of life, and life wasn't great in that particular month of that particular year, right? So we were also just like 4 or 5 months too soon, I think, with the explosion of chess after the Netflix.
But I mean, the problem literally was
Flash.
Was Flash. Because like there was nothing we could do.
Exactly.
Although, by the way, there are some Flash games out now. They're open source to people ways around it.
So,
but the problem for us is it was built in Java, and we didn't have any Java developers left.
No.
It was built in Flash in the front end. We would have had to do a total rebuild at the time.
And we had a very basic iOS and Android app as well. That just wasn't carrying us. So
yeah. So it would have been really hard to carry it. I mean, like the only way would have been to rebuild it in Trixta then. But Trixta then is very different to the Trixta.
That's
now.
right. Yeah. So yeah, that was me. Like I was extremely devastated. I remember I took the last screenshot about 15 seconds before the website went down. I still have it somewhere. I need to find it. But yeah, then you know, when we talked about it earlier this year about the possibility of, I mean, you've always for the last 6 years you've been kind of teasing it. Hey, let's bring ChessCube back. But I never took you seriously. Hey, Mark.
I know that. I think you didn't want to just.
No, it was quite harsh to face. Like
I always meant it, by the way.
Yeah.
But then you know. Ultimately, business drives you, and business driven us in another direction. It wouldn't have been
exactly. So when I knew this year that you were serious, I had to make sure that I had to read into your tone and your lines, and just kind of understand that you were actually very serious about the project and making the project real again, but also that we were going to put effort into actually doing this, and that's what got me on board 100%. So
yeah. So we're 4 minutes away from the last hour.
Yes, and I've still got both screen shares up on the stream. I see the community roadmap and Trixta Studio currently. Some of you that been in chat for quite a while may have seen a comment from Branko earlier in chat, something along the lines of actions and reactions combined or something like that. Yeah, I don't know.
I think he is reading one of the Trixta screens.
Yeah.
Yes, because he worked with an earlier version of Trixta. We used to have an IDE. We built an IDE, like a VS Code based IDE, back in the day, and he worked on that at Rumi, or at Waitroom rather. He was the Trixta person that we worked with. And so he knew a lot about Trixta, actually. And obviously seeing it now and compared to what he was used to is like a huge, totally different experience.
Mark, question that came in on Twitch, just in terms of things like GDPR over time and so on. We definitely gonna look into those kind of yeah. Okay.
So just to discuss that, and people, they may not have seen some of the earlier stuff where we spoke about where the server is. So in ChessCube, you can have a space with nodes in different places, but you can have spaces in different places that interoperate. So theoretically, we could have spaces in different geographies.
Yep.
So, for example, in Europe, we could have a space in Europe that manages Europe. And then we can follow GDPR rules in Europe, but we can have spaces in other places and follow their rules. And they can still interoperate. We just have to manage things like personally identifiable information in flight, encryption, things like that. I'm not sure encryption is good enough for GDPR. But yeah, we've written that kind of thing before. But I think Trixta is very different because there's no server in one place. You can have it in multiple places, and you can separate out activities in different places.
Yep.
So I definitely think we can manage GDPR effectively, but we will have to focus on that.
Yeah.
And things like that, and yeah.
Yeah, well, compliance will be a major project inside of TrixtaChess.
It's going to be.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be. I think the nice thing about Trix is we can manage compliance in a general way across any kind of Trixta application.
Yep.
We can have rules around compliance, and we're going to have to do that. And compliance would actually fit into aspects, which is cross-cutting elements within a Trixta application. So the aspects can be aware of the compliance needs, and we can distribute that across the different places. Again, it will work differently to traditional software.
Yeah. I think it's time we jump in again. We're on the hour almost. We can spend maybe 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes listening in.
Sure.
Just to give the audience, the part of the audience that does want to hear the tech conversation, their fix. And then, yeah, maybe we can just reconvene at maybe, 9:15 our time and catch up again. Yeah. Okay, I'll see you in those rooms, everybody.
I don't know how to get in.
You just have to press the join call button, Mark, the headphones icon.
But I don't see it.
The dev channel?
I'm there, I don't see it. Things have moved in here. I think there's so many elements.
Oh, I see it. Maybe just refresh on your side.
No threads in this section. Okay, I'll refresh it.
Yeah. Brian, do you see it?
I have to get back. I've got a few windows open.
Yeah.
But I think I will when I find it again.
I should show Brian my stream setup, Mark. Maybe I can put it on the stream sometime.
No, I think I've seen your stream setup. Where you showed me
Did
that?
Mark send you a picture of it, eh?
With it was like all red.
Yeah, that's my room.
Very cool.
Every sports team that wears the color red, I'm a fan of. As you know, Brian. With the
Really, is that the level of your loyalty?
There's one exception. Is the New York Rangers that play in blue and white. So yeah, there we go. Okay, Mark is in. All right, we'll see you. I'm switching over there. I'll be turning my camera off for 5 minutes to stretch my legs, and then yeah, I'll be back after that.
Okay, cool. Maybe I'll stand. I'll switch my camera so I can stand up. And
good idea.
I'm not enjoying sitting all the time.
Good idea.
Maybe I can point my camera at myself standing over there. Okay, that's better. Why is there a smiley face?
Wait, Barry, are you drawing on your screen? Is that them?
That's me.
Oh.
Just messing around. Entertaining them. If anyone's looking.
We're all listening.
Okay, I'm just happy that was working. I think I need to change this now because it's going to be undone, the agent thing.
Fifty-eight minutes to go.
Now I just kind of feel like we may as well go all night.
Okay, let's do it.
Where is this energy coming from, Leah?
Have you had any Red Bulls yet?
Not yet. I was giving them.
Yeah.
So
I just got myself one now, Mark.
I've had one. I think I've had four today. And I've had 2 liters of Coke Zero.
2 liters.
And a double shot of coffee.
Wow. You really kept practicing.
I'm on. You try to challenge me. I'm trying.
Yeah, for me to, in order, I can see the board is rendering properly in spectator view, but for me to see it in in the members view, I have to challenge someone or get invited. So I must have two people at the same time, obviously.
Login registration should now work with that new username. The only thing left to resolve are the friend in emails, but it's my system has run out of memory. Hold on.
I think Leah's frozen.
Yeah, it's
Crashed.
didn't run out of
Can you guys hear
memory,
me?
she said.
Oh.
Yeah, you
I can't.
might want to close a few things.
Yeah, I can't move much. My mouse is hardly moving.
Yeah, try to close as many tabs as possible.
Meet, you might need to just start there, sort out some stuff, and then come back. Because that I found was the biggest killer. Yeah, I wonder. I feel like we've been hit by an EMP.
Ish.
Yep, mine's also taking strain. Why is this not loading? Okay, I think I need to shut down Meet. I'm going to recycle meat. It's killing my machine.
Yeah,
I'll be
Mark,
back.
we can maybe jump back to Google Meet while everybody catches up with their memory issues and everything else. You there, Brian? Oh wait, I think don't tell me I muted I did mute Google Meet. Give me 1 second. Okay, it's unmuted now. Yeah.
You hear us now?
I hear. Is Mark around?
I have not heard from him
Okay.
in a few.
Okay, cool. Mark will hear us. It's fine. Yeah, everybody's saying their laptops ran out of memory all at the same time, eh? That's pretty interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me turn my camera on. So yeah, they're just getting themselves restarted right now. I can see a couple of them survived. I think Barry said, Barry joked around, said that he feels like he got hit by an EMP. But yeah, I can see some of them starting to come back now. Brian, 11 hours with the Chess Cube team. Sorry, the TrixtaChess team and the Trixta team. How's it been?
It's fun. It's good catching up. It's good seeing, seeing the devs at work. But yeah, keen to actually give it a whirl. But I mean, we made a lot of progress.
We did. I guess the next big task for me specifically would mainly just be to see how many of the old Chess Cube members I can bring over to TrixtaChess, right? Yeah. Well, okay.
It'd be cool if you do find. Well, I guess they may be stuck in like the support at chesscube.com. I don't know if you have got the list of emails.
We do. We do.
Oh, you do have the master list of all of the registered players.
Most of them, yeah.
Wow.
We did have to get rid of quite a lot because of we weren't allowed to, but we didn't want to hold onto that data for so long, right? So I think we do have quite a good contact list inside of support at chesscube.com that we can extract from. Yeah. Here's a topic for you, a little fun one into the last hour of the day. We're no longer cubers, right? Was the collective for the Chess Cube community.
Well, I mean, if you call them qubits, I don't know if we can still use cube.
Oh, right. So you're saying if the currency is still qubits, then cubers still applies.
We are tricksters.
Tricksters. We'll leave that to the community to decide what they want to be called. I mean, what is like Lichess doesn't have a community that in that regard, right? Like that they would collectively be called something.
I don't know. We could ask Thibault. Are they leechers? Doesn't sound like that.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, cubers. Sure.
Yeah.
Qubits. Tricksters.
Guys, should we step out of there so we don't?
We already have.
We're not in there.
We already have. Yeah.
It's just me that hasn't.
Yeah. Mark, a topic for debate.
Yeah.
A little fun one. Chess cubers were called cubers.
Yeah.
You can see where I'm going with this. Brian threw our tricksters. Well, although his logic is that if we're still calling qubits, we could still call members of the site cubers.
I don't know. Let's have a branding session.
Yeah, he says Lichess players are leechers. So
I don't think that's
it's on the record. It's on the record, Brian.
No, that was someone else. No, I wouldn't say such a thing.
I think. But what's wrong with tricksters?
Nothing.
The trickster archetype is a Jungian archetype. It's very valid.
Is it?
Well, the trickster logo, if anybody has been to Trixta.ai today on the website, is it kind of looks like a fox, right? It represents a fox.
Sure.
Yeah. So I almost feel like foxes
Foxy, isn't a trickster like that hat you're wearing at the soccer
Yeah,
game?
yeah.
What is that's more of a trickster.
Right.
That's a joker.
That's a
The
joker.
the joker's often confused with a trickster.
Oh, okay. Tell us the difference. Well, tell us about trickster itself. What's a trickster?
So trickster. So if you take the Jungian archetype, a trickster is a change agent that is able to come into a world order and from the inside out upend it, and actually destroy it and rebuild it. So the role of the trickster there are lots of trickster like animals. So we've gone with a fox, which is the Japanese fox kitsune. And that's one of the common ones. We also were very interested in Hermes.
He's got the wings on his boots, hey Mark?
And on his helmet.
Yes.
So he's fast moving and fast thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But he's the arch trickster, Hermes, and Hermes Trismegistus. And Hermes is able to he's the god of business and liars. But he helps you find your way. So like the Herm, or I'm not sure how to pronounce is a way to demarcate distance and road markings to actually help you find your way. But the role of the trickster is really to help humans by reinventing the world. And you'll see it everywhere. You'll see it in every culture, the trickster elements and tricksters. But the way the trickster actually works is the trickster is able to interoperate between different worlds, bringing secret knowledge from one world into another to create something new. And that's how we operate as well. But it's got deep meaning. There's like a deep philosophical meaning of the trickster.
Okay.
I mean, I personally, there was actually this book called The Gods Within.
Mm-hmm.
And there's certain gods. You can read about the gods and their archetypes, and you can see which ones relate to you. So there were like 3 that related to me, but the most dominant one was actually Hermes, who was the arch trickster of the Greek. In Roman, it's Mercury, and in Egypt it was Thoth.
Mm.
And there are many other trickster elements in the world.
But it's the actual god's name or the trickster. It's not trickster as you spelled it. This is a branded. It's actually just trickster, right?
Trickster.
Yeah.
Trickster.
Okay.
So like very early on, we Sean and I were actually talking about the trickster archetype. We called our company at one point. We had an interim name called Rebel, Rebel OS, and then on the whiteboard I drew like 2 intersecting circles. And then later we realized that was a famous ancient symbol called the Vesica Piscis, or Piscis. And the intersection of those 2 circles is the earliest Christian. You could actually extract the earliest Christian symbol, the fish.
Yeah.
You can actually get the tail and the whole fish actually from the intersection of the 2. And then there's all this sacred geometry where you have 30 intersecting circles creates the flower of life. And so what we did was, when we were looking at our brand, we actually intersected a series of circles of different sizes, and at the center of it, the fox emerged. So we decided, okay, that's for us, and we went for the fox. So our symbol on the site, you can see on the top left, it's actually a fox, but you can actually construct that by having a series of intersecting circles.
Oh, okay.
And then on the page, we have Kitsune here, which is the nine-tailed fox, and it's got the circle behind. So that's actually the more like a bigger representation of that symbol.
And weirdly enough, Sean mentioned earlier, the opening, all of the videos that you transcribed originally were of that Foxy opening.
Openings, yeah.
Yeah. We never owned Foxy openings. But we worked with them to represent them. So we would do a revenue share actually on the first.
I thought eventually we had an open license, or
No, we didn't. There are other people out there with videos that we could talk to distribute their videos through our platform.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So I wonder what's happening out there.
Highlight of your day so far, Mark?
Say it again?
Highlight of your day so far.
Talking in the chat.
Yeah.
Just seeing things emerge actually. And I'd be keen to see the chessboard working.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we're going to get there tonight. We only have 42 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Leah really wants to work through the night, but I think she should. I'm going to try and discourage that because I think they should start fresh. Maybe they should start later tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think seeing Andrew Martin after all these years again was great.
Of course, Andrew. Yeah. Andrew is like a legend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a legend. Yeah, and I mentioned like when he used to come down to Cape Town, we used to put him in a hotel, Dolphin Beach, I think it was, or some hotel where there was a pool, and he would swim every morning.
Yeah, I know you do the same, eh, Mark?
Yeah, you were doing that for a while. I semi-convinced you with the cold ice
I
bath.
know. I did it for a while, for a few years, but I haven't done it for like a year, so I need to start doing it again. I almost did it yesterday just to kind of get back into practice. Yeah, because I've got a sauna in my house now, so I need to have the cold option.
That's the problem. I sauna almost every day, and I don't ice bath. I haven't done that in about a year.
But I thought you had like a one-person cold.
I do. That's what I'm saying. It's there, remaining at 0 degrees, but
you're not in it.
It's just, I'd rather sauna.
No, I like saunaing in the winter. The sun is a bit hard.
Yeah, I think Cape Town is a sauna at that point, hey? Yeah. Yeah, I don't see any screen shares going on, although I do see smiles happening. So, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Should we jump in and listen?
Let's give her another 5 minutes to jump in, yeah. Cool.
What, you mean jumping now or jumping 5 minutes?
No, we can jump in now for 5 minutes, yeah. I'm gonna mute the tab. If I see your mouths moving and I don't hear you, then I'll come back and unmute. Yeah.
Okay, I won't mute.
Okay. Is the call up for you there, Mark?
I refresh my page.
I also refreshed, but it's not coming back.
I can hear.
I can hear them, and
Okay.
So Sean, you can't hear them. Maybe refresh the page.
I am.
And then it took a while to get in.
Yeah, it seems to be the same for me as well. Yeah. There we go.
Are you sharing anything?
We got a bit DDoSed.
What?
Yeah, someone spamming. So we're just fixing that. So no, we were not sharing. We were fixing. Yeah. Okay, so they could do that again. I guess we need to have some kind of. Yeah, they were creating lots and lots and lots of ideas on the roadmap.
Oh, okay. Automatically.
I mean, millisecond vibes, yeah. So probably a little Claude creation. We can add some kind of throttling and then automatic ban or something on accounts like that or something. But it's obviously not what we had front in mind in terms of doing today. Let me just try to see. Yeah, there's 59,000. Let me see how many view my submitted ideas got created. Yeah,
59,000.
Oh no, that's a different one.
you want your tea?
Okay. All right, so I'm just kind of cleaning that up a little bit, but I think the attack is over for now.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see in the, you can see over here, there's like a huge amount.
Yeah, the attack is over. I can see as well in the logs.
We won.
Okay.
That guy must have been really upset with Chess Cube to hold such a grudge for so many years. That's crazy.
No, it's just people are. I mean, we just talking about it now is probably giving people ideas as well to go and do it. And it's like griefing is a part of life. That's why you got to do all the throttling and Cloudflare and all that kind of stuff. So it's a good lesson to learn. All right, so, but I do want you guys to continue pressing ahead on getting that chessboard coming on. Not to be just too distracted by this. I will try to clean up the data now and just yeah, sort that out.
By the way, first version of private messaging is working. If you go to messages, you should be able to create a new like private chat with whoever is on your friends list. And you can like the conversations persist even after restarts and refreshes.
Let's go. That's awesome.
It's just the room name has a very unique ID, so it's you kind of have to kind of guess and remember which friend you were talking to. That's the one thing I'm looking at now.
Okay, so I can go here and I can start a chat with Leah 5 year.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to get friends first.
Yeah. Okay. So
I signed in another place.
yeah, but I don't even know. I've made so many agents. And also, I don't know how that's all now changing. But yeah, that's great. Thanks, Brandon.
Yeah. Wait, what? Go back again. There was like an error just now. What error is that?
Window TRX index not found.
Try refreshing that, and I want to see if it's let's message again.
It's
okay, you
there
can
now.
see your room. Okay. I just need to look at that.
Coming up on half an hour left.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. See all of those. Can I help out on the chessboard at all? I'll just keep cleaning up the agent stuff at the same
Yeah,
time.
I can like, I don't mind some help.
Yeah.
I know the chessboard is working. I can't play on it right now because of there's so much things you have to go through first before you can play.
All you have to do is just, if you're using the interactions, just like challenge yourself. As an
Okay.
interaction, you have to put the agent details inside. That's relevant, and then it'll start sending the request to randomize who gets what side of the board. But what we're doing now is making that a little bit more seamless, so you don't have to go and do that. That's what the changes we're looking at now.
Brian, do you want to go into Google Meet for a second? Cool.
It's admin. Okay.
Yeah, I guess that was one of the, the final few things that I had on my surprise list is I didn't show any of the screenshots of it previously and so on. But the idea that we're now going to be doing permanent messages between friends. If you remember the previous version of Chess Cube, when you DM somebody and you refreshed or you logged out for the day, those messages, they were ephemeral. They kind of disappeared when you closed your session, right? Closed that tab or logged out or something. So we thought about it quite a lot, and obviously in the way that social sites are going now, where when you do message a friend or a contact on a social site, a friend on Messenger, somebody you follow on Instagram, those messages are always there regardless of where you log in. And that's what we wanted for this version of TrixtaChess as well, is just to strengthen that bond between people you do have on your friends list. You know, you can have continuous messages with them. We'll have attachment uploads. Eventually we'll have audio calls, video calls. You can challenge them right there. You can see your stats against your friends and so on. So, the goal was always to enrich the friend experience on TrixtaChess, so that your friends do matter to you, right? And getting your account banned or something like that is really something you don't want to happen, because you've then lost your chat history with your friends. You've lost, a lot of that. What makes the experience of having a friend on a site like this quite rich. So that's exactly what I'm glad to see. It's almost there. It's pretty much ready. And those were the two things that I was most looking forward to, was the board and the ability to just add friends and keep that message going perpetually, right? So yeah.
Yeah, cool. No, it makes sense.
Yeah. Welcome back, Mark.
Well, yeah, the one thing there with the DDoS, I mean, it just goes to show, as much as we were talking about, flooding the chat and all that, there is always there are these people who want to ruin good things. They're out there. It's almost, you have to be so proactive in just saying, how can we? You don't want to build all that stuff up front because it's not core to the functionality, right? Like, to prevent that. But I mean, there's people who just love chaos or whatever it is, as he called it, griefing.
Yep.
Griefing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead, Mark.
No, I mean, look, obviously we thought about this up front. There would be stuff like this, and we even started looking at maybe putting Cloudflare in front, other types of things. But we need to do more, I think, and manage throttling, and we're gonna have to build these things in maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, especially though when it gets into invites and qubits and whatever else is related to earning stuff, because if there's any angle, there's some guy out there, especially now. I mean, we talk about script kiddies back in the day. Now it's just anyone with an idea who's like, oh, if I could, invite 1,000 made-up people in 5 seconds, Claude, build something for me. Now it's not just your hackers; it's like anyone with an idea.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, and it's going to get worse. We need to have agents just monitoring the gates.
Yeah,
it's right, hot oil on them.
Well, thank you to those guys that decided to wait until the last hour. At least you gave us 11 peaceful hours. So yeah. So I thought maybe we could just spend time until 9:40 our time just discussing again, and then from 9:40 to 9:50 we jump in, listen to the chat from the team. Let's hope there's an update regarding something on the board. I can tell they're getting very close just by listening. So yeah. Cool. Anything on your mind, Mark? Anything you'd still think you haven't touched on today?
No, but I think that look, we've done well in actually creating just a core system.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to keep building on top of what you have if you have something solid.
Yeah.
So I think tomorrow we're not going to be streaming all day, but we're gonna we'll probably start late just to give the team a chance to sleep in a bit
and to fix.
Yeah, so maybe we'll just, instead of an 8-hour typical day or 9 hours, whatever, they'll do like 5 hours or something. We'll do a bit more, take it to the next level, and then I think for the rest of the week we can try and really go a bit forward in getting it quite solid. And coming up with thoughts on how to manage, DDoSes and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if we had vibe coded this platform, we could have probably built a platform in 12 hours. But it wouldn't have been. It would have been a one-shotter.
100%.
Right.
Yeah.
Or we could have scoped it and everything. But I do think that we can get to a point, where we have a proper system. I'm just wondering if we should just switch it off overnight so people don't actually try and use it until we're ready to reopen it tomorrow.
Yeah,
that could work. Yeah, that could work.
I think we should, because otherwise people will be DDoSing us through the night and causing trouble.
Or trying to get all the usernames, whatever that they can hold on to, the Andrews, the Johns, or whatever, just register everything that they can. So
maybe tomorrow will be a security day.
What time daily are you planning on checking in on a call? Are you thinking? Do you have a time in mind?
Yeah, we're thinking around 4 p.m. South African time, which is 3 p.m. UK time. And it's 10 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
I think.
I was just gonna say to the viewing audience, it's 5 hours and 36 minutes earlier from now. If you want to calculate that in your own time. Yeah.
That sounds complicated.
Yeah.
But I think just going through this process is exciting me, about building an online chess site or a chess world.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot more we can do, and we're only limited by our ideas. I think we can go in strong directions, and not only are we going to be able to improve this chess world, we're also going to be improving the tools that build it and keep improving those. So there should be an exponential improvement in how we can do things. And then I think also, I'd love to hear more from the community or people that listened in or people with ideas. Just reach out to us. Obviously we'll be busy with this for a few days until we get like a solid system. But yeah, I'd love to hear any ideas. We've already had some outreach from people. And like we're really open to working with anybody. We'd love to see how we could extend this world.
Yeah, some comments coming in, Mark. Our friend BBBBBB said, on the bright side, this is the kind of event that helps the platform become more resilient. Absolutely agree with that.
It's true.
Vili Prinsloo says he's looking forward to tomorrow as regards to setting up security things. User on Twitch, Very Fat Man, says it's super brave to do this all live. Great work, everyone. And and our other friend Bragadishoran, if I'm saying that correctly, said the stream was wonderful. Mark, whose idea was it to build it live? First time watching something like this.
I believe it was my idea.
It was. I'm 100% not taking credit for that.
Yeah.
Mark is just. If you don't mind me interrupting you for a second, Mark, to tell the team that we're going to be building something in, the base of a platform in 12 hours is absolutely one thing, right? To then tell them we're doing it live on YouTube and Twitch is like something else, right? In front of everybody that was interested in coming to watch. Yeah, absolutely crazy idea. But we got through it, so. Yeah.
I mean, I think people have vibe coded things live, but I think this is a bit different because, it feels different to me at least. I mean, I'm biased, but we have more control over this than just one-shotting or even, spec driving or document driving, or AI assisting. So I think it is interesting, and I mean, obviously, we need to improve our tools over the next few months, which I believe we will, and then. Something like this, instead of doing it in 12 hours, we can maybe do it in 3 or 4 hours.
Absolutely.
And then, so that's going to be interesting. But the nice thing about this network is that we can go in every direction from now on, and we can actually just grow this into many different areas.
Yeah.
So we're only limited by our imagination or our community's thoughts. Yeah, so it is super exciting for me. I mean, I feel like we did a little bit of history here. I'm curious what other people think.
Yeah, some more comments coming in from our friend Gemma. Says, such a good stream. Was really cool to check in throughout the day and see how things progressed. Adil, our friend Adil, Brian, your friend from your chess club, says, once it's all up and running, he's very happy to host a club tournament with members of his Observatory Chess Club to test the plumbing. And King Rocky says, thank you for the wonderful stream, team! Exclamation mark.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been super fun. It's not over yet, but it's getting close.
Absolutely, yeah, this is the start, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to having a good sleep.
Oh yeah.
I have gym tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Well, no, it's going to be at 7. I hope I can get there.
No, I skipped gym today. It's usually in the middle at noon, so I should be good.
Okay. And I think my gym's at 8 tomorrow, so it's in is that 10 hours from now?
Yeah.
I've got a bit of time.
I just want to thank the hardware that that held the stream together, right? As I don't think we had any stream issues. I just had to look at the stats of the stream. We dropped 0 frames. We've been streaming for 11 hours and 44 minutes because we went live a bit before 10 a.m. our time.
Okay. Wow, that's amazing.
It's everything held up. So yeah, apparently the stream quality has been really great the whole day.
Shouts out to you, Sean. Wow.
No, that's not me. That's the hardware of my computer.
Oh, but you set it up. I mean, like,
all good.
The audience has no idea of the kind of control room you got all set up.
I wish I could show a picture, but
you should at some point.
Yeah, I will. I'll share it in one day when we can upload photos to the our Cube Cafe or something. I'd love to do that. But yeah, so thankfully no stream bugs plagued us today, which is great. That was always a risk of doing something like this live, right? Yeah, so it all held up very well. And of course, our team doing great work.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. They should take a week off. Oh no, let's not do that yet.
No, that's not it. I will not agree with that. I actually want to see more of TrixtaChess get built out. So
I'm speaking. Look, I think we can do some good work this week.
Yeah.
How does that work, by the way, Mark? They can build TrixtaChess for the foreseeable future, or I mean, some are going to work on other projects, or
no, we're dedicated. Yeah, we are dedicating to this for now.
Okay.
I mean, the one thing I'll just explain this one point. So, like last year I went to 9, I don't know, 10, 11 countries. I went to like 8 or 9 conferences, and at the end of the year, I went to a conference in Abu Dhabi. And I spoke to VCs, but in the crypto world, because I thought maybe the crypto crossover was interesting. But in speaking to them, I've been speaking to VCs all along, or listening to VCs and what they want to do, and I kind of got disillusioned about raising money at that point. And we'd had a few customers lined up, but I came back and we chatted with the team, and we decided if we really focus on being exponentially better in exponential bursts, we can really move this forward more. So we decided to cut back on our customers. We only kept 1 customer they weren't a paying customer either, but we just worked with 1. And I stopped speaking to VCs, and we started doing exponential spikes. We did a 4-week exponential spike around the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And we moved the needle dramatically. We put in CLI and all kinds of new kinds of tools. And then we did a 2-week spike that was even better than the 1 month. And then we did a 1-week spike that was even better than the 2 weeks or the 4 weeks. And we just kept exponentially improving. So the goal was to get to a point where we've really improved the platform. Oh, I see a chessboard. Are they going to move a piece?
It was there a second ago, yeah.
Oh, it's our pieces.
We'll see. It is our piece set. I'm just watching back the stream that's a couple of seconds behind us. It was our piece set. Yeah, there it is. Oh, and there's another move.
Ah, good.
Yeah. Oops. I'm not going to comment. I'm not doing no live
I think
commentary.
they're running through flow. So
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I think they're breakpoints. They're breakpoints in the flow.
Yeah.
Debug.
Yeah. Can we say with mild confidence, Mark, that by tomorrow this time, users will be playing unrated games on TrixtaChess?
At the very least, the internal team will. Ooh, that's it.
Don't
I
do
like
that.
that.
Oh, okay, are we going for a
It's a center counter, but
That's
how
right.
come
Yeah.
I didn't? Oh, did the debug kick in? Let's go listen in.
Yeah, I agree. I'll see you there.
Okay, cool.
Selecting it.
The component ID.
I imagine the URL should have still worked. I guess there's some issue there.
Yeah, there's some plugin issues when you use the URL directly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I've been defaulting to the component itself.
You guys can feel free to go private message each other and just test that out. And yeah, I think the correct term the kids use nowadays is sliding in the DMs.
Yes, Brendan.
We are those kids, by the way.
Yeah.
I have kids. I should ask them.
That's the irony about this whole thing.
I feel like 64. I don't know why, but
Very
that's generally
specific number.
Brendan, you're the youngest looking 64-year-old I've ever seen.
He takes creatine.
Ah, that explains. I need to
Keeps his youthful appearance.
This guy made 5,000, or guy or girl or machine made 5,000 records.
Were any of them good ideas?
I was literally just about to say those are some. We could extract some excellent ideas from that, maybe. Yeah.
They all said other, and I think the username was dog. So yeah, safe to say, no good ideas.
Or he's just really so smart that we can't like understand the 5D chess move he's playing.
5D.
Could be.
Why not get some tunes for the last few minutes, hey? Some lo-fi. Just to close off the day. While we listen and watch.
Okay. I was mistaken. It's more like 23,000. Okay, there's more.
Damn.
So you really wanted to get the point across.
Okay, now I understand what I limited by 5,000 in my queries, because it's a lot. Page size. Okay.
Karan, I'm just confirming there isn't like an existing like shell for the game yet. I can create that.
There isn't. Well, if you look at the let's see, provide
Okay,
UI chess game,
Yeah.
you'll see that one has a shell that's wrapping like the 4 or 5 other components.
Okay. But it needs to be with the correct components. Oh no. I
Are
see
you-
my one might just look a bit weird.
Oh, what's the issue?
No, I know what you're saying. This is provide UI player clock game controls movement. It's just not rendering properly for me right now, but that's okay.